Chapter 1: The Invincible Villain System. On the Kangwu continent, at the summitof Heavenly Demon Peak, lest the headquarters of Heavenly Demon Sect. In the vastal, four towering pillars pierce the heavens, illuminate don libby the faint glow of infernal flames. In the center of the, a figure sits majestically up in a throne shaped like a dragon, surrounded by whirling demonic flames, his profound gaze evoking the sensation of plaminitobis. Beside him, a gauntman stands silently, utterly motionless. Lianxing, have there been any significant events of late? Reporting to the sect master, the Great Dynasty and the Great Wilderness Dynasty continue to clash at the borders, while the demon emperor remains at the outnus of emergence. What movement shave been observed among the five major sects? There have been no major developments, aside from the disciples persistently hunting demon sake, cross the land, with little occurring. Very well, you may leave. The slender figure of flicker red and vanished from the hall. Themon ate upon the dragon throne fell into deep contemplation, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He originally hailed from an otherworld, known as Zhouqiong, the president of the National Martial Arts Association I the Hua Nation. His martial prowess should render him invincible at distant planet, yet gestatuous and theka spoff breaking through to the legendarum of unprecedented shattered state. His body unexpectedly exploded. Upon awakening, have found himself transformed in Tother. Savelli drove demon sect, a metamorphosis thought to come a month to fully absorb the original body's memories. Coincidentally, this body'll sabereth the surname Zhou, sharing the name Zhouqiong. He was the son of the former sect master, Zhou Shintong, who had tragically passed away when Zhou Qiang was teen, plunging the entire second ass. Ultimately, Zhou Qiang stabilized the situation over 2 years sandas and deto the position of Tenyu demon sect master, instilling gassens of pride within him. However, duetto sustaining severe injuries, Hakuden lie inter exclusion for a year. Eager to brain eye thruffus limitations, has succumbed to demonic deviation during his meditative retreaton perished, just as Zhou Qiang's soul traversed through time and space, fortuitously inheriting Thai's advantageous position. Zhou Qiang gasses thexed and toffees injurious schismeridians regravel imaged, rendering Hyman capable of manifest ingevenoni percent toffus drew strength. In this stretcher reshed quarters steaming with demonous entities, his situation was perilous indeed. Fortunately, he possessed the original owner's memory as otherwise, he would not have survived Devanazing episode. Ding! The invincible villain system has been activated. Binding in progress. 10, 40, 80, 100. Binding successful. A voice resonated in Zhou Qiang's mind, followed by a stream of information appearing before him. Character Zhouqiong. Position sect master of demon sect. Cultivation martial emperor severely injured. Martial arts heavenly demon scripture, celestial hand self-created. Mount none. Zhou Qiang spent the day comprehending thworking soft he system. Its purpose was to cultivate an invincible villain in this realm. The invincible villain system comprised said 3 major components: a lottery system, a task system, and a marketplace. The lottery system activates weekly, allowing for only initial draw. 3 initial draws can be exchanged for only intermediate draw, while 5 intermediate draws can be exchanged for a high-level draw. The task system randomly assigns various tasks, rewarding completion without penalties for failure, thus embodying a remarkable degree of leniency. The marketplace, however, had yet to be activated. Ding! As this is the host's first lottery, a high-level draw has been awarded. Will the Olakita proceed? Yes. Before Zhou Qiang's eyes, allergy screen materialized, and a roulette wheel began to spin. It featured 6 segments, labeled Life and Death Hand, Heavenly Demon Body, Millennia Ghost Brew, Ghost Gate Formation, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, and Don't Blank Space. His breath quickened while was soon familiar with most. He recognized Devouring Heaven Demon Art, a technically tothruthless Grey Temperer. As Zhou Qiang gazed in anticipation, the pointer eventually halted on the Ghost Gate Formation, which brought him some comfort, at least better than land in Gona Blank Space. Just then, the pointer shifted again, landing in the Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Devouring Heaven Demon Art. The technique consists of 9 levels. Would I like to cultivate it? Yes. The Devouring Heaven Demon Artist knowing cultivation. You have reached the first level for their levels require points from the villain's esteem town lock. Feeling the surge of power within you, Zhou Kaiying quiet like calculateth the could no manifest at least half of his strength, granting him a measure of self-protection in this world. System, proceed with the initial order Yaswell. The Great Wheel spun on Marie, revealing 6 segments Demon Soldier Technique, Demon King Technique, Mysterious Gift Package, and 3 blank spaces. Zhou Kaiying gold little hope, given the theft the segments were a blank. The odds soft drawing something valuable were Eslam. Yet, fortune favored Zhou Kaiying today, as the pointer landed on the mysterious gift package. Congratulations, host, you have received a mysterious gift package, which contains Demon Soldier Technique, Demon General Technique, Sunflower Demon Art, Divine Demon Eye, and Great Strength Pill. Zhou Kaiying skenet information onth Divine Demon Eye. Divine Demon Eye, Enancian Tandun known Divine Demon CF fragmented. Function to shatter illusions. Nurtures Divine Weapons Divine Demon Ring. Wuldio Lakito install Divine Demon Eye? Install. Suddenly, an immense demon eclitaminated from his brow. Asania began to tech form within the center of his forehead, its pupils slowly rotating a black ring. Gradually, Thea vanished, replaced by a silver-black lightning bolt at his brow. Character Zhou. Position Sect Master of Demon Sect. Cultivation Martial Emperor Ralph Strength. Martial Arts Heavenly Demon Scripture, Celestial Hand Self-Created, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, Level 1, Divine Demon Eye Fragmented. Gazing at Great Strength Polinish and, Heroized de Twas not the same as 10F from his previous world. These ways a supreme divine is seen, capable of restoring full strength regardless of the severity of injuries. Bootits drawback was tight, couldn't lib used 3 times before Theus revertedo severely injured state. Zhou Kaiying sat quiet lion the dragon throne. Listin thought Tasha light a ped hirm rest. A figure materialized in the hall, kneeling before thesiated Zhou Kaiying and Onekni. Your subordinate, D.E., pays respects to the sect master. Speako for recent developments. Reporting to the sect master, the Azure Dragon Hall Master and the Blacktortoise Hall Master are resisting the Demon Race Saint Heist C. Wyleth White Tiger Hall Master and the Vermilion Bird Hall Master are currently in seclusion in the sect. The Grand Elder and 5th Elder are also in seclusion, while the remaining Elder Sand Demon Kings patrol the outer territories. Diagnel Tinsolence, awaiting response, and hesitant lie looked up to find an ancient demon battling a colossal dragon. Thevera fabric off space fracturing under the weight of their conflict, sending him back to his knee centerer. He fulth sect master spower growing, increasingly unfathomable. Convey me order sac court meeting will be held in Heavenly Demon Hall in 3 days. Understood. Dia's figure gradually faded from the hall. Zhou Kaiying's brow furrowed deeper the current statoft demon sect was far from ideal, as many beneath him remained unconvinced of his authority. Clenching his fists, Zhou Kaiying placed reader faith in his own might. Whether in this life for the previous, as long gaseous fists were strong enough, all problems would find resolution. The best way to enhance his strength was through his system. Chapter 2 My words shall not be contradicted. Within the Heavenly Demon Hall, small clusters of individuals gathered, each exuding an overwhelming gao ray of demonic flames, our renowned Villain soft Kangwa continent. The 4 great hall masters, 12 demon kings, and a Telder swearer present, including the Grand Elder who addressantly emerged from seclusion, his eyes closed in quiet meditation. Noticing the individual possessed a cultivation Lavello Earthen Thado for Martial King, with many reaching the Martial Emperor and the Grand Elder himself standing at the threshold of Semi-Emperor. Huo Wang, he heard you recently ventured in Toth 10,000 Demon Cave. Did you discover any Triasuris? Wan Hall Master, what news from the Demon Race Saint-East? 5th Elder, your cultivation has evident lie advanced during yours, and congratulations. The sect master summoned Ushuri what could but propose? A hymn, Lin Sheng, standing beside the dragon throne, cleared his throat, and the hall fell in tussulence. Every oneknal Yin Sheng was Zhou Kaiying's confident. The sect master Hasamana dus for a significant announcement shall wait. The Grand Elder, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened his, gazing toward the dragon throne you with a flicker of surprise before closing them in summary. Theater soon realized a figure of profound depth and authority now, occupied the throne, radiating gonorat hats into suppressal. Salutations, sect master. Silence ensued, yet he oppressive atmosphere intensified. Some among 12 demon kings scood no longer withstand thoitof te pressure and activate thirtek castorzist, while Levant Grand Elder felt the strain before the oppressive for Cephanala dissipated. What is the situation in Theast Sea? Two figures stepped forward from Theek Road. Reporting to the sect master, the East Cinnamon race has remained quite tranquillo flight, with only occasional incursions into arteritory, alof which have been effortless leld. Zhoukai regard the Twad Azure Dragon Hall Master, Li Chongsheng, and the Black Tortoise Hall Master, Wanli, Bothof Walmor Mitier Martial Emperors. Very well, you may withdraw. Have heard that individuals from 10,000 sword sect they've been slaying demons within our territory. Reporting to the sect master, it has been confirmed that these individual Surimer the disciple soft to subordinate sect, the Yulong sword sect, a shadowy figure responsible for intelligence ported from the back. Ho Wong. Two figures emerged from Theek Road, one Bronyan Theather slender with a sharp visage. Where present? I command both Toventure to Yulong sword sect and eradicate their entire clan. Understood. Suddenly, a member of the Elder Council stepped head forward, clad in a blue robe. Sect Master, Thizison Wise, our sect has been conserving strength for the past 2 years, provoking Thulong sword sect at this juncture could very well drawth 10,000 sword sect into conflict. The Ho Wanks neretoricively. Third Elder, it seems Sio your courage has waned with it. Our formidable demon sect first nothing, note event 10,000 sword sect. If the dare to retaliate, I, the monkey, will but have fierce to eradicate him. Very well, that decision he have made shall remain altered. The sect leader implores you to reconsider the former sect leader painstaking liamacid, this considerable legacy, and it cannot be. Before a word scood be fully uttered, the figure seated upon the dragon throne, Zhou Qiong, extend his right hand, and in an instant, a pitch-black hand off he heavens seized third elder, Wash struggled in vain to occupy's grasp. In a desperate bid, the third elder bit down hard in his stungwe, crying out, Overlord demon body, a radiant glow envelope, but the hand merely tightened its grip, and the brilliance vanished in an instant. Great elder, save him, Hekuden like a lutinifrantic voice. Stevenson folded with astonishing's weakness, and bethetimiathers comprehend the situation. The third elder Wazelry die on thebering cough death within that grasp. The great elder, Ho had been in deep meditation, finally opened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Sect leader, I beseech ye auto grand thimonother chance. Out of respect for the great elder, leave him reflectant solitude on Thebak Mountain for a year. With a gentle wovey oftened, the third elder vanished, only Tori appear on Thebak Mountain, contemplating his actions. Remember, from no one, my word serenado be contradicted. Thun expect of third elder greatly pleased, Zhoukai had initially, Sufsimiana to serve an example. Yet 12 demon kings, Alofum had latter promoted, were unsuitable for such a tactic. Among the remaining 4 Hallmaster Sand Thedelder Soft Tea Council, save for Li Changshingoff Qinglong Hall, all were elders who had followed his father. Their reverence for him was not particularly profound, and the third elder Su burst served perfectly for Zhokiang purpose. Indeed, both the council members and the 4 Hallmasters bowed their heads deply. For third elder weighs a formidable figure, possessing the cultivation of famid level martial emperor, ranking in the entire demon sect, and had been Zhocho. The 12 demon kings, too, exhibit the expression so fin tin seek excitement, their gazestawards, Zhoukai blaze with fervor. On the outskirts of heavenly demon sect, in a tavern named Dueli, several men and women, sheaths, satatable enjoying their meal. A woman clad in a light green long robe, strikingly delicate, spoke, Brother Wu, our mission toven quish dim and sandalim and ativa listen dedereiches endeavor. A slender man in a white shirt interjected, the tissertain lie the case the member soft, demon sectara theverut, soft calamity, and almost be swiftly eradicated. Brother Jing, I heard you have been accepted in Toth 10,000 swords, sectus that true? Indeed, Brother Jing is say on China century talenta for Yulong sword sect, having reached the pinnacle of martial master at Sukiang, poised to break throw martial mark was soon. Ha hassle so to Nedman or success in Thulong sword technique, and upon entering 10,000 sword sect, Huilian doubted Libby Comey's significant figure. However, I have hard that sect leader off demon sect achieved, ethereal mof martial emperor at Mirlatonwir Sofat. The young man referred to as Brother Jing ad been basking in theft flatter yo fispiers when Theman Shanaft demon sect leader Timabak. He had in tin dead to reader char plibe yuth acetated, feeling dies inclined to provoke. Latushastin Ermiel v have been out for a month, and ditus Demetri turned to the sect for Samirist. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded dast he tavern door shuddered. Indeed, it is Demeter restavinth king off hellas benai earnin for you. A group of individuals is trode through the doorway, led by 12 figure scenario bus stand broad-shouldered, theater with a sharp visage and monkey-likey appearance. How can't this? It should noth have happened, the young make known as Brother Jing gasped, collapsing to the ground enterer. He recognized that these atwo had deliberately scrutinized the portrait soft he high-ranking member soft demon sect, hoping to be prepared, yet than ever anticipate Darial encounter. His Sparty Hodmiral eliminate defulser member soft demon sect how could the provoke, such formidable figures? These atwavir nuniather thanth demon tiger king and demon monkey king, bathath the pinnacly off martial king. Meanwhile, the strongest master of Theriulong sword sect Berlyriaket the Heidier of martial king, and Theristophus companion Swerenodivin martial kings. These atwalan could do obliterate Tethulong sword sect without a second thought. How could they bethered with Mearsmal free like them? Little did heck know, their vari proposuous to annihilate Thulong sword sect, and dealing with them wasmer yasid endeavor. Brother Jing watcherable sia? Arathos before he is member soft demon sect? Weshel vanquish him. The Ungwoman in green gazed at Brother Jing with admiration. Brother Jing quick clyrig in discomposure, rising from the ground dandrushing towards the opposing figures, kneeling before them. Lord Tiger King, Lord Monkey King, he hadna part in his demon-slaying mission it was a lure doing, he said, pointing back at his companions. At that moment, Theater sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing they had encountered formidable figures from the sect. The tall, slender brother Wu shouted, Jing Ta, you coward! How foolish to have praised thy earlier warnething, worthless. Demon sect fiends, all must perish brothers, we shall fight. They simultaneous lidru their long swords, forming Garrett Amintra sword formation. In Thirla chapter soft this book, the hierarchy of cultivation is classified as follows: warrior, martial master, martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign. Chapter 3. The annihilation of the Yulong sect. Before him stood the Tiger King, who extended his hand and gently waved it forward. Instantly, the followers of the demon sect who had trailed behind launched a ferocious assault on the gathered crowd. Their onslaught was like a tempest, overwhelming and merciless. The room was instantly illuminated by the dark radiance of magic, with flashes of sword light flickering intermittently. By the time Jing Tian turned to look, the disciples of the Yulong sword sect lay scattered upon the ground, some with their bodies shattered beyond recognition. His junior sister, clad in green, lay amidst the chaos, a long blade piercing through her form. Her eyes fixed upon Jing Tian with an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, Jing Tian's gaze fell upon a headless body kneeling before the Tiger King and the Monkey King, its garments strangely familiar. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, darkness enveloped him, severing his connection to the world. This individual might still hold some utility. How can one simply dispose of him? The Tiger King murmured to the Monkey King. The sect leader has decreed the extermination of the Yulong sect. We do not have the luxury of time for scheming. The Monkey King replied, it will be a simple task for us to obliterate this minor sect. Indeed, the sect leader entrusting this task to us was a clear indication of his intent to suppress the elders' arrogance. We must act swiftly. 500 miles away, on Yulong Mountain, the stronghold of the Yulong sword sect. There were over 1,000 disciples training diligently in the practice grounds, their movements synchronized and powerful. In the council hall, the sect leader and several elders were deliberating on the upcoming year-end tournament. Master, our Yulong sword sect has seen a significant increase in disciples over the past 2 years. For this tournament, we must offer generous rewards to foster further development within our sect, one elder suggested. The others nodded in agreement, and Jing Kong, the sect leader, acknowledged their sentiments. Dressed in a long robe and adorned with a jade hairpin, his sharp eyebrows gave him the aura of a sword drawn from its sheath. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Jing Tian, his nephew, whom he intended to send to the Wanjian sect for training in hopes that he would one day succeed him and elevate the Yulong sword sect to prominence among the 5 major sections. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the hall, rolling and scrambling, shouting, "Sect leader! A grave situation has arisen. Silence! What is causing such a commotion?" Jing Kong demanded. "Sect leader, Jing Tian's jade token has shattered." "What? That is impossible. They are supposed to be operating only on the fringes of the demon sect." With a resounding boom, the entire Yulong mountain trembled. "Sect leader, something terrible has happened. The demon sect has launched an assault on the mountain." In an instant, disbelief washed over the faces of all present. It had been 5 years since the demon sect had last attacked a righteous faction, and now, with a new sect leader recently established, how could they possibly strike so soon? The group hastily exited the hall, only to find the disciples, who had been practicing their swordplay, had ceased their activities and were gathering in small clusters. Many of the newer disciples were unaware of the horrors of the demon sect, while the older disciples, having experienced the war between the righteous and the demonic, wore pale expressions. As the elders emerged from the hall, they beheld the entirety of Yulong Mountain surrounded by demonic soldiers. In the sky loomed 2 imposing figures, one with the physique of a bear and the other with the visage of a monkey, radiating an intimidating presence. "Sect leader, this is dire. The Tiger King and the Monkey King, 2 of the 12 demon kings, have personally descended. Junior brother, convey an urgent message to the Wanjian sect, stating that the demon sect is attacking the mountain." Jing Kong gazed at the multitude of demonic soldiers encroaching upon the mountain, his countenance resolute. The disciples below, upon seeing their leader, felt a flicker of hope. What business do the Tiger King and the Monkey King have at Yulong Mountain? By the sect leader's command, we are here to annihilate the Yulong sect. The Tiger King and the Monkey King proclaimed, bowing toward the direction of Timma Mountain. "Are you truly intending to incite another war between the righteous and the demonic?" Jing Kong's face turned ashen. "And why should we fear that? Let the Monkey King unleash his power," the Tiger King replied with pride. The Monkey King, emanating a terrifying aura, began to swell in size, a colossal demonic ape materializing in the sky. Towering over Yulong Mountain, its black fur reminiscent of something emerging from the abyss. With a thunderous roar, the Monkey King commanded, "Demonic ape, trample the heavens." He lifted his massive foot, preparing to stomp on Yulong Mountain. "Quickly, activate the mountain's protective array," Jing Kong shouted urgently as a golden shield enveloped Yulong Mountain. This protective barrier, set by the founding ancestor of the Yulong sword sect, was formidable enough that even an ordinary martial emperor would struggle to breach it. As the Monkey King's foot collided with the shield, it shook violently, cracks forming across its surface, causing the very mountain to tremble. "Sect leader, Wanjian sect has replied, stating that reinforcements are on the way and to hold out for half an hour." Jing Kong gazed at the growing fissures in the barrier and sighed inwardly, uncertain if they could withstand even half that time, hoping desperately for the shield to hold. "I say, Monkey, can you manage this? If not, I shall take over," the Tiger King jeered, reveling in the chaos. That was merely a test. The Monkey King, now standing atop the protective barrier, roared skyward, pounding his chest. "Demonic ape, break through." He unleashed a pair of colossal fists upon Yulong Mountain. In an instant, the protective barrier shattered. The mountain itself collapsed significantly, and countless disciples perished in the ensuing chaos. "All disciples, form the sword formation. Stand against the demons," Jing Kong bellowed. "Brothers, destroy Yulong Mountain." The Monkey King laughed heartily, striking out toward Jing Kong with a sweeping motion. "Vile demon, face your doom." Sword of the Flying Dragon. A massive sword materialized in the sky, thrusting toward the demonic ape. The beast evaded but was met with the relentless assault of the surrounding peaks and rivers beneath its feet. Each swipe of its palm sent the giant sword flying, causing Jing Kong to cough up blood, clearly at a disadvantage. Jing Kong was merely a high-level martial king, while the Monkey King was at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, far surpassing him. "Sect leader, we come to aid you." The elders, witnessing Jing Kong's plight, rushed forward on their swords to support him. Yet, before they could reach him, they were swatted away by a massive paw from the sky. With no other option, The elders began their assault on the Tiger King, hoping that Jing Kong could endure. Lotus Blossom Sword, take the demon's life. Sword of all creation, take the demon's life. Blade of demon slaying, take the demon's life. The elders relentlessly attacked the Tiger King, but the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. All elders were at the martial marquee level, while the Tiger King was at the martial king peak. An insurmountable chasm separating them. They were swatted away like mere playthings. Just as Jing Kong was straining against the demonic ape, he suddenly heard anguished cries. Turning, he was met with a sight that made his blood run cold. The elders had been slain by the Tiger King, their bodies torn apart, leaving no whole remains. The majority of the disciples below had also suffered grievous losses. Foolish enough to divide your focus while facing me? Prepare to die! The demonic ape swung its fist toward the giant sword, sending it crashing dozens of meters away and shattering it midair. Jing Kong, bleeding profusely, fell to his knees. Chapter 4. The Grand Overseer of the Demon Sect gazing at the wreckage strewn across the ground and the dwindling cries of battle. Jing Kong's heart turned to ashes. He realized it was over. The Yulong Sword Sect had met its end. The demonic ape prepared to crush Jing Kong beneath its foot once more. Exhausted, Jing Kong could scarcely muster the strength to lift his head. Just as the monstrous foot loomed mere inches from him, a sword larger than the ape itself materialized from thin air, striking the demonic beast away. From the heavens descended a tall figure. Strikingly handsome with fierce sword-like brows and eyes that sparkled with the glint of blades. He was Shimin Di, the younger brother of the Wanjian sect's leader. Yes, he surveyed the devastation below. Shimin Di's brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated the situation to escalate so quickly, despite his hurried efforts to arrive. The Tiger King and the Monkey King exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the formidable presence before them. Shimin Di was renowned across the continent. He began training in swordsmanship at 8, reached the martial master level by 9, the martial marquis by 12, and the martial king by 18, ultimately attaining the peak of martial emperor at 25. He was heralded as one of the most likely candidates to ascend to the rank of martial emperor. However, he had an even more formidable brother, Shimin Tian, who was also a martial emperor at 25. During the election for sect leader, Shimin Di was defeated by Shimin Tian and did not ascend to the position. To console him, Shimin Tian had specially appointed Shimin Di as the vice-sect leader of their sect. "It seems we must make our last stand," Shimin Di remarked, his gaze fixed on the two demonic figures. The Tiger King and the Monkey King exchanged knowing looks and launched their assault. Demonic ape, trample the heavens. Cracking tiger's claw, seal the skies. Shimin Di observed the two with unwavering resolve, refraining from drawing his sword. With a mere flick of his sword sheath, all their attacks vanished without a trace. A subsequent sweep sent both the Tiger King and the Monkey King hurtling back several hundred meters. Blood spilling from their mouths. Two peak martial kings had managed to unleash attacks akin to those of a martial emperor. The demon sect was proving to be increasingly troublesome. It seemed that decisive action was necessary. "Monkey, it appears our situation is dire," the Tiger King said, a hint of concern in his voice. "What is there to fear? If we must die, so be it. It is unfortunate that we could not fulfill the sect leader's command." Shimin Di addressed the two. "As members of the demon sect, you have committed countless atrocities. Today, I shall sever both of your lives here on Yulong Mountain. Do you have any final words? Spare us the pretense. Kill us if you must. One day, the sect leader will eradicate your Wanjian sect as well." Shimin Di coldly observed the two individuals before him, vowing that one day he would meet their leader to assess his true prowess. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and swung the scabbard towards them. At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he suddenly retracted the scabbard, drawing his long sword to strike backwards. A force of immense power surged from the blade, compelling Shimin Di to stagger back 5 paces before regaining his footing. To his astonishment, what he had struck was merely a silver needle, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. A single needle had forced him back 5 meters, indicating that this individual was indeed formidable. A chill of sweat broke out across Shimin Di's brow as he realized that a slender man clad in a red robe had appeared 10 meters to his left. His delicate hands resembling those of a woman, and holding an embroidered needle, Shi Mindi had been scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, yet he had failed to notice the man's sudden presence. This could only mean that the individual either possessed a far superior cultivation level or exhibited such speed that Shi Mindi could not react in time. Either scenario confirmed that this was a person of considerable caliber. May I inquire as to your identity and the reason for your ambush? I am the Grand Commander of the Demon Sect, Shi Mindi declared, but suddenly, Mo Hu Wang and Mo Ho Wang became agitated. Instantly bowing to the man in red and exclaiming, "We greet the Grand Commander." Shi Mindi was taken aback, recalling a legend it was said that the previous leader of the Demon Sect, Zhou Shintong, had discovered a child on a lotus flower during his travels, naming him Lianxing. This Lianxing had grown up alongside Zhou Qiong, yet little news had emerged about him, leading many to assume he was merely Zhou Qiong's attendant. Only in recent years, amidst the turmoil within the Demon Sect, had Zhou Qiong risen to become the leader, directly appointing Lianxing as the Grand Commander, a position that, though lacking in real power, placed him above many within the sect. "You are Lianxing," Shi Mindi exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the man in red. "I hear you wish to meet our leader. I shall grant you this opportunity and take you to the headquarters of the Demon Sect." With a wave of his hand, Lianxing unleashed a flurry of silver needles toward Shi Mindi, each needle trailing faint threads behind them. Shi Mindi drew his sword, swiftly slicing through the onslaught of needles, which then struck the surrounding peaks. With a gentle tug of his hand, Lianxing caused several mountains to rise from the earth, crashing toward Shi Mindi. "Sword to conquer the world," Shi Mindi bellowed, wielding a massive sword to sweep away the mountains, shattering them into pieces. However, the recoil from the force left him spitting blood. Ignoring his injuries, he swiftly vacated the area. Yet, as he fled, several silver needles erupted from the ground, pursuing him relentlessly. "How is this possible? Have you truly broken through to the martial emperor realm?" Shi Mindi stammered. Both Mo Hu Wang and Mo Ho Wang stared at the Grand Commander in disbelief. Their prior assumptions about his strength now shattered. They had believed the Grand Commander to be at the peak of the martial king realm, capable of restraining Shi Mindi, allowing them to fulfill their leader's commands. But witnessing the current situation, it seemed Shi Mindi lacked even the ability to resist against Lianxing, confirming the latter's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. "Dead men need not know so much. You may inquire with King Yin," Lianxing replied, as countless silver needles surged again toward Shi Mindi, their momentum more formidable than before, filling the sky and leaving Shi Mindi with no avenue for escape. "Ah, all swords return to their origin," Shi Mindi shouted once more, transforming his sword into myriad blades, forming a sword array that enveloped him, defending against the needle assault. Within the array, Shi Mindi continued to cough up blood. His gaze hardened as he rapidly struck several key points on his body, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices and seeping from his skin. In an instant, a flash of sword light enveloped him, and he vanished into the horizon. Mo Hu Wang and Mo Ho Wang immediately sought to pursue, only to be halted by the Grand Commander's gesture. "There is no need to chase. You two should clean up the aftermath and report back to headquarters." "Yes," they replied. "Burning essence, the sword light escape is indeed astonishing, but the drawbacks are too significant. It seems I must thoroughly study the scripture provided by our leader upon my return." He was inherently a heavenly castrated individual, unable to fully assimilate any martial arts manuals. However, his extraordinary talent allowed him to innovate continually, achieving the peak of martial king by his 20s. Just days prior, the leader had summoned him and presented him with a cultivation manual, the Kite Flower Demon Classic, which opened a new door for him, revealing a manual specifically for those like him. He had devoted the past few days to its study, and the more he practiced, the more he recognized its tremendous power. When the leader dispatched him to Yulong Mountain, he felt the trust placed in him, as such a valuable resource would typically be destroyed rather than shared. He could only marvel at the leader's immense generosity. Chapter 5. The Martial Emperor Realm's Demon Dragon pulls the cart at the main peak of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Several elders and the sect leader were in council. "Leader, why has the Demon Sect suddenly attacked the Yulong Sword Sect? Do they wish to provoke a righteous versus demonic war?" One elder questioned. "Indeed, does Zhou Qiong truly possess such audacity? I heard he has just emerged from seclusion." Has he broken through to the mid-level of the martial emperor realm? Sitting at the head of the table, sect leader Shi Min Tian waved his hand. The disciples sent to scout have yet to return. We shall wait for their report. Shi Mindi has already arrived at Yulong Mountain and should be engaging with the demon sect now. Reports from Yulong Mountain indicate that Mo Hu Wang and Mo Ho Wang are leading the assault. Both are among the 12 demon kings, their cultivation at the peak of martial king. Yulong Mountain cannot withstand their onslaught. However, the deputy leader has already departed. He can easily vanquish both. Shi Min Tian nodded, confident in his younger brother Shi Min Di's abilities. Even if faced with several opponents of the same tier, he believed his brother would emerge unscathed. Only Zhou Qiong and the Grand Elder posed a genuine threat to him. While they deliberated, a streak of red sword light broke through the protective array of the 10,000 sword sect, the formation showing no sign of defense. The red light surged into the main hall. Who dares to invade the 10,000 sword sect? An elder in green robes stood, brandishing a sword. As the red light dissipated, a figure lay on the ground of the council hall, soaked in blood. His flesh mangled, his brows furrowed. Shi Min Di, who had narrowly escaped using the sword light technique. Deputy leader, how could this happen? Was it Zhou Qiong himself who did this to you? The elder rushed to assist Shi Min Di, producing healing elixirs and forcing them into his mouth. Shi Min Di struggled to open his eyes, swallowing the healing elixirs, and with great difficulty, he looked up at Shi Min Tian. Brother, the Grand Commander Lianqing has likely broken through to the martial emperor realm. With that, he fainted. Shi Min Tian's face turned pale with anger. After assisting the deputy leader to the rear hall for rest, he instructed, fetch a great returning pill from the pill hall for him to consume. Yes. Shi Min Tian gazed toward the direction of the demon sect, murmuring quietly, if Shi Min Di was forced to use the sword light escape, it seems Lianqing has indeed broken through to the martial emperor realm. The continent will not know peace in the eastern part of the continent. Within a magnificent imperial palace, a robust man dressed in a golden dragon robe perused official documents in the imperial study. An aura of nobility surrounded him. He was the emperor of the Dayu dynasty. Yu Wentong, a eunuch, stood beside him, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, we have received word from the front lines that the Grand Commander of the demon sect, Lianqing, has possibly broken through to the martial emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Wentong gently closed the document. Has Zhou Qiong emerged from seclusion? Yes, it is said that upon his emergence, he immediately acted against the third elder of the demon sect. Also suspected to have broken through a realm. Why? Yu Wentong furrowed his brow tightly. Zhou Qiong was indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent, having reached the pinnacle of the continent by the age of 21. A feat accomplished by only a few throughout history. Lianqing was yet to reach 30. How could the demon sect possess so many prodigious figures? Your Majesty, if you were not so preoccupied with state affairs day and night, you too would have already broken through. The eunuch suggested, convey my decree. Mobilize 100,000 troops to guard the borders of the demon sect. The Western Golden Mountain Temple. A bald middle-aged man in a white robe sat in meditation. Abbot, the Grand Commander Lianqing has possibly broken through to the martial emperor realm. Understood. You may leave. On this day, all forces across the continent received news that the demon sect had annihilated the Yulong sword sect, and that Grand Commander Lianqing had allegedly broken through to the martial emperor realm, severely wounding Shi Min Di. In the Grand Hall of the demon sect's headquarters, Zhou Qiong sat upon the dragon throne, while Lianqing remained by his side, as Mo Hu Wang and Mo Ho Wang reported the details of the incident before exiting the Grand Hall. How long until your breakthrough? Zhou Qiong inquired. Report to the leader. I should be able to break through in a couple of days. Please retrieve a demon essence pill from the storeroom for me to consume. I must break through as soon as possible, for there is much to accomplish in the future. Understood. Lianqing's figure vanished within the hall. Zhou Qiong mused to himself, this kite flower demon classic is indeed remarkable. Lianqing's speed has at least doubled compared to before. And this is before he has even broken through to the martial emperor realm. Once he does, he may very well be able to rival me. It appears that the techniques provided by the system are extraordinary. Alas, the drawbacks are too apparent for me to practice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of annihilating a righteous sect. Rewards: Death's Hand Manual and Black Dragon Flying Chariot. 1,000 points for being a villain. In the realm of the demonic sect, a sudden rift tore open the sky, and a colossal black dragon, spanning 100 feet, soared forth, trailing behind it an enormous flying chariot as grand as a small mountain, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a demonic deity's palace. Who dares to act with such audacity within my demonic sect? The Grand Elder, who was deep in seclusion, was abruptly stirred by the overwhelming aura of a martial emperor. Manifesting instantaneously above the sect, before him lay the sight of the 100-foot black dragon, radiating the formidable might of a martial emperor. However, as he glanced further, he was instantly struck with terror, exclaiming in shock. What he beheld was the dragon pulling a chariot of martial emperor caliber. It is worth noting that within the entirety of the continent, only two beastly entities had ever reached the martial emperor level, the Beast King and the Sea King, the latter of whom had been in seclusion for over a century. This could potentially be the third beast to transcend into the realm of martial emperor, yet it was engaged in the service of another. Who, then, could command such a creature to draw a chariot? The higher echelons of the demonic sect were awestruck by the dragon's might. The 4 hall masters, 12 demon kings, and several elders wore expressions of sheer incredulity. Lian Shang, in particular, emanated a silvery glow. Prepared to act at the slightest movement from the dragon, at that moment, a voice resonated from within the heavenly demon palace. Do not panic. This is my chariot, Tian-Yi. Take the chariot to the back mountain. Yes, replied a man clad in black, adorned with a diamond mask, as he soared towards the dragon's chariot, taking the reins and guiding it towards the back mountain. The dragon offered no resistance, obediently following. The various demon kings, hall masters, and elders gradually dispersed, yet each face bore the marks of astonishment. Their sect leader possessed a martial emperor-level dragon as his mount, a reality that far exceeded their comprehension. Furthermore, the legendary 4 divisions of Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, which only the sect leader could command, remained shrouded in mystery. Did they harbor martial emperor-level experts as well? Indeed, Zhou Qiong was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the system would be so generous as to provide him with a martial emperor-level dragon as a chariot. His primary concern had been the tome titled Life and Death Hand. Name: Life and Death Hand level, God level beginner ability. Mastery over life and death, capable of fusion. Ding, would you like to fuse? Fusion commenced, integrating with the Celestial Hand. Success confirmed. Name: Celestial Life and Death Hand level, God level intermediate ability. Control over life and death, mastery of yin and yang energies. Zhou Qiong examined his attributes. Character: Zhou Qiong. Position: Sect leader of the demonic sect. Cultivation: Martial Emperor, half strength. Techniques: Heavenly Demon Scripture. Celestial Life and Death Hand, Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique, First Layer, Demon Eye, incomplete. Chapter 6, Bestowing Techniques. A millennium ago, the Kangwu continent was ravaged by a great war, known as the War of the Gods. Following this conflict, the entire continent lay in ruins, and all martial gods vanished, along with the martial god-level techniques. Since then, no new martial gods had emerged on the Kangwu continent, and only 4 martial god-level techniques remained. The Heavenly Demon Scripture of the demonic sect, the 10,000 Buddha Sutra of the Golden Mountain Temple, the Emperor Scripture of the Great Universe Dynasty, and the 10,000 Monsters Book of the Beast King. The techniques are categorized into human, king, emperor, and god levels, with each level divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. Ding, system task issued. 6 months from now, at the Eastern Sea's shore, defeat the Beast Emperor and annihilate the Beast Tide. Successful completion rewards: Advanced Protective Array of Transcendence, 20,000 villain points. Zhou Qiong grasped several keywords: 6 months, Eastern Sea's shore, Beast Tide, Advanced Transcendence, indicating that a Beast Tide would occur in 6 months, and Advanced Transcendence likely referred to something surpassing the god level. System: Open the marketplace. Upon completing the first extermination task, the marketplace had been unlocked. With 1,000 villain points, he found he could not enhance his devouring heavenly demon technique, possibly due to its high level. Elevating it to the second layer required 100,000 villain points. It would be more prudent to exchange villain points for techniques for his subordinates to cultivate. A panel appeared before Zhou Qiong, displaying various categories: techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, and miscellaneous items. Zhou Qiong directly entered the techniques section, but found the offerings blurred and indistinct, likely due to insufficient villain points. By the time he reached a point where he could purchase with 1,000 points. He had flipped through countless pages. Host, you can jump directly. Zhou Qiong smirked. No need. I enjoy flipping through pages. Any recommendations? The Demon Emperor technique is highly suitable for cultivation. It also possesses fusion properties, allowing for modifications based on one's own techniques. The 10,000 Demon technique boasts formidable offensive power, far surpassing others at the same level. The Ghost King technique enables rapid cultivation, though its offensive capabilities are lacking. System: exchange for the Demon Emperor technique. Ultimately, Zhou Qiong resolved to acquire this technique, having already obtained the Demon Soldier technique and the Demon King's technique. This formed a systematic approach to techniques, further complemented by the Demon God technique, showcasing strong adaptability and developmental potential. Exchange successful. Cost: 500 villain points, remaining villain points 500. A week later, in the Heavenly Demon Palace, Zhou Qiong reclined upon the dragon throne, flanked by Lian Shang, whose aura soared to the heavens. Evidently having broken through to the martial emperor realm, the high-ranking members of the demonic sect stood below, many sneaking glances at Lian Shang. When news of Lian Shang's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm reached the sect, even their own members found it hard to believe. After all, Lian Shang had only recently ascended to the peak of the martial king realm. How could he have advanced to the martial emperor realm so swiftly? Yet, the evidence stood before them. Currently, the known martial emperors on the continent numbered fewer than 10, and now their demonic sect boasted 2. However, if one counted their sect leader's dragon mount, that made 3 martial emperors. I sensed the beast tide approaching. You all must hasten your cultivation. A battle looms on the horizon, Zhou Qiong declared. It is high time we engaged. Those beasts from the Eastern Sea have long disregarded our demonic sect, grinned the War Tiger King, a battle-hungry ally of Zhou Qiong who had personally promoted the 12 Demon Kings. You know nothing. The beast kin are numerous. It is not something to be taken lightly, retorted the second elder of the Elder Council, pointing an accusatory finger at the War Tiger King. I believe you are growing senile. From now on, do not claim to represent our demonic sect. We cannot afford such disgrace, the Monkey King chimed in. You fail to consider the implications and lack foresight, the second elder shot back. Are you suggesting that the sect leader lacks thought? Of course not. I refer to you. The argument among the Elder Council and Demon Kings escalated, nearly leading to blows. Sect leader, I, Chen Shu, volunteered to be the vanguard against the Beast Emperor, proclaimed a scholar-like figure addressing Zhou Qiong. He was the head of the 12 Demon Kings. The Mouse King. I, Huzi, offered to be the vanguard. I, Hozi, volunteered to be the vanguard. One by one, the 12 Demon Kings expressed their eagerness. Very well, 6 months hence, at the Eastern Sea shore, I appoint you as the vanguard. Seeing Zhou Qiong's determination, the Elder Council ceased their objections. Following Lian Shang's recent breakthrough and the appearance of the Dragon Chariot, Zhou Qiong's prestige within the demonic sect had become unparalleled. Many who had previously supported the Elder Council now gravitated towards the 12 Demon Kings, the younger faction. Even among the elders, the morale was wavering. Zhou Qiong held little regard for the Elder Council. Whether or not they harbored ulterior motives was secondary to their lack of ambition. As a notorious figure on the continent, they should not hesitate or deliberate excessively. Does one not embrace the chaos of the demonic path? Here are the Demon Soldier and Demon King's techniques. Distribute them among the sect members for cultivation to swiftly enhance their prowess. From now on, these 2 will be mandatory text for our demonic sect. The crowd reacted with mild surprise. Although the techniques were of decent caliber, at their level, they were somewhat beneath consideration, yet they were indeed crucial for the lower ranks. Zhou Qiong then produced another tome. This is the Demon Emperor technique for your cultivation. What? An Emperor-level technique? The assembly gasped in astonishment. The demonic sect possessed only 3 Emperor-level techniques, and many among them were merely cultivating peak King-level techniques. Outside factions allowed only candidates for sect leadership to practice Emperor-level techniques, underscoring the rarity of such knowledge, which was typically a closely guarded secret. The Grand Elder received the Demon Emperor technique and glanced at it. Noting it was an advanced Emperor-level technique, he himself was practicing an intermediate Emperor-level technique. and yet the sect leader casually produced one of even higher caliber. This demon emperor technique is freely bestowed for your cultivation. All high-ranking members may practice it as a reward for your past contributions to the sect. However, should you seek techniques of greater power, you will need to exchange them for other merits. What? The crowd was incredulous at the notion of even higher-level techniques. This demon emperor technique was already an advanced emperor-level text. Anything higher could only be a god-level technique. Could the sect leader possess such knowledge? Perhaps it was the heavenly demon scripture, but that was exclusive to past sect leaders. Thus, it implied the sect leader had other god-level techniques as well. The Grand Elder scrutinized Zhou Qiong gravely. Since Zhou Qiong emerged from seclusion, he had undergone significant transformation. His cultivation evidently progressed, likely surpassing the intermediate martial emperor level. Furthermore, he had acquired a martial emperor-level dragon mount, and now he presented an emperor-level technique, possibly even possessing god-level techniques. It was highly plausible that Lian Shang's breakthrough was also connected to Zhou Qiong. Chapter 7. An explosive increase in strength. Others may withdraw. I require the 12 demon kings to remain. Indeed, the crowd promptly exited the Grand Hall, leaving behind only the 12 demon kings standing within. These 12 were the trusted confidants that Zhou Qiong had elevated within the sect over the past 2 years. Among them, the Demon Rat King and the Demon Ox King had already reached the early stages of the Martial Emperor realm, while the remaining 10 had all attained the pinnacle of the Martial King realm, making it exceedingly difficult for any ordinary martial emperor to contend with them. It could be said that the martial prowess of the upper echelon of the demon sect far surpassed that of other factions. With the Elder Council and the 4 Hall Masters, combined with the 12 Demon Kings, they boasted 13 martial emperors and 10 pinnacle martial kings, not including the forces of the 4 divisions of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. However, this was still insufficient for Zhou Qiong, who aspired for the demon sect to possess the power to dominate the world. They were still far from that goal. You 12 are my most trusted subordinates. Yet your cultivation remains too low, Zhou Qiong remarked. Yes, we shall strive diligently to cultivate and uphold the prestige of our leader, they replied in unison. With a wave of his hand, 12 ornate boxes appeared in the air. These are ascension pills, which will aid in your breakthroughs. I do not wish to see any martial kings among you in 6 months' time. Understood. The 12 demon kings accepted the boxes, although they were unfamiliar with the name of the elixir. They were assured by their leader that it was indeed a top-tier pill. The ascension pills were exchanged using the remaining 500 villain points Zhou Qiong had accumulated, designed to facilitate the rapid advancement of the 12 demon kings. In the ensuing 6 months, Zhou Qiong resolved to thoroughly digest his own techniques. The celestial demon eye and the devouring demon technique were paramount for him to master. At Yulong Mountain, the ground lay strewn with remnants, desolate and devoid of even a blade of grass, hardly a testament to its former glory as the stronghold of the Yulong sword sect. In the center stood numerous gravestones, before one of which knelt a solitary figure. Master, you and the brothers may rest in peace. I shall avenge our sect, eradicate the demon sect, and slay that scoundrel Zhou Qiong. This was Zhao Li, the junior disciple of the Yulong sword sect's leader. Jing Kong, clad in a white shirt and armed with a long sword upon his back, he emanated an aura of coldness, a palpable pressure radiating within a 2-meter radius. Had Jing Kong still been alive, he would have noticed that Zhao Li, who had been merely a martial master 2 months prior, had now ascended to the early stages of the martial king realm. Zhao Li had initially returned home to visit family, only to discover a ring beneath a corner of the ancestral house, within which resided an elderly man who guided him in his cultivation. In just 2 months, he had made the leap to the early martial king realm. Alas, before he could share this good news with his master, the harrowing news of the Yulong sword sect's annihilation reached him. Zhao Li gritted his teeth, returning 2 months later to erect a monument for his master and brothers. Fully aware that he lacked the capability to confront the demon sect at present. Old Fu, I have made up my mind. I shall venture to the devil's abyss. The ring on his left hand emitted a faint glow. A venerable voice responded, if you are resolved, then go. Should the need arise, I will intervene to save you. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. In the demon sect's headquarters. The heavenly demon hall, Zhou Qiong sat upon the demon dragon throne as the upper echelon gathered once more. This time, their momentum was even more imposing, particularly the Grand Elder at the forefront of the Elder Council. Garbed in a purple brocade robe, his eyes gently closed, it was evident he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. The Grand Elder's journey was indeed legendary. He and Zhou Qiong's father, Zhou Shintong, had once been rivals for the position of sect leader. Unfortunately, he had ultimately lost to Zhou Shintong, and due to excessive dueling with orthodox sects, his foundation had been compromised, preventing his breakthrough to the martial emperor realm for an extended period. Had Zhou Qiong not suddenly experienced a surge of power and broken through to the martial emperor realm after Zhou Shintong's demise, it might very well have been the Grand Elder leading the demon sect now. The remaining 7 elders, aside from the 3rd elder who was still reflecting in solitude on the back mountain, had all achieved the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, with the 2nd elder reaching the pinnacle. The 4 hall masters, Li Chongqing of the Azure Dragon Hall and Wanli of the Black Tortoise Hall, had both surpassed the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, while Chu Kaishan of the White Tiger Hall and Bingli of the Vermilion Bird Hall had attained the late stages. The 12 demon kings had made the most remarkable progress, all breaking through to the martial emperor realm, with the demon rat king, Chen Shu, achieving the pinnacle and the demon ox king reaching the late martial emperor stage. The remaining 10 demon kings had also attained the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. Their innate talent was already exceptional, and with the assistance of techniques and pills, their ascent was swift. Li Chongqing of the Azure Dragon Hall stepped forward, addressing the leader. According to our statistics, our demon sect currently possesses 4 martial emperors, 4 pinnacle martial emperors, 3 late martial emperors, and 15 mid-stage martial emperors. Along with over 100 martial kings, we have become at least 5 times stronger than we were 6 months ago. The crowd stirred with excitement. They had scarcely registered the previous reports. But upon hearing Li Chongqing's update, they realized the demon sect had grown so formidable. While other sects struggled to produce even a handful of martial emperors, the demon sect boasted over 20. And the number of martial kings capable of establishing their own sects outside exceeded 100. Since the founding of the demon sect by its ancestor, the heavenly demon god, it had been over 1,000 years since 2 martial emperors coexisted simultaneously, let alone 4. This could be deemed the strongest era for the demon sect since the heavenly demon god himself. Excellent, I hereby declare the dissolution of the Elder Council. It shall henceforth be known as the Guardian Council. What? How can this be? The members of the Elder Council were thrown into disarray. Yet, given Zhou Qiong's overwhelming authority, none dared to voice dissent, merely exchanging glances with the Grand Elder, who stepped forward and bowed deeply to Zhou Qiong. As per your command, Master, from this day forth, the Elder Council is officially dissolved. Only the Guardians shall remain. The remaining elders stared in disbelief at the Grand Elder, their expressions mirroring those of the 12 demon kings, who were equally astonished. Zhou Qiong himself was taken aback. He had anticipated a rebuttal from the Grand Elder, providing an opportunity to assert his dominance and remind him that even martial emperors were not invincible. All right, we shall depart for the Eastern Sea in half a day. The Grand Guardian and the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Halls will remain to guard the headquarters. The rest shall accompany me. Understood. In the Grand Elder's chambers, several elders were in a heated discussion. The Grand Elder sat expressionless, eyes closed in contemplation. Once their chatter subsided, he opened his eyes. Grand Elder, are we truly to dissolve the Elder Council? Do you believe the Elder Council still holds any significance? Why not? They protested. Aside from myself, you cannot even contend with the newly ascended 12 demon kings. How can we still call ourselves the Elder Council? The title of Guardian is already quite commendable. I advise you all to adhere strictly to your roles during this expedition with our leader, or none shall be able to save you. Grand Elder, they called once more, unwilling to accept this fate. From now on, refer to me as Grand Guardian Bai. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, signaling the end of the conversation. After years of being addressed as the Grand Elder, he had nearly forgotten his own name. I, by Haotian, shall once again make my name resonate across the continent. Chapter 8. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. There is no one like me in this world. The dormant demon dragon on the back mountain suddenly opened its eyes and soared into the sky, pulling a celestial vehicle behind it, the 12 demon kings, alongside the 2 hall masters and several guardians, ascended into the heavens, racing towards the demon dragon's chariot. The chariot, as large as a palace, bore twin couplets on either side of its entrance. The left proclaimed, with the sun and moon in hand, "I pluck the stars," while the right declared, "There is no one like me in this world," exuding an air of utmost grandeur. The members of the demon sect in Midair were equally astonished. They had not anticipated their leader to possess such an imposing presence, with the sun, moon, and stars seemingly at his command, exuding an aura of unrivaled might that commanded respect. "Let us depart," a voice resonated from within the chariot. "Understood," the members of the demon sect replied in unison. Within the chariot, Zhou Qiong assessed his status. Character: Zhou Qiong. Position: leader of the demon sect. Cultivation: mid-stage martial emperor. Techniques: demon goddess art, celestial life and death hand, demon eye, first layer of the devouring demon technique. Mount: demon dragon chariot. Indeed, in just 6 months, Zhou Qiong had regained his former strength and even surpassed it to achieve a new minor realm. The demon dragon chariot soared across the continent, and as countless individuals below beheld it, they dropped to their knees, hailing it as divine. In Linghai City, situated near the Eastern Sea and close to the territory of the monster clan, many hunters roamed the city, hunting magical beasts for profit and honing their skills. Essentially, every notable faction across the continent had a presence in this city. Within a tavern, several individuals gathered around a table, dining together. One man leaned in closely to share some news with the others. "Have you heard? War is imminent." The others, skeptical, replied, "What war? This is Linghai City, where every major faction has a foothold. Who would dare to wage war here?" Seeing their disbelief, the man grew agitated, rising to slam his hand on the table. "Don't dismiss it. I received word that the demon sect is en route to the Eastern Sea, seeking to engage in a decisive battle with the monster clan. Linghai City will undoubtedly be affected." Before he could elaborate further, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. Turning around, he found a man clad in a long white robe, a sword slung across his back, eyes glinting with a sharp intelligence. "What is it you wish to convey? Please, share what you know about the demon sect. I merely heard from others that the demon sect has dispatched troops toward the Eastern Sea, and their leader, Zhou Qiong, is also coming, reportedly riding on a demon dragon chariot." Upon hearing this, the white-robed man furrowed his brow and turned to leave. The man sat back down, bewildered, while the others looked on with curiosity. "What is going on? Who was that to frighten you so?" "Who? That was Zhao Li." "What? He is the renowned slayer of demons, Zhao Li, the number 1 on the leaderboard." Upon hearing the commotion, the nearby individuals gasped in astonishment. The Renbang, established by the righteous sects, comprises all the formidable warriors on the continent, excluding those of the demon tribe and the evil cult. The Renbang is restricted to martial kings under the age of 40, with the earth and heaven rankings above it, corresponding to the levels of martial emperors and martial sovereigns, respectively. 6 months ago, a figure named Zhao Li emerged, clad in a flowing white robe and wielding a long sword, challenging the experts of the Renbang. Within half a year, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Renbang. The moniker Demon Slayer Sword was bestowed upon him due to his relentless pursuit of exterminating all members of the evil cult. Leaving no survivors in his wake, disaster strikes. The beast tide is attacking the city. A group of people shouted as they fled through the streets of Linghai City. Instantly, all labor ceased, and the populace rushed to the city walls. Atop the walls, a multitude of spectators gathered, including high-ranking members of various sects stationed in Linghai City. Outside the city, a dense horde of beasts amassed. Many lesser cultivators trembled at the sight, their legs shaking in fear. How could this be? The last beast tide was less than 5 years ago. It shouldn't be happening again. I don't want to die. Be quiet. How could we perish? Do you not see the esteemed masters present? One retorted. Look, Master Lu Chun, the 3rd on the Renbang, is here, as is the 9th-ranked Wang Ming, the Stormblade King. Even Zhao Li, the 1st of the Renbang, is among us. Over there stands Wu Yin, the 8th of the Earth ranking. So surely we shall be safe. The crowd began to murmur anxiously. The monk known as Wu Yin gently cleared his throat, his voice resonating with an authoritative tone that silenced the throng. clad in a crimson robe. Wu Yin joined his palms in prayer, uttering, Ba. Fear not, esteemed patrons. The beast tide shall not persist indefinitely. I have dispatched a message for reinforcements, and aid will arrive within half a day. High-ranking members of other sects echoed his sentiments, assuring the citizens that they had alerted the outside world and assistance would soon come. Linhai City boasted a formidable defensive array. For now, the demonic beasts could not breach its walls, as the beast tide commenced its assault. Formidable warriors leapt from the walls to confront the monstrous foes. Among them was a particularly striking figure, whose prowess, though not the strongest, merely at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, was marked by remarkable efficiency. Each strike he delivered was with full force, and the brilliance of his sword flashed among the horde, reaping the carcasses of the beasts. Whenever he neared exhaustion, the ring on his right hand would emit a faint glimmer, rejuvenating him instantly, enabling him to unleash successive powerful attacks. The spectators atop the walls, unaware of the ring's glow, assumed he possessed extraordinary stamina and profound cultivation. Indeed, the first of the Renbang lives up to his title. The first is truly formidable. Look how many times Master Lu Chun and Wang Ming have had to rest. Even Wu Yin has taken notice of Zhao Li. The beasts, too, seem to have become cognizant of Zhao Li's presence. Look out, move aside. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashed from Zhao Li's ring, and in an instant, he was shifted 3 meters away. A colossal claw struck the spot where he had just stood, creating a deep pit 5 zhang wide. A towering white tiger, standing 20 zhang tall, revealed itself. Oh no, Zhao Li, that is a late-stage martial emperor beast. You are no match for it. Run, shouted Fu Bo from within the ring. Zhao Li darted toward the city walls, but the tiger lashed out again, its enormous claw aimed at him. In the distance, Wu Yin and others attempted to intervene, but they were ensnared by their own adversaries. Fu Bo, what should I do? Zhao Li exclaimed. Your current strength is insufficient to resist. I can only use my soul energy to transport you to the city walls. Afterward, I shall enter a period of slumber, Fu Bo sighed. Just as Fu Bo prepared to utilize his soul energy to move Zhao Li, a thunderous roar of a demon dragon echoed through the sky, accompanied by a palpable oppressive force that swept over them. All the beasts halted their assault, and the lower-tier beasts cowered on the ground, afraid to lift their heads. Even the late-stage martial emperor tiger retracted its claws and gazed into the distance, where a dark shape grew larger. When the crowd could discern the figure, they were astounded to see a 100-zhang-long demon dragon pulling a massive flying chariot, adorned with couplets on either side. The left read, with hands grasping sun and moon, plucking stars from the heavens, while the right proclaimed, in this world, none can rival me. Chapter 9. The ring, Grandpa as they gazed at the couplets on the chariot amidst the sky. An overwhelming aura descended upon them, embodying an unmatched might. Back atop the city walls, the crowd returned to their posts, and Zhao Li seized the opportunity to retreat into the city, casting a disdainful glance at the celestial chariot above. Fu Bo within the ring muttered in astonishment, with hands grasping sun and moon, plucking stars from the heavens. Who uttered such arrogant words? Even the many martial deities of a millennium ago would not dare proclaim such a thing. The demon dragon chariot hovered above Linhai City, exerting an even greater pressure upon it, causing the city's protective array to tremble. Wu Yin looked up at the demon dragon with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A martial emperor-level demon dragon. How is this possible? Who could command a martial emperor demon dragon to pull a chariot? The onlookers were equally alarmed and hurriedly relayed the news to their respective leaders. The chariot's doors swung open, and heavy footsteps echoed ominously, as if treading upon the hearts of all present. A tall figure emerged, clad in a black robe adorned with demon dragon motifs, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. A silver-black lightning bolt adorned his brow, enhancing his enigmatic presence. It is Zhou Qiong, the leader of the evil cult. He has indeed arrived. Zhao Li gritted his teeth, his veins bulging in fury. The ring glimmered with light. You are still not his match. In the future, you will surpass him. Do not act impulsively. Understood, Fu Lao, I shall exercise restraint. Zhao Li replied. A beam of blue light shot forth from the ring toward the chariot in the sky. Unnoticed by anyone, suddenly, Zhou Qiong's gaze shifted towards Zhao Li, specifically focusing on the ring upon his right hand. How can this be? No, he has discovered me. Quick, flee. Zhao Li's form was enveloped in a radiant glow, vanishing from Linhai City in an instant. Zhou Qiong's lips curled into a smile, finding the situation amusing. The ring, could it belong to the old man? Is this the destined child of this world? That individual just now harbors great hatred for me. Disregarding Zhao Li, Zhou Qiong, having regained his peak strength, felt unperturbed by any so-called destined child. Should anyone dare provoke him, they would face annihilation. Demon Emperor. I have arrived. Will you not reveal yourself? Do you intend for me to slaughter this beast-tide? No response came from the heavens. Zhou Qiong sat upon the demon dragon chariot, and with a wave of his hand, the members of the evil cult were propelled from the chariot, charging forth to engage the beasts. Only Lian Shang remained by Zhou Qiong's side. I asked that the demon monkey king. He has indeed reached the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. When did he break through? That is Wan Tang, now at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. And there is the second elder. How did he ascend to the peak of the martial emperor realm? How could this be? The members of the evil cult are all martial emperor level experts, none weaker than the mid-stage. Wu Tian exclaimed in disbelief. He turned to Lu Chun, quickly relay this news to the abbot. The sudden emergence of over 20 martial emperors left the gathered crowd in shock. The members of the evil cult launched an assault on the beast-tide, their onslaught devastatingly efficient. The disparity between the two sides was staggering. As the beast-tide was obliterated in droves, if left unchecked, it would take less than half an hour to eradicate the entire tide. Roar echoed from the distance, causing the members of the evil cult to halt their attack. A blood-red claw surged forth from behind the beast-tide, moving with incredible speed. Lian Shang, who had been standing beside Zhou Qiong on the chariot, also extended a hand to counter the blood-red claw. The clash of their palms generated a sonic boom, shaking the very heavens and earth. The surroundings trembled as if the world itself was on the brink of annihilation. An overwhelming pressure descended, forcing the members of the evil cult to retreat. However, the beast-tide remained oblivious, with only the higher-tier beasts able to react, while the rest were instantly crushed into a mist of blood by the sheer force. This spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Moments ago, the warriors of Linhai City had battled for an hour without even slaying a fraction of the beast-tide, suffering significant casualties in the process. Yet now, with just a single clash between two individuals, nearly half of the beast-tide had been annihilated. It was unfathomable to imagine what would occur if they directed their full strength against the tide. You have indeed broken through to the martial sovereign realm, and not an ordinary one at that. I suggest you join me. Let us govern the demon tribe together. A slender figure appeared above the beast-tide, clad in a white fur coat, with a visage as fair as a maideness, and eyes like peach blossoms that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. This was Su Huang, the demon tribe sovereign, rumored to be a nine-tailed fox that had achieved this form through cultivation. Then let us see if you possess the capability. Lian Shang bowed respectfully to Zhou Qiong before turning to unleash a flurry of silver needles towards Su Huang. In an instant, a cascade of silver light shot towards Su Huang, weaving into an expansive net that sealed off all possible avenues of escape. The air vibrated with a buzzing sound, resonating with the tension. The martial artists atop Linhai City were exhilarated. This was a clash of martial sovereigns, a rare sight that occurred once in a century. One was a demon tribe sovereign, the other a high-ranking leader of the evil cult, an encounter that would become a tale to boast about. Su Huang extended a hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of battle intent. The surrounding space began to shatter, distorting within 100 zhang radius, as the silver needles, before reaching him, disintegrated in the collapsing space. With a single palm unceasingly thrusting towards Lianxing, mountains, rivers, and the very earth lay shattered in its wake. Zhou Qiong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Su Huang could unleash such overwhelming power. Capable of fracturing the fabric of space with mere physicality, truly, he was deserving of the title of the longest-living martial emperor on the continent, having reached the venerable age of over 300 years. The lifespan of humans, even at the martial emperor level, typically caps at 200 years unless one ascends to the martial god realm, a feat that had eluded humanity for over a millennium. The oldest martial emperor was none other than the head of the Xian Kong Pavilion, the venerable Chong Su Daozhong, who had reached the age of 180, residing firmly in the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. With little hope of advancing further, in a flash, Lianxing drew forth a long sword and struck at the colossal palm, the blade moving with indescribable swiftness, as if traversing the river of time itself. Capable of severing all that lay before it, a resounding clash echoed across 100 miles as mountains and rivers disintegrated instantaneously. Nearby peaks were annihilated into mere ash. The protective array of Linhai City revealed cracks, with portions of its walls collapsing. Lianxing remained suspended in midair, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. "You have triumphed," he murmured, his form flickering back to Zhou Qiong's side. "To withstand my full-force strike at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm is no small feat." Xu Huang regarded Lianxing with a solemn expression, revealing a deep gash on his left palm, which vanished as quickly as it appeared. Chapter 10. The leader of the demon sect Zhou Qiong. "Why have you abandoned your demon sect's headquarters to come to the shores of the EC? I wish to witness the true power of a fox who has lived for over 3 centuries. Yet you have left me sorely disappointed," Zhou Qiong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xu Huang. Indeed, Zhou Qiong felt let down. Xu Huang's strength did not match his expectations. As a mid-stage martial emperor, Zhou Qiong was now fully capable of overwhelming Xu Huang. "Xu Huang, I offer you a clear path. Submit to my demon sect, and I shall grant you a position as protector." "Zhou Qiong, do not overreach," Xu Huang retorted, a spear manifesting in his hand, its tip quivering and causing the very space around it to tremble. An inexhaustible battle intent surged from him, soaring towards the heavens, scattering the clouds above. The Wutian Saint monk on the city wall sighed, feeling the weight of Xu Huang's battle intent, which rendered him too intimidated to intervene, as it was all directed at Zhou Qiong. Whether it was Xu Huang, Zhou Qiong, or Lianxing, each was a rare figure in the continent's history, yet none belonged to the righteous sects. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Xu Huang swung his spear, which instantaneously tore through space, shattering the continuum as it hurtled towards Zhou Qiong. This was the culmination of a century's worth of training with the temporal spear, capable of dismantling all things in existence, and this was its inaugural release. Zhou Qiong, seated upon a flying demonic dragon, clenched his fist, and in an instant, the very fabric of time and space rippled. An overwhelming aura surged forth, as if intent on obliterating all adversaries in its path. When their forces collided, an even greater explosion resounded, sending the demonic dragon reeling hundreds of meters back. The earth buckled under the impact, sinking several dozen meters, flattening everything within 1,000 miles, and even the distant ocean was stirred into a colossal tsunami. The protective array of Linhai City shattered completely, with the city itself collapsing by more than half. Countless lives extinguished. The Wutian Saint monk, striving to shield the populace, was struck unconscious by the residual shockwave. Xu Huang was propelled hundreds of meters away. "How is this possible?" He spat blood, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the spear in his hand, which bore a faint crack, a weapon of imperial caliber, irreparably damaged by a mere fist. What Xu Huang found most intolerable was the burgeoning sense of retreat within him. Instinct warned him that he could not overcome the man before him. Zhou Qiong was terrifyingly formidable and eerie. During their confrontation, Xu Huang had sensed a dreadful pull from the spear, which had absorbed half of his power in an instant. In stark contrast, Zhou Qiong remained unfazed, eyes closed as he absorbed the power he had siphoned through the swallowing demon technique. Within mere seconds, he felt his strength augmenting, drawing him ever closer to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Desiring to flee, Xu Huang grappled with his pride, unwilling to retreat without exacting a toll from Zhou Qiong. He cast his gaze upon a modest hill in the distance, seemingly insignificant, yet untouched by the recent upheaval. Save for a few cracks, this hill was steeped in horrific legend among the demon race, rumored to conceal a peerless being within an instant. Xu Huang seized his spear once more and unleashed a strike, this time aimed not at Zhou Qiong but at that unassuming hill, With a resounding explosion, the hill was obliterated, plumes of white smoke billowing forth. Without a glance back, Su Huang shattered the void and fled. Zhou Qiong, undeterred by Su Huang's departure, sensed something stirring beneath the hill, as if an ancient deity were awakening. The power radiating from it was formidable yet paradoxically frail. A spectral figure began to coalesce in the sky. Its form indistinct, with 4 pairs of wings unfurling behind it. Energies from the surrounding atmosphere converged upon the hill, and a silhouette gradually emerged from below. It was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an aura of sanctity. Yet bore an undercurrent of malevolence, her back adorned with 4 pairs of wings. Zhou Qiong activated his system to scan her. Name: Fallen Angel, Cultivation, Unknown, Status. Encountered an anomaly during her transformation, resulting in a duality of both angelic purity and corruption. The woman continued to draw in the ambient energy, her eyelids fluttering as she appeared on the verge of awakening, her aura intensifying rapidly, soon reaching the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. And still ascending, Master, shall I test her? Lianxing whispered to Zhou Qiong. No. Take the others and distance yourselves from here. Zhou Qiong commanded, intuition urging him that the woman was fixated upon him. As you wish. Lianxing led the group aboard the demonic dragon, soaring into the distance. The inhabitants of Linhai City had also fled, having endured an unimaginable catastrophe. Their century-old city utterly annihilated, and half of the martial artists within perished. The emergence of this mysterious winged entity spurred a frantic exodus. Zhou Qiong approached the woman, halting 10 meters away. Her cultivation had surged to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Her eyes slowly opening to reveal a void of darkness, devoid of any white. She murmured softly, "What brings such a lowly continent to my presence? I must first devise a means to restore my power. Lewis Camel, mark my words, I shall seek you out again." The woman gazed at Zhou Qiong, assessing his formidable cultivation. From your demeanor, you must wield considerable influence in this land. I am the leader of the demon sect. Chapter 11. Annihilation's Gaze. Slaying the Angel He, demon sect leader. Though your cultivation may be lacking, your foundation is quite solid. With a few more like you, I should be able to escape this continent. The fallen angel smirked, revealing a hint of malice. What audacity! You think to consume me, a mere late-stage martial emperor? Zhou Qiong sensed that she was no ordinary foe, yet he harbored no fear. He was no ordinary mid-stage martial emperor himself. With a casual flap of her wings, the fallen angel locked down the surrounding space within 100 kilometers. Even Zhou Qiong felt an oppressive weight, rendering movement arduous as the very air began to collapse towards him. The fallen angel regarded Zhou Qiong with a wicked grin, her eyes gleaming with madness, convinced that he could not evade her assault. Her, a being from a lesser continent, even the pinnacle figures were inconsequential. In her prime, she could have obliterated someone like Zhou Qiong with a mere sneeze. As the collapsing space drew closer, a surge of black energy enveloped Zhou Qiong, dispelling the surrounding pressure as fragments of the collapsing space streamed into his body. He extended a hand, striking towards the fallen angel. A colossal palm, as vast as 100 miles, emerged in the sky, swirling with the essence of life and death, imbued with a hint of devouring energy. Hurtling towards her, the space did not collapse. Rather, it seemed compressed, making escape impossible for the fallen angel below. This was Zhou Qiong's most formidable strike to date, the celestial hand of life and death unleashed with full force. Interwoven with the swallowing demon technique, its power formidable enough to challenge even the peak of the martial emperor realm. What? You have been concealing your power. The fallen angel's face twisted in disbelief as she flapped her wings furiously, retaliating with a punch aimed at the colossal hand. The clash resonated with a cataclysmic roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Even the demonic dragon that had retreated for hundreds of kilometers was propelled back over 100 miles. Inside the flying chariot, the members of the demon sect were aghast. What manner of beast is this, to contest with the leader so? They whispered, concern etched on their faces. Is the leader in danger? One of the 5 protectors asked anxiously. Impossible. The leader is blessed with fortune. Who in this world can rival him? The Demon Tiger King scoffed, though worry flickered across his countenance. Remarkably resilient, your vitality is commendable. Zhou Qiong observed, noting the fallen angel's tenacity. Zhou Qiong gazed at the fallen angel struggling to rise from the ground and remarked with a hint of mockery. The fallen angel, Luna, coughed up blood repeatedly. Her voice tinged with astonishment as she uttered, "You have not concealed your cultivation. How can you unleash such a devastating strike? Who exactly are you?" Zhou Qiong, with an air of authority, retorted, "I do not enjoy repeating introductions. Do you have any final words? Speak swiftly." Luna, realizing her unexpected defeat at the hands of a native from a lesser continent, declared, "You shall pay for this." In that moment, Luna stood upright, her words resonating powerfully. A crown of pearlescent white began to ascend above her head, and her aura surged once more, swiftly transcending the peak of a martial emperor. A divine presence erupted forth, soaring into the heavens. In the grand hall of the Dayun dynasty, the emperor suddenly lifted his gaze toward the east, murmuring, "A martial god. Could it be that someone has truly broken through to that realm?" Meanwhile, the monks at Jingshan Temple, deep in recitation, paused, their expressions grave as they too turned toward the east. All the top-tier experts across the continent took notice of the eastern disturbance, sensing a potent force rising, likely emanating from a martial god. Zhou Qiong narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of a looming threat, even detecting a faint whisper of death encircling him. He mused silently, realizing that he had underestimated this so-called angel, who had somehow managed to ascend to the martial god realm. A flicker of silver-black lightning danced upon his brow, a black ring slowly rotating within it. Observing Luna, who was evidently preparing to unleash a formidable attack, Zhou Qiong would not grant her the time she sought. The lightning within his brows split open, revealing an eye that emerged from within the pitch-black pupil. A black ring surged forth towards Luna, ensnaring her before she could react, tightening its grip and rendering her immobile. The crown atop Luna's head radiated light towards the black ring, which trembled violently, tiny fissures beginning to appear upon its surface, indicating that it was nearing its limits. Luna was overwhelmed with shock as she realized what had transpired. An eye had suddenly manifested on Zhou Qiong's brow, shooting forth a black ring that had ensnared her, despite her current cultivation level being in the mid-stage of martial god. Even the crown, a sacred artifact of the angelic race, failed to shatter the black ring, which was no ordinary weapon. Summoning all her strength, Luna activated her techniques, even igniting her essence blood, aware that if this continued, she might be in grave danger. The black ring, strained under the dual pressure of the crown and Luna, began to crack further. Though it seemed a lengthy affair, in reality, only a few fleeting moments had passed since Luna's breakthrough. Suddenly, she lifted her head, sensing the ominous threat of death approaching. Zhou Qiong whispered. Annihilation Eye, and the black eye at his brow emitted a beam of light, piercing through Luna's body. The overwhelming aura dissipated, and the black ring vanished, as Zhou Qiong's black eye slowly closed. Luna gazed at Zhou Qiong, her expression one of sheer terror. "Who exactly are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, her body disintegrated into ash, unable to believe that she had met her demise in such a lowly continent. Only her crown remained, spinning idly in the air, which Zhou Qiong collected with a wave of his hand before vanishing from sight. Several hundred miles away, the demonic dragon and its entourage stood silently within the confines of the demonic sect's carriage. Some bore expressions of shock, while others displayed concern. The overwhelming presence that had transcended the martial emperor was beyond their comprehension. The Demon Tiger King suggested checking on the situation twice, but was quelled each time. For such a high-level conflict was beyond even the martial emperor's endurance. The anxious waiting continued. The demonic dragon let out a low growl, and a figure materialized atop the carriage. Joy erupted among the crowd. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." "Rise," Zhou Qiong replied. But the Demon Tiger King could not help but inquire, "Sect leader, what became of that individual?" "I reduced him to ashes," Zhou Qiong stated before stepping into the carriage. The demonic dragon took flight toward the sect's headquarters, the carriage soaring as the crowd struggled to process the events. The Demon Tiger King chuckled, "I told you, the sect leader is invincible." The eyes of several guardians reflected trepidation. They had realized that the sect leader's power far surpassed their own expectations, solidifying their roles as guardians. Any misnaming would promptly be corrected. As the carriage departed, the citizens of Linhai City, miles away, were equally astonished. Though they had not witnessed the events directly, they could feel the overwhelming presence, far exceeding that of a martial emperor, and speculated on whether the avian figure had slain the sect leader and would now wreak havoc upon the world. Yet, they soon witnessed the sect leader's return, seemingly unscathed, while the formidable presence from before had completely vanished. Chapter 12. First annihilate Jingshan, then obliterate the void inside the flying carriage. Zhou Qiong sat regally upon the demonic dragon's throne, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He did not exhibit the ease he felt. Luna's sudden breakthrough to the martial god realm had taken him by surprise. The black ring of the demon eye still revolved within him, but it bore tiny cracks upon its surface. The demon eye, hidden within his brow, dimmed, the annihilating light it emitted now taxing his limits. The merging of the demon eye with his being meant that any damage to it also inflicted significant internal harm upon him. Zhou Qiong felt a twinge of frustration. He had only just arrived in this world and was already wounded. Having barely regained his strength, he had barely managed to showcase his prowess before encountering Luna and sustaining injury once more. Truly a stroke of ill fortune. Unbeknownst to him, the entire continent was abuzz with news of his exploits. In the Daiyun dynasty's council chamber, whispers circulated about how Zhou Qiong had vanquished the demon emperor with a single strike, and that a bird-like figure with 4 pairs of wings had appeared. Emanating that terrifying aura in the end, Zhou Qiong emerged unscathed, while the avian being vanished. The emperor questioned darkly, struggling to accept such information. The ministers present fixed their gazes intently upon the kneeling informant, unable to fathom the gravity of the news. Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. Numerous martial artists in Linhai City bore witness, the informant insisted. The emperor glanced toward the direction of the demonic sect's headquarters. A sense of helplessness creeping into his heart. He had always despised losing, having risen to the throne through talent and strategy. He had implemented a system to elevate the impoverished to positions of power, diligently strengthening the Daiyun dynasty, which now seemed on the verge of becoming the foremost dynasty. While he had maintained his own cultivation at the early martial emperor level, one of the top in the continent, he had believed that Zhou Qiong's early breakthrough at the age of 18 was merely a sign of prodigious talent, not indicative of superiority. However, today's revelations shattered that belief, suggesting that Zhou Qiong had far exceeded common comprehension. Apart from the emperor, there were only 3 martial emperor-level experts within the Daiyun dynasty, all of whom were princes, while the demonic sect boasted over 20 such figures. News of Zhou Qiong's triumph spread across various factions on the continent, eliciting disbelief, outrage, and even thoughts of allegiance toward the demonic sect. Inside the flying carriage, Zhou Qiong remained oblivious to the external perceptions of his prowess, disinterested in their opinions. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, the Transcendent Mountain Guarding Array, 20,000 villain points. Item, True Demon Mountain Guarding Array Level, Transcendent Level 5 function. Increases spiritual energy, protects the mountain. Another notification followed. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of slaying the fallen angel. Reward, 50,000 villain points. Zhou Qiong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. There were no item rewards, only villain points, perhaps a characteristic of hidden tasks, or another reason altogether. Nonetheless, an additional 50,000 villain points was certainly a pleasant surprise. The demonic dragon's carriage hovered above Tianma Peak, where Zhou Qiong disembarked and surveyed the mountain below. Tianma Peak was the long-established headquarters of the demonic sect, having undergone centuries of construction and effort. Exuding a grand presence, the mountain was dotted with palatial structures, capable of accommodating thousands of inhabitants. The summit was etched with intricate formations, resembling an impregnable fortress. Even a martial god would find it challenging to breach. The members of the demonic sect observed as Zhou Qiong produced a transparent model resembling a mountain, which he casually tossed downward. The model expanded in midair, enveloping the entire Tianma Peak, shattering the mountain's protective array in an instant. However, the inhabitants of the peak felt little disturbance. The mountain trembled and rose several hundred meters higher. Spirals of spiritual energy manifested in the sky, infusing the air with vitality. The members of the demonic sect inhaled deeply, their spirits invigorated as if they had consumed a miraculous elixir. Many on the brink of breakthroughs promptly sat cross-legged, striving to absorb the energy, exuding an aura of impending advancement. The sounds of breakthroughs echoed throughout the sect, while those who had not yet broken through hurriedly followed suit, eager to absorb the spiraling spiritual energy. The higher-ups of the demonic sect within the carriage were equally astonished. The leader of the 10,000 pushed the demon Tiger King, who quickly grasped the implication and inquired, "Sect leader, what is this remarkable item?" Zhou Qiong cast a glance at the demon Tiger King, appreciating the man's robust demeanor and loyalty, qualities he found commendable. In his youth, Zhou Qiong once intervened to save him, leading to an unwavering loyalty from that moment forth. This is the newly established protective array of my domain, designed to enhance spiritual energy. Even a martial god would find it challenging to breach. The master is truly formidable, murmured the demon Tiger King, scratching his head. Half a month later, Zhou Qiong sat upon the imposing dragon throne, his countenance somewhat somber. Despite his relentless training over the past weeks, he had been unable to heal his internal injuries, for the influence of the divine demon weighed heavily upon him. Until he could mend this ocular affliction, he would remain unable to recover. He scoured the marketplace for remedies. Those capable of repairing the divine demon were beyond his means, while the affordable options proved futile. It could be said that his current state was not significantly better than when he first traversed into this realm. It seemed that he had no choice but to resort to this course of action. The demon cult indeed required some stirring. Zhou Qiong lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. A figure materialized in the grand hall, adorned with a golden mask. Your subordinate pays respects to the master. Which division is nearest to Jingshan Temple? Reporting to the master, the Xian division is currently closest to Jingshan Temple. Good. Relay my orders. Have them investigate the foundations of Jingshan Temple, ascertain if the abbot is present, and whether there are any hidden experts. Understood. The shadow vanished from the grand hall. Zhou Qiong silently murmured to himself, "Who asked for this task? I had no desire to undertake it, yet there is no alternative. Furthermore, isn't the existence of the demon cult precisely to eradicate the righteous factions?" Gazing at the task pinned at the top of the system interface, he noted that the first objective was to destroy Jingshan Temple, followed by the annihilation of Xian Kong. The reward for completing these tasks would restore all injuries and elevate him by a minor realm. Jingshan Temple lay 50 miles away, while the entrance of the Yulai Inn in Jinwu City bustled with activity. The Yulai Inn had unexpectedly risen to prominence on Kangwu continent 5 years prior, rapidly opening numerous branches in cities governed by various dynasties and sects. No one knew who established the Yulai Inn, only that its background was profound. All who dared to create havoc within its premises met with dire consequences. Within a private room on the 3rd floor of the inn, a figure sat cross-legged in meditation. The innkeeper gently knocked on the door, presenting a bottle of wine. A voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" "The inn is delivering wine." "Please, come in." The innkeeper entered the room, closing the door behind him, and placed the wine on the table before kneeling before the figure seated on the bed. Your subordinate pays respects to the first seat. Chapter 13. The Xian division's first seat intrudes upon Jingshan Temple. The man seated above softly acknowledged and slowly opened his eyes. Clad in a form-fitting attire, his lean figure bore a silver mask, with a long blade resting beside him. "What is it?" Reporting to the first seat, the master has commanded a thorough investigation of Jingshan Temple to determine whether the abbot is present. Understood. You may leave. The man waved his hand gently, and the innkeeper bowed and exited. This man was none other than Xian Yi, the first seat of the demon cult's Xian division. Within an underground chamber, several men wearing pale silver masks stood on either side, conversing amongst themselves. "What do you suppose the first seat summoned us for?" "It must be a command from the master to our division. The master's prowess has spread throughout the land. Our demon cult will surely unify the world one day. It seems the Xian division is finally taking action." Suddenly, a figure appeared within the chamber, adorned with a silver mask and a long blade slung across his back. The others immediately bowed in greeting. "We pay respects to the first seat." The man nodded. "The reason I have gathered you all is due to a command from the master. He has tasked us with ascertaining the current situation at Jingshan Temple and whether the abbot is within." "Yes, we shall adhere to the master's orders," they replied in unison. "This marks the first official mission since the establishment of our Xian division, and we must execute it flawlessly to demonstrate our strength to the other 3 divisions. Should anyone fail to exert themselves, do not blame me for being unkind." A glint of coldness flickered in Xian Yi's eyes. The men on either side responded affirmatively, their expressions serious. The first among them on the left, Xian Er, stepped forward. "First seat, shall we summon Xian San and Xian Si back as well?" Xian Yi replied dismissively. "No need. The 8 of us are sufficient. They each have their own tasks to attend to. Prepare yourselves. We shall act at the hour of the rat tonight." Jingshan Temple, as one of the 5 major sects on Kangwu continent, had been established for 2 millennia, covering an expanse of several dozen kilometers, with a jurisdiction extending over 1,000 kilometers. The temple housed no fewer than 10,000 monks, with countless experts among them. In a side room within the temple, a monk lay upon a bed, his body swathed in bandages, his breathing faint. Beside him, a young monk named Lu Yu was diligently grinding herbs with a pestle. Casting worried glances at the prostrate figure, Lu Yu, an orphan, had entered Jingshan Temple a decade prior, working in the labor division. He was known for his taciturn nature, to the extent that even the overseer of the labor division deemed him devoid of talent. Yet, 3 years ago, he had a fortuitous encounter with the unfettered Saint Monk, who took him on as a disciple. The unfettered Saint Monk was the first seat of the Temple's martial arts hall. An unparalleled master ranked 8th on the earth ranking. Becoming the first seat's disciple transformed Lu Yu's life. Monks who previously disregarded him now approached him, even those older than he who called him senior brother. Despite this, he did not alter his lifestyle, continuing his daily regimen of martial training and scripture recitation, with the only change being his residence, which shifted to the martial arts hall's side chamber. However, a fortnight ago, an incident disrupted his routine. The unfettered Saint Monk had been carried back to Jingshan Temple by the mortal being, gravely injured and unconscious. Even the reclusive abbot had come to tend to him. And it had been half a month with no sign of awakening. During this time, Lu Yu ceased his recitations and training, dedicating his days to grinding herbs, his gaze never leaving the unfettered Saint Monk. Over the years, he had come to regard the monk as his closest kin, and as Lu Yu picked up the herb grinder to prepare medicine, he suddenly noticed the unfettered Saint Monk's hand move slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. Rushing to the bedside, he grasped his master's hand, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally awakened." The unfettered Saint Monk's gaze gradually focused. "My disciple, I am well. Assist me in meeting the abbot." Lu Yu did not respond but instead dashed away. Racing to the main hall of Jingshan Temple, he knocked on the door, calling out loudly, "Abbot, my master has awakened. Abbot, abbot." Silence reigned beyond the door. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu sprinted towards the unfettered Saint Monk's quarters, where a middle-aged bald man stood, faint radiance emanating from his head. The man gently remarked, "Brother, you are awake? Thank you, abbot, for your rescue." The unfettered Saint Monk replied gratefully, attempting to rise but was forestalled by the abbot's gesture. "You are fortunate to be alive. The temple possesses one last great rejuvenation pill. Abbot, that demon indeed possesses the cultivation of a mid-level martial emperor, with combat prowess potentially reaching that of a late-stage martial emperor." The unfettered Saint Monk stated gravely. The abbot chuckled bitterly. "Not just that. He may soon surpass the martial emperor." He proceeded to recount a series of events that had transpired in the Eastern Sea during the unfettered Saint Monk's unconsciousness. The unfettered Saint Monk's pupils constricted in shock. "That demon is so formidable? Enough. Rest well today. We will discuss the rest once you have fully healed." With that, the abbot exited the room, and outside, Lu Yu stood by the door. "Take good care of your master," the abbot instructed. Looking up at the sky, the abbot's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. "Even the Buddhist sect has its wrathful methods. It seems we must take action against the demon cult." Under the cover of night, numerous patrolling monks at Jingshan Temple conducted their rounds, unaware of the fleeting shadows that darted past them. As the shadows approached the temple's protective array, they retrieved stones from their pockets and stepped cautiously into the array, which rippled gently, allowing them unobstructed entry. The array-breaking stones provided by the master are indeed powerful. Even Jingshan Temple's protective array can be traversed at will. Let us hasten our actions. Should there be any missteps, the first seat will not spare us. The 8 figures swiftly dispersed, each heading in a different direction. The entrance of the unfettered Saint Monk's meditation chamber. A figure slowly emerged, peering at the recumbent form within before vanishing once more. Throughout this encounter, the unfettered Saint Monk remained oblivious, a testament to the extraordinary nature of the visitor. A shadow darted swiftly towards the main hall, passing patrolling monks and seated sages without eliciting any reaction until nearing the entrance of the main hall. Suddenly, a voice resonated from within, "Friend, come in and have a seat." Upon hearing the voice, the figure did not respond but retreated hastily, darting backwards. Within the main hall, a palm strike shot towards the fleeing figure, who countered with a palm of their own, resulting in a thunderous clap that awakened everyone within Jingshan Temple. In an instant, countless figures surged forth from the temple, swiftly identifying the numerous black-clad intruders. "Who dares to invade Jingshan Temple? Receive my Vajra palm, 10,000 flowers, 1,000 Buddha's palm." As the figure from the main hall bellowed, "Retreat," the black-clad intruders, engaged in fierce combat with the temple's monks, ceased their struggle and swiftly fled towards the temple's exit. "Stop them!" the temple's defenders shouted, attempting to block their escape, but the intruders, swift as the wind and unwilling to linger in battle, were on the verge of evading the temple's confines. That moment, a finger from the main hall pointed towards the fleeing intruders, a resonant voice proclaiming, "Flower-picking finger." A multitude of figures clad in black appeared as though immobilized, finding it difficult to move. Chapter 14. The Expedition to Jingshan Temple. Above, a man adorned with a pure silver mask stood, the long blade on his back vibrating ominously as it flew into his grasp. Gripping the hilt, he bellowed, "Heaven and earth, a blade strike." In an instant, he cleaved the air, carving a cross that pierced the heavens, illuminating the dim sky. The blade's energy, breaking through its confines, surged towards the colossal finger, resonating with a thunderous boom that reverberated throughout Jingshan Temple. The entire monastery quaked as the protective mountain formation activated autonomously, with the numerous abbot figures channeling their powers to shield the temple. The air's restrictions dissipated instantaneously, allowing the black-clad figures to exploit the opening and escape from Jingshan Temple. Vanishing without a trace, several abbots assembled at the main hall, where the presiding master sat cross-legged on a mat. The chief abbot of the lecture hall, hands clasped, gazed at the seated figure and spoke. "Master, the band of thieves has fled." There were 8 in total, not a single one remaining. Upon uttering this, even the enlightened monk felt a tinge of embarrassment, for Jingshan Temple is one of the 5 great sections. Although caught off guard, the fact that all 8 had escaped left much to be desired. A tall figure, attired in the robes of a warrior monk and towering over 2 meters, stepped forth. Outsiders would undoubtedly recognize him as the second-ranked on the earthly board, the unattainable saint, who proclaimed loudly, "Master Wu-Wu, these thieves are all above the martial sovereign realm, and the one wearing the pure silver mask managed to breach your barriers. It is truly unfathomable what force has nurtured them." The presiding master, seated on the mat, cleared his throat and chanted a Buddhist incantation. "This matter is indeed perplexing. Unattainable, please investigate the monks who were on patrol today for any suspicious characters." Unattainable, upon hearing this, stormed out, his temper flaring as he practiced the fiery glare Vajra technique, which already made him irritable today. With the disruption caused by the black-clad figures, he had intended to detain a few, only to find himself entangled with 3, who then seized the opportunity to escape, leaving him with a belly full of frustration. After the others retreated, the presiding Master Wu-Wu sat solemnly on the mat, raising his right hand to reveal a distinct cross-shaped blade mark on his index finger. Despite possessing the peak cultivation of a martial sovereign, he had unleashed an attack akin to that of a martial emperor, truly an extraordinary individual. 300 miles outside Jingshan Temple, on a desolate mountain, several figures in black surrounded the man in the silver mask, who was spitting blood and cultivating to heal his wounds, while those nearby appeared anxious. Half an hour later, the man's breath began to stabilize, and he slowly opened his eyes, prompting the gathered individuals to inquire with concern, "Master, are you unhurt?" "Not dead," he replied. "Quickly relay the information gathered tonight to the sect leader." At the headquarters of the demon sect, atop Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong remained seated in the demon dragon throne. A man with a pale yellow mask knelt before him. I report to the sect leader that the Earth Division has relayed news. Master Wu Wu is within Jingshan Temple, where there are a total of 12 martial sovereigns, among them the 8th-ranked Wu Tian Saint, who is gravely injured. During the reconnaissance, the Earth Division was discovered by Master Wu Wu, resulting in injuries to the division's chief. Understood. Inform all high-ranking members to convene in the main hall tomorrow, Zhou Qiong responded. The Earth Division member acknowledged and slowly faded from the hall. Zhou Qiong, seated in the demon dragon throne, fell into contemplation. Jingshan Temple has been established for over 1,000 years, predating even the history of the demon sect, and its foundation is indeed profound. Had he not traversed time to swiftly bolster the strength of the demon sect, it would be uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. However, the current situation is quite different. The demon sect possesses dozens of martial sovereigns, in addition to Zhou Qiong and the 3 great martial emperors, making the annihilation of Jingshan Temple a feasible task. Yet, such an act could trigger a chain reaction, necessitating swift execution. Once Zhou Qiong recovers from his injuries, he would be able to rest easy. The following morning, numerous high-ranking members of the demon sect gathered in the demon hall. They were not kept waiting long, for upon entering, they found Zhou Qiong already seated in the demon dragon throne. At this moment, Zhou Qiong's authority within the demon sect was unparalleled. Upon entering the hall, the high-ranking members could feel the overwhelming presence of Zhou Qiong, leaving no room for idle chatter as they stood silently along the hall's sides. A figure clad in red gradually appeared beside Zhou Qiong. "Today, I have come to assign you a task. I wonder if you possess the confidence to fulfill it. We shall accomplish it, even at the cost of our lives." The second protector interjected, bowing respectfully. Due to Zhou Qiong's meteoric rise, the Elder Council had been completely disbanded, and the second protector had been aligning himself with the 12 demon kings. Although some held disdain for the second protector, the majority of the high-ranking members of the demon sect were unwaveringly loyal to Zhou Qiong, collectively affirming, "We are willing to die for the sect leader." "Very well, I cannot bear to see you perish. For I still wish to lead you to dominance over the world. I have been observing your advancements. Juan, how would you assess our current strength?" I report to the sect leader. "We currently have 4 martial emperors, 31 martial sovereigns, 243 martial kings, and over 1,000 martial ho," Juan replied. The members of the demon sect were taken aback, although they were aware of the rapid growth in strength. Seeing the figures laid bare was still hard to fathom. This represented a several-fold increase in the demon sect's power. It is known that within the 3 major kingdoms of the continent, one can become a general at the martial ho level, while martial kings may become regional lords, and martial sovereigns are sufficient to be granted titles. Our demon sect has grown increasingly powerful. It is time to take action. The White Tiger Hall, the Vermilion Bird Hall, the Black Tortoise Hall, the 7 protectors, and the 12 demon kings, Zhou Qiong declared solemnly. "We stand ready." The gathered individuals responded respectfully. "I command you to take down Jingshan Temple within a day, obliterating its millennia-old lineage." "Dio, you have the confidence to do so?" "Yes," they shouted in unison, though unaware of the sect leader's motives for wanting to destroy Jingshan Temple. They trusted his reasoning. Some of the more belligerent members were eager to take action immediately. For this operation, the Azure Dragon Hall will remain at headquarters, while the rest will be commanded by Lian Sheng. "I will not intervene. The outcome rests solely on your shoulders. I hope you will not disappoint me. We will not let the sect leader down," they proclaimed with fervor. Lian Sheng also bowed in agreement. Only the Azure Dragon Hall's leader, Li Changsheng, wore a glum expression, for he had finally encountered a significant operation, only to be left behind with his hall, missing out on any merit, leaving him to hope for future opportunities. "All right, I await your good news." Chapter 15. I am no longer the Great Elder. I am the protector of the demon sect, by Haoyan Point 100 miles from Jingshan Temple, atop a mountain peak, a wisp of mist arose, obscuring visibility. A young cowherd was descending the mountain when the sudden fog caused him to lose his way. Having grown up at the mountain's foot, he had visited countless times, yet he had never encountered such dense fog. No matter which way he turned, he could not find an exit. The cowherd spun around incessantly until he heard a faint sound, as if discussing something. He cautiously followed the sound, and through the haze, he discerned a group of black-clad figures gathering in the distance. The leader, dressed in resplendent red, stood out even in the thick fog, surrounded by others. Chief, 500 elite members from the White Tiger Hall are in position. 500 elite members from the Black Tortoise Hall are in position. 500 elite members from the Vermilion Bird Hall are in position. Demon Tiger King, Demon Dragon King, Demon Rat King, the second protector, the sixth protector, all accounted for. Individuals beside the red-clad man continued to bow and report. This was the strategy devised by the demon sect's Lian Shang, to divide and conquer, gathering at the mountain peak 100 miles from Jingshan Temple, launching a surprise assault. The red-clad man waved his hand and proclaimed, "This operation is unprecedented in decades for our demon sect and serves as a test from our sect leader. We are to succeed at all costs." "Yes, Chief." The cowherd sensed that something was amiss. Although he had never seen much of the world and did not fully comprehend their conversation, it was evident that these individuals were not virtuous. He immediately attempted to flee, but before he could escape, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. At Jingshan Temple, during the morning chanting session, a pair of newcomers were led through the mountain gate by a young monk. "Senior brother, Jingshan Temple is indeed majestic and grand." The male companion smiled in agreement. "Of course, Jingshan Temple is one of the 5 great sects of the continent, a top-tier force. Senior brother, do you think we can obtain the lesser rejuvenation pill?" "We certainly can. Master S' injury cannot be delayed any longer. The Wu Saint of Jingshan Temple is a good friend of Master and will surely assist us, but the Wu Saint is a second-ranked expert. How could he possibly know Master? In their eyes, Master is merely a minor figure at the martial Ho level. How could they be friends?" The young man gazed at his curious junior sister, choosing not to elaborate, for he too was uncertain why Master had befriended someone of the Wu Saint's caliber. The two were led by the young monk to the entrance of a meditation chamber in the rear hall. Where the monk knocked on the door, "Uncle Wu, 2 guests claim to be your old acquaintances and wish to see you." A deep and rugged voice emanated from within. "Come in." The novice monk opened the door to the meditation hall and escorted 2 individuals inside. After bowing respectfully to the venerable Wu Fa, he turned and exited the hall. The 2 disciples gazed at the extraordinary figure of Wu Fa before them. Despite the myriad rumors surrounding him in the martial world, being in his presence revealed his remarkable aura. Though seated, his stature seemed to tower over them. The pair bowed in unison, greeting Wu Fa with reverence. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. The man remained silent, retrieving a letter from his bosom and presenting it to Wu Fa. Upon accepting the letter, Wu Fa's brows furrowed deeply as he read its contents. The more he perused, the tighter his expression became until he finally closed the letter and produced a porcelain vial, offering it to the man. "Inside are 3 small elixirs. Take them." Before he could finish his sentence, the siblings were startled to find Wu Fa had vanished before their eyes, as they attempted to comprehend the suddenness of the situation. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside. They hastily rushed out to discover chaos reigning. A horde of black-clad assailants had launched an attack on Jingshan Temple. The man, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is it possible that anyone would dare assault Jingshan Temple?" Meanwhile, Wu Fa was already engaged in fierce combat with a man clad in a dark battle robe, his demeanor radiating an aura of wrath akin to that of a fierce deity. Each strike he delivered resonated through the air, creating ripples in the surrounding space. Yet, each time he aimed to strike his opponent, a protective barrier would manifest around the adversary, nullifying any harm. Furious, Wu Fa shouted, "Wanli, you foul turtle, today I shall shatter your shell." Though his words were imbued with grandiosity, his heart was gripped by shock. The man he faced was none other than Wanli, the esteemed leader of the Xuanwu Hall of the demonic sect. They had clashed before, and at that time, Wanli was no match for Wu Fei. Had he not fled swiftly, the leadership of the Xuanwu Hall might have changed hands. Yet, in the span of a few short years, Wanli had cultivated his strength to a level that was now formidable even to Wu Fei. The din of battle echoed throughout Jinshan Temple as black-clad figures swarmed the grounds. Numerous high monks had soared from the meditation hall, only to be intercepted by the elite of the demonic sect. An elder from the Luohan Hall ascended into the sky, bellowing, "Demonic fiends! Who dares to challenge me? Ha ha, what audacity! I, the Demon Tiger King, shall engage you." The two clashed in the air, and within mere exchanges, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The elder, a formidable protector of the Luohan Hall, wore a look of shock as a hand had pierced through his chest. The hand withdrew slowly, and the elder plummeted from the sky, his life extinguished. The upper echelons of Jinshan Temple were left in utter disbelief. This protector was a martial emperor in the early stages of cultivation. One of the most powerful figures within the temple, yet the Demon Tiger King, merely a rising star in the demonic sect, had effortlessly dispatched him in just 3 exchanges. A shadow of dread loomed over all of Jinshan Temple. Not far above the main hall, 3 figures hovered in the air. One donned a yellow robe, wielding a 9-ringed staff, his gaze darkening as he heard the distant screams. The other 2, one clad in a red battle robe and the other in a green long gown with a sword on his back, stood poised for confrontation. "Chief Steward, Elder, are you truly intent on igniting a war between the righteous and the demonic?" Lian Sheng raised his hand, declaring, "By the command of the sect leader, we must annihilate Jinshan Temple. There is no choice but to claim your head as a report to my superior." Wu Fei, filled with indignation, demanded, "Elder, is this truly the will of your demonic sect?" The man in the green gown lifted his gaze to Wu Fei and replied, "The sect leader has commanded that this operation be led entirely by the chief steward, and henceforth, do not refer to me as elder. I am now the protector of the demonic sect. By Haoyan, you shall no longer have the opportunity to address me at all." Wu Fei felt a jolt of shock. It was evident that the demonic sect had fully submitted to Zhou Qiong. Even the elder now bowed to the authority of Chief Steward Lian Sheng. As the clamor of battle intensified, Wu Fei recognized that the strength of the demonic sect's high-ranking members far exceeded what Jinshan Temple could withstand. Buildings began to collapse, and Wu Fei realized that he could no longer afford to delay. He had to swiftly deal with the 2 adversaries before him, or soon, the entirety of Jinshan Temple would be reduced to ruin. Chapter 16. A millennium-old temple, annihilated in a day. Wu Fei wasted no breath, his left hand forming a gesture of blooming flowers, while his right unleashed the Grand Vajra, subduing demon palm toward the 2 foes. "Ha ha!" Bai Haoyan laughed heartily, as his sword shot forth from his back. "Old monk, allow me to introduce you to the sect leader's unique Demon 9 swords." Lian Sheng also drew his sword and called out, "Exorcising sword technique." In an instant, the sky was filled with swirling sword energy, the sound of shattering resonating for miles around. The 3 ascended higher into the heavens, primarily due to Wu Fei's deliberate maneuvering. He understood that if they continued to battle below, the residual forces would devastate Jinshan Temple. The monks below fought desperately, knowing that if their leader could eliminate Lian Sheng and Bai Haoyan of the demonic sect, they would be able to turn the tide and save Jinshan Temple from disaster. Conversely, failure was an outcome too dreadful to contemplate. Not far away, a clearing had been ravaged by the aftermath of combat, where a 2-meter-tall monk, drenched in blood, fought valiantly against a horde. He resembled a wrathful deity emerging from the depths of hell, exerting every ounce of his strength to shatter the surrounding space with his roars. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not break through the encirclement, for he was beset by the elite of the demonic sect, the leaders of the Xuanwu and Zhuke halls, along with the 2nd and 4th protectors, 3 peak martial emperors, and 1 in the late stages. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would be left speechless at the sight of Wu Fei. The 2nd-ranked monk, severely wounded and struggling to maintain his footing. After enduring a relentless assault from 4 adversaries of equal rank for half an hour, he was utterly exhausted, his internal organs beginning to rupture. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Wu Fa, you are beyond salvation. You might as well take your own life to preserve your remains. Wu Fa spat out a mouthful of blood, retorting, demonic fiends, mark my words, one day you shall be obliterated. High above Jinshan Temple, the space twisted and distorted as the three continued their fierce exchanges. A staff transformed into a golden dragon, unleashing beams of golden light toward the two adversaries, only to be met with the dual sword energies that thwarted its advance. Wu Fa listened to the cacophony of battle and the anguished cries of his fellow monks, his heart sinking to despair. He yearned to descend and slay every demonic fiend, but found himself gradually succumbing to hopelessness as he faced the two swordsmen before him. Both were clearly recent breakthroughs to the initial stages of Martial Emperor. One wielded a bizarre sword technique with a speed so swift that even Wu Fa, at mid-stage Martial Emperor, struggled to perceive it. The other, though his swordplay was remarkably slow, seemed to anticipate every move Wu Fa made. Their techniques were straightforward, as if they were vanquishing demons, leaving Wu Fa bewildered as to who the true demonic fiends were. The dragon formed from Wu Fa's staff began to falter, cracks appearing as it approached its limit. With a mournful roar, it released a final beam of golden light before disintegrating into ash, causing Wu Fa to cough up more blood. Wu Fa, this day next year shall mark your demise, Lian Shang said solemnly, thrusting his sword forward. This strike bore no additional powers, only the purest essence of strength. Summoning his last reserves, Wu Fa inhaled deeply, a fierce resolve flashing in his eyes. He assumed a dignified posture, drawing upon the boundless vitality of heaven and earth, which surged into him. With a single palm strike, a golden Buddha manifested in the sky. This was the secret technique of Jinshan Temple, the 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. A divine-level cultivation method that could only be mastered by the temple's leader. Though immensely powerful, its requirements were exceedingly high, and for over 1,000 years, few had succeeded in wielding it. Wu Fa, at the brink of collapse, had no choice but to resort to this secret art in a desperate bid to eliminate the two adversaries. He knew that regardless of whether he succeeded, survival was no longer an option for him. Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan both recognized that Wu Fa was prepared to risk everything. They shouted in unison, sword cuts yin and yang, breaks the palm force. The heavens darkened, and the clear sky was filled with the roar of thunder, as those engaged in combat below paused to gaze upward, instinctively aware that an unimaginable clash was unfolding above. Wu Fa clasped his hands together in peaceful meditation, a sword embedded in his chest as he slowly sank into a seated position, gradually descending. His presence began to fade until it vanished entirely. Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan, their faces pale, realized the toll the recent battle had taken on them. Bai Haoyan was spitting blood incessantly, a handprint visible on his chest. White Protector, why? Lian Shang questioned, bewilderment etched upon his face. In truth, during their fierce exchange, their combined sword techniques had failed to counter the incoming attack. In a moment of dire urgency, Bai Haoyan had stepped in front of Lian Shang, absorbing the full brunt of the assault, allowing Lian Shang the opportunity to strike Wu Fa down. There is no need for reasons. You, Lian Shang, are still young, and the demonic sect needs you to lead many more battles. Besides, I have yet to perish. Bai Haoyan replied, casting a deep glance at Lian Shang, as if he were seeing him anew. Below, the monks looked up to see a figure descending from the sky, seated with a sword protruding from his body. It is the leader. How can this be? They mourned, voices filled with anguish. The chief monk of the Golden Hall cried out in despair, demonic fiends, you have slain our leader and massacred our monks. We shall fight to the end, to defend the dignity of Jinshan Temple unto death. With voices filled with sorrow and determination, the monks of Jinshan Temple shouted in unison, charging bravely towards the forces of the demonic sect. For a fleeting moment, they managed to suppress the adversaries. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The higher-ups of the demonic sect swiftly retaliated, employing overwhelming force against the underdogs, and soon the cries of anguish dwindled. Within half an hour, the once vibrant Jinshan Temple fell silent. Not a single figure stood upright. The mountains were strewn with the corpses of monks, and the venerable ancient temple resembled a hellish landscape. From the moment the demonic sect commenced their assault until the complete annihilation of Jingshan Temple, scarcely 2 hours passed, and this once preeminent power in the continent vanished entirely, as the demonic sect besieged the mountain. They deliberately cast a soundproof formation around Jingshan Temple, rendering the scene of bloodshed and chaos unnoticed by those below. They merely observed an unusual density of mist emanating from the direction of the temple. It was only upon the retreat of the demonic sect, when the formation was dismantled, that the heavy stench of blood began to waft down the mountain. What could possibly be happening? Why is there such a strong smell of blood from Jingshan Temple? Could it be that someone caused a disturbance and was slain there? Yet, such a pungent odor is unimaginable. Who would dare to incite trouble at Jingshan Temple, risking their life? The abbot, Wu Wu, is a figure of renown on the heavenly rankings. Chapter 17. A field of corpses, shocking the world in a tavern named Yueli, situated at the foot of Jingshan Temple. A slender table near the window bore a long sword, beside which sat a man clad in a white robe. His striking features framed by high cheekbones. Adorning his right hand was a black ring, and he gazed at the untouched meal before him. The man lifted a cup of wine and took a sip. Fu Bo, is the legendary inheritance of the sword god truly beneath Jingshan Temple? Indeed, a millennium ago, Jingshan Temple had yet to be established, and this very spot was the resting place of the sword god. Given that old ghost's temperament, he must have left behind a legacy. The ring emitted a green light, though its voice was notably feeble. However, the temple is heavily guarded, teeming with experts. How am I to gain entry? Fu Bo, within the ring, fell silent. His last teleportation with Zhao Li had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, and now he struggled to even speak, leaving him incapable of assisting Zhao Li further. Zhao Li squinted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the scent of blood wafted in from outside the windows, coming from the direction of Jingshan Temple. Although Yueli Tavern lay a good 10 miles away from the temple, the intensity of the blood odor indicated a tremendous upheaval within. Grasping the long sword, he vanished from the tavern in an instant. The innkeeper, witnessing the sudden disappearance of his guest, was about to call for the manager when he noticed a silver ingot left on the table, which he hurriedly picked up. Zhao Li hastened towards Jingshan Temple, where the air was thick with the stench of blood, detectable even to ordinary folk. Shadows of countless individuals surged toward the temple, including those at the martial sovereign level. Upon reaching the temple gates, they were met with 2 corpses lying at either side, their bodies severed in half as if cleaved by a single stroke. One exclaimed, "These 2 were the guest monks of Jingshan Temple, possessing at least the cultivation of a martial king. How could they perish at the gates?" What transpired within? The gathering, drawn by the increasingly pungent scent of blood emanating from the temple, cast aside their concerns and stepped inside. Upon entering, the thick scent of blood hit them like a tangible force, revealing a nightmarish scene of corpses strewn across the landscape, blood forming small rivers upon the ground. As if they had stepped into the depths of hell, gagging sounds filled the air as some female cultivators doubled over, retching, only to suddenly scream upon discovering a solitary eyeball lying amidst the carnage. Though the cultivation world was inherently brutal, the sheer savagery of this sight was overwhelming, even for seasoned martial sovereigns, leaving them grimacing in horror at the sheer devastation of Jingshan Temple. Who possesses such audacity to commit murder at Jingshan Temple? Do they not fear the wrath of the unfettered saint? A martial king, initially poised to speak, abruptly halted, pointing tremblingly in a particular direction. The crowd followed his gesture, their eyes landing on a towering figure, a monk, kneeling among the ruins, a gaping circular hole in his chest where his heart once resided. His eyes, still open, were filled with unbridled animosity, yet devoid of life. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could this be? Who could slay the unfettered saint? Has Jingshan Temple truly been wiped out? Impossible. Even if the unfettered saint has fallen, the Wu Wu saint remains, a figure of the heavenly rankings, a martial emperor. Who possesses the audacity to commit such an atrocity? The astonishment grew, as all present were shaken by the demise of the unfettered saint, who was the second-ranked expert on the Earth rankings and poised to break through to the martial emperor level within a decade. Now, His heart had been torn out, and he lay dead within Jingshan Temple. A few martial sovereigns regained their composure first, slowly advancing deeper into the temple, with Zhao Li following suit. The path was littered with corpses, including renowned monks from the outside world, such as the 10th-ranked Wukong Saint and the 17th-ranked Wushuan Saint, as well as the 3rd-ranked Master Liaofan. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, several martial sovereigns abruptly halted, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Li followed their gaze, and he too was struck with fear as he beheld a colossal stone tablet, towering 10 meters high, upon which the renowned martial emperor, Wu Saint, was impaled by a sword, his body drenched in blood, devoid of breath. Inscribed upon the stone tablet in blood-red characters were the words, "By the command of the sect leader, first annihilate Jingshan Temple." In the lower right corner, smaller characters read, "Demonic sect Lianzheng it truly was the demonic sect. How dare they? How could they dare to massacre Jingshan Temple? Do they not fear the repercussions from the righteous path? Indeed, do they truly believe themselves invincible?" One martial sovereign clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to the others. "Esteemed colleagues, I must return to my sect to report this news immediately." He turned and sped away from Jingshan Temple, followed swiftly by the other martial sovereigns, eager to disseminate this urgent information. By evening, Jingshan Temple lay desolate, the stench of blood lingering with no one left alive. A figure appeared atop the main hall, a long sword strapped to his back. Fu Bo, are you certain the sword god's inheritance lies beneath? Rest assured, I can sense its presence. Simply crush the orb in your hand, and you shall gain entry to his tomb. This, Zhao Li crushed the orb, and a faint ripple of spatial energy enveloped him. He gazed at the Wu Saint impaled on the stone tablet, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Just moments ago, he had pondered how to infiltrate Jingshan Temple, even contemplating ways to lure the Wu Saint away. Little did he know that within half a day, he would enter the temple unimpeded, albeit at the cost of its complete destruction. Before he could further contemplate, a vortex of space formed and engulfed him, settling into calmness as all traces of his presence vanished. Not long after Zhao Li's disappearance, a subtle sound emerged from beneath the collapsed side hall, growing louder until it shattered the ruins. Two figures crawled out, one a monk clad in robes, the other a woman in a blue shirt. Tears streaked down the woman's face as she sobbed incessantly. The monk, equally sorrowful, spoke gently, "Umitba, please accept my condolences." Upon hearing this, the woman ceased her cries and turned to the monk, "Master Liu, everyone is dead, my senior brother included. Why has this happened? I do not know the reasons, but the demons have slaughtered my Jingshan Temple. Mark my words, one day I shall avenge this atrocity. Master Liu, I must return to the Dayu dynasty to seek my master. Will you accompany me? Alas, I must first bury the fallen monks of the temple. Afterward, I shall wander the world, honing my skills to vanquish evil." Chapter 18. Qingping the old Taoist, you are still alive? In the headquarters of the demonic sect, Zhou Qiong, who was practicing the swallowing heaven demonic art, opened his eyes. "Ding, congratulations, host. Your sect has annihilated Jingshan Temple, completing half of the task." A smile crept across Zhou Qiong's lips as he rapped his fingers against his chair. A figure adorned with a pale yellow mask appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. "Your subordinate, Dier, pays respects to the sect leader. Please, share the circumstances outside. The Grand Overseer has completely annihilated Jingshan Temple. From the Abbot Wu Saint to the common novices, none survived. Our losses amount to less than 1/10. The Grand Protector sustained injuries from the Wu Saint's dying counterattack. Currently, the Grand Overseer and his entourage are en route to the floating pavilion. What of the other 4 sects? Reporting to the sect leader, both the Myriad Sword sect and Floating Pavilion are seething with indignation and have begun rallying their disciples, harboring a profound hatred for our demonic sect. For a millennium, the Symbol sect has remained indifferent to worldly affairs, taking no action whatsoever. As for the Yellow Sand Fortress, situated in the distant northern desert, it is likely that no news has even reached them. Well, the analysis is astute. Command the Earth Division and the Shin Division to depart for the Hanging Sky Pavilion alongside me. Far away from the Golden Mountain Temple, at the Hanging Sky Pavilion, The voices in the council hall were in utter chaos, so much so that even the young acolytes stationed outside were unable to bear it and covered their ears. One acolyte, slightly older, turned to his companion and inquired, "Senior brother, what on earth is happening? Why has the sect leader summoned all the senior uncles?" Inside, it sounded as if a fight were breaking out. The other acolyte whispered, "You mustn't spread rumors. I've heard that the Golden Mountain Temple has been exterminated." "How could that be?" the young acolyte exclaimed in fright, only to be hastily silenced by his senior. He then muttered, "But the Golden Mountain Temple is one of the 5 great sects, just like our Hanging Sky Pavilion. How could it possibly be annihilated?" "I have no idea. It is said that it was the work of the demon sect." The 2 young acolytes continued their hushed discussion, while inside, it was like a battlefield. Several figures, exuding an otherworldly aura as if they were celestial beings, were shouting loudly, their eyes fierce enough to seem as if they could kill. The audacity of the demon sect to annihilate the Golden Mountain Temple. Do they believe they can achieve dominion over the world? The demon sect's minions are far too arrogant. We must unite with the various sects to eradicate them and avenge the Golden Mountain Temple. Had we eliminated the demon sect sooner, the Golden Mountain Temple would not have met its demise. How pitiful for my brother Wu Wu. That brat Zhou Qiong actually killed Wu Wu. He is indeed formidable. The group was loudly debating, as if they were ready to slay the members of the demon sect on the spot. "Senior brother Chengxiu, what should we do now?" the aged sect leader of the Hanging Sky Pavilion, Taoist Chengxiu, took a sip of tea and replied, "Since the demon sect has taken action, they will not easily relent. Cheng Tian, go deliver a message to Shiman Tian, asking him to come to the Hanging Sky Pavilion to discuss a plan of attack against the demon sect." "Senior brother, should we notify the Symbol sect, the Yellow Sand Fortress, and the 3 great dynasties?" A slightly plump Taoist with a round face inquired respectfully. "That won't be necessary. The Symbol sect has always remained aloof from worldly matters, and the Yellow Sand Fortress is too far away. The 3 great dynasties have never had a favorable view of our sect. There is no need for notification." "Understood, senior brother. I shall inform the sect leader Shiman right away." Cheng Tian turned and exited the council hall. "You all should stabilize your minds and go reassure the disciples. It is time for the demon sect to vanish from this continent." Unbeknownst to the Hanging Sky Pavilion, it was not Zhou Qiong who had slain the Saint Monk Wu Wu, but rather Lianqing and Bai Haoyan. Even the entire world believed that Zhou Qiong was responsible for the death of the Saint Monk Wu Wu. Bai Haoyan had broken through the martial emperor realm, yet to outsiders, he appeared merely as a peak martial emperor. Even Wu Wu was taken aback upon witnessing Bai Haoyan's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. This misunderstanding led the Hanging Sky Pavilion to misjudge the strength of the demon sect. In the bamboo forest behind the Hanging Sky Pavilion stood a small bamboo-covered cottage, where Taoist Chengxiu walked to the door and knocked. "Junior uncle, it may be time for you to come out of seclusion," an aged voice responded from within. "What is it? Is there still a problem that the Hanging Sky Pavilion cannot resolve?" "Junior uncle, the Golden Mountain Temple has been exterminated." A sound of shattering glass echoed from within the bamboo cottage. "Which force did this?" "The demon sect. Wu Wu is also dead, killed by Zhou Qiong." "Zhou Qiong? I never expected that Zhou Shintong would have such a capable son." A bitter laugh emanated from the cottage. "You are the sect leader. Simply instruct me on what to do." Before Chengxiu could respond, a flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The door of the bamboo cottage swung open, revealing an elderly figure, appearing as if he were a centenarian, clad in a worn Taoist robe. The elder looked up at the sky and uttered, "I am coming," before vanishing in an instant. Chengxiu immediately followed suit, and when they reappeared, they were already at the main hall of the Hanging Sky Pavilion. Around them, figures rushed toward the square at the main hall's entrance. Cheng Tian's figure appeared, shouting, "Senior brother Chengxiu, it's bad. The demon sect has already surrounded Hanging Sky Mountain. What audacity from the demon sect. I didn't expect them to arrive so swiftly. Have they not suffered any losses from attacking the Golden Mountain Temple?" Cheng Tian, leading them, is that brat Zhou Qiong. Qingping junior uncle, you have emerged from seclusion. I did not see Zhou Qiong. Leading the charge is the demon sect's Grand Commander Lianqing and the Grand Elder Bai Haoyan. Cheng Tian was initially taken aback but soon continued, Who is Liansheng? The elder looked a bit confused. Junior uncle, Liansheng is a rising star in the demon sect, about the same age as Zhou Qiao. Now serving as the Grand Commander of the demon sect, having already reached the early stages of the martial emperor realm, Chongshu explained. Tio, have broken through to the martial emperor realm at such a young age. Chong Tian, look at him, and then look at yourself. At your age, you should have broken through long ago, yet you remain stuck at the martial sovereign realm. Chong Tian pouted, not daring to retort, and quickly left to organize the disciples. Taoists Qingping and Chongshu made their way to the square, where thousands of disciples of the Hanging Sky Pavilion had gathered, each with a resolute expression, wielding long swords. The sky was filled with figures of the demon sect, as if the entire Hanging Sky Temple were trapped in a jar. Qingping Taoist, you have yet to perish. A voice rang out from above, and a figure bearing a long sword appeared before Qingping's eyes. By Haoyin, you're still alive. How could I bear to die? Qingping retorted. What do you demon sect want with my Hanging Sky Pavilion? Do you intend to attack us? Ha ha ha. The many high-ranking members of the demon sect laughed mockingly, as if deriding Qingping's ignorance. Bai Haoyin glanced at Qingping and declared, by the order of the sect leader, first annihilate the Golden Mountain, then slaughter the Hanging Sky Pavilion. After today, the Hanging Sky Pavilion will be erased from the Kangwu continent. How bold! How dare you utter the sect leader's name? Qingping's beard bristled with anger. Who do you think you are to call out the sect leader's name? The demon tiger king in the sky pointed at Qingping and scolded. Liansheng, you do your best to hold off Qingping Taoist. I will deal with Chongshu Taoist and then come to assist you. Understood, Bai Haoyin replied, his sword soaring into his hand without wind, charging downward. Qingping, let me see what skills you have acquired over the years. He slashed his sword towards Qingping, the sword energy swirling around, the movement appearing slow. Yet Qingping felt he could not evade it, only able to brace for impact. Immediately, he assumed a Tai Chi stance, his robes billowing as a circular Tai Chi formation formed before him. Eye in the sky, Liansheng bellowed, all members of the demon sect. Slaughter the sect, leave no one alive. Yes. The members of the demon sect responded in unison, charging toward the disciples of the Hanging Sky Pavilion. Taoist Chongshu raised his sword, declaring, today marks a moment of life and death for my Hanging Sky Pavilion. All disciples, form the sword formation and resist the demons. Yes. The disciples of the Hanging Sky Pavilion swiftly formed into teams of 7, one small acolyte among them, his face resolute but his legs trembling beneath his robe. Betraying his fear, a tremendous crash echoed as the attacks of Bai Haoyin and Qingping reverberated throughout Hanging Sky Mountain. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels were injured, blood spilling from their mouths. Qingping did not retreat an inch, while Bai Haoyin was forced back 5 steps from the recoil, the disparity in their strengths glaringly apparent. Bai Haoyin, you actually broke through to the martial emperor realm? Could it be? Qingping was initially astonished but then seemed to realize something, his expression shifting to one of shock. You are not mistaken, Qingping Taoist. The Saint Monk Wu was slain by Liansheng and myself. You will be the next. Humph. Do you think I haven't noticed your injuries? Bai Haoyin, you will not escape my Hanging Sky Pavilion today. Old Taoist, you can barely walk. I can hold you back easily. But your disciples will meet a grim fate. Bai Haoyin scoffed ominously. A scream rang out nearby as a disciple of the Hanging Sky Pavilion was killed by the Demon Dragon King. His heart ripped out. Qingping's eyes widened with rage, and he attempted to rush at the Demon Dragon King but was blocked by Bai Haoyin's sword. Your opponent is me, fuming. Qingping stamped his foot, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes and punches toward Bai Haoyin, an overwhelming force descending upon him. Waves of murderous intent surged around them. Bai Haoyin remained calm. Despite his injuries, Qingping was far too old, nearing 180 years. His strength could only be exerted at 80%, and he merely needed to stall Qingping. In the distance, Chongshu and Liansheng engaged in combat, both being sword masters. One the Grand Commander of the Demon Sect, the other the sect leader of the Hanging Sky Pavilion, both at the early stages of the martial emperor realm. In just a few seconds, they exchanged blows over 100 times. The sword energy radiated in all directions, piercing the heavens, causing those engaged in combat nearby to scatter for several thousand meters before they finally came to a halt. Chongshu, secretly astonished, could hardly believe that Lianxing, who had only just broken through to the early martial emperor stage, possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, that peculiar sword technique, striking directly at vital points. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have suffered a fatal throat slash. Lianxing, on the opposite side, was equally taken aback. Although Chengxu was merely at the early martial emperor level, he felt far more formidable than the renowned Wu saint monk. No matter how he attacked, it felt as if he were striking against cotton, in stark contrast to the intense duel between the two. The overall strength of the suspended pavilion was inferior to that of the Golden Mountain Temple. Among the ranks of martial emperors, there were only 7, and under the siege of numerous experts from the demon sect, 2 had already fallen within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. While the remaining ones struggled to hold on, the other disciples of the suspended pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Even if the demon sect were to cease their assault at this moment, it would take decades for the suspended pavilion to recover its vitality. The surrounding cries of anguish grew louder, causing Qingping, who had been unable to break through by Haoyan's blockade, to redden his eyes, a ruthless glint flickering within. Suddenly biting down on his tongue, he shouted, "I offer my life as a sacrifice to the heavens." His form instantly withered, resembling a desiccated corpse, yet paradoxically, his strength surged dramatically. Chengxu, fighting Lianxing from afar, heard the commotion and immediately turned to Qingping, shouting, "Little martial uncle, no!" The disciples of the suspended pavilion, engaged in combat with the demon sect, cried out in unison, "Martial ancestor, no! Ah, demon sect fiends, perish!" All were aware that once this secret technique was activated, while it would temporarily enhance one's power, the user would inevitably perish once the effect dissipated. With a thunderous shout, Qingping struck towards Bai Haoyan. Die! Space instantaneously locked down. Bai Haoyan had no time to react, barely managing to conjure a sword aura before being blasted away several thousand meters by a single palm strike. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. The many experts of the demon sect surrounding the suspended pavilion shouted, "Great protector!" Taking advantage of this moment, Qingping aimed to attack Lianxing. However, the demon rat king, Master Wan, Master Chu, and Master Bing swiftly intervened, blocking his path. All 4 were peak martial emperors, unleashing their full power. Among them, Master Chu and the demon rat king even unleashed attacks with the strength of early martial emperors, causing the very fabric of space to shatter as they clashed like dragons. Even Qingping, having temporarily ascended to the mid-martial emperor stage through his secret technique, found it difficult to break free. As Qingping grew increasingly agitated, the 4 opponents seemed to sense that his condition was unsustainable. Despite being heavily injured and coughing up blood, they desperately prevented him from breaking through their encirclement. The demon tiger king flew to Bai Haoyan's side, sensing the faintest breath of life remaining in him, his face lighting up with joy as he produced a plethora of life-saving elixirs, all of which he force-fed into Bai Haoyan's mouth. Due to Qingping's sudden outburst, the battlefield's dynamics shifted. Bai Haoyan, on the brink of death, and the 4 peak martial emperors of the demon sect found themselves entangled with Qingping, all sustaining severe injuries. The remaining experts of the demon sect began to struggle against the disciples of the suspended pavilion, primarily because Chong Tian, a peak martial emperor, single-handedly held off 3 late martial emperor adversaries. Chengxu and Lianxing had lost count of how many times they had clashed. Ever since Chengxu observed Qingping utilizing his secret technique, he too adopted a desperate fighting style. Lianxing, a ruthless contender, exchanged life-threatening strikes with Chengxu, both sustaining grave injuries. Surrounded by the 4 demon sect experts, Qingping's attacks began to slow down, and his movements became erratic, clearly exhibiting the aftereffects of the secret technique. The 4 from the demon sect seized this opportunity to unleash a barrage of frantic attacks. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from outside the suspended pavilion, "Demon sect fiends, cease your insolence. I, Shiman Tian, have arrived." Qingping turned to the newcomer, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. In the distance, 2 figures soared through the air, revealing themselves to be Shiman Tian of the 10,000 Sword sect, whose aura had evidently broken through to the martial emperor stage, in his moment of distraction. A sword pierced through Qingping's chest. He felt darkness envelop him, losing consciousness, yet a faint smile graced his lips, knowing that with Shimin Tian's arrival, the suspended pavilion would be saved. In those final moments, he seemed to hear a distant dragon's roar. Your continued support is the author's motivation to write. Chapter 20. I am the unrivaled one. Who dares to defy? As Shimin Tian soared above the suspended pavilion, he discovered that Qingping had already perished, his face darkening with rage. The disciples of the suspended pavilion beamed with joy at Shimin Tian's arrival, while Chongshu let out a sigh of relief, his gaze falling upon the lifeless Qingping. Sorrow etched upon his features. Just as Shimin Tian was about to join the fray, a dragoness roar resonated from afar. The previously concerned members of the demon sect now wore expressions of delight as a massive black dragon descended, hurtling towards the suspended mountain. Shimin Tian's expression turned to shock, and Chongshu's face was filled with despair as the dragon quickly approached the suspended mountain, where the temple's gates bore the inscription, "With the sun and moon in hand. Plucking the stars, there exists no one like me in this world." Though they had heard of this couplet, the onlookers felt an overwhelming aura emanating from it, revealing the sheer arrogance and confidence of the person within the dragon carriage. The doors of the carriage swung open, and 10 figures emerged on each side. One half donned yellow masks, the other silver. Their imposing presence was undeniable, with none below the martial emperor's stage. Clad in a black battle robe, Zhou Qiong emerged, exuding unparalleled dominance, his demonic flames raging like a god of demons incarnate. "Greetings, sect master." The members of the demon sect bowed deeply in respect. "Zhou Qiong, you slaughter my suspended pavilion without cause. What is your intention?" Chongshu shouted at the figure in the sky. "Zhou Qiong, you dare to annihilate the Golden Mountain Temple and massacre the suspended pavilion. Do you truly believe yourself to be invincible?" Shimin Tian questioned from the side. However, Zhou Qiong did not respond, his gaze fixed directly on Lianqing. "Why does the suspended pavilion still exist?" Feeling Zhou Qiong's icy glare, Lianqing bowed and replied, reporting to the sect master, "Qingping is still alive. He suddenly unleashed his potential and injured the great protector, which caused the delay." Zhou Qiong cast a glance at the deceased Qingping, uttering indifferently, "Next time. I do not wish to hear excuses." Lianqing bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Shimin Tian was seething with rage, feeling deeply insulted. As the esteemed leader of the 10,000 Swords sect and a martial emperor, Zhou Qiong had not even glanced in his direction. A clear sign of disdain, a long sword appeared in Shimin Tian's hand, pointing accusingly at Zhou Qiong. "Zhou Qiong, you go to far.do. You truly believe yourself invincible?" Zhou Qiong frowned, turning his gaze towards Shimin Tian. "Noisy," he declared, gesturing with one hand towards him. Instantly, a colossal hand of the heavens manifested in the sky, its might overwhelming, as the essence of life and death swirled above, crashing down like a celestial force. Shimin Tian felt as though he were an ant facing an elephant, unable to evade or withstand it. Shock coursed through him. He knew Zhou Qiong was powerful, but he never anticipated such overwhelming strength capable of claiming his life with a mere gesture. "Celestial Ascension." Without time to think, Shimin Tian shouted, summoning his strongest technique. The long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the immense hand. A deafening crash resounded, yet there were no residual shockwaves. As the giant hand extinguished all force within an instant, Shimin Tian was sent flying like a mere insect, landing over 100 miles away, crashing into the mountainside. The hand continued its assault, aiming for Chongshu. With a grave expression, Chongshu drew his long sword, tracing a circle before him, forming a Taiji diagram. The strongest defense of the suspended pavilion. As the hand struck the Taiji diagram, the defense shattered with a resounding crash, sending Chongshu staggering back 50 paces, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, he managed to withstand the force of that blow. From the moment Zhou Qiong initiated his attack to its conclusion, only an instant had passed. The onlookers below were still processing the events when they beheld Zhou Qiong's hand strike down, sending Shimin Tian flying, his life uncertain, while Chongshu was left bloodied and gravely wounded. The members of the demon sect erupted in jubilant laughter. while the disciples of the suspended pavilion turned ashen, some even dropping their swords in surrender. Zhou Qiong laughed heartily from the sky. I am the unrivaled one. Who dares to defy me? From now on, I shall be known as Zhou Invincible. Ha ha ha. A notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for completing the title task. Cultivation has increased by 1 level. Zhou Qiong's aura surged momentarily before subsiding. His earlier bravado was not without cause. He had received a sudden task from the system, the title of Invincible, with a reward of a level increase in cultivation. As the leader of the demon sect, what harm was there in having the title of Zhou Invincible? The system interface displayed the following information. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible. Position: leader of the demon sect. Cultivation: late martial emperor. Injured: martial arts, demon god technique, celestial life and death hand. Divine demon eye. Incomplete. Mount: demon dragon carriage Lianxing. Here, the rest is up to you. Do not dawdle. With that, Zhou Qiong turned and re-entered the carriage. Outside, the clamor of battle erupted once more. Inside the carriage, Zhou Qiong spat out a white elixir, which bore a small crack, silently acknowledging, as expected of the System-S product, the mighty pill can even temporarily mend the injury of the divine demon eye. But alas, it can only be used 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. From outside the flying chariot came a sound of knocking. Master, it is I, the Demon Tiger King. The Grand Protector has sustained grave injuries and lies in a deep unconsciousness, his breath growing fainter by the moment. Bring him in? Yes. The door of the chariot swung open, revealing an interior as vast as a mountain peak, comparable in size to the main hall of the heavenly demon peak. The Demon Tiger King carried the Grand Protector inside and laid him flat upon the ground. Zhou Qiong glanced at Bai Haoyan, whose body was severely damaged, supported only by the properties of a spiritual elixir sustaining his last breath. System, is there any way to save him? The Nirvana pill requires 500,000 villain points, poses no danger, and can significantly enhance strength. Do you not know how many villain points I possess? Even if I were to annihilate all the forces on the continent, I still could not amass such a sum. Host, there is also the lesser Nirvana pill, which requires 50,000 villain points. But the success rate is below 30%. This will have to suffice. Whether he survives now rests upon his fortune. Ding, the exchange for the lesser Nirvana pill was successful, consuming 50,000 villain points. A fiery red pill suddenly appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, seemingly containing a phoenix reborn from flames, which he tossed to the Demon Tiger King. Administer this to him, then assist him to the rear hall. As you command. The shouts and clamor from outside gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of first annihilating Golden Mountain and then slaughtering the Void. Rewards are being dispensed. Zhou Qiong felt a surge of azure energy enter his divine eyes, continuously mending the injuries within, while his own aura ascended, soaring towards the heavens. A tremendous laughter erupted from within the flying chariot, echoing across the land, causing countless creatures to freeze in place, too frightened to move, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground. Outside the chariot, Lian Sheng bowed and said, Congratulations, Master, on achieving unparalleled mastery in your divine arts. The members of the demon sect also bowed in unison, exclaiming, Congratulations, Master, on achieving unparalleled mastery in your divine arts. Congratulations, Master. Chapter 21. The world in trepidation, everyone in fear in the golden hall of the great wilderness dynasty. A young man clad in a dragon robe sat upon the dragon throne, while courtiers on either side deliberated over the incident of the demon sect annihilating Golden Mountain Temple, their discussions rife with speculation. Among them, one minister proposed sending troops to attack the demon sect. Suddenly, a voice cried out urgently from outside. Report. A man dressed in fish dragon garb, with a spring-embroidered blade at his waist, rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee. It was the commander of the Jinui of the Great Wilderness Dynasty. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the floating mountain. The demon sect has attacked the floating pavilion, leaving no survivors. The leader of the 10,000 Sword sect, Shiman Tian, attempted to rescue them but was struck dead by Zhou Qiong with a single palm. What? Is that truly the case? The young emperor seated upon the dragon throne was so startled that he stood upright. Every word I speak is true. Even now, the bodies of Shimin Tian and Daoist Chongshu are nailed to the steel on Floating Mountain. The young emperor, overwhelmed with fear, sank back into his throne, for the great Wilderness dynasty had only one expert at the martial emperor level, his father, the previous Wilderness emperor, who had passed away the previous year. Presently, the strongest in the entire great Wilderness dynasty was his teacher, the Grand Tutor, who was only at the peak of martial emperor. The emperor turned to the Grand Tutor, standing among the officials, and inquired, "Grand Tutor, what shall we do now? The demon sect will not attack our great Wilderness dynasty, will they?" A venerable elder in a purple official robe stepped forward. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. Historically, our great Wilderness dynasty has never targeted the demon sect, nor have we ever spoken of subduing demons. The demon sect will not assault us. That is good, that is good," the young emperor sighed in relief. However, a flicker of worry flashed in the Grand Tutor's eyes. He too was uncertain whether the demon sect would indeed refrain from attacking the great Wilderness dynasty, the 10,000 Swords Mountain. In the council hall, the weakened Shimindi occupied the position of the sect leader. The elders present wore expressions heavy with concern, for since the news of Shimin Tian's death at the hands of Zhou Qiong had spread back to 10,000 Swords Mountain, disbelief had gripped them. Were it not for the pervasive nature of the news, they would have thought it a jest. After reluctantly accepting the reality, the elders ultimately decided to appoint the still injured Shimin Di as the new sect leader. "Sect leader, what should we do now? The demon sect will not let us go unscathed." The elders inquired of Shimin Di, who straightened his back and declared, "Esteemed elders, as the 17th sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, I hereby announce, from this day forth, the 10,000 Swords sect is officially dissolved." "What? Shimin Di, have you lost your senses? You treacherous wretch, you wish to dissolve the sect merely after taking office? The 10,000 Swords sect has stood for over 1,000 years. It cannot be dissolved at your whim." The elders below began to point fingers and scold Shimin Di, their rationality barely holding together against the urge to resort to violence. "Then what brilliant strategies do you propose, esteemed elders?" Shimin Di scoffed at the elders before him. "To be frank, the 10,000 Swords sect had already declined in their generation. Once a formidable faction among the 5 great sects, it had become marginalized over the years. None among them possessed even a single martial emperor, and the elders present were merely at the mid-level of martial sovereign, with one even at the peak of martial king, seated as elders purely due to seniority. For years, it had been the two brothers holding the sect together, and just as Shimin Tian had finally broken through to the martial emperor realm, he was struck dead by Zhou Qiong before he could showcase his strength. Now, Shimin Di found himself unable to sustain the sect alone, especially with the demon sect likely poised to strike. Observing the elders murmuring in silence, Shimin Di sneered, picked up the long sword resting on the table, and turned to leave. "I have spoken my piece. The demon sect may come to 10,000 Swords Mountain at any moment. I shall take my leave. May we meet again by chance in the future." The elders exchanged glances at the departing Shimin Di, several attempts to speak dying on their lips, as they watched him vanish. The elder at the mid-level of martial sovereign sighed and said, so be it, if it is to be dissolved, let it be dissolved. You all go and inform the disciples. Those who wish to stay may remain, and those who do not may depart." "Elder, what about you?" The lone martial king elder inquired softly. "I was born here. Now that I am old, I wish to go nowhere else. I shall remain here on 10,000 Swords Mountain and share its fate." "Will you all stay?" No one replied, and an awkward silence descended upon the atmosphere. One elder sighed and turned to exit the main hall. As they watched him leave, the other elders hastily followed, until only the Grand Elder remained in the hall. "Alas, the 10,000 Swords sect has vanished completely," he lamented, laughter tinged with profound sorrow echoing in the AIRIN, the headquarters of the demon sect. A shadow knelt before Zhou Qiong. "Report, Master. News from the Xian department indicates that after Shimin Di assumed leadership, he dissolved the 10,000 Sword sect. Now, apart from the Grand Elder and a few scattered disciples unwilling to leave, the sect has become a desolate mountain." Zhou Qiong chuckled softly. "Ah, Shimin Di is indeed clever. What progress has been made regarding the spatial turbulence discovered by the Xian Department in the extreme west? Report, Master, there has been no further discovery. Since its last appearance, it has vanished. Xian San and Xian Si are still searching in that area. Very well, you may withdraw. System, are you certain that the spatial turbulence is a time-space passage? Indeed. Each continent possesses a time-space passage leading to the upper realm. It is possible that some anomaly has caused the passage to conceal itself, but it will not disappear. System, are there realms beyond the martial god realm? Certainly. To be precise, there is no martial god realm. Above the martial emperor realm lies the transcendental realm, which consists of 10 stages. The initial, middle, late, and peak stages of the martial god realm correspond to the first 4 stages of the transcendental realm. Individuals from lower-tier continents will automatically ascend to the upper realm upon reaching the 5th stage of the transcendental realm. Others must utilize time-space passages to ascend, with the martial emperor realm granting access to the upper realm. System, how vast is the upper realm? Endless and boundless. With your current cultivation, even flying for 10,000 years would not allow you to reach its limits. Host, do you intend to ascend to the upper realm now? Of course not. According to your explanation, as a mere character at the martial emperor level, how could I enjoy myself in the upper realm? It would be wiser to develop my strength here first, then lead my subordinates to the upper realm. Chapter 22. Spatial turbulence. The upper realm begins to emerge in the extreme western lands, where the biting cold prevailed, a desolate expanse of ice and snow stretched for miles. At the foot of a snow-capped mountain, 2 individuals were tending a fire to roast a rabbit, chatting as they ate. Old Fourth, we've been wandering here for 2 months. Aside from the heavy snow, we truly have seen nothing. Third Brother, perhaps you misjudged last time. There is no such thing as spatial turbulence. How could that be? The turbulence was less than 1,000 meters from me at the time. The 2 wore silver masks, revealing themselves to be Xian San and Xian Si, tasked with searching for the spatial turbulence point 10 kilometers away. A figure dressed in a white long robe with a sword on his back traversed the snowy ground. It was Shimin Di, who had left the 10,000 Swords sect. He initially intended to cultivate and recover here, but unexpectedly lost his way. Suddenly, he noticed a wisp of smoke rising in the distance and immediately headed in that direction. Just then, Xian San halted mid-sentence. Someone is approaching. Xian Si looked up and saw a white figure swiftly advancing. Shimin Di flew through the air and finally spotted the 2 seated figures, both wearing silver masks. Without giving it much thought, before them stood 2 friends, and I, lost amidst the snow, humbly seek your guidance. Xian San suddenly burst into laughter and remarked to Xian Si that their visit had indeed not been in vain. Although nothing significant was discovered, they had encountered a formidable opponent, and it was only fitting that the 2 brothers would achieve merit. Xian Si chuckled in response, casting a glance at the white-clad man. Shimin Di and said, when there is a path to heaven, you refuse to tread it. Yet, you boldly intrude into hell. Shimin Di, realizing something was amiss, recalled that someone had once mentioned that the leader of the demonic sect, Zhou Qiong, was accompanied by mysterious individuals, each adorned with masks of diamond, gold, silver, and bronze, all masters of the martial emperor realm. It seemed that these 2 he encountered today were indeed among them. In the past, Shimin Di would have been indifferent, but now, with his injuries still unhealed, he could only muster half of his full strength. Cursing his misfortune inwardly, he found that Xian San and Xian Si wasted no time in launching their attack. With the Xian Devil Palm and Xian Devil Fist, the air crackled with the sound of fists and palms colliding. More terrifying was how their attacks complemented each other, as if the very snowflakes around them were imprisoned. Despite being only mid-level martial emperors, Xian San and Xian Si unleashed assaults that rivaled those of the peak of the martial emperor realm. Having grown up together and later joined the demonic sect, they had undergone rigorous selection to enter the Xian division simultaneously. Years of close companionship and the practice of the same martial art had forged a profound connection between them. Their combined efforts in battle led to an astonishing increase in power. Even the head of the Xian division would find it difficult to subdue them, let alone the already injured Shimin Di. Feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom, Shimin Di swiftly drew his long sword and bellowed, "Celestial Ascend!" A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a mountain collapsing, causing the surrounding snow-capped peaks to tremble and begin to cave in. Shi Min-di was propelled 1,000 meters away, and without hesitation. He turned and fled into the distance. Shi Min-di, where do you think you're running? Xian San and Xian Si pursued him with great speed. As he ran, blood spurted from his mouth. The heavy injuries he had sustained flared anew under their relentless assault. After half an hour of frantic escape, darkness began to cloud his vision, and he sensed he had reached his limit. The two from the demonic sect relentlessly chased him. In his current state, he could not shake them off. Continuing to run would only lead to exhaustion, leaving him with no chance of survival. It would be better to confront the two now, and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. With a sharp bite to his tongue, Shi Min-di steeled himself, turning to face them with a look of defiance. However, Xian San and Xian Si halted abruptly when they were still 200 meters away, their figures retreating in an instant. Confusion washed over Shi Min-di as he noticed their expressions, which mirrored those who had witnessed a terrifying entity. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, only to see the space itself swirling into a chaotic current, gradually forming a black hole, akin to a time-space tunnel. Before he could comprehend the situation, the turbulence surged toward him, enveloping him before gradually vanishing. Xian San and Xian Si hurriedly retreated 100 miles. Old Four, you must report to the sect leader immediately, informing him that the spatial turbulence indeed exists nearby and that Shi Min-di has been swept away by it. A colossal city rose majestically upon a vast plain, stretching over 1,000 miles in length and soaring several meters high, resembling an ancient giant metropolis. Above the city, the words Hei Wang Cheng were inscribed in grand characters. Should the inhabitants of the Great Yu dynasty on the Kangwu continent behold this city, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror, for they believed their own imperial city to be the largest in the world. Yet it paled in comparison to this one. The city gates stood wide open, revealing countless figures moving in and out, among which were beings of various exotic races, some towering 3 meters tall like giants, while others, cloaked in deep green with 4 arms, resembled messengers from the underworld. Truly, a myriad of bizarre species thrived here, yet they all radiated an aura of strength. The glance revealed that martial emperors were abundant, with martial gods also frequently seen, and occasionally, figures above the martial god realm could be spotted. The city was indeed a realm where martial gods roamed freely, and martial emperors were as common as dogs. In the heart of the city, a vast plaza sprawled, adorned with hundreds of massive stone tablets, most of which glimmered brightly, though a small number remained dimmed. In the plaza, a group of 4-meter-tall beings, resembling enlarged blue sprites clad in armor, appeared to be the overseers of the area. The glowing teleportation arrays in the plaza occasionally emitted light, from which various species emerged. The armored figures would then approach, utter a few words, and escort the newcomers to a nearby vacant space, accumulating a total of 99 in merely half a day. Originally, the number would have been higher, but some who emerged from the stone tablets were taken by other groups instead of being brought to the empty space. At that moment, a previously dim stone tablet suddenly radiated light, and a man clad in white, blood spilling from his mouth, tumbled forth. He lifted his gaze to the astonishing scene before him, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. The leader among the armored figures observed with a flicker of surprise. If memory served him correctly, that stone tablet had not illuminated for over a millennium, yet today, a human had emerged, and a wounded one at that. He approached the man, addressing him with a resonant voice. "Who are you, and from what faction do you hail? Is there any force from the upper realm that is aiding you?" He noted the man's cultivation was but at the mortal realm. Chapter 23. Do you dare to accompany me to the upper realm for an adventure? The bloodied man, Shi Min-di, gazed up at the armored leader with a glint of astonishment in his eyes. He could assure himself that no such being existed on the Kangwu continent, and the powerful aura emanating from the leader was far superior to anyone he had encountered, even overshadowing Zhou Qiong, who was subtly deemed invincible on the Kangwu continent. I am Shi Min-di, a disciple of the Wanjian sect. I'm unaware of what the upper realm is or where I currently am. Wanjian sect? Pondered the armored leader, his mind failing to recall this faction. surmising that the individual before him must be affiliated with a lower realm sect. He chose not to respond to Shi Min D's inquiry, finding the concerns of a mere mortal realm figure beneath his interest. Had it not been for the man's emergence from the dim stone tablet, he would not have even bothered to inquire. As soon as Shi Min D emerged, the stone tablet returned to its former dullness. The armored leader glanced at it, muttering, "I thought it had been restored, yet it remains defective." He then disregarded it, seizing Shi Min D and hurling him toward the empty spaced AT. That moment, there were exactly 100 people standing in the vacant area, and Shi Min D found himself among them. He had expected death when the armored leader grasped him, yet he was merely tossed into this empty space. Now, there were 100 individuals in the space. Aside from Shi Min D, the rest were at least martial emperors, with several at the martial god level, albeit all at the initial stages. The armored leader surveyed the gathered crowd and declared in a booming voice, "You all hail from the lower realm. And regardless of your previous status, upon entering Heiwang Chung, you are required to abide by our regulations. From this day forth, you shall become slaves of my Blue Rain clan, working for us for 3 years if you are martial gods, and 5 years if you are martial emperors, after which you may regain your freedom." The wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, leading to a brief commotion. One muscular figure, a 3-meter-tall minotaur, rose to confront the armored leader. Though aware of the formidable presence before him, he was accustomed to being a dominant figure in his realm. The sudden demand to become a slave was intolerable. He boldly questioned, "My lord, on what grounds must we become slaves? Is this how the upper realm exploits its ascendants?" This minotaur, having achieved the martial god realm, was no fool. He sought to rally others to join in rebellion, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. However, his plans faltered. No one joined him in defiance, as they all sensed the overwhelming might of the armored leader, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. On what grounds? Simply because you are weak. The armored leader cast a glance at the minotaur, his aura pressing down upon him, forcing the minotaur to the ground. Unable to rise despite his desperate struggles, blood seeping from his mouth, in a mere moment, he ceased to struggle and lost consciousness. "Any further objections?" the armored leader inquired, surveying the remaining crowd. None dared to voice dissent, all falling silent. At that moment, a feeble voice broke through, "Excuse me, my lord, may I ask a question?" It was none other than Shi Min D. The armored leader regarded him with surprise. "You possess quite the audacity. Speak, my lord. I noticed that several individuals did not arrive here but were instead taken away. May I inquire as to why?" "Oh, you have quite the keen eye. Those individuals' ancestors established a significant force upon arriving here. Thus their descendants are exempt from slavery." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, each lost in thought, recalling whether any of their forebears had ascended to the upper realm. Alas, those with connections to powerful factions had long been taken, leaving them with no choice but to endure years of servitude. The headquarters of the demonic sect. Zhou Qiong pondered deeply, as Xianxi had already reported the matter of the spatial turbulence. "System, what is the reason behind the appearance and disappearance of the spatial turbulence?" The chaotic turbulence in space serves as evidence that the location once functioned as a portal to the celestial realm. Its disappearance signifies a depletion of energy. Merely embedding an energy stone at that site will reignite the passage. As for the system, will there be individuals from the upper realm descending? No, the passage is unidirectional. Unless one's cultivation reaches a certain level or specific treasures are utilized to descend. There are countless low-tier continents akin to Kangwu, as numerous as the stars in the sky, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to exert effort to descend. That is well. Let us further develop on this continent first. I have no desire to serve as a mere pawn in the upper realm. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Dominate the Kangwu continent within 3 years and become its true sovereign. The reward for success is an elevation in cultivation by 3 levels and a villain point accrual of 1 million. Failure incurs no punishment. Will you accept? I accept. At the Heavenly Demon Hall Assembly. Numerous high-ranking members stood with pride, each bearing an expression of arrogance. The recent annihilation of Jingshan Temple and the hanging pavilion by the demon sect has instilled confidence among its members. Now, they can proudly declare their association with the demon sect, with no one daring to openly challenge them. Seated upon the dragon throne, Zhou Qiong coldly remarked, "Are you also self-satisfied, believing yourselves to be formidable?" The members of the demon sect replied in unison, expressing their reluctance to boast, yet their faces betrayed their defiance. Even Lien Shang appeared somewhat astonished, for the demon sect's recent advantages have been overwhelmingly significant. They all believe the demon sect to be the mightiest force on the continent, with the leader being the strongest expert, and they, aside from the leader, the most formidable individuals. Humph! Zhou Qiong scoffed. "Do you know of the martial god realm? Are you aware of the transcendence realm that lies above it?" Zhou Qiong inquired coldly. The demon tiger king smacked his forehead and bowed slightly, asking, "What is the transcendence realm? Is there truly a realm above the martial god?" "Certainly, above the martial god lies the transcendence, and beyond that, there are further realms. Yet, you have not even reached the martial emperor stage, and already you begin to take pride in yourselves. Leader, I have heard of the martial god realm, but I have never encountered experts from the transcendence realm. It does not exist on this continent. It is in the upper realm. Beyond this Kangwu continent lies an even grander continent, magnitudes larger than Kangwu, where experts abound. Even the martial god there is considered merely a low-level figure." The members of the demon sect were taken aback, realizing that above Kangwu there exists an upper realm, where even martial gods are seen as mere commoners. They felt a deep sense of shame at their own meager cultivation. Zhou Qiong addressed the gathered elite of the demon sect, stating, "You are all the elite of my demon sect. What does the upper realm matter? It will not be long before we dominate there as well. Do you dare to accompany me to explore that upper realm? I, the demon tiger king, am willing to follow the leader's footsteps. I, from the Azure Dragon Hall, am willing to follow the leader's footsteps. I, Lien Shang, am willing to follow the leader's footsteps. I, from the White Tiger Hall, am willing to follow the leader's footsteps. I, by Haotian, am willing to follow the leader's footsteps." I hope everyone will give a 5-star rating. Chapter 24. Kill those who do not submit, kill those who resist, kill those who speak differently. A thunderous voice erupted from Demon Mountain, originating from the loud discussions of many high-ranking members within the hall, echoing throughout the mountain for all members of the demon sect to hear. The congregation knelt on one knee, proclaiming loudly, "We are willing to follow the leader's footsteps to the death." The resounding chorus reverberated through the hills, causing birds in the sky to tremble. Zhou Qiong, seated upon the dragon throne, struck his chair and declared, "Then let us first conquer this continent before ascending to the upper realm. Where are the 4 halls? Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise?" 4 individuals stepped forth from the crowd, responding in unison, "We are here. I command you 4 halls to mobilize all disciples for a full-scale assault on the continent. Kill those who do not submit, kill those who dare resist, kill those who voice dissent. I grant you 3 years. After 3 years, I expect the entire continent to echo only with the voice of my demon sect." Understood. Where are the 12 demon kings? Where are the various protectors? Once more, a group of individuals stepped forward, responding, "We are here. I command you to assist from the sidelines without error." Understood. Lien Shang, you shall oversee the entire operation this time. Do not disappoint me. Understood, Lien Shang replied, bowing beside Zhou Qiong. System, have I not accumulated a considerable number of high-level draws? You currently possess 36 basic draws, which can be exchanged for 3 high-level draws. Let us draw them all. As time flowed, the days passed swiftly. In a city on the eastern flank of the Great Wilderness Dynasty, several men clad in white sat in a corner of the Yulai Inn, quietly dining and conversing while occasionally glancing around. Senior Brother Bai, we can no longer remain in the Great Wilderness Dynasty. It is far too perilous. We must leave immediately. Where can we go now? The world is teeming with demon sect members. I have heard that the Great Wilderness Dynasty is on the brink of succumbing to their assaults. If it comes to that, let us surrender. Nonsense. The demon sect has slaughtered our sect. How can we surrender? I have resolved to head to the Great Yu Dynasty, where it is said they can still resist the demon sect. Will you join me? A young man with a buzz cut said indignantly. Before anyone could respond, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of men dressed in fish dragon garb, armed with embroidered spring knives, surged in and surrounded them. The man referred to as senior brother by hurriedly stepped forward and addressed the leading officer. Esteemed sir, may I ask why we are being surrounded? We have not violated the laws of the great wilderness dynasty. The leading officer of the brocade-clad guards sneered. Whether or not you have committed an offense is not for you to decide. I advise you to surrender without resistance. It will save you the trouble. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, seize them. If they resist, kill them without mercy. The white-clad men quickly realized it was not an arrest, but rather an execution. They drew their swords and fought desperately. Yet even the strongest among them, Senior Brother Bai, was merely at the martial general stage. Faced with the assault of dozens of elite guards, he fell within moments. The brocade-clad guards carried their corpses out of the inn and, under the leadership of their commander, entered a courtyard where a middle-aged man dressed in blue sat sipping tea, his face adorned with a smile that belied a predatory nature. The commander of the brocade-clad guards quickly approached the man, bowing slightly and said, "This humble commander, Wang Li Xin, presents greetings to Master Chun." The man known as Master Chun took a sip of tea and, with a beaming smile, replied, "Ah, it is Commander Wang. Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality between us." However, Wang Li Xin did not sit, but quietly stated, "Today, I apprehended a few remnants of the Qinglian sword sect on the streets, and I have brought them to you, Master Chun. Well done. I shall accept these. Is there anything else?" "Ah, nothing more, and I hope Master Chun can speak a few good words for me with the higher-ups," Wang Li Xin stated obsequiously. "Rest assured, your contributions are duly noted. When the time comes for recognition, you shall certainly be awarded the position of a fragrant master. Thank you, Master Chun. From now on, I shall always follow your lead," Wang Li Xin exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling to pledge his allegiance. "Enough. Your goodwill is appreciated. We are all serving the leader. Henceforth, we are one family." Wang Qianhu nodded heavily, then joyfully departed with his entourage, intent on capturing more remnants and achieving greater accolades. Should the higher-ups be pleased, he might even be granted the title of helmsman. However, Chen Duozhu remained oblivious to Wang Qianhu's intentions, sipping tea in contentment. Though he had once been a helmsman of the demonic sect himself, that was a time when the sect lacked such formidable power. Everything changed with the emergence of the sect leader from seclusion. First, they annihilated the Golden Mountain Temple, followed by the destruction of the suspended pavilion, compelling the Wanjian Mountain to disband on the spot. Now, they were conquering the entire continent, exterminating all forces that refused to submit, at present. Only the Dayu dynasty was fiercely resisting. The other two dynasties had gradually surrendered. The De Huang dynasty, to which he belonged, was no exception. In recent days, he hardly needed to lift a finger, as a group of individuals was already taking care of eliminating the non-compliant remnants, all in hopes of securing a few favorable words from the upper echelons to gain a position within the demonic sect. The other helmsmen were largely in similar situations. Furthermore, the benefits afforded by the demonic sect in recent years were astonishing. As a helmsman of the White Tiger Hall, he had cultivated the demonic King's Law, and the supply of elixirs was abundant, enabling him to reach the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Many other helmsmen had even broken through to the martial emperor realm and begun training in the emperor-level techniques. It was said that the hall master, the demonic king, had begun practicing the divine demonic law, a technique of divine level, the power of which was unknown. The deputy hall master mentioned that their hall master had merely practiced the divine demonic law for less than 2 months before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. And in these 2 years, he had become unfathomably strong. Chen Duozhu thought to himself that it was time for him to strive harder, as the demonic sect was expanding rapidly. Despite being an elder, he could easily be replaced by newcomers if he did not improve his cultivation over time. The demonic sect was akin to a speeding train, and everyone was desperately trying to board. He certainly did not wish to be left behind due to insufficient strength. That would be a cause for lamentation. "Come in," Chen Duozhu shouted. Immediately, several figures entered the courtyard, bowing and saying, "Duozhu, how may we serve you?" "This Duozhu intends to enter seclusion to break through in cultivation. You shall act as my guardians, and unless in an emergency, do not disturb me." "Understood," they replied in unison. Chapter 25. Zhou Qiong's cultivation soars. By Hao Yan's rebirth system, are you sure this Wanma pool is safe for use? It feels rather perilous. Zhou Qiong gazed at a bubbling pool before him, its fragrant aroma inviting him to immerse himself, though he wished it would stop emitting occasional electric shocks. Host, this small Wanma pool is the best for those below the martial god realm. You drew it with a basic lottery, so rejoice. Moreover, the first use yields the best results. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qiong stepped into the small Wanma pool, instantly feeling waves of spiritual energy infiltrate his body, steadily enhancing his cultivation. The electrical currents he had worried about merely caused a tingling sensation while continually strengthening his physique. Sitting cross-legged in the small Wanma pool, Zhou Qiong silently activated his techniques, diligently cultivating as his aura rapidly intensified. After 2 hours, a powerful presence emanated from Zhou Qiong before gradually settling into tranquility. Zhou Qiong examined his status panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position: Sect Leader of the Demonic Sect Cultivation. Mid-Stage Martial God Techniques: Divine Demonic Scripture, Celestial Life and Death Technique, Divine Demon Eye. Second layer of the Sky-Devouring Demonic Art Mount. Demonic Dragon Steed. It had been 2 years since the demonic sect had launched a full-scale assault on the continent, a year prior. Zhou Qiong had broken through to the martial god realm, largely due to the extensive time he dedicated to cultivating the sky-devouring demonic art. This time, he had leveraged the small Wanma pool to reach the mid-stage of the martial god realm. In truth, the greatest gain was the enhancement of his physical strength. Zhou Qiong felt as if he could shatter space using only his physical prowess. His corporeal strength alone was on par with that of a typical martial god at the pinnacle. Glancing at the small Wanma pool, he noticed the lightning had vanished, all absorbed by him. Zhou Qiong silently stored the Wanma pool away, knowing it would continuously provide the demonic sect with formidable experts in the future. He tapped his fingers, and a figure adorned with a diamond mask materialized in the grand hall, kneeling on one knee. Subordinate Tian San, greetings to the sect leader. What have you discovered recently? Reporting to the sect leader. We traced Zhao Li's last known whereabouts to the Golden Mountain Temple, after which he vanished. Zhou Qiong muttered, interesting. Has he perished? Unlikely. He clearly exhibits the traits of a protagonist. Could it be that, like Shiman Di, he ascended to the upper realm for some reason? Yet he dismissed the thought, originally only curious about Zhao Li's recent cultivation progress. Should he pose a genuine threat, Zhou Qiong would not hesitate to eliminate him in advance. He was not a foolish antagonist awaiting the protagonist to grow powerful before engaging in a duel. Nipping potential dangers in the bud was the demonic sect's modus operandi. What of Lian Shang and the others? How are their advancements? Reporting to the sect leader, the Grand Steward and his team have subdued the majority of the factions. Both the Dehuang dynasty and the Daiqian dynasty have formally declared their submission, with only the Daiyu dynasty continuing to resist fiercely. There has been no news of submission from Huangsha Fortress and the Fu sect. The Grand Steward estimates that within 6 months, we can resolve these issues. Zhou Qiong chuckled heartily. Proceed to inform Lian Shang that I advise him to take his time. Unification of the continent need not be rushed into a year's time. Also, notify all the guardians, hall masters, and the demonic king to return to the sect headquarters in phases. Understood. Tian San, kneeling on the ground, gradually faded from the grand hall. System, activate the time room. I wish to cultivate. Understood, host. Zhou Qiong had learned from the system that the first 4 levels of the Tongxin realm are categorized as initial stages, and after reaching the 5th stage, each level becomes increasingly difficult to enhance. Thus, Zhou Qiong intended to make the most of the system's rewards, if he could reach the pinnacle of the martial god realm before unifying the continent. Coupled with the rewards, he could ascend to the 7th stage of Tongxin, thereby increasing his chances of success in the upper realm. As for why he summoned the higher-ups of the demonic sect to return in shifts, it was undoubtedly to utilize the small Wanma pool to elevate their cultivation. Zhou Qiong had no desire to ascend alone. Accustomed to the life of a sect leader, he was reluctant to relinquish such a lifestyle. In a city on the outskirts of the Daiyu dynasty, Lian Shang, clad in a red robe, was formulating plans with the high-ranking members of the demonic sect. Grand Steward, in my opinion, we should simply charge in headlong. Can the Daiyu dynasty truly withstand us? The Demon Tiger King chimed in, tapping his head, feeling that strategizing was cumbersome. Beside him, Li Chongqing of the Qinglong Hall chuckled, though the approach may seem simplistic. It is indeed effective. The Daiyu dynasty, despite being stronger than the other two dynasties, still pales in comparison to our demonic sect. Lien Sheng pondered for a moment, then nodded. Tomorrow morning, we shall march directly to the imperial palace, taking the Dayu dynasty in one fell swoop. The remaining Fu sect and Huangsha fortress pose no significant threat. Understood. The high-ranking members of the demonic sect replied excitedly, realizing they were finally on the verge of accomplishing the task assigned by their leader after 2 years. At that moment, a figure wearing a diamond mask appeared beside Lien Sheng, whispered a few words, and then vanished again. The members of the demonic sect understood that this was an order from their leader. Over the past 2 years, the 4 elements of heaven and earth had also come into the sights of the demonic sect's high-ranking officials, occasionally cooperating with their actions. However, no one had ever seen their faces, as they had never removed their masks. All that was known was that they were formidable experts, the weakest among them being at the martial emperor realm, and they answered only to the sect leader. Even the Grand Steward had no authority over them. Lien Sheng cleared his throat. The sect leader has commanded that we must subjugate all factions within a year. The time frame cannot exceed or fall short of this. The members of the demonic sect were astonished, yet no one dared voice any dissent. The demonic sect was entirely under Zhou Qiong's command, and even in the minds of its members, Zhou Qiong was deemed more formidable than the founding ancestor. He is undoubtedly a worthy leader. Within a secluded chamber on the back mountain of the demonic sect, a figure sits cross-legged amidst a veil of dust, exuding a faint aura as if he were on the brink of oblivion. This is Bai Haoyan, the Grand Protector who is undergoing a rebirth through nirvana. Over the past 2 years, he has faced death on multiple occasions, yet a phoenix image at his heart continuously radiates vitality. Sustaining his life in a relentless cycle till last, the phoenix ceases to merely emit energy and instead unfurls its wings, engulfing him in crimson flames. Remarkably, these flames do not harm Bai Haoyan. Rather, they invigorate him, amplifying his life force and momentum. Before long, he finds himself restored to the early stages of a martial emperor, and his cultivation continues to surge. Mid-martial emperor, late martial emperor, and ultimately, the pinnacle of martial emperor. With a resounding crack, it seems as though something within Bai Haoyan shatters, propelling his cultivation to another level, before gradually settling. Half an hour later, Bai Haoyan opens his eyes, a glimmer of delight flickering within them. Chapter 26. The demon sect leader at the pinnacle of martial divinity in the palace of the Dayu dynasty. Known as the grandest complex on the continent, devastation reigns. Ruins and corpses litter the ground, rendering the former splendor unrecognizable. At the site of the Golden Luan Hall, the emperor of the Dayu stands amidst the wreckage, bloodied and surrounded by a few remaining ministers and guards, all equally drenched in blood and wearied by battle. Encircling them are masters of the demonic sect, led by Lien Sheng, clad in crimson robes. Your Majesty, the Grand Overseer holds you in high regard. Why not submit to our demonic sect? I shall certainly report to the sect leader and secure you a satisfactory position. Lien Sheng proposes. The emperor snorts derisively. You wish to deceive me. Your sect has annihilated my dynasty and slaughtered my people. I harbor an irreconcilable grudge against your kind, desiring nothing more than to consume your flesh and drink your blood. Even in the face of death, you still speak defiantly. You truly seek to court your own demise. The demon tiger king retorts, turning to the Grand Overseer. I request permission to execute the emperor. Lien Sheng nods, fully aware that the emperor would never yield. He merely sought to gauge his resolve. Before the demon tiger king can act, the emperor raises his voice. I am the sovereign of the Dayu dynasty. How could I allow you demon fiends to take my life? Drawing a long sword, he presses it to his neck. I owe it to my ancestors. Demon fiends, I shall await you in the afterlife. With that, he swiftly slashes his throat, his body collapsing slowly, eyes filled with resentment and unyielding defiance. Your Majesty, no. Several ministers cry out in anguish, kneeling in despair. I, Li Guangyuan, shall accompany you. May we follow you in the next life. One proclaims. I, Sun Xian, shall accompany you. May we follow you in the next life. Another adds. I, Wang Quan, shall accompany you. May we follow you in the next life, states a third, as the ministers draw their swords and take their own lives. followed by several guards who also commit suicide. Lien Sheng observes in astonishment. This emperor possesses an undeniable charisma to inspire such loyalty. Let us ensure he is given a proper burial. Indeed, at that moment, the demon monkey king approaches from afar, holding a struggling 4 or 5-year-old boy clad in a brocade robe. Grand Overseer, I discovered this child in a secret chamber. He is likely hidden away by the emperor. He reports. Oh, are you the emperor's son? Lien Sheng inquires gently, crouching before the boy. I am not. I am merely the son of a landlord. I was captured here due to my innate talent. Are you here to rescue me? The boy's eyes brim with fear and longing as he gazes at Lien Sheng. Oh, not be afraid. I am here to save you, Lien Sheng reassures him, reaching out to stroke the boy's hair. Thank you, uncle. The boy's words falter as a sudden force strikes his head, causing blood to pour from his orifices, and he falls lifelessly. The demon monkey king looks on in surprise. Grand Overseer, why did you kill him? This child harbored murderous intent in his gaze. He may very well be the emperor's son. If not, it is merely unfortunate for him. Let us bury him alongside the emperor. Lien Sheng decrees. Understood. Li Tangzhu, Wan Tangzhu, Demon Mouse King, Demon Tiger King, Demon Monkey King, present. They respond with bows. Take your men to the symbol sect. If they agree to submit and pay tribute annually, all will be well. If not, eliminate them. Lien Sheng commands. Yes, they reply, setting forth toward the symbol sect. The rest will accompany me to Yellow Sand Fortress. Understood. The remaining members of the demonic sect answer in unison. At this moment, within the headquarters of the demonic sect, Bai Haotian, clad in a flowing white robe with a long sword on his back, stands before Zhou Qiong. Thank you, sect leader, for saving my life. Bai Haotian kneels on one knee. Rise, a commanding voice resonates in his ears. Bai Haotian stands, glancing at Zhou Qiong seated upon the demonic dragon throne, his heart filled with astonishment. This time, through his rebirth, he has shattered barriers and ascended to the realm of martial divinity, a level unseen in a millennium. Initially fearing Zhou Qiong's suspicion, he contemplates how to express his loyalty, but is instead struck by the depth of Zhou Qiong's presence, akin to an ancient demonic deity seated before him, exuding an overwhelming aura that feels capable of crushing him effortlessly. There is an unsettling sensation, as if he might fracture the very fabric of space and depart this world at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Qiong has indeed reached the pinnacle of martial divinity. During his breakthrough, he narrowly avoided being expelled from the continent by the very fabric of space. Fortunately, the purchase of the celestial avoidance stone obscured the heavenly secrets, sparing him the embarrassment of a direct ascension to the upper realm. Grand Protector, you are aware of the news from the upper realm, correct? I have heard from the Demon Tiger King, but I am unaware of the circumstances there or the forces at play. Bai Haotian replies, I do not know either, but I am confident that our demonic sect can ascend to the pinnacle regardless of the location. What do you think, Grand Protector? I pledge my life to follow the sect leader. I am willing to be the vanguard in the battle for the upper realm, Bai Haotian declares, expressing his determination. Indeed, our sect has acquired a new sacred artifact, the Lesser 10,000 Demon Pool. You should immerse yourself in it, as it will greatly benefit you. Your strength still falls short, and the upper realm is not easily traversed. Understood. Bai Haotian slowly exits the Grand Hall, making his way toward the Demon's Sacred Hall. The site of the Lesser 10,000 Demon Pool. Upon arrival, he finds 2 guards stationed at the entrance, who greet him with a bow. Greetings, Grand Protector. Yes, I have come to cultivate in the 10,000 Demon Pool by the sect leader's command. Very well, please wait, Grand Protector. The 10,000 Demon Pool can only accommodate 2 cultivators at a time, and currently, there are 2 individuals inside. Bai Haotian waits for approximately half an hour before the doors of the Demon's Sacred Hall swing open, revealing 2 figures, one with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, the other adorned with a silver mask. The sharp-nosed figure beams at Bai Haotian. Grand Protector, you have finally emerged. You are here to soak in the 10,000 Demon Pool. Right? This pool is truly extraordinary. Congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation, Demon Monkey King. Bai Haotian exclaims in awe, sensing the peak aura of a martial emperor emanating from him. It is astonishing, considering that prior to his seclusion, the Demon Monkey King's strength was merely at the mid-level of a martial emperor. Now he has evidently ascended to the peak of martial emperor. Could the 10,000 demon pool truly possess such power? Bai Haoyan glances at the silver-masked man, sensing a hint of threat from him. The masked figure nods at Bai Haoyan before vanishing. Demon Monkey King, who is that person? He possesses such profound cultivation. Bai Haoyan inquires with surprise. He is likely from the Xian division. Judging by the mask, he should be the Xian division's leader, the Demon Monkey King replies with a frown. Over the past 2 years, the 4 divisions of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow have frequently traversed the continent. As a high-ranking member of the demonic sect, the Demon Monkey King has naturally encountered them. This time, entering the 10,000 demon pool alongside the Xian division leader has been quite a blow. They entered with similar strength, yet emerged with a clear breakthrough into martial divinity while he remained stagnant. Chapter 27. A surge in cultivation, attaining the 7th level of Xian Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of unifying the continent. Rewards are being distributed. As Zhou Qiong cultivates, his power escalates, 5th level of Xian, 6th level of Xian, 7th level of Xian, ultimately halting at the pinnacle of the 7th level. The surrounding space begins to constrict around Zhou Qiong as if attempting to forcibly expel him from the continent. Yet the celestial avoidance stone in his possession radiates with light. After a fierce struggle, the space gradually stabilizes, no longer rejecting Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong opens his attribute panel, character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible, position, sect leader of the demonic sect cultivation, pinnacle of the 7th level of Xian martial arts, demonic divine technique, celestial life and death hand, divine demon eye, 2nd layer of the sky-swallowing demonic technique mount, demonic dragon chariot at the demonic sect's morning assembly. High-ranking members stand along the sides of the grand hall as Zhou Qiong remains seated at the head, with Lian Shang in a red robe standing beside him. Lian Shang bows to Zhou Qiong and reports, Sovereign, the Daiyu dynasty has been obliterated. The Great Wilderness Dynasty, Great Xian Dynasty, Yellow Sand Fortress, and Symbol Sect have all submitted to our sect, agreeing to pay tribute annually. Well done. Lian Shang, diligent in his duties, is rewarded with 3 months of training in the Great 10,000 Demon Pool. The other Great Guardians, Hall Masters, and Demon Lords are each granted 1 month of training in the same esteemed location. Thank you, Master. The members of the Demon Sect bow in unison. Joy is evident on every face. Even Lian Shang displays a hint of delight. Recently, the Demon Sect has unveiled 2 sacred grounds, the Demon Sanctuary and the Grand Demon Sanctuary, both orchestrated by the Master. They have all previously trained in the lesser 10,000 Demon Pool, where they reaped considerable benefits. The Great 10,000 Demon Pool, newly emerged in recent days, is said to be over 10 times more effective than its lesser counterpart, promising even greater results for those who train within it. Report on the strength of our demon sect. Zhou Qiong commanded in a deep voice, clad in a black robe and wearing a golden mask. De stepped forward and bowed, addressing the Master, excluding the 4 divisions of Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Our demon sect currently boasts 2 individuals at the Transcendence 3rd stage, 4 at the Transcendence 2nd stage, and 20 at the Transcendence 1st stage, along with over 300 in the Martial Emperor realm and over 2,000 in the Martial Sovereign realm. Of course, this figure does not include Zhou Qiong, whose true realm remains a mystery, with speculation suggesting he has far surpassed the Martial God stage, possibly having ventured deep into the Transcendence realm. Its exact level remains unknown. Still insufficient, Lian Shang? Zhou Qiong spoke solemnly. Your subordinate is here, Lian Shang responded, bowing attentively. Expand the scale of our demon sect. Resources will be provided without limit. Open the lesser 10,000 demon pool to all who contribute to the sect. I grant you 1 year, and after that, I shall lead you to ascend to the upper realm, as you command, Lian Shang replied, bowing deeply. After the crowd dispersed, Zhou Qiong fell into contemplative silence, planning to make the most of the coming year. The specifics of the upper realm were unclear, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. System, how many villain points do I have left unspent? Host, you currently possess 800,000 villain points, which can be exchanged for numerous items. Do you have any recommendations? The mysterious divine demon pill, which you may find quite essential, requires 500,000 villain points for exchange. Zhou Qiong opened the marketplace and was taken aback upon reading the description of the mysterious divine demon pill. It stated, "Mysterious divine demon pill, a creation of unknown origin, exists solely in this world. Comparable to a divine artifact, consuming it can elevate the host's cultivation by one major level. However, only 3 attacks of that level can be executed, and the effect will dissipate after 3 years. What an ostentatious divine artifact! One major realm. System. What constitutes that realm? Host. Beyond transcendence lies the ancient era, also known as the ancient titans. Above the ancient era is the true martial realm, and above true martial is the great Luo. System. Is there a realm beyond great Luo? Indeed, you will discover that in due time. Are there further recommendations for purchase? Certainly. Time flies swiftly, and the passage of days feels like a fleeting thread. Following the unification of the demon sect, a proclamation was issued, informing all that there exists an upper realm upon the continent. In 4 years, the demon sect will open a portal to this upper realm, allowing any in the martial emperor realm to ascend. This announcement sparked a frenzy across the continent, igniting a surge of remarkable talents, with many previously secluded individuals emerging, including some once thought deceased. In a bustling and named Uli in the imperial city of the Great Money Dynasty, patrons flowed in and out, some wielding weapons as they entered to drink. A man bearing a long blade walked into the inn, sporting a scar across his face and an expression of sinister intent. Observing the fully occupied inn, he approached a table of guests and slammed his hand down, declaring, "This table is mine. You lot better vacate at once." The patrons seated at the table dared not protest and scurried away in haste. Nearby, other tables whispered, "Those folks are too cowardly. They just left when asked, not even a word of defiance. What do you know? Do you have any idea who that man is?" A man dressed as a merchant said quietly. "Who?" The others inquired immediately. The merchant, slightly hesitant, pointed to the table, and one of the guests caught on, saying, "Speak up. I'll cover the drinks at this table." The merchant chuckled and replied, "That man is Duan Samping, the 3rd on the earth ranking, and it's rumored he has connections." The others gasped, "What? He is Duan Samping? Isn't he the disciple of the heavenly silkworm elder? What connections could he possibly have?" The merchant shook his head with a smile, gesturing towards the south and then upwards, as the others began to grasp the implication. One suddenly exclaimed, "Are you suggesting the demon sect?" He did not finish his thought, but the others understood, their gazes towards Duan Samping now filled with trepidation. In a corner of the inn, 2 individuals sat at a table adorned with a few plates of greens and 2 bowls of rice. An old man and a girl were quietly dining. The girl, possessing a pure appearance, turned to the old man and asked, "Master, will we ever be able to avenge our senior brother?" "We shall. The wicked deeds of the demon sect will surely attract retribution. You must cultivate diligently and reach the martial emperor realm swiftly. Then, we can seek opportunities in the upper realm." The old man resumed his meal, though despair lingered in his lowered gaze. The girl nodded earnestly, though the old man knew she still had time. He, however, was already old, at the initial stage of martial sovereign, and likely would never break through to the martial emperor realm in his lifetime. At that moment, a massive figure entered the inn, a giant of a man wielding a hefty iron hammer, reminiscent of an ancient titan. He bellowed upon entering, "Boss, bring me 10 pounds of beef." Chapter 28. Encountering Lord Hu Wei. As the imposing figure entered, Duan Samping, who had been eating, narrowed his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible! Xiong Ba, how could you have cultivated to such a level?" Other patrons were startled by Duan Samping's reaction, following his gaze to Xiong Ba. Aside from his towering stature and the exaggerated hammer he held, nothing else seemed remarkable about him. Yet, to instill such fear in the 3rd-ranked Duan Samping indicated an extraordinary level of cultivation. The merchant's eyes glimmered with surprise. He recognized Xiong Ba, who had once been a figure on the earth ranking, though his tenure had been brief before he was pushed down the ranks. Initially, Xiong Ba had only held the 20th position, so how could he frighten Duan Samping to this extent? Xiong Ba glanced at Duan Samping with a trace of disdain, choosing not to engage but instead addressing the innkeeper. "Please set up a new table for me." The innkeeper promptly complied, rushing to bring a new table from the back and placing it beside a vacant spot by the window. Xiongba sat down and ordered a jug of wine. Beginning to eat and drink, Duan Sanping, feeling ignored, was consumed by fury. He had encountered Xiongba a year prior. Though he had reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign, he had been somewhat clumsy and had not been able to withstand even a single strike from Duan Sanping. However, upon Xiongba's entrance, Duan Sanping sensed a deadly threat. His innate intuition was exceptional, and such a feeling could only stem from a martial emperor, if not one of notable caliber. Finally, Duan Sanping stood, seething with anger as he approached Xiongba, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Duan Sanping of the Deadly Blade, seeking your guidance." Xiongba regarded him, remaining silent, then casually waved his hand. Instantly, an immense force sent Duan Sanping crashing through the inn's window. Landing on the street outside, blood spilling from his mouth, Duan Sanping scrambled to his feet and fled without uttering a single threat. Approximately half an hour later, Duan Sanping re-entered, his expression dark and menacing. Followed by a group of men clad in black. At the forefront was a plump young man dressed in ornate clothing, to whom Duan Sanping obsequiously offered a few words while gesturing toward Xiongba. The young man in luxurious attire approached Xiongba, observing him without discerning his realm, and smiled. "Might I ask where you hail from, friend? Do you wish to oppose the demon sect?" Just as Xiongba was about to respond, the other patrons at different tables were sufficiently startled. They had not anticipated that Duan Sanping truly knew someone from the demon sect and had even brought allies for support. Their gazes towards Xiongba filled with sympathy. It was common knowledge that provoking the demon sect on the Kangwu continent was akin to courting death. Xiongba turned to the young man in luxurious attire and, in a calm tone, inquired, "Might I ask who you are within the demon sect, and how have I offended you?" The young man scrutinized Xiongba, sensing an air of unsettling calmness. Was it sheer audacity or profound confidence? Duan Sanping, unable to contain himself, slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Xiongba, "Do you even know who you're speaking to? Lord Chen is the leader of the demon sect stationed in the imperial city of the Great Qian dynasty. You cannot simply question him." Xiongba remained silent, retrieving a palm-sized token from his possession. One side bore the character for tiger, while the other displayed Xiong. He tossed it onto the table, stating, "I wonder if this esteemed leader recognizes this token." The young man in ornate clothing gazed at the token, surprise etched across his face. He had seen such a token before, on his father's person. Years prior, his father had also held the position of leader. But after achieving merit, he was rewarded with a period of training at the demon sect's headquarters, after which his cultivation had skyrocketed to the mid-stage of martial emperor. 6 months prior, he had even broken through to the pinnacle of martial emperor and was promoted to an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall. At that time, the father held a token of this nature in his hand. However, one side of his father's token bore the character Bai in white, while the other side displayed the character Chen. His father had once remarked that anyone possessing this token would ascend alongside the sect leader during the first ascension, and that unless absolutely necessary, one must never provoke them. "My lord, please hasten to conceal that token. I had no idea you were the esteemed Tiger Guard under the throne of the Demon Tiger King. I truly underestimated you. I am Chen Qi, and my father is an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall," the man in splendid attire whispered to Xiongba. Xiongba furrowed his brow at Chen Qi. Although Chen Qi had just addressed him as "my lord," he had deliberately mentioned that his father was an elite disciple of the White Tiger Hall, clearly indicating that he had backing and implying that Xiongba should refrain from troubling him. Observing Xiongba's knitted brows and recalling his father's counsel, Chen Qi turned to glance at Duan Sanping. Duan Sanping had sensed trouble when Xiongba produced the token. Upon hearing Chen Qi refer to Xiongba as Tiger Guard Lord, he immediately realized he had provoked someone he should not have and attempted to flee. However, before he could escape, Chen Qi's gaze locked onto him, and he extended a hand towards his head. Before Duan Sanping could react, an overwhelming force shattered his skull. Chen Qi slowly retracted his hand, gently wiped it with a handkerchief, and addressed Xiongba, "Tiger Guard Lord. This individual dared to sow discord among our demon sect, a crime deserving of the gravest punishment. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your meal." With that, he performed a respectful gesture towards Xiongba and turned to leave with his entourage. Xiongba watched Qin Shi depart and the lifeless Duan Samping lying on the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated Qin Shi to be so decisive in his actions. He would undoubtedly prove to be no ordinary character in the future. The patrons of the inn remained in a state of bewilderment, initially believing that Duan Samping had brought the demon sect to doom Xiongba, only to discover that Xiongba was also of the demon sect and held a position of considerable authority. At that moment, an elderly man seated in the corner of the inn stood up, bowed to Xiongba, and inquired, "My lord, may I ask what lies beyond the realm of the martial god?" Xiongba glanced at the old man. This information was no longer a secret, as the demon sect would soon announce the realms to the world. Noticing the attentive demeanor of the crowd within the inn, Xiongba continued, "In truth, there is no realm known as the martial god. In the upper realm, it is uniformly referred to as the transcendental realm, which consists of 10 levels, with the martial god corresponding to the first 4 levels. And what level does the leader of the demon sect possess?" The old man pressed further. The young woman standing behind the old man gripped his clothing tightly. Xiongba frowned and replied loudly, "The level of the sect leader is beyond your comprehension. All you need to know is that the leader is unmatched in the world." Chapter 29. The Ascension of the Sect in the Extreme Northern Region. A city stood amidst the vast ice mountains, its walls inscribed with the words "Invincible City." This city was established by the demon sect a year ago, specifically to access the Ascension passageway within. A year prior, Zhou Qiong had exchanged for energy stones, reopening the passage. Energy stones are a common currency in the upper realm and are also the finest items for cultivation. The exchange rate is 10 primary energy stones for 1 intermediate energy stone, 10 intermediate energy stones for 1 advanced energy stone, and 10 advanced energy stones for 1 supreme energy stone. Regrettably, Zhou Qiong had searched the continent in vain for even a single energy stone. It is known that to break through to the transcendental realm, one must have a supply of pure spiritual energy. Were it not for Zhou Qiong's creation of the 10,000 demon pool using the system, the demon sect would not have so many experts in the transcendental realm today. Within Invincible City, a massive square was adorned with a stone tablet radiating a green light. Thousands of individuals clad in black stood beside the square, each exuding an aura of terror. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be struck with fear, as no one below the martial emperor level was present, eye in the sky above the square. A demonic dragon chariot hovered, and Zhou Qiong, known as the Invincible of the world, stood atop it, emanating a formidable presence akin to an ancient demon god. A voice resonated from the chariot, "Lian Shang. How are the preparations coming along?" Lian Shang, clad in a crimson robe, stood before the black-clad figures and bowed deeply in response to Zhou Qiong, reporting to the sect leader, "Everything is in order. For this ascension, we have 2 individuals at the 5th level of the transcendental realm, 8 at the 4th level, 500 below the 3rd level, and 5,000 at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Excellent. This ascension is fraught with peril. Are you all willing to take the risk with me? We vow to follow the sect leader unto death. We vow to follow the sect leader unto death. We vow to follow the sect leader unto death." The assembled members of the demon sect knelt on one knee, their faces alight with fervor, as the entire Invincible City reverberated with their cries. "Good, Li Changsheng at your service," responded the leader of the Qinglong Hall, dressed in blue, his expression less than pleased. "Guard the demon sect well. After my ascension, the passage will be closed for 3 years, and it shall reopen after that, allowing all to ascend." "Understood. Ascend," Zhou Qiong bellowed. The black-clad individuals began to line up and approached the stone tablet. The moment their hands touched it, they vanished from the square in the upper realm's Black King City. A square several hundred times larger than that of Invincible City buzzed with activity, as various teleportation arrays operated in an orderly fashion. A group of armored guards stood watch, led by the Blue Rain clan, who appeared as an enlarged version of blue sprites. Outside the square, individuals from other factions awaited to collect their ascendees. Among them stood a handsome young man with a long sword slung across his back and a pair of sharp eyebrows beside an elderly man. This young man was Shi Min Di, who had accidentally ascended here. Remarkably fortunate, he was originally destined to become a slave in the Blue Rain clan's mines for 5 years, but encountered the elderly man named Yi Tian on the way. Yi Tian recognized his aptitude for swordsmanship and exchanged a substantial number of energy stones for his freedom, taking him as a disciple. The young woman beside him, Yi Qing, was Yi Tian's daughter and his senior sister. Yi Tian was a disciple of the sword sect in Black King City, rumored to possess cultivation at the 5th level of the transcendental realm. In recent years, he had occasionally accompanied Yi Tian to the square to receive ascendies from the sword sect. Shimin Di gazed at a stone tablet in a corner of the square, emanating light that indicated it was a functional teleportation tablet. He knew it to be the one from Kangwu continent, from which he had emerged, and its glow had begun a year prior. When he had first noticed the stone tablet illuminating, he had suspected that Zhou Qiong was preparing to ascend. After all, when he arrived in the upper realm, Zhou Qiong had already reached the peak of the martial emperor level, and now it was likely he had attained the early stage of the martial god, or perhaps the first level of the transcendental realm. As Shimin Di pondered why Zhou Qiong had not yet ascended after a year, the tablet suddenly blazed with brilliance, and a figure clad in black emerged, exuding the peak of the martial emperor level. "Wait, that's not right," Shimin Di exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the man stepping out. He did not recognize him. This was neither Zhou Qiong nor a high-ranking member of the demon sect, nor a master from another faction. Could he be a hidden expert from Kangwu continent? His exclamation drew the attention of Yi Tian and Yi Qing. "What is it, junior brother?" Yi Qing inquired, perplexed, not daring to conceal the matter. Shimin Di explained the situation to them. Why Yi Tian regarded Shimin Di and suggested, "It may be an expert hidden from your continent. Before he is taken away, you might inquire about his background." "Very well," Shimin Di nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the armored guards, preparing to escort the figure emerging from the stone tablet, were taken aback when they noticed that the black-clad man had stepped aside, allowing more figures to emerge as the tablet continued to radiate light. Before the guards could comprehend the situation, over 100 black-clad individuals had already emerged from the tablet, and the number continued to grow, each possessing the peak of the martial emperor level. The leader of the guards realized something was amiss and immediately approached the tablet, questioning the multitude of black-clad figures. "Which faction do you belong to? And why are you all ascending together?" The black-clad individuals remained silent, merely shifting to the side to create space for those emerging from the tablet. The commotion drew the attention of everyone within and outside the square. Even those waiting to collect their own ascendees paused to watch, as it was exceedingly rare for so many to ascend at once. It was not merely 100 individuals. As the crowd pondered, the tablet continued to yield no less than 500 black-clad figures, all at the peak of the martial emperor level. Although this was not particularly remarkable in Black King City, it was astonishing in the lower realm. 500 peak martial emperors indicated an extraordinary power in that continent. Even Yi Qing, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, gazing at Shimin Di and asking, "Is this truly the continent you ascended from? Your continent is so powerful." Shimin Di's astonishment surpassed that of anyone else in the square. He was well aware that for years, Kangwu continent had not produced a single peak martial emperor. Zhou Qiong had only barely reached that level later on, while the other two had not even achieved the late stage of the martial emperor. Where had these 500 peak martial emperors come from? Seeing the black-clad figures ignoring his inquiries and the tablet continuing to produce more individuals, the leader of the guards extended his hand towards them, a colossal palm descending from the sky to strike at the black-clad figures. Imbued with immense pressure, he intended to kill a few to establish his authority, hoping that such an act would compel them to answer his questions honestly. As the giant hand was about to strike the cloaked figures, a thunderous voice suddenly emanated from within the stone tablet, proclaiming, "How dare you!" A dazzling sword light burst forth from the tablet, cleaving toward the colossal hand. Chapter 30. The ancient titan makes his move with a resounding crash. The armored leader staggered back 5 steps, his face etched with disbelief. He raised his hand, revealing a deep sword mark that traversed his entire palm. Gazing at the stone tablet, a figure clad in a crimson robe emerged, wielding a long sword stained with a hint of blood, a testament to the astonishing strike that had just transpired. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the figure stepping forth from the stone tablet. If their eyes did not deceive them, it was indeed this red-robed individual who had wounded the armored leader, a formidable figure of the sixth tier of the Transcendence realm. Although not the pinnacle of power in the Black King City, it was inconceivable that he could be injured by someone from the lower realms. Yi Qing pointed at the red-robed man and, with a look of astonishment, inquired of Shi Min Di, "Is this person from your continent? How could he possess such strength? Is he also a concealed figure?" Even Yi Tian, standing nearby, wore an expression of shocked. A person ascending from the lower realms had directly injured the leader of the upper realms guardians. This was unprecedented in the Black King City. The ascendant's cultivation level even surpassed that of Yi Tian himself. Shi Min Di gazed at the red-robed man, his eyes wide with incredulity, muttering, "He is Lian Shang, the Grand Chief of the Demon Sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing swiftly turned to Shi Min Di. "You know him?" Shi Min Di nodded. "Yes, he is indeed the Grand Chief of the Demon Sect, the one who forced my sect to disband." He pointed in astonishment at the continuously emerging cloaked figures. Could it be that they are all from the Demon Sect? The armored leader glowered at the red-robed man and demanded, "Who are you? To possess such cultivation at the fifth tier of transcendence? Are these cloaked figures your companions from the lower realms?" Stepping out from the stone tablet, the red-robed man surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. Inhaling deeply before he spoke, indeed, the master was correct. The spiritual energy in the upper realm is abundant, surpassing that of the lower realms by tenfold. Raising his gaze to the armored leader, he declared solemnly, "I am Lian Shang, the Grand Chief of the Demon Sect. This time, we ascended together. I hope you will not interfere." A flicker of uncertainty crossed the armored leader's eyes. He had never heard of the Demon Sect, which seemed to be a force from the lower realms. He wondered what turmoil had occurred in that land to result in such an influx of martial emperors. Surely there were thousands, and they showed no signs of ceasing their emergence. With a dark expression, the armored leader waved his hand, and instantly, over 100 armored guards surrounded them, each a master of at least the second tier of transcendence. No matter where you ascended from, to provoke the Blue Rain clan is to invite death. Surrender, and we might spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless." Lian Shang glanced at the armored leader. Aware that today's events could not conclude amicably, he transformed his long sword into a streak of shooting star, thrusting it directly at the armored leader. In response, the leader bellowed, conjuring 4 long blades from his 4 arms to slash at Lian Shang. The two engaged in fierce combat, and perhaps due to the stability of the upper realm space, the square remained untouched despite the clash of 2 sixth-tier masters. Meanwhile, the armored guards launched attacks against the cloaked figures. However, in a brief moment, more individuals emerged from the stone tablet, this time not merely at the peak of Martial Emperor, but also reaching the Transcendence realm. While battling the armored leader, Lian Shang shouted, "The armored guards are the enemies, seeking to thwart our ascension. All high-ranking members of the Demon Sect, unleash your full power." "Yes," responded the numerous high-ranking members who had emerged from the stone tablet. With a powerful roar, the formidable Demon Tiger King bellowed, "Blue pups, behold my Demon Tiger Sky-rending claw, Demon Ape Hammer of the Heavens, 9 Hell's demonic palm." In an instant, chaos erupted in the square. Initially, the Demon Sect appeared to be at a disadvantage. But as another elder wielding a sword stepped forth from the stone tablet, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The elder wielded his sword with slow, deliberate movements, yet each stroke was lethally precise. Able to dispatch an armored guard effortlessly, the armored leader, witnessing the elder's prowess, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had believed victory was assured, yet now, a fresh wave of transcendence masters had emerged from the lower realms. How could this continent be so formidable? Were they not supposed to ascend only upon reaching the 4th tier of transcendence? How had they maintained their 5th-tier status until ascension? The onlookers from other factions, initially merely spectators, now wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this self-proclaimed demon sect could contend with the Blue Rain clan. After all, there was only one transcendence master, even if he could match the armored leader. It was an extraordinary feat, yet he was but one. However, the demon sect shattered their preconceptions in mere moments, as more and more transcendence warriors emerged from the stone tablet, including 2 who had reached the 5th tier of transcendence. Reports began to circulate among the various factions, Relaying the situation to their respective backers, Shi Mindi stood by, rendered speechless by fear. The initial ascendants were unfamiliar to him, but since Lien Shang's emergence, many high-ranking members of the demon sect had followed suit, nearly all of whom he recognized. Notably, the Demon Tiger King and the Demon Ape King had both reached the third tier of transcendence, while he himself had only managed to attain the peak of Martial Emperor by relying on resources from the upper realm. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Just a few years prior, they had been incapable of enduring a single blow from him. The armored leader grew increasingly alarmed. The red-robed chief before him, though at a lower cultivation tier, wielded his sword with astonishing speed. Preventing him from diverting his attention, he could only respond with all his might. Yet in a mere short span, the majority of his armored guards had already fallen, if he did not devise a strategy soon. Total annihilation awaited. Clenching his jaw, the armored leader produced a jade pendant from his bosom and crushed it. Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from 100 miles to the east of the square, and a figure materialized atop the square in an instant. The overwhelming aura pressed down upon the crowd, rendering them unable to move. How is this possible? Has even the Blue Rain clan been roused? This is the second strongest member of the Blue Rain clan, whose cultivation has reached the realm of ancient titans. Yi Tian gazed at the sudden appearance of the azure figure in the sky, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Blue Rain Pavilion must have been provoked to such a degree that they resorted to activating the protective talismans bestowed upon them by their family. What a pity," he mused. Though these ascendants possess commendable cultivation, it would only take 2 high-tier transcendence warriors to quell them. Was it truly necessary to expend the talisman to summon an ancient titan? Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. The figure known as the second strongest of the Blue Rain clan, Lan Yuwu, hovered in the sky, surveying the chaos below, the fallen armored guards and the Blue Rain Pavilion, demanding sternly, "What has transpired?" Kneeling on one knee, Lan Yuting recounted the events, gesturing toward the fallen armored guards with sorrowful urgency. "Elder, we must avenge our kin." Chapter 31. To dare strike at members of my demon sect is to seek death. Lan Yuwu's gaze shifted to the members of the demon sect below. By now, thousands had ascended, with several hundred at the transcendence realm. Inwardly, Lan Yuwu contemplated the necessity of investigating this continent further. It certainly harbored profound secrets. For now, however, capturing some high-ranking members to inquire about the specifics of their realm was paramount. With claw-like hands, Lan Yuwu reached downward, as if the very air had been ensnared. Even Lien Shang and Bai Hao Tian found themselves unable to evade. "Impudence," a booming voice resonated from the stone tablet, sending forth immense waves of sound toward Lan Yuwu, who, caught off guard, felt as though he were confronting imminent death. The entire assembly was shaken by the force of the voice. In their ears echoed the 2 words, "Impudence, impudence." The sound wave seemed intent on assaulting the Blue Rain clan. While Lan Yuwu withstood the pressure, Lan Yuting and other clan members were struck so violently by the sound that blood flowed from their orifices. Clutching their heads in agony, a dragon's roar erupted from the stone tablet as a colossal demonic dragon burst forth, drawing the gaze of all present. The vehicle bore inscriptions on either side that read, "Grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars. In this world, none can rival me." At its center stood a man clad in a demonic dragon robe, a streak of silver-black lightning marking his brow. The crowd from various factions gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. What an overwhelming presence! What confidence must one possess to utter such words? What an audacious declaration, to think such a figure could exist in the lower realms. The man in the demonic dragon robe exuded an immense aura, subjugating all present. Even Lan Yuwu felt the weight of his power. Everyone was paralyzed by disbelief and fear, gazing at the figure upon the vehicle. Lan Yuwu stared at the man, incredulous, exclaiming, "How is it possible for there to be a master of ancient titans in the lower realms?" At that moment, the members of the demon sect had all successfully ascended, and the stone tablet dimmed, losing its luster. Over 5,000 members of the demon sect knelt, proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to the master." "Arise," commanded the man on the vehicle, casting a scrutinizing look at the still defiant Lan Yuwu. Who are you to strike at my demon sect members? Are you seeking death? In an instant, the phrase "are you seeking death" flooded Lan Yuwu's mind as he clutched his head and desperately attempted to channel his energy in resistance. Crouched on the ground, with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, Lan Yuting gazed at the figure on the flying chariot, resembling a demonic deity, feeling as though he were in a dream. What had he witnessed? A being from this lower realm had ascended to the realm of the ancients. Was this not an absurd jest? Beside him, Yi Qing, pale-faced from the overwhelming aura, nudged the dazed Shi Min-di and exclaimed in terror, "Junior brother, is this truly the leader of the demon sect you spoke of? You mentioned he was merely at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, yet this is evidently a being of the ancient realm." Shi Min-di, equally bewildered, began to doubt whether his memory had faltered or if the fabric of time and space had shifted during their descent. Perhaps many years had passed unbeknownst to them. Struggling to lift his head, Lan Yuwu confronted Zhou Qiong. "Sir, you have just ascended from the lower realm and already exhibit such dominance. Do you believe you can reign supreme in my Black King City?" Suddenly, a booming laughter echoed from the skies. "Ha ha ha, Lan Yuwu speaks the truth." A bizarre creature, towering 8 spans high, with ebony skin and a singular eye, appeared in the square, emanating an aura potent enough to withstand Zhou Qiong's presence. Below, another creature of similar appearance cried out, "I am Long Chong, the chief of the One-Eyed Clan." Long Chong glanced at Zhou Qiong and remarked slyly, "Such profound cultivation. You truly have ascended from the lower realm." Zhou Qiong replied, "Whether I have or have not, when has my human race ever needed to explain ourselves to you?" "Indeed," echoed the air, as a voice pierced through, "when has my human race needed to explain ourselves to you?" A young man, clad in pure white robes and wielding a folding fan, appeared on the square, exuding an aura of elegance. Upon seeing him, Yi Qing gasped, "Senior brother." Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. While Shi Min-di looked up at the white-clad figure, he had heard Yi Qing speak of their senior brother, whose cultivation had long surpassed the ancient realm, and many speculated he had even surpassed the old sect leader. Becoming the foremost expert of the sword sect, the young man closed his fan and bowed to Zhou Qiong, introducing himself, "I am Shangguan Yun, a disciple of the sword sect." Zhou Qiong nodded, "I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon sect." Long Chong, observing Shangguan Yun, furrowed his brow. "These individuals have all ascended from the lower realm. They surely harbor great secrets. Shangguan Yun, does your sword sect truly wish to wade into these murky waters?" "I never claimed I would intervene. I merely came to make a friend," Shangguan Yun replied with a gentle smile, waving his fan. "Brother Zhou, do visit my sword sect when you have the time." "I shall certainly welcome you," Zhou Qiong nodded. "I will come when the opportunity arises. I hope Brother Shangguan does not find me bothersome." Shangguan Yun laughed heartily, waving his sleeve and whisking Yi Tian, Yi Qing, and Shi Min-di away from the square. From the sky, Shangguan Yun's voice echoed, "Long Chong, I hope to see you alive again." Long Chong gazed at the spot where Shangguan Yun had vanished, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Shangguan Yun's words had clearly indicated that he deemed Long Chong no match for Zhou Qiong. "Zhou Qiong, what secrets does your continent conceal? If you disclose them, I will ensure the safety of your demon sect," Long Chong declared with a sinister tone. "You are but a trifling matter. The safety of my demon sect does not require your protection." Zhou Qiong replied calmly, "You seek death. Do not blame me for what follows." Long Chong shrieked, unleashing a beam of divine light from his single eye, piercing through the void toward Zhou Qiong. The smaller one-eyed clansman below exclaimed in admiration, "That is the Annihilation Divine Light, our clan's most powerful attack. That demon sect leader is doomed to perish by our Annihilation Divine Light. He should feel honored." With a swift motion, Zhou Qiong extended a hand, conjuring a black vortex before him. The Annihilation Divine Light vanished upon entering the vortex, which then surged forward, engulfing Long Chong. The vortex quivered violently as Zhou Qiong slowly withdrew his hand, causing the vortex to dissipate and revealing Long Chong, who now knelt on the ground, utterly transformed. His left arm had vanished, and his body was drenched in blood, his solitary eye weeping crimson, as he cried out in anguish. The onlookers were struck dumb with fear. The previously boisterous one-eyed clansmen, lowering their heads in trepidation, terrified of attracting Zhou Qiong's attention. I have been quite busy these past few days. I will surely provide more updates soon. Chapter 32. 7 Great Ancients. The great teleportation talisman Long Chong knelt, raising his gaze to Zhou Qiong in terror. How is this possible? We are both at the 8th level of the ancient realm. Yet why are you so powerful? Ignoring Long Chong, Zhou Qiong's attention shifted eastward towards Black King City, where he sensed a formidable aura ascending to the heavens. A dark green figure swiftly crossed the void, landing before Lan Yuwu. Revealing itself to be a member of the Lan Yu clan, the newcomer surveyed the grievously injured Long Chong and solemnly inquired, Lan Yuwu, what on earth transpired? Seeing the arrival, Lan Yuwu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he recounted the recent events in the square. Upon learning that the members of the demon sect had all ascended from the lower realm, the Lan Yu clan's leader shot a meaningful glance towards the direction of the demon sect. When Lan Yuwu mentioned that Zhou Qiong had severely injured Long Chong with a single strike, the leader's expression grew grave as he regarded Zhou Qiong on the magic chariot. The Lan Yu clan leader mused, to injure Long Chong in one blow signifies that his combat prowess undoubtedly exceeds that of the 8th level of the ancient realm, potentially reaching the peak of the ancient realm. He clasped his hands in a gesture of friendship and said, I am Lan Yu Kong, the leader of the Lan Yu clan. According to the regulations of Black King City, my clan has been tasked with guarding the Ascension Square for the past decade. Perhaps some misunderstandings led to the attack on your sect. I kindly ask you to overlook it. He continued, might you enlighten us on the circumstances that have arisen in your lower realm? I would be immensely grateful. Zhou Qiong regarded Lan Yu Kong, noting his cordial demeanor. However, he was acutely aware that his subordinates had just slain several members of the Lan Yu clan, and it was evident that Lan Yu Kong's words were laced with apprehension regarding his strength. Yet, Zhou Qiong understood the stakes. Although he outwardly appeared to be at the 8th level of the ancient realm, the truth lay in the fact that his severe injury of Long Chong was a result of consuming a medicinal pill, which could only sustain him for 3 years and limit him to 3 uses. This restriction troubled him greatly. Initially, he had hoped to quell the situation by severely injuring Long Chong, allowing him to depart Black King City with the members of the demon sect. After grasping the circumstances of the upper realm, he would then plot his next moves. However, the current demeanor of Lan Yu Kong suggested that leaving without further complications would prove difficult. Just as Zhou Qiong was about to respond to Lan Yu Kong, he suddenly furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings as he intoned, Gentlemen, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? What keen perception! One cannot fathom that you have just ascended from the lower realm. Several figures materialized in the air, each likely representing different factions, yet they all strategically encircled Zhou Qiong, effectively cutting off his escape routes. Among them was a stout, short-statured man clad in yellow, also human, who had been the one to voice the previous remark. Aside from him, the others were not human. 2 were demoness with foxtails, exuding an aura of seduction, while another was a towering bull-headed man. Remarkably, each individual radiated an aura at around the 8th level of the ancient realm. The crowd below was rendered numb. Within a brief span, 7 ancient realm experts had gathered in the square, not even counting the departed Shangguan Yuan from the Sword Sect. 5 of the 8 major forces of Black King City had already made their presence known. The middle-aged human man regarded Zhou Qiong and spoke again, Brother, I am Qian Sihai, the leader of the Great River Gang in Black King City. I, too, am curious about the secrets of your lower realm. As fellow humans, if you choose to share, I assure you of your safety. The others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Zhou Qiong, tacitly endorsing Qian Sihai's words. After all, the enigma of the lower realm piqued their curiosity far more than any desire to trouble Zhou Qiong. Given that Zhou Qiong was also an 8th-level expert of the ancient realm, it would be unwise to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. However, should Zhou Qiong choose to remain silent, their willingness to negotiate would likely evaporate. Zhou Qiong recognized that if he did not divulge the circumstances of the lower realm today, these individuals would not permit him to leave easily. System, open the marketplace. I wish to purchase the Great Teleportation Talisman. Understood, host. The marketplace is now open. The Great Teleportation Talisman requires 300,000 villain points for purchase. Dio, you confirm the exchange? Confirm exchange. Exchange successful. 300,000 villain points deducted. Remaining villain points, 80,000. Instantly, A talisman appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, displaying a peculiar array. Zhou Qiong surveyed the gathering crowd and declared solemnly, "I, the demon sect, did not wish to instigate further conflict upon ascending. Once I have settled my affairs, I will engage in a thorough discussion with you all." The bull-headed man shouted, "Do you truly believe you can leave here without clarifying your intentions today?" In an instant, a large hammer materialized in his hand, clearly indicating his intent to strike. Zhou Qiong paid him no heed, waved his hand, and crushed the great teleportation talisman he held. The space began to ripple, and in an instant, it enveloped all the members of the demon sect. Before the crowd in the square could react, the entirety of the demon sect vanished without a trace. Qian Sihai was the first to regain his composure. Glancing towards the direction in which the demon sect had disappeared, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Was that a teleportation talisman? What grade of talisman could possibly teleport so many individuals at once? Such treasures still exist in the lower realms." The others also dispersed their divine senses, searching the vicinity, but Qian Sihai sighed, saying, "Do not waste your efforts. With such a talisman, the individuals are surely no longer within the confines of Black King City." Qian Sihai's gaze turned towards Lan Yuding, knowing her to be the captain of the guards arranged by the Lan Yu clan in the square, and directly questioned her. "Where did that group just now ascend from? Near which stone tablet?" Lan Yuding looked towards the clan leader, Lan Yukong, and the other leaders of various factions followed suit. Finally, Lan Yukong gave a slight nod. After all, this was not a secret, as many in the square had witnessed it. Qian Sihai pressed Lan Yuding for a quicker understanding, deeming it unnecessary to offend several prominent factions over this matter. Lan Yuding pointed towards a dim stone tablet in one corner of the square. Qian Sihai's expression darkened as he retorted, "Are you jesting with me? How could someone ascend from a mere dim stone tablet?" Lan Yuding bowed respectfully to Qian Sihai, stating, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Guild leader Qian. The group that claimed to be from the demon sect indeed ascended from this very stone tablet, but it grew dim after their ascent. This is something many present can attest to. Qian Sihai and the others turned their heads towards the surrounding crowd, which erupted in murmurs affirming that the demon sect had indeed ascended from that stone tablet. The expressions of Qian Sihai and the others darkened as they regarded the stone tablet with newfound gravity. Chapter 33. The headquarters of the demon sect in the upper realm beyond 10,000 miles from Black King City. Atop a desolate mountain, various creatures frolicked. Suddenly, a great fluctuation in space occurred, and a large group of individuals clad in black emerged from thin air. Hovering above was a demonic dragon carriage, unmistakably carrying the members of the demon sect who had teleported from Black King City. Zhou Qiong, seated upon the demonic dragon, produced a model of a mountain peak, an upgraded version of the true Demon Guardian array, obtained with 100,000 points of villain value. This formation was of true martial grade, capable of easily repelling even the most skilled practitioners at the true martial realm. With a gentle wave of his hand, the great array enveloped the entire desolate mountain, slowly shrouding it in a veil of mist, obscuring the interior from external view. "Where are the 4 divisions of heaven and earth?" Zhou Qiong called out. From the crowd, a group donned in masks of gold, silver, copper, and bronze stepped forward and replied, "We are here, your subordinates. Ascertain the situation in the surrounding area with utmost haste," he commanded. Yes. The 4 divisions promptly took to the skies, while the others began to make camp, declaring, "This mountain shall be the headquarters of our demon sect in the upper realm." Though this was merely a desolate mountain, its height was not inferior to that of the heavenly demon peak in the lower realms, and perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy of the upper realm, the peaks were exceptionally towering. Thus, this mountain appeared inconspicuous amidst them. Soon, the mountain echoed with various sounds. Some began constructing palaces, others managed the rivers, and still others built roads. Amidst the clamor, a massive stone tablet was erected at the foot of the mountain, inscribed with the 3 grand characters for Heavenly Demon Peak, signifying that the demon sect now officially possessed its own territory in the upper realm. Meanwhile, in the lower realm at the Heavenly Demon Peak on Kangwu continent, a vast square was filled with young boys, each face alight with excitement, for they had passed the trials and gained entry into the continent's mightiest faction, the demon sect. Hovering above the square was Li Changsheng, the master of the Qinglong Hall. Robed in black, he proclaimed loudly, "You have all been selected through rigorous evaluations and shall henceforth become the pillars of our demon sect. You must remember our rules and vow to serve our esteemed leader with unwavering loyalty." "Yes." The multitude of youths bowed respectfully in response. Li Changsheng briefly instructed those around him before departing, determined to devote himself to training, having heard from the leader that the cultivation environment in the upper realm was superior. He resolved to double his efforts over the next 3 years, ensuring he did not fall behind his peers. A steward clad in purple led the youths away from the square, guiding them through various locations of the heavenly demon sect. Before long, they arrived at the demon saint temple. The purple-robed steward casually remarked, "This is the sacred ground for cultivation within our demon sect. Only those who have achieved merit may enter." The youths gazed in awe at the demon saint temple. To be deemed a sacred ground by the continent's strongest faction was no small matter. One youth, adorned in brocade, whispered, "I know of it. My clan uncle entered to cultivate 2 years ago, and within just 2 months, he broke through from the peak of the martial emperor realm to the latter stage of the martial emperor realm. He has since ascended alongside our esteemed leader. Is that true? To break through 3 realms at once? What could possibly be inside the demon saint temple? Is it filled with spiritual herbs and celestial grasses?" The other youths regarded the brocade-clad boy with astonishment. He remained silent, aware of the temple's secrets from his uncle's accounts. Yet uncertain whether this knowledge was deemed confidential, he feared that speaking too freely might displease the steward, resulting in dire consequences. The purple-robed steward cast a meaningful glance at the brocade-clad boy. Appreciating his demeanor, though boisterous, he exhibited courtesy and discernment, distinguishing between what should and should not be said. A rarity at such a young age. As the group passed the Demon Saint Temple, they observed numerous cultivation sites and secluded areas before finally arriving at the Heavenly Demon Hall. Since the ascension of the leader Zhou Qiong and others, the Heavenly Demon Hall had remained in a semi-closed state, with the steward Li Changsheng issuing commands from within the Qinglong Hall. The purple-robed steward led the youths into the Heavenly Demon Hall, where dozens of statues stood. Prominently in the center loomed a statue towering 100 feet high, clad in demonic dragon battle attire. Its visage exuding an aura of dominance, a silver-black lightning bolt adorned its brow, adding an air of mystery, while its eyes glimmered with boundless darkness, as if it regarded the world with disdain. Upon entering the grand hall, the youths were instantly struck by an overwhelming sense of authority, their minds conjuring images of an ancient demon god engaged in a battle against the world. Amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, amidst the echoes of their gasps and screams, more than half of the youths fainted, while the remainder writhed on the ground in despair, save for 2 exceptional youths, the brocade-clad boy and another carrying a long sword. Though their faces turned pale, they remained silent throughout that moment. A guard beside the purple-robed steward whispered a few words before retreating. After a quarter of an hour, the oppressive aura dissipated, leaving only the 2 standing youths. While the others were awakened by the guards, the purple-robed steward addressed the remaining youths. "Do you recognize the statues within the hall?" The youths exchanged bewildered glances. Although the names of the upper echelons of the demon sect were renowned throughout the continent, their youth and inexperience left them unfamiliar with the figures depicted. Only the brocade-clad boy and the sword-bearing youth maintained a composed demeanor. The steward looked at the brocade-clad boy, having been informed by the guard that he was the 3rd prince of the Qian dynasty, while the sword-bearing youth was the young lord of the Huangsha fortress. "Prince Qian, I trust you are well acquainted. Please introduce yourself." The brocade-clad youth bowed to the purple-robed steward, saying, "Esteemed steward, my name is Qian Yuqi. You may call me Qian San." He then turned to the bewildered youths, explaining, "You may have heard of him before but never seen him in person. The central figure is our demon sect's supreme leader. To his side, in red, stands our grand overseer, Lord Lian Sheng. On his left, in white, is the great protector, Lord Bai Haoyan. The other 7 are the protectors: Lord Ningwu, Lord Wei Xiao, Lord Sun Hao, Lord Zheng Yuan, Lord Chu Tianhe, Lord Han Su, and Lord Yang Rongde." To his right, the 4 are the masters of the Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhuke halls: Lord Li Changsheng, Lord Wanli, Lord Chu Kaishan, and Lord Bingli. The 12th figure is the Demon Rat King, Lord Qin Shu. While I only know the titles of the other 11, Qian San bowed once more to the purple-robed steward before stepping back into the crowd. In truth, he had refrained from introducing 4 additional figures hidden behind the leader's statue, each wearing different masks. The purple-robed steward waved his hand, declaring, "Excellent. You should all remember the names and appearances of these esteemed individuals, as it will greatly aid you after your ascension." "Yes," the youths replied in unison. This chapter primarily introduces the names of several high-ranking members of the demon sect, as the protagonist embarks on his endeavors in the upper realm. Chapter 34. Unless he is the reincarnation of a great being in the upper realm. Atop the new heavenly demon peak, a palace several times larger than its counterpart in the lower realm stood majestically. Zhou Qiong remained seated upon his demonic dragon throne, with the individuals adorned in golden and silver masks kneeling before him. "Esteemed leader," one reported, "the territory occupied by our sect currently lies within the chaotic region governed by Black King City. There are over 200 cities akin to Black King City in this chaotic area, which spans 1,000,000 miles. Each city governs itself, and the entire chaotic region is vastly larger than the Kangwu continent. Beyond this, there exist various dynasties and sects with dominions that are boundless. My subordinates have yet to fully comprehend the extent due to the distance." Zhou Qiong nodded calmly, having anticipated this situation as the system had previously mentioned the boundless expanse of the upper realm. "Now, let us discuss the circumstances surrounding Black King City. Indeed, the master of Black King City is known as Mu Lao, who is said to be a tree spirit of great cultivation, possessing the strength of the true martial realm, making him the most formidable figure in the entire city. However, he is a benevolent soul who eschews governance, resulting in the city being jointly ruled by the 8 great powers: the Blue Rain Clan, the Red Fox Clan, the Single Eye Clan, the Bullhead Clan, the Sword Sect, the Great River Gang, the Ghost Sect, and the Flower Clan. These factions exchange control of the city square every decade, allowing the ascended warriors to assist them in labor for a few years, while also scouting for promising talents. Is there any other pertinent information? According to the city guards, Mu Lao is set to celebrate his 3,000th birthday in a month, with the festivities to take place at the Lord's Mansion. A secret realm will also be opened, though further details were not ascertained by subordinates. Zhou Qiong nodded, contemplating that he needed to seize Black King City within 3 years to ensure the safe ascension of those from the lower realm's demon sect. Ding, task generation in progress. Attend Mu Lao's birthday celebration, secure entry into the secret realm, successfully access the realm, and enhance the host cultivation by 2 levels, alongside acquiring 200,000 villain points. Failure incurs no penalties. Does the host accept? Accepted. Though Zhou Qiong was uncertain about how to obtain this qualification, he decided to accept first and seek clarification later during the birthday festivities. The Lord's Mansion, within a vast courtyard. An elderly farmer tended to the vegetables in the soil, occasionally turning the earth and watering the plants. Beside him stood a striking young woman clad in a fiery red dress, chattering incessantly. Yet the old man remained focused on his task. "Oh, Mu Lao, are you even listening to me?" the fiery-haired girl exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. The old man raised his head, an expression of exasperation on his face. "I heard you. It's just that many have ascended from the lower realm, so why are you so agitated?" "Mu Lao, thousands have ascended at once, and I hear the leader is exceptionally fearsome. He severely injured the Single Eye monster from Longcheng upon arrival. He is likely still recuperating. You little girl, weren't you always disdainful of Longcheng? Why do you seem displeased that someone is giving him a lesson?" The old man sighed, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. "Oh, it's merely curiosity. Mu Lao, you mentioned that your birthday is in 2 days. Do you think that demon sect leader will attend? What is this? Our Rose has grown up and is now pondering such things." "What are you talking about? I've never met him. I'm just curious. Isn't everyone in Black King City curious about the secrets of the lower realm, especially given the emergence of such a legendary figure? Enough of that, the world is full of wonders. By the way, how is your cultivation progressing?" Mu Lao abruptly shifted the topic. The fiery-haired girl covered her ears, feigning disinterest, and quickly dashed away. 2 days later. At the Lord's Mansion, joy filled the air as numerous guests arrived. Today marked Mu Lao's 3,000th birthday. Despite his lack of involvement in city affairs, his status as the strongest in Black King City commanded respect, and no one dared to slight him. All factions within the city's jurisdiction had gathered. At the entrance, 2 Trant sentinels welcomed guests with loud proclamations of their names. Leader Qian of the Great River Gang has arrived. Clan leader Lan of the Blue Rain Clan has arrived. Lord Shangguan Yuan of the Sword Sect has arrived. Red Fox Clan within the Grand Hall. An elderly figure sat at the head of the table, Mu Lao himself. A young woman in red poured wine for him, while on either side, 4 seats were already occupied by the leaders of the 8 great powers. Below them, over 100 scattered seats were designated for smaller factions and rogue cultivators. As the Trants continued their announcements, 3 figures suddenly appeared before them. Leading the trio was Zhou Qiong, donned in a majestic dragon battle robe, exuding an air of dominance, flanked by the elegant Lian Shang in red and the enigmatic Xianyi in black. His face concealed by a silver mask point, one of the Trants bowed slightly to Zhou Qiong, inquiring, "Do you possess an invitation, esteemed guest?" Zhou Qiong replied nonchalantly, "I do not carry an invitation. I heard that the master of Black King City is celebrating his birthday today, and I came to extend my congratulations. I ask that not permissible." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Zhou Qiong, pressing down upon the Trants. The other Trant quickly interjected, "Of course, it is permissible. May I inquire which faction you represent?" "We shall announce your arrival. I am the leader of the demon sect." Without waiting for the Trants to announce him, Zhou Qiong strode boldly into the mansion, followed closely by Lian Shang and Xianyi, who were met with trepidation from the Trants, who dared not obstruct their path. Inside, the leaders of the various factions engaged in conversation. Qian Sihai pointed to an empty seat across the hall, exclaiming loudly, "I suggest we remove that seat. Long Chong is likely nursing his wounds in some corner and won't be attending." Opposite him, a figure clad in black, exuding an ominous aura, slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, Long Chong is utterly useless. How could he be injured by someone who has just ascended? The Single Eye clan is unworthy to be counted among the 8 great powers. A woman dressed in pink, resembling a human yet sporting a foxtail, chimed in softly, "I agree. Long Chong's injuries may never heal. It would be best to replace him with another from their clan." Behind Qian Sihai stood a young man with a long sword on his back, wearing a ring that occasionally emitted a blue glow. He had been listening intently to the discussion about the demon sect leader, his expression darkening with disbelief. None other than Zhao Li, who had vanished from the Kangwu continent. "Old Fu, do you think the demon sect leader has truly reached the ancient realm? To have injured the leader of the Single Eye clan with a single blow?" The ring emitted a faint glow, and a message appeared in Zhao Li's mind. His cultivation speed was indeed alarmingly rapid, comparable to that of princes and saints from imperial dynasties. Yet he was neither, unless he is the reincarnation of a great being. Zhao Li furrowed his brow, lost in thought when a loud voice suddenly echoed from outside. "The demon sect leader has arrived." Chapter 35. From now on, he shall belong to me. Do any of you have objections? The announcement of congratulations from outside stunned the crowd within the hall. What audacity! He dares to come to the Lord's mansion. Does he not realize we are all present? The bull-head man grumbled, stroking his horns with a fierce expression. Others also cast dark looks toward the 3 figures entering. Even Mu Lao, seated at the head, turned his gaze toward them, while the red-clad girl pouring wine for him glanced up, her eyes brimming with curiosity. The leaders of the smaller factions began to murmur amongst themselves. "Those 3 are members of the demon sect who ascended from the lower realm. I heard one of them severely injured Lord Longchong with a single strike. What level of cultivation must he possess to dare come here? Does he not fear death? Be quiet. Do you want to draw his attention? This man clearly does not belong to the righteous path. He is not someone we can provoke." Zhou Qiong and his companion strode into the grand hall, clasping their hands in greeting. "I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon sect. I have come to congratulate you on your birthday." "Mu Lao, may I inquire if you welcome my presence?" Mu Lao smiled warmly, nodding that a guest is a guest. "Please take a seat." The bull-head man sneered, "There are no seats left above. Please find a spot below." "Leader Zhou." Others regarded Zhou Qiong and his companions with mocking expressions. Zhou Qiong offered no retort, leading Lin Shang and Xianyi directly to the seat that had belonged to Longchong, where they settled down. Once seated, Zhou Qiong stated in a low voice, "This should be the seat of the single-eye monster. It now belongs to me. Do any of you have objections?" As he spoke, an immense aura radiated from Zhou Qiong, enveloped in boundless demonic energy, resembling an ancient demonic deity seated among them. For a moment, the assembly fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Coughing lightly, Mu Lao interjected, "If Leader Zhou wishes to sit there, then let it be." Seeing Mu Lao's decree, the others fell silent, and Zhou Qiong found himself seated beside Shang Guanyun, whom he had encountered previously, while on his other side sat the leader of the Red Fox clan. Shang Guanyun smiled and raised his cup of wine toward Zhou Qiong, who reciprocated with a nod and took a sip. The red-clad girl serving Mu Lao stood up and called out, "Now that all our guests are present, let us commence with the offerings." A member of the Blue Rain clan stepped forward, exclaiming, "The Blue Rain clan presents a Xinyang golden pill, wishing Mu Lao eternal longevity." The Red Fox clan member followed suit, announcing, "The Red Fox clan offers a piece of eternal youth stone, wishing Mu Lao everlasting youth." The Bullhead clan presents the Sword Sect presents the Great River Gang presents first. The 7 great factions made their offerings, followed by various smaller factions, each presenting rare and exotic treasures. Throughout it all, Mu Lao maintained a smile, seemingly unfazed by any of the gifts presented before him. At that moment, the ghostly leader of the Ghost clan chuckled ominously. "So, does the demon sect leader not bring any gifts to Mu Lao's birthday? Are you looking down upon him?" As the words echoed through the hall, the eyes of the onlookers gravitated towards Zhou Qiong, and it was evident that there were those among them who relished the prospect of troubling him. Paying no heed to the crowd, Zhou Qiong instead directed his gaze upwards towards Elder Mu. The silver-black lightning adorning his brow began to emit a faint glow, which soon dissipated. Elder Mu, astonished, gazed back at Zhou Qiong, feeling a peculiar sensation as if he had been seen through when Zhou Qiong's eyes had met his. It was noteworthy that he was indeed a cultivator of the true martial realm. The leader of the demonic sect seemed to possess some remarkable prowess. Zhou Qiong lowered his head, lost in contemplation. It dawned on him that Elder Mu's true form was that of a celestial peach tree, radiating brilliance while exuding an aura of confinement. It appeared that he was on the brink of a breakthrough, yet unable to proceed due to the limitations of his original form. System, is there anything that can assist the celestial peach tree in transcending its innate constraints? Yes, host. The celestial spirit essence, a treasure of the plant tribe, can aid in breaking through these limitations with just a single drop. It costs 100,000 villain points for a drop. System, how many villain points do I have remaining? The host currently retains 80,000 villain points. System, assist me in exchanging for half a drop of celestial spirit essence. Understood. Half a drop of celestial spirit essence successfully exchanged for 50,000 villain points. Remaining villain points, 30,000. Suddenly, a porcelain vial appeared in Zhou Qiong's hand, which he casually handed to Xianyi while issuing a few instructions. Xianyi took the vial and approached the center of the hall, facing Elder Mu, and proclaimed loudly, "The demonic sect extends its heartfelt wishes to Elder Mu on his birthday, presenting half a drop of celestial spirit essence, wishing for Elder Mu's cultivation to ascend to new heights." What? The usually composed Elder Mu rose to his feet, and with a wave of his hand, the porcelain vial instantly materialized in his grasp. He cautiously opened it, and a fragrant aroma filled the hall. While others remained unaffected, the members of the plant tribe were irresistibly drawn to the vial. Their eyes alight with longing, Elder Mu swiftly capped the vial, dispersing the fragrance within the hall, and carefully stowed it away. He turned to Zhou Qiong, offering a respectful gesture of gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader Zhou, for your thoughtful gift." Although the gathered crowd had never heard of the celestial spirit essence, they could discern from Elder Mu's reaction that it was no ordinary item. After all, he had not even acknowledged their gifts. Lan Yukong's gaze towards Zhou Qiong brimmed with a predatory intent. Had it not been Elder Mu's birthday, he would likely have charged at Zhou Qiong to seize everything he possessed. However, the difference between desire and ability was stark. The red-clad maiden beside Elder Mu cast a deep glance at Zhou Qiong. Her intrigue for the enigmatic leader of the demonic sect heightened. When Elder Mu had opened the vial, she had been closest, and even the scattered fragrance had ignited within her the sensation of a breakthrough. She found herself curious about the true nature of this celestial spirit essence. The red-clad maiden then rose, announcing the customary procedure. Each of the major factions would dispatch 2 representatives at the Profound Realm to participate in the competition, ultimately selecting 8 individuals to gain entry into the Kongtong Secret Realm. Each of the 8 major factions would select 1 individual to advance directly to the finals. After a moment's pause, she added, the qualification of the original single-eyed tribe will be assumed by the demonic sect. The competition begins now. Let the banquet commence. Immediately, a multitude of maidens appeared on both sides, carrying trays laden with various exotic fruits and delicacies, presenting them to the leaders of the major factions. 2 maidens placed a fruit platter on Zhou Qiong's table, one of whom pointed out a singular celestial peach nestled among the fruits and whispered, "This is specially prepared for sect leader Zhou by Elder Mu." Zhou Qiong observed the celestial peach, which shimmered with an extraordinary glow, clearly distinct from the other fruits. He turned to glance at Elder Mu, a chuckle escaping his lips. Elder Mu was indeed generous. Zhou Qiong took a bite of the celestial peach, its essence melting in his mouth, and he felt a surge of spiritual energy rush to his abdomen, expanding throughout his body and enhancing his vitality. In mere moments, he had consumed the entire peach, a sound akin to shattering resonating within him, and a subtle shift in his aura occurred before dissipating swiftly. The rapidity of the event went unnoticed by the crowd, most assuming the celestial peach was merely a regular exotic fruit, save for Elder Mu, who regarded Zhou Qiong with a hint of curiosity. In Zhou Qiong's mind, a status panel materialized. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible. Title: Leader of the Demonic Sect Cultivation. Profound Realm Level 9, with the Ancient Chi of Level 9, Martial Arts, Demon God Technique, Celestial Life and Death Hand, Divine Demon Eye, Second Layer of Sky-Swallowing Demon Art Mount, Demon Dragon Flying Chariot. The consumption of a single peach had elevated Zhou Qiong by a minor tier. Had his foundation not been so profound, he might have ascended even further, honoring the rarity of the celestial peach. Zhou Qiong cast a deep glance at Elder Mu. Acquiring this peach was essential, as it would significantly bolster the power of the demonic sect. Elder Mu, seated at the head of the table, suddenly felt a chill run through him, sensing an ill intent directed towards him. Yet he could not discern its source. Meanwhile, the dueling platform had already produced 4 seed contenders. A mysterious energy seemed to envelop the platform, restraining every contestant's cultivation to the first tier of the Profound Realm. A massive protective barrier confined all residual attacks within the arena. The red-clad maiden announced with clarity, "The preliminary rounds have concluded. Each major faction is to send forth their representatives to compete against the seed contenders. Ultimately, 6 victors will emerge, gaining entry into the secret realm. Each faction in attendance sent forth 1 champion, and Zhou Qiong dispatched Lian Shang. The 8 representatives from the major factions and the 4 seed contenders began a draw for matchups. With each contestant facing off in 3 battles, the 6 with the most victories ultimately prevailing. At that moment, Xianyi leaned in and whispered something to Zhou Qiong. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Qiong turned his attention to the dueling arena, where a swordsman was locked in battle with a minotaur. The swordsman wielded his blade with extraordinary skill, decisively dominating the minotaur. However, what captured Zhou Qiong's attention was the ring on the swordsman's right hand. Had it not been for Xianyi's reminder, he might have nearly forgotten about Zhao Li. He had originally intended to eliminate him on Kangwu continent, but to his surprise, Zhao Li had ascended to the upper realm ahead of him. Observing his cultivation had reached the 5th tier of the Profound Realm, one could see why he was favored as a protagonist. His ascension was rapid. Zhou Qiong knew he had to find an opportunity to eliminate him swiftly. "Ah, you perverse wretch!" A piercing scream erupted from the dueling arena as a red-clad fox-tailed woman clutched her face, revealing a deep gash that bled profusely. Opposite her stood a man in red robes, slowly retracting his long sword as he exited the arena, coldly remarking, "Had it been any other time, you would already be a corpse." A Treeman referee bellowed, "Victory to Lian Shang of the demonic sect." The battles continued, and the red-clad woman who had been serving Elder Mu wine also descended to compete, representing the flower tribe, her true form being a red rose. With her exceptional knife-throwing skills, She secured 2 consecutive victories before narrowly losing to Zhao Li in her 3rd match. The Sword Sect sent forth their representative, Yi Qing, a senior from Shimen Di. Unfortunately, she faced Zhao Li and the Flower Rose in her first 2 matches, resulting in immediate defeat. The seed contenders from smaller factions were merely present to show face before Elder Mu, lacking the capability or courage to contest for entry into the secret realm. After 2 hours of intense dueling, 4 victors emerged: Lan Yu Ting of the Lan Yu clan, the Flower Rose of the Flower tribe, Niu Kue of the Minotaur tribe, and Gue Qi of the Ghost tribe. The final 2 remained, Lian Shang and Zhao Li of the Dajiang gang. Both had each won 2 matches, qualifying them for victory, yet Zhao Li insisted on battling Lian Shang. The Treeman referee declared loudly, "The final match will be between Lian Shang of the demonic sect and Zhao Li of the Dajiang gang. Regardless of the outcome, both will gain entry into the secret realm." As the 2 stood on opposite sides of the arena, Zhao Li glared at Lian Shang with malice. "Do you remember the Jade Dragon Sword sect? The one that your demonic sect annihilated? I am a disciple of the Jade Dragon Sword sect, and today, I shall avenge them by killing you first, and then Zhou Qiong, wiping out every last member of the demonic sect." Lian Shang tapped his long sword, coldly retorting, "The Jade Dragon Sword sect? Perhaps. There are countless sects that have been eradicated by the demonic sect. Who knows which one you refer to? Seeking revenge against my sect? I doubt you will even survive today." Without affording Zhao Li another word, Lian Shang's long sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly slicing towards Zhao Li. Zhao Li raised his sword in defense, and the arena erupted with the sounds of clashing blades as their duel intensified. The speed of their strikes escalating with each passing moment, leaving the arena echoing only with the sounds of their swords meeting. Zhao Li grew increasingly flustered. Since obtaining the Sword Goddess legacy, he had not encountered an opponent of his level, even able to fight across realms. Yet here was Lian Shang, his equal in cultivation, and he found himself completely unable to subdue him, instead becoming frazzled by Lian Shang's relentless assault. Seated in the audience, Shangguan Yun observed Lian Shang in combat, noting the ferocity of his swordsmanship. No defenses, brutal against his enemies, and equally merciless towards himself. An extraordinary scene unfolded in the arena, as both Lian Shang and Zhao Li began to fight with reckless abandon. Exorcising evil sword technique, 72 paths converge as one. Sword of the skies. A colossal shockwave caused the protective barrier of the arena to tremble, revealing the 2 combatants within. The onlookers hurriedly turned their gazes, only to behold Lian Shang, drenched in blood, with a long sword piercing through his chest, standing resolutely in the arena. Lian Shang slowly withdrew the sword from his body and cast it aside, turning to exit the arena and returning to stand behind Zhou Qiong. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, his opponent, lay horrifically cleaved in 2, blood gushing from his mouth. Though such injuries would not claim the life of a transcendent realm warrior, they were grievous enough to cripple his foundation. The very sword that had pierced Lian Shang's heart clearly inflicted irreversible damage as well. He was willing to sacrifice his own foundation to ruin that of another. Lian Shang's ruthlessness instilled a flicker of fear in the eyes of the spectators. They cast apprehensive glances toward Zhou Qiong, who sat in front of Lian Shang, feeling a profound sense of intimidation. To command such a merciless figure, the leader of the demonic sect must indeed be formidable, prompting thoughts of the utmost caution. The arbiter, a tree-like figure, trembled as he proclaimed Lian Shang the victor. Members of the Dajiang gang hastily rushed to assist Zhao Li, administering spiritual medicine and attempting to reattach his severed body. Chapter 37. The Kongtong Secret Realm. Ancient Beasts. With the competition concluded, the victors granted entry into the secret realm were the Lan Yu clan, Hua clan, Niu Tu clan, Gue clan, Dajiang gang, and the demonic sect. The crimson-clad maiden grinned mischievously and declared, "The banquet continues until dusk." As numerous guests dispersed, even those who did not qualify, such as the Honghu clan and the Jianzong, reluctantly departed the city lord's mansion. Before leaving, Shangguan Yun made a point to greet Zhou Qiong, extending another invitation for him to visit the Jianzong at that moment. A girl in red approached Zhou Qiong, smiling brightly, and said, "Hello, I'm Hong Meigu A. They say you ascended from the lower realm. Is that true?" "Indeed," Zhou Qiong replied coldly with "Anoddis that Lian Shang one of your subordinates?" He is truly impressive, indeed. Where is your demonic sect located? Might I visit sometime? Indeed. Must you be so perfunctory? Do you dislike me? The girl asked, her brows furrowed as she observed Zhou Qiong, who seemed unyielding. If you have no other business, kindly refrain from lingering before me. Upon hearing this, the girl appeared incredulous, her teeth gritting in frustration before she stomped her foot and fled. Elder Mu rose from his seat and softly said, "It's time. Follow me." The crowd trailed behind Elder Mu toward the back of the city lord's mansion, walking for half an hour until they arrived at a waterfall. Indeed, the mansion housed a waterfall, a testament to its vastness. Elder Mu pointed to the waterfall and declared, "Beyond this lies the Kongtong's secret realm. According to the rules, the 6 victorious clans of the Transcendent Realm shall enter first, followed by those of the Ancient Realm after 3 hours. The other clans clearly were no strangers to such events, swiftly sending their disciples through. Even the severely weakened Zhao Li soared into the waterfall. Lien Sheng bowed respectfully to Zhou Qiong before turning to enter the waterfall as well. Once the crowd had entered the secret realm, a profound silence enveloped the area before the waterfall, and Zhou Qiong began to meditate. Meanwhile, Qian Sihai and others exchanged silent communications. Now that Zhou Qiong has voluntarily approached us, we must seize this opportunity. His world undoubtedly harbors great secrets. Indeed, I was pondering how long he might evade us, yet he dares to reveal himself. This is tantamount to seeking his own demise. Once inside this secret realm, should we discover his whereabouts, we must alert one another promptly. Do not entertain thoughts of monopolization. Zhou Qiong is no easy opponent, agreed. The treasures shall be distributed according to contributions, and secrets will be shared. Any violators will face collective punishment. Understood. Zhou Qiong remained oblivious to the conspiratorial discussions behind him. Even had he known, he would not have cared. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Elder Mu cleared his throat, prompting the clan leaders to soar into the waterfall. Elder Mu, observing Zhou Qiong still outside, gently advised, "Within the secret realm lies a rare celestial stone, scarce in number yet immensely beneficial for cultivation. However, it is also home to savage beasts devoid of intelligence that will attack any intruders. The realm will automatically seal itself after 3 days. It is imperative to exit within that time." Zhou Qiong nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude to Elder Mu. Upon finishing, he strode boldly into the waterfall. As Zhou Qiong entered, he felt a disorienting wave of spatial displacement. Once the sensation subsided, he found himself atop a mountain peak, surrounded by towering mountains stretching for miles. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of entering the secret realm. Rewards are being distributed. Instantaneously, Zhou Qiong's aura intensified, as if an internal lock had been released, causing the very fabric of the secret realm to tremble in response. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Wudi. Position: leader of the demonic sect. Cultivation level: first layer of the ancient realm, or equivalent to first layer of the true martial realm. Skills: demonic divine technique, celestial life and death hand, divine demon eye, second layer of the devouring heaven demon technique. Mount: demon dragon flying chariot system. Will my cultivation and aura continue to grow as I progress? Not anymore. The elixirs you consume will only boost your aura to the first layer of the true martial realm, allowing you to utilize 2 techniques of the same level. Zhou Qiong silently acknowledged this revelation, having anticipated that the effects of the elixirs would not be everlasting. On the mountain peak, a beast resembling a lion or tiger glared at Zhou Qiong with crimson eyes, yet the overwhelming demonic pressure emanating from Zhou Qiong left it too intimidated to approach. Instead, it continued to growl menacingly. A transcendent realm beast. Zhou Qiong mused, noting its lack of fear towards his true martial aura. This secret realm is indeed extraordinary. With a wave of his hand, he dispatched the beast. But as he prepared to depart, his expression suddenly hardened. A radiant glow began to emanate from his brow, culminating in the emergence of a black vertical pupil that radiated countless beams of light. To his astonishment, he observed a wispy black smoke rising from the spot where the beast had perished, slowly sinking into the ground until it vanished. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Qiong recalled glimpsing an ancient creature roaring beneath the earth. Though its form remained elusive, not lingering on the thought for too long, Zhou Qiong ascended into the skies, drawn by a sound that had recently reached his ears. After a brief flight, he encountered the red-clad maiden again, Hong Meiguei from the Hua clan, clutching a stone radiating white light, presumably the celestial stone Elder Mu had mentioned. Upon noticing Zhou Qiong, Hong Meiguei hastily concealed the stone, awkwardly smiling as she said, "Zhou Jiaozhu, what a coincidence. Hand over the celestial stone." Zhou Qiong's voice, cold and commanding, resonated. "This is something I discovered. How can you just take it? Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? You can't simply steal from a weak girl. Anything I lay my eyes upon belongs to me. Hand it over or face death." As he spoke, Zhou Qiong extended his right hand, dark demonic light swirling around it. Wait, wait, wait. I'm Elder Mu's granddaughter. If you kill me, he won't spare you." Seeing that soft tactics failed, Hong Meiguei resorted to threatening Zhou Qiong with Elder Mu's name. However, her resolve faltered as a wave of impending doom enveloped her. She realized that if she did not comply, he would indeed take her life. Overwhelmed by fear, she hastily produced the celestial stone and tossed it to Zhou Qiong. Zhou Qiong caught the stone and scrutinized it closely, relieved that he no longer intended to harm her. Hong Meiguei exhaled, having feared for her life just moments earlier. Utilizing his divine demon eye, Zhou Qiong examined the celestial stone, discovering not only an astonishing amount of energy within, but also a trace of white vapor that likely represented the so-called celestial energy. This celestial stone was an essential item for cultivation in the Daluo realm and a rare treasure for those below it, capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation level. Stowing the celestial stone? Zhou Qiong glanced at Hong Meiguei and coldly remarked, "This time, I shall spare you for Elder Mu's sake. There will not be a next time." With that, Zhou Qiong turned and vanished before her eyes, leaving her with a flushed face, not from fear, but from indignation. She had initially felt a flicker of affection for him upon their first meeting, only to realize that in his eyes, she was utterly insignificant. Chapter 38. Azura Blood Oddities. Zhou Qiong continued to soar through the skies for an entire day without encountering any other participants in the secret realm, nor discovering any celestial stones. The vastness of this secret realm was astonishing, as he had yet to see its end despite his extensive flight. Zhou Qiong had been heading westward, driven by an inexplicable force urging him toward that direction. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers beneath him, Zhao Li, pale and weary, was exploring a cavern. "Fuluo, are you certain there is a formidable orthodox inheritance within? The deeper I go, the more sinister and bloody the atmosphere becomes. As if an unparalleled demon lurks within. My soul has suffered severe damage, and my memories are quite murky, but I do recall this place. There is indeed an orthodox inheritance here." Zhao Li fell silent and continued deeper into the cavern. While on the other side, Lian Shang, clad in red, was also exploring the cave. He had stumbled into this cavern by chance and initially sought to leave immediately. However, an instinct told him that there lay an opportunity meant for him. At this moment, Zhao Li had entered a hidden chamber, where a bronze statue stood in the center. "Fuluo, what do you make of this chamber? It appears to be a teleportation chamber. Try twisting the left hand of the bronze statue on the right." Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, he shifted the right hand of the bronze statue, and instantly, the entire secret chamber seemed to come alive. The ground was adorned with a myriad of intricate formations, and the eyes of the bronze statue suddenly emitted a brilliant beam of light that enveloped Zhao Li. Before he could react, he vanished from the chamber. Above the cavern, a dark figure abruptly materialized on the ground. It was Zhou Qiong. Observing below with a furrowed brow, his intuition informed him that something was summoning him from beneath. Without hesitation, Zhou Qiong unleashed a powerful strike towards the ground, creating an unfathomable chasm. He leaped into the abyss below. At a depth of 100,000 meters, Zhao Li gazed in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before him. He found himself within a cave, where a figure sat cross-legged upon a stone chair above him. This figure, with a square jaw and a resolute visage, clad in armor, opened his eyes and regarded Zhao Li in a calm tone. The figure remarked, "You possess the aura of the sword god upon your being. Who is he to you?" Zhao Li bowed respectfully and replied, "Honorable elder, I am the distant descendant of the sword god. Within his tomb, I underwent trials and became his closed-door disciple. The figure erupted in laughter, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. The sword god's tomb? A closed-door disciple? He likely remains unaware of how many such disciples exist. Furthermore, he is not dead. There is no tomb to speak of. Zhao Li looked at the armored man with confusion and urgently inquired, "Do you know my master? He is still alive." The armored man shifted, as if his body had not moved in ages, and replied solemnly, "I dare not speak of his affairs. You shall learn in due time." Before Zhao Li could respond, the man continued, "I originally intended to seek a successor, yet was unexpectedly preempted. Listen well. Young one, I have been tasked to suppress evil for 2 millennia, and the time has come for me to disperse. Since you are here, I shall impart a technique to you. How much you can learn depends on your aptitude." With that, the armored man arose, conjuring a long spear in his hand, and bellowed, "Let the spear shake the heavens." The spear trembled violently, and though no spiritual energy was felt, it appeared to Zhao Li as if a general was subduing countless malevolent beings, captivating his very spirit. Observing Zhao Li's moment of enlightenment, the armored man nodded with a smile, then sighed as his form gradually faded. Just before his complete disappearance, the man cast a gaze towards the west. A flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. In the west, at that very moment, within a vast cavern, a gaunt creature towering over 100 feet was howling incessantly, bound by countless iron chains, each inscribed with a talisman. Every time the creature attempted to break free, the talismans radiated light, repressing its fury. Suddenly, the creature ceased its struggles, and before it stood a man clad in dragon battle attire. "Finally, someone has come. I am Azura Bloodkey, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The self-proclaimed Azura, seemingly accustomed to roaring, spoke as if it had not conversed in ages. The man before him was Zhou Qiong, who had fallen into this cave after his relentless assault on the ground. Sensing the inexplicable allure emanating from the creature that identified itself as part of the Azura clan, Zhou Qiong inquired, "What is it that you desire, creature?" "I can grant you whatever you wish," the creature replied with crimson eyes fixated on Zhou Qiong. "Just assist me with a small task." Azura Bloodkey's body was infused with an unseen malevolence, which seeped into Zhou Qiong's being. Zhou Qiong deduced that the beasts on the surface had lost their reason due to the influence of this creature, attacking indiscriminately, while their souls were absorbed into Bloodkey's form. This creature had likely been imprisoned for an eternity, surviving solely by consuming the malice generated by slain beings. With a steady tone, Zhou Qiong asked, "What benefits can you offer me?" After a moment of contemplation, the creature responded, "I can enhance your cultivation. I see you are merely at the first level of true martial realm. Assist me, and I shall impart the supreme secrets of my Azura clan, enabling you to reach the great Luo realm within a century." "System," Zhou Qiong queried, "if this being attempts to seize my essence, will it succeed?" "No," the system affirmed, "regardless of the entity or its cultivation level. It cannot usurp the host. You need not worry." With the system's confidence instilling assurance, Zhou Qiong fixed his gaze on the creature. "What do you require of me?" In a low voice, the creature murmured. "Simply tear off the talisman from the third iron chain on the left. With your true martial realm capabilities, it will be a trivial task. I require some incentive first. Present something that entices me." "It is unwise to engage without a fair exchange." In indignation, the Azura creature glared at Zhou Qiong, reluctantly expelling a blood-red orb from its mouth, seemingly in pain. "This is the Azura clan's treasure. The Azura Pearl. Utilizing it can quintuple your cultivation speed." Zhou Qiong grasped the pearl, sensing the boundless malevolence contained within, along with the anguished souls that roared within it, evidently harvested from countless slain races. Those of feeble will would be driven to madness merely by its presence, losing control of their faculties. Raising his gaze to the creature, Zhou Qiong confronted, "Are you attempting to deceive me?" Azura Bloodkey howled in response. "No, your aura is steeped in malevolence. You must have taken many lives. Moreover, with your true martial realm level, you won't be affected." Zhou Qiong observed the Azura before him, conjuring a vortex that swiftly consumed the pearl. Immediately, his aura surged, enveloped in boundless malevolence, as countless anguished spirits roared within him, yet were restrained by the vortex, gradually restoring tranquility. In an instant, Zhou Qiong's power increased, now infused with an essence of malice and darkness that rendered him formidable and daunting to behold. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible. Position: Leader of the Demon Sect Cultivation, Ancient Realm Level 3, or equivalent to True Martial Realm Level 1. Martial Arts: Demon Divine Technique, Celestial Life and Death Technique. Divine Demon Eye, second layer of the Heaven-Devouring Demon Art Mount. Demon Dragon Chariot. The Azura Pearl had enabled Zhou Qiong's cultivation to ascend by 2 levels. How can this be? Azura Bloodkey's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. He had just lost connection with the Azura Pearl, an artifact he had painstakingly cultivated through the slaughter of billions of beings. Initially, he sought merely to stabilize Zhou Qiong, yet it vanished entirely. Observing Zhou Qiong's state, it was evident that the pearl had been absorbed. After a prolonged silence, Bloodkey finally steadied his mind and addressed Zhou Qiong. You've taken the treasure. Now fulfill your end of the bargain and remove the talisman. Zhou Qiong, without hesitation, approached the specified chain and gently peeled away the talisman. The instant he did so, he felt an entity forcibly entering his being. Ha ha ha, at last, I am free from my shackles. You shall all pay for imprisoning me. When I regain my power, I will rend you asunder and scatter your remains. Bloodkey's vow echoed relentlessly within Zhou Qiong's mind. Wait, something feels amiss with this body's cultivation. Its physique is robust and its foundation potent. What is this? System, have you dealt with it? Affirmative. You did not leave behind any remnants of memory? Eradicated entirely, nothing remains. Azura Bloodkey, in his final moments, could not comprehend why he had perished. For over a millennium, he had schemed, utilizing forbidden techniques to detach his soul from his body, all with the intent of seizing a new form. After successfully deceiving a human, he was annihilated by the system, deprived even of a chance to plead for mercy. The Azura body bound to the iron chain instantaneously lost its vitality, becoming nothing more than a lifeless husk. Just as Zhou Qiong turned to depart, he suddenly felt the allure still present, emanating from the Azura corpse. The divine demon eye upon his brow pulsed, as if yearning to emerge, transmitting a fervent desire to Zhou Qiong, as if it wished to consume the Azura. Without hesitation, Zhou Qiong activated the heaven-devouring demon art with all his might, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped the Azura corpse, causing it to gradually disintegrate. In that moment, Zhou Qiong was engulfed in a torrent of blood flames, his form swelling as if on the brink of explosion, while the divine demon eye emitted a dark light that surrounded him, allowing his body to stabilize. Yet, the divine demon eye continued to radiate brilliance, revealing the existence of the divine demon ring and the divine demon blade within its depths, both spinning in harmony. Item: Divine Demon Eye, Fragmented, Nurtured Divine Weapon, Divine Demon Ring, Divine Demon Blade. The divine demon blade, birthed from the divine demon eye, thrives on blood and soul, capable of unleashing a divine demon strike, with power contingent on the volume of blood and souls absorbed. Zhou Qiong pondered silently. Realizing that the divine demon eye could heal its injuries through consumption, he would need to remain vigilant for such opportunities in the future. An additional secret method had emerged, arriving at a fortuitous moment for Zhou Qiong. Moreover, through the recent overwhelming absorption of the Azura, his heaven-devouring demon art had transcended to the 3rd layer, elevating his cultivation to Ancient Realm Level 5. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of devouring the Azura. Reward: 200,000 villain points. With a thunderous crash, the stone wall to the left of Zhou Qiong was suddenly breached, and a figure bearing a sword emerged from within. The figure seemed to mutter something. This wall is truly solid. It has finally been breached. The earlier roar had emanated from within this very place. Fu Lao, what do you suppose the cultivation level of that armored man who claimed to be a general is? He must at least be at the Great Luo stage. Since he is acquainted with the Sword God, there will surely come a day when you meet him again. Just remember not to forget this benevolent connection. Zhou Qiong chuckled lightly at the mumbling figure and, without hesitation, unleashed a palm strike. What? How could he be here? Run. Fu Lao was the first to react, urgently shouting from within the ring. Zhao Li, upon hearing this, could not spare a moment for words and turned to flee into the cave. However, The speed of the palm far surpassed his own, and it was about to strike him down directly. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Zhao Li, transporting him 100 meters away, just in time to narrowly evade the attack. The blue light flickered again, about to teleport Zhao Li out of this place, when an ominous black halo appeared above his head, slowly rotating, and no matter how the blue light flickered, it could not break the spatial confinement. This is bad, Zhao Li. That halo possesses the power to suppress and seal. I cannot break through the space, Fu Lao exclaimed helplessly from within the ring. Zhao Li gazed at Zhou Qiong, who wore a sinister smile. Zhou Demon, do you truly believe that by killing me, you can eradicate future threats? There are countless righteous individuals in this world. Can you eliminate them all? In response, Zhou Qiong's colossal hand surged toward Zhao Li, a blow that would surely spell death for him. Given his current immobile state, at that moment, the ring in Zhao Li's hand began to spin rapidly, and a blue figure emerged from it, a venerable elder with a long beard. He looked at Zhao Li with kind eyes and said, "Meeting you has been a worthwhile experience." He then waved his hand gently, causing the space around Zhao Li to ripple before he vanished from the cave. The elder, witnessing the approaching black giant hand, laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let the master witness my demon-breaking palm." A blue giant palm surged to meet the black one. The cave was soon reduced to ruins as the two forces clashed, and the blue figure was utterly obliterated without a sound. Meanwhile, in an unknown location far from Black King City, a disheveled figure appeared out of thin air, removing a shattered ring from his right hand, tears streaming down his face. "Zhou Qiong, I, Zhao Li, will not rest until I have torn you to pieces." Chapter 40. A plea for mercy from my clan. Zhou Qiong frowned at the vanished Zhao Li. He has fled again. Such is the advantage of having external aid. Yet this time, I have directly annihilated his old man. I wonder what he will use to counter me next. Just then, a figure in a red robe emerged from the cave opened by Zhao Li. It was Lien Shang. Upon seeing Zhou Qiong, he bowed respectfully and said, "I pay my respects to the master." Zhou Qiong regarded Lien Shang, noting that he was enveloped in blood flames. Not only had he healed, but his cultivation had also reached the ancient realm, likely a result of a fortuitous encounter within the cave. Lien Shang, sensing Zhou Qiong's gaze, spoke softly. "I followed my instincts to this cave and discovered a blood pool, which allowed my cultivation to rise to the ancient level." "Very well. It seems you have reaped sufficient benefits. It is time to emerge and deal with those foolish clowns." With that, Zhou Qiong waved his hand, and together with Lien Shang, they vanished into the depths of the earth. Atop a mountain peak, Qian Sihai and others were gathered. "Where has that Zhou Qiong gone? Why do we not see him at all? Could it be that he knows we have united and is too afraid to show himself?" "Do not worry. The exit is just nearby. As long as Zhou Qiong does not wish to remain trapped here for eternity, he will undoubtedly reveal himself," the woman clad in white interjected with a light cough. "The matters concerning you do not involve our Hua clan, and we will not betray you," Qian Sihai replied solemnly. "If the Lily clan leader does not wish to participate, we will not press the issue. We must now discuss specific matters, so I ask the Lily clan leader to depart." The white-clad woman nodded, gesturing to the red rose before vanishing from the mountain peak. "How could you let her go? What if she goes to inform others? What good would it do to prevent her? If we were to kill them, do you think old Mu would let you off the hook?" As the group continued to bicker, two figures suddenly appeared atop the mountain, one clad in demonic dragon battle attire, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, and the other in a red robe, suffused with blood light. It was Zhou Qiong and Lien Shang. Seeing them, the crowd's hearts filled with joy, and the demon clan leader grinned ominously. "You refuse to leave, yet you dare to invade. Zhou Qiong, today you shall not escape your doomed." At that moment, Qian Sihai's trembling voice sounded. "Impossible. How can this be? True martial realm. Zhou Qiong, how could you possibly have attained the true martial realm?" The others turned their gazes to Zhou Qiong, who was engulfed in demonic flames. Upon closer inspection, they could discern traces of true martial intent, an unmistakable sign of the true martial realm. They stared in disbelief, mouths agape. "True martial. This is truly the true martial realm. To think that anything below the transcendent stage is considered mortal realm. with a lifespan not exceeding 200 years. The transcendent stage signifies a transcendence of the mortal body, granting a lifespan of 500 years, while those at the ancient realm can be termed as ancient giants. Living up to 3,000 years in this chaotic land, one can establish a force and proclaim themselves as a sect. The true martial realm can govern a territory, akin to Old Mu, who became a city lord, wielding control over the lives and deaths of countless beings, with lifespans recorded in the thousands of years. You all were deliberating my demise, yet now that I stand before you, why do you hesitate to act? Qin Sihai and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. I shall grant you an opportunity. 2 of you may survive. Do not heed his words. He seeks to incite us into mutual destruction. We must unite against him. Before the Bullhead clan leader could finish, he felt a hand plunge into his chest, ripping out his heart. Turning around, he saw Qin Sihai wearing a sinister smile. Before the Bullhead could react, the demon clan leader shattered his skull with a swift strike. Now only Qin Sihai, the demon clan leader, and Lan Yukong remained, eyeing each other warily, prepared for any treachery. Qin Sihai and the demon clan leader exchanged knowing nods, as if they had come to a silent agreement, and together they charged at Lan Yukong. Furious, Lan Yukong shouted, "Do you truly believe that Zhou Qiong will spare you? It would be better for us 3 to resist together for a greater chance of survival." However, the 2 paid no heed, their assaults growing more ferocious and relentless, leaving Lan Yukong unable to defend himself. Lan Yukong realized that he was doomed, and even if he could evade their attacks, he would not escape Zhou Qiong's grasp. Yet, the greatest resentment he harbored was not for Zhou Qiong, but for Qin Sihai and the demon clan leader. Had they not betrayed him, they could have faced Zhou Qiong together. Even in death, he would have found peace. But dying at their hands was a fate he could not accept in that case. None shall have it easy. With a mighty roar, Lan Yukong's slender form began to swell rapidly, expanding in size. This is bad. Qin Sihai and the demon clan leader sensed the impending danger as Lan Yukong's voice echoed, and they hastily retreated. However, Lan Yukong's self-detonation was too swift. It left them no chance to react. A thunderous explosion erupted from the battlefield, sending shockwaves that shattered mountains, which were already far more resilient than those in the lower realms. Far away, Zhou Qiong manifested a protective shield around himself and Lian Sheng. As the dust settled, 2 disheveled figures emerged. Suddenly, a radiant portal appeared nearby, shining brightly. Indeed, the 3 days had elapsed, and the exit to the Kongtong secret realm had opened. Without hesitation, the 2 flew toward the exit. With a resounding thud, the moment they reached the portal, they seemed to collide with an invisible wall. Looking up, they saw a black circular ring slowly rotating at the portal, emanating dark light that barred their passage. Enveloped in black light, a sense of confinement emanated from the halo, rendering them immobile. Lian Sheng, go and eliminate those 2. Understood, Lian Sheng replied, drawing his sword and advancing toward them. Zhou Qiong, you are a liar. You promised to spare us. You deceitful wretch, I should never have trusted you. Zhou Qiong, Master Zhou, I am willing to submit, to bring my entire demon clan under your banner, if only you would spare me. My Jiang gang is also willing to submit. Please do not kill me. As the 2 began to curse and plead, Lian Sheng offered them no further chances, swiftly executing them with his sword. Zhou Qiong glanced at the portal, his voice cold as he remarked, having watched for so long, when will you finally show yourselves? At that moment, 2 figures materialized beside the portal, one clad in white and the other in red. They knelt on one knee. Master Zhou, my Hua clan is willing to submit to the demon sect. We did not participate in this operation. If you truly wish to execute us, I, as the leader of the Hua clan, am willing to die. I beseech you to spare the Hua clan a path to survival. The white-clad Lily clan leader spoke softly. Master, I, the Rose clan leader, am also willing to die, and I hope you will grant my clan a chance to live. Chapter 41. The Guardian of the Demon Sect. Mu Lao kneeling before him, the leader of the Lily clan and the Red Rose lowered their heads deeply. They were utterly astonished by the ease with which Zhou Qiong had annihilated Qin Sihai and the other 3 with just a few simple words. Zhou Qiong's cultivation at the true martial realm shattered their spirits. It is worth noting that within the entire Black King City, Mu Lao was the sole practitioner of the true martial realm. Yet he was only at the first layer of this realm. Being a plant by nature, he was ill-suited for combat, often finding himself at the bottom among practitioners of the same level. Now that Zhou Qiong had broken through to the true martial realm, it was certain that he would ascend as the new lord of Black King City. Zhou Qiong's disposition differed entirely from that of Mu Lao. He would not tolerate the existence of the 8 factions. Having already eradicated the leaders of 4 major factions in one fell swoop, not to mention the severely injured Longchong of the One-Eyed Clan, it meant 5 leaders had fallen at Zhou Qiong's hands. My Demon Peak is in need of floral embellishments. I wonder if your flower clan would be willing to contribute? Hearing Zhou Qiong finally speak, the leader of the Lily clan sighed with relief. My clan is willing, and I shall lead my people to reside at Demon Peak. Excellent, Zhou Qiong nodded, leading Lianxing through the light gate, while the Lily clan leader and the Red Rose hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, in a cultivation chamber of the Lord's mansion, an elderly figure in a white robe was deep in meditation. Above him floated a massive peach tree, shimmering with light, its trunk expanding infinitely, yet seemingly constrained by an unseen force, causing it to shrink back after each growth. After several cycles of this, the elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the empty porcelain bottle in his hand. He sighed, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze, which soon transformed into joy. This was Mu Lao, who had obtained the celestial spirit marrow. After everyone had entered the secret realm, he had immediately begun to cultivate, hoping to break through his natural limitations with the marrow. However, the quantity was insufficient, and he had not succeeded. Nevertheless, he had opened the door to a breakthrough, and with diligent practice, he believed he could achieve it within a couple of thousand years, though this may seem a long time. For a practitioner of the true martial realm, it was quite acceptable, especially for a being like Mu Lao, who naturally possessed a longer lifespan than ordinary warriors. Suddenly, Mu Lao's gaze shifted toward the direction of the waterfall, his eyes narrowing sharply as his figure vanished from the cultivation chamber. By the waterfall, for silhouettes emerged, while the other leaders and disciples of the 4 factions lay buried within the secret realm. Mu Lao gradually reappeared before the waterfall, fixing his eyes on the 4 individuals, or rather, on Zhou Qiong clad in the dragon demon robe, his expression filled with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Mu Lao finally clasped his hands in salute. Congratulations, sect leader Zhou, on your significant advancement in cultivation. You have entered the true martial realm. From henceforth, the heavens and earth shall be yours to traverse freely. Zhou Qiong nodded, surveying his surroundings, pondering how long Mu Lao had been in Black King City and how long he had served as its lord. I have been cultivating around Black King City since I became conscious, until 500 years ago when I broke through to the true martial realm and assumed the position of city lord. I have taken a liking to Black King City. I wonder if Mu Lao would be willing to yield it to me? Mu Lao furrowed his brow. Although Zhou Qiong had inquired about his opinion, his tone left no room for doubt. Zhou Qiong was indeed, as the legends described, tyrannical and imperious. After a long moment of contemplation, as if coming to a realization, Mu Lao once again clasped his hands. Since sect leader Zhou favors Black King City, I shall gladly yield it. As for the position of guardian of the demon sect, it currently remains vacant. I wonder if Mu Lao would be capable of fulfilling this role? What? Do not take advantage of my goodwill. Mu Lao's eyes widened in indignation. As a true martial expert, although he was not particularly skilled in combat, he could simply relinquish Black King City to Zhou Qiong. But now, it seemed he was being asked to become a subordinate. Could it be that he could not fight back, nor escape? He could simply leave Black King City for another city. Even if he could not become a city lord, he could at least be the leader of a faction, which was far better than being subservient to another. With this thought, Mu Lao began to move, preparing to break through the air and depart. You have yet to respond to my inquiry. Do you intend to leave? A cold voice echoed in Mu Lao's ears, and he felt an overwhelming intent to kill locking onto him, as if he would be slain on the spot should he take even a half step away. Mu Lao did not doubt his instincts. He had always possessed an extraordinary intuition, having evaded countless dangers through it. However, since reaching the true martial realm, such a feeling of imminent death had become rare. The last time he felt this way was 300 years ago when an unparalleled demon flew rapidly over Black King City and glanced at him, making him feel as insignificant as an ant. Easily crushed. How could Zhou Qiong, who had just broken through to the true martial realm, be so formidable? After a lengthy silence, Mu Lao resigned himself, bowing deeply. I am willing to pledge allegiance to the demon sect and serve as guardian. As he spoke, the murderous intent that had locked onto him dissipated, and he sighed inwardly with relief. Excellent. Qian Sihai and the other three have perished. Their clansmen need not remain, aside from the Flower Clan and Sword Sect. The rest should be extinguished. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Mu Lao. Yes, as you command. Mu Lao bowed, and when he rose, Zhou Qiong had already vanished with Lianqing. Shortly thereafter, a throng of armored soldiers surged out from the Lord's mansion, rushing towards the various factions, plunging the entire Black King City into chaos. What is happening? Why are the soldiers from the Lord's mansion mobilizing? One exclaimed. The last time they moved was over a century ago. Did someone provoke the Lord? Wait, why do I see them heading towards the Blue Rain Clan's residence? A member of the Blue Rain Clan, sensing something amiss, hurriedly took flight. Has the Blue Rain Clan angered the Lord? Are they seeking their demise? The Lord was a true martial expert. A single word from him could obliterate the Blue Rain Clan. At that moment, the Blue Rain Clan's residence was already on high alert. As the soldiers from the Lord's mansion surrounded the area, sealing all exits. Unbeknownst to them, the leader, Lan Yukong, had already met his demise. The acting leader, Lan Yuwu, stepped forward, addressing the treant leader with a solemn expression. I am unaware of what offense my Blue Rain Clan has caused the Lord's mansion. I hope you can enlighten us. We shall certainly rectify our mistakes. No need. Mu Lao has decreed that the Blue Rain Clan will be disbanded. Henceforth, no one from the Blue Rain Clan shall remain. With a wave of his hand, he called loudly, by Mu Lao's decree, leave no trace of the Blue Rain Clan. Chapter 42. Dominating Black King City, the battle concluded swiftly. As the Blue Rain Clan was left with only Lan Yuwu, a single ancient realm expert, utterly outmatched by the well-equipped soldiers of the Lord's mansion. The ground was littered with corpses, with Lan Yuwu's body impaled against the courtyard wall, signifying the total annihilation of the Blue Rain Clan. For the upper realm, the fall of a minor faction like the Blue Rain Clan was a daily occurrence, with countless factions rising and falling in tandem. Once the soldiers withdrew, the crowd outside erupted in chaos. What on earth is happening? How could the Lord's mansion directly annihilate the Blue Rain Clan? What could have provoked the Lord's mansion to take such drastic measures? Why would Mu Lao resort to such severe actions? Wait, why are those soldiers heading towards the Ghost Clan's residence again? By evening, the entirety of Black King City lay in an eerie silence, the air thick with the scent of blood. Over the course of a single day, the Lord's mansion had mobilized soldiers to eradicate the Blue Rain Clan. The Ghost Clan, the Bullhead Clan, the One-Eyed Clan, and the Great River Gang, 5 major factions. Aside from the critically injured Longchong of the One-Eyed Clan, who briefly resisted before being swiftly subdued by the leader of the Lily Clan. The other factions were obliterated with astonishing ease. Now, among the 8 major factions in Black King City, aside from the Red Fox Clan, who had fled upon hearing the news, only the Sword Sect and the Flower Clan remained. Within an inn, numerous patrons were drinking, dining, and conversing in hushed tones. Why did Mu Lao suddenly strike down 5 factions? Indeed, it seems the Red Fox Clan escaped just in time. Otherwise, they too would have faced annihilation. Could it be that Mu Lao aims to reclaim power over Black King City by eliminating these factions? I have received some news. I wonder if you would like to hear it? A young man clad in brocade whispered. The crowd gathered around him, eager for information. Quickly, tell us, do you remember the demon sect that ascended not long ago? Of course, it caused a sensation throughout Black King City. It was said that the sect leader possessed cultivation at the ancient 8-fold level, and with a single strike, he severely injured Lord Longchong. Not quite, I have heard otherwise. The demon sect's leader is not merely at the ancient realm. He has actually reached the true martial realm, and now, our Lord Mu Lao has sworn allegiance to the demon sect, which is why he has dispatched soldiers to eradicate the various factions. Do not speak such nonsense. How could Mu Lao ever submit to another? If this were to spread, you would be in grave danger. Similar news continues to circulate, some denouncing the rumor-mongers with vehement curses, while others adopt a more skeptical stance. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for the residents of Black King City, as the smaller factions lie awake, fearing that they might awaken to find themselves annihilated by the soldiers of the City Lord's mansion. Early the next morning, the City Lord's mansion issued an announcement that sent shockwaves throughout Black King City. The notice declared that the City Lord, Mu Lao, had officially joined the demonic sect, assuming the role of protector, and that the entirety of Black King City had been brought under the demonic sect's dominion. Following closely, the Hua clan also released a statement declaring their formal allegiance to the demonic sect. In an instant, the cultivators and warriors of Black King City were left dumbfounded. Within the span of a single night, the entire city had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, changing hands to a force that had only recently ascended from the lower realms. At this moment, at the Sword Sect stronghold, atop a towering peak, numerous high-ranking members gathered in the grand hall. The frail elder seated at the head of the table spoke solemnly, urging everyone to share their thoughts on the current predicament. Why has the City Lord's mansion refrained from acting against our Sword Sect? What does it mean that we alone remain untouched, while the others have been obliterated? A young man sitting beside the elder cleared his throat. I believe I may have discerned some reasons. The assembly turned their attention towards the young man, who, despite sitting next to the sect leader, radiated an aura that captivated everyone's gaze. This individual was none other than the Sword Sect's senior brother, Shangguan Yun, the foremost expert of the sect, whose cultivation had reached the formidable level of the 9th realm of antiquity. Were it not for his aversion to power, he would likely have ascended to the position of sect leader by now. Shangguan Yun spoke slowly. Initially, I was uncertain, but after seeing the City Lord's announcement today, I grasped certain truths. He then recounted his encounters with the leader of the demonic sect. Upon hearing his recounting, the crowd's expressions brightened. Might it be possible to communicate with the leader of the demonic sect, requesting that we be allowed to remain in Black King City for our cultivation? The sect leader inquired softly. I fear that may not be feasible. Zhou Qiong's temperament is intolerant of dissent, and our relationship is not particularly deep, Shangguan Yun replied, a look of resignation upon his face. What then shall we do? The assembly was filled with concern, uncertain of how to navigate this impending calamity. Suddenly, Shangguan Yun's expression turned serious as he gazed down the mountain, prompting the elder leader to adopt a similarly grave demeanor. Go, ring the bell, and commence the highest honors of our Sword Sect to welcome our guests, Shangguan Yun commanded, and in an instant, he vanished from the grand hall. Down the mountain, several disciples of the Sword Sect were practicing their swordplay, with a father and daughter engaged in conversation. Father, is the demonic sect truly that powerful? They have just ascended from the lower realms and have already dominated Black King City, forcing Mu Lao to submit. I cannot say for certain, but for someone to compel Mu Lao to bow, it stands to reason that the leader of the demonic sect must be at least at the true martial realm. The father replied, but what about our junior brother, Shiman? He too ascended from that lower realm, and his talent is quite remarkable, though he does fall short of the demonic sect's leader. Indeed, your junior brother's swordsmanship talent is exceptionally high. He could nearly rival Shangguan Yun. A few days ago, he mentioned having attained some insights and has set out to seek opportunities. As they continued their conversation, a resounding bell began to toll from the mountain, followed by a series of rhythmic chimes echoing through the air. The white jade staircase began to materialize from the mountaintop, extending downward. The disciples below began to speculate, what on earth? The heavenly bell and the white jade staircase. Who are they honoring? This has tolled over 70 times. Why is it still ringing? When Mu Lao visited, it only rang 81 times. Wait, it can't be Mu Lao again. No, that's not right. It's already surpassed 81 chimes. Look, the senior brother has arrived. And so has the sect leader. They watched as many high-ranking members of the Sword Sect swiftly descended the mountain. The bell tolled a full 100 times before finally ceasing. The disciples gazed in curiosity down the slope, knowing that anyone worthy of such a grand reception, with a bell tolling 100 times, must be someone of even greater significance than Mu Lao. A dark figure stood at the foot of the mountain, and as the Sword Sect's higher-ups approached, they bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We welcome the esteemed leader of the demonic sect." Chapter 43. In our next encounter, submission or death, Shangwan, there is no need for such formalities. I have come to visit the sword sect at your invitation, Zhou Qiong remarked with a gentle smile as he observed Shangwan Yun bowing. It is an honor for the sword sect to host you. Sect leader Zhou, please come in. Shangwan Yun gestured invitingly. Zhou Qiong did not hesitate, striding up the white jade staircase toward the summit, with the sword sect's leaders trailing behind, all wearing forced smiles as they introduced the various sites of the sect. As they vanished from view atop the peak, the disciples of the sword sect erupted with excitement. Is this truly the legendary leader of the demonic sect? How imposing, indeed. Did you see how our sect leader and senior brother followed him? All smiles. If only I could attain such formidable prowess. What are you daydreaming about? You should be cultivating. Within the sword sect's grand hall atop the mountain, Zhou Qiong seated himself confidently at the head of the table, while the other high-ranking members sat below. Shangwan, your sword sect indeed boasts splendid scenery. I find it quite to my liking. At this remark, Shangwan Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Quite to your liking? Does this imply that you wish for the sword sect to follow the Hua clan's example and submit to the demonic sect? Well, it has potential, Shangwan Yun responded, unsure of how to reply, offering only vague platitudes. Now, I am not one to keep you in suspense. I trust you are already aware of the developments in Black King City. I wonder what plans you have for the sword sect? Zhou Qiong took a delicate sip of tea, smiling as he spoke. The high-ranking members of the sword sect straightened their expressions, fully aware that the ensuing conversation would determine their sect's fate. Before Shangwan Yun could respond, an elder of the sect interjected. Sect leader Zhou, the sword sect shall henceforth refrain from involving ourselves with the demonic sect. We hope you will not make things difficult for us. As soon as the words left his lips, the other members internally cursed, for a domineering and bloody aura filled the grand hall, and the elder's voice faltered as he was overwhelmed by the pressure. Spitting blood as his gaze grew unfocused. Sect leader Zhou, Elder Yanqing spoke without thinking. His words do not reflect the sentiments of the sword sect. We ask for your understanding. Shangwan Yun bowed deeply. Struggling against the oppressive aura, Zhou Qiong chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement as the oppressive aura gradually dissipated. Do not take offense, Shangwan. I merely found it amusing to see such skilled swordsmen momentarily lose their composure. The high-ranking members of the sword sect dared not argue, forced to acquiesce while internally cursing the audacity of Zhou Qiong's actions. Elder Yanqing, who had barely regained his composure, rolled his eyes, thinking, what do you mean by being amused? You nearly killed me for merely voicing an opinion. Exchanging glances with the elder leader, Shangwan Yun seemed to arrive at a momentous decision. He stood, cupping his hands toward Zhou Qiong, and earnestly declared, the sword sect is willing to relocate from Black King City and pledge never to return. We hope sect leader Zhou will grant us this request. Oh, relocating. This is your ancestral land. Are you truly prepared to leave? As he spoke, the previously dissipated oppressive aura surged once more within the hall. Elder Yanqing, who had only just regained his senses, found himself overwhelmed yet again, losing consciousness with no opportunity to roll his eyes this time. In his mind, he could only wonder why he was always the one to suffer. Shangwan Yun felt the overwhelming aura directed solely at him, an insistent pressure that bore down upon him like the weight of ancient demonic battles. Causing his vision to blur with red, the sword intent within him trembled, threatening to shatter under the strain. Gradually, his legs began to quiver, as if he would kneel before Zhou Qiong at any moment. Suddenly, the oppressive aura vanished, and Shangwan Yun slowly regained clarity, gazing at Zhou Qiong with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Though it felt like an eternity had passed, it had merely been a fleeting moment. Yet within that instant, he had almost succumbed to the urge to kneel and even contemplated self-destruction. That moment. A chilling voice resonated in Shangwan Yun's ears. Shangwan Yun, you are the first individual I have taken notice of in the upper realm. I grant you this opportunity. Within 3 days, the sword sect must vacate Black King City. In our next encounter, your choices will be limited to submission or death. There will be no third option. With that, Zhou Qiong's figure gradually faded from the sword sect's grand hall. The high-ranking members of the sword sect exhaled deeply, having felt as though they had traversed the precipice of life and death in that brief encounter. Yet Shangguan Yuan remained lost in thought, repeatedly replaying Zhou Qiong's words in his mind. Next time, there will be a next time inner. What occupies your thoughts? The elder leader inquired softly. I intend for the sword sect to relocate to Tianhai City. We have established good relations there, Shangguan Yuan, as if struck by inspiration, exclaimed, No, we cannot go to Tianhai City. It is too close. We must travel farther. Let us go to Yang City. The other elders exchanged incredulous glances. Incredulity etched on their faces. Yang City? How could we possibly go there? It is far too distant, and there are no allies for the sword sect in that region. Indeed, relocating to Tianhai City is quite advantageous, as it is in close proximity, facilitating our transition. The number of disciples venturing to Yang City is simply too far. However, ultimately, due to the unwavering insistence of Shangguan Yuan, the Jin sect has resolved to move to Yang City. For Shangguan Yuan is the cornerstone and the mightiest of the Jin sect. Although he seldom speaks, when he does, even the sect leader must deliberate with utmost caution. Shangguan Yuan did not provide extensive explanations. Yet a flicker of speculation ignited within him. He surmised that Zhou Qiong's ambitions evidently extend beyond merely claiming a small Black King city. He aspires to broaden his sphere of influence. Should the Jin sect relocate to Tianhai City, it is highly probable they would encounter Zhou Qiong once more in due course, leaving the Jin sect with no alternatives. Unbeknownst to him, his conjecture was entirely accurate. Zhou Qiong would certainly not be satisfied with the modest confines of a mere Black King city. His aspirations transcend even this chaotic realm. Regardless of how the Jin sect deliberates on the relocation matter, a seismic transformation is unfolding at the headquarters of the demon cult. Atop Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong held a handful of soil, casting it upon the land of Tianma Peak. This soil, procured through a system lottery, possesses the ability to alter the topography of mountains. Instantly, the entire Tianma Peak surged as if invigorated by a potent elixir, rapidly ascending and expanding, soon surpassing the surrounding peaks. After half an hour, it began to stabilize. This moment, the height of Tianma Peak had exceeded that of its neighboring mountains by a factor of 2, visible even from within Black King City. Moreover, the entire mountain resembled a living entity, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A portion of this energy enriched the mountain's own essence, while the remainder was assimilated by the mountain itself, leading to its gradual expansion. In the Grand Hall of Tianma Peak, the senior members of the demon cult stood respectfully on either side, while Zhou Qiong, exuding an aura of overwhelming might, sat regally above. Beside him, in a crimson robe, Lian Shang bowed deeply and addressed Zhou Qiong. Master, the entirety of Black King City has now come under the dominion of our demon cult. We have thoroughly identified all energy mines belonging to the 8 major factions, totaling 11 high-grade energy mines and 50 mid-grade ones. Excellent. Intensify the mining efforts. Our demon cult requires rapid enhancement of its strength. Your command. Lian Shang replied before stepping back beside Zhou Qiong. This moment, Huang Yi, donning a bronze mask, knelt on one knee and reported. Reporting to the master, we have confirmed that there are a total of 220 cities within the chaotic realm, each comparable in size to Black King City. The city closest to Black King City is Tianhai City. What is the situation in Tianhai City? Reporting to the master, Tianhai City is under the control of the Hong family, with the city lord being the venerable Hong Tu, who has surpassed 10,000 years of age. His cultivation reached the true martial realm over 3,000 years ago, though his current level remains unknown. Additionally, there are over 20 cultivators in the ancient realm and several thousand in the transcendental realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiong fell into deep contemplation. With the current strength of the demon cult, they were not yet capable of seizing Tianhai City. Lian Shang, where is Bai Haoyan? Here, my subordinates are present. Both Lian Shang and Bai Haoyan responded with boast. I grant you 2 years to utilize all available resources. After 2 years, our demon cult shall formally march on Tianhai City. Understood, the two replied in unison. Once the high-ranking members of the demon cult had departed, Zhou Qiong continued to ponder in silence within the hall. Ding! The task to dominate the chaotic realm has been activated. Rule over the entire chaotic realm. This task is divided into 10 tiers. Upon completing 1/10, by conquering 22 cities, the host will receive a level increase in 100,000 villain points. Failure incurs no penalties, and there is no time limit. Does the host accept? I accept. System, I believe I have some lottery draws left. Let us redeem them all now. Certainly. At this moment, news of the demon cult's occupation of Black King City spread across the surrounding cities. Yet it did not incite significant upheaval. Although changes in control over cities are not uncommon in this chaotic realm, such occurrences are not rare either, and others merely expressed mild astonishment. The back mountain of the demon cult. A colossal peach tree, emanating a kaleidoscope of light, stood atop a peak, clearly not an ordinary peach tree. Before it stood Bai Haotian, clad in white. Bai Haotian clasped his hands and said, I pay my respects to the wood protector. The peach tree gradually morphed, revealing the visage of an elder, who gazed at Bai Haotian and gently remarked, By protector, there is no need for excessive courtesy. As the grand protector, I ought to be the one paying my respects. As he spoke, the tree's trunk swayed gently as if bowing. There is no need for such formalities. I have come at the behest of the master to procure some peaches. Very well, the wood protector replied, shaking the trunk, causing 1,000 peaches to soar toward Bai Haotian, who gathered them with a wave of his hand but did not depart. Is there anything else? By protector? Wood protector, this quantity of peaches is insufficient. Our demon cult has numerous members, and even dividing these among the elite disciples will not suffice. By protector, you may not be aware, but my spiritual peaches bear fruit once every decade, and there is not a significant surplus. The wood protector looked at Bai Haotian with a helpless expression. The master mentioned you are already over 3,000 years old. The wood protector nearly choked upon hearing Bai Haotian's words. What of being 3,000 years old? Surely 3,000 years should yield more peaches. Is this not an affront to reason? Observing Bai Haotian's resolute demeanor, the wood protector sighed deeply. With another gentle shake, over 1,000 peaches flew toward Bai Haotian, who cast a glance back, prompting the wood protector to hurriedly exclaim, That's it. I truly have no more. Bai Haotian chuckled softly, turning to depart, but had not taken more than a few steps when a voice called out to him. Bai protector, please hold. Bai Haotian turned to regard the wood protector, who revealed a fissure in the tree trunk from which a radiant peach emerged, presenting it to Bai Haotian. Bai protector, this is a gift from me. I hope you will speak favorably of me to the master in the future. Upon inspecting the peach, Bai Haotian recognized it as distinctly superior to the earlier batch of spiritual peaches. Unbeknownst to him, this celestial peach was one of only 2 the wood protector had ever bestowed, the other having been given to Zhou Qiong at the previous banquet. Within the spacious Tianma Hall, a dark figure loomed, exuding an overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura, reminiscent of an ancient demon god. Kneeling behind him were 4 individuals, each wearing different masks, seemingly cowed by his presence, their heads bowed low. How has the development of the 4 divisions progressed? Reporting to the master, our Tian division currently boasts 1 in the ancient realm and 50 in the transcendental realm. Reporting to the master, our D division has 1 in the ancient realm and 43 in the transcendental realm. Reporting to the master, our Xin division currently. Reporting to the master, our Huang division presently. Indeed, the leaders of the 4 divisions, Heaven, Earth, Xin, and Huang, have all entered the ancient realm. It can be said that, aside from Lian Shang, no one among the high ranks of the demon cult poses a challenge to these 4. This rapid growth was facilitated by Zhou Qiong's acquisition of a secret manual shortly after his ascension, aptly named the Dark Division, which perfectly suited the cultivation needs of the 4 divisions. Coupled with the abundant resources of the demon cult, it is evident that the 4 divisions have matured into formidable forces. And with this manual, they will only become increasingly formidable. You 4, investigate the conditions of the cities throughout the chaotic realm in your respective directions. This territory will soon belong to our demon cult. Understood. The 4 responded in unison, their forms gradually vanishing from the hall. System, how many villain points do I currently possess? The host currently has 200,000 villain points. Open the marketplace. I wish to exchange for a cultivation technique. Certainly. Zhou Qiong browsed the marketplace incessantly until he came across an intriguing technique, its name simply Demon. The price, however, was astonishingly steep, requiring a staggering 500 million villain points. System, what is the nature of this technique? Although I cannot afford it, why does it still appear illuminated? And why can I not access the description? Host. This technique can be exchanged in tiers. The first tier requires only 100,000 villain points, with subsequent tiers costing double. The description can only be accessed after an exchange. How many tiers does it have? 13 tiers. Despite the system's exorbitant pricing, Zhou Qiong ultimately made the exchange, as this was, after all, the highest value item available to him in the system, albeit only the first tier. Upon accessing the introduction of the demon technique, Zhou Qiong was taken aback. What luck! This is a treasure. Chapter 45. If you do not submit, then I shall raise your city. The description read, the demon technique is an extraordinary tome birthed from the self-generation of the world at the moment of the unknown great world's fragmentation. Just this single sentence was enough to astonish Zhou Qiong. Although he was unaware of the might of that distant world, the villain points required for the technique indicated its extraordinary nature. Zhou Qiong mused that this technique could likely serve as a golden key to make one a protagonist of a world system, with the remaining villain points, exchange for some spiritual herbs for cultivation. Understood, host? Time flows inexorably, and the years pass like a fleeting dream. 2 years have swiftly elapsed. I in the realm of Jinwu. 2 years is merely a brief interlude, for the lifespan within Jinwu is exceedingly prolonged. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of Tianma Peak, numerous high-ranking officials stand in eager anticipation along the sides. This past biennium has undeniably been the most rapid period of growth for the demon sect, as the entire resources of Heiwang City have been devoted to its cultivation, supplemented by the teachings and secret manuals bestowed by the sect leader, resulting in a significant elevation in the sect's overall strength. Seated at the head of the assembly, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his eyes. His own gains over these 2 years have been substantial, having transformed his primary cultivation method to demonic practices. In this short span, he has broken through 2 realms, achieving the formidable 7th level of the ancient tier. Though his aura remains at the initial level of Jinwu, a light cough escaped from Lian Sheng's lips, and the hall fell into an immediate silence. Lian Sheng bowed respectfully to Zhou Qiong, informing him, Master, our sect's strength has surged remarkably over these 2 years. We now possess 5 individuals at the ancient tier, over 30 at the pinnacle of Tongxian, and more than 4,000 at the 4th level of Tongxian. Zhou Qiong nodded discreetly, acknowledging the rapid progress. If given a few more years of development, it is likely that the demon sect could boast 100 individuals at the ancient tier. However, Zhou Qiong is loath to wait that long. He believes in nurturing talent through battle. The potential loss of some individuals along the way does not weigh heavily on his mind. Lian Sheng, he called. At your service, came the reply. You are to deliver a notice to Tianhai City, stating that our demon sect grants them 3 days to consider. Should they choose to submit, all will be well. If they refuse, we shall annihilate their city and clan. Understood. Zhou Qiong surmised that to swiftly expand their influence, it is imperative for others to comprehend the ruthlessness of the demon sect. Hence, their first formal action must instill fear in others. At the gates of Tianhai City, as usual, 2 rows of guards stood sentinel, observing the comings and goings of pedestrians. Each guard possessed advanced cultivation in Tongxian, indicative of the formidable strength of the Hong family that governs Tianhai City. Though the guards stood at attention, their thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. They could not fathom that anyone would dare to cause trouble. It had been over a millennium since the last disturbance at Tianhai's gates, which resulted in a swift and lethal response from the Hong family, involving a master of the ancient tier. Suddenly, a blinding beam of sword light shot towards the city gates, the sword seeming to cleave through the very fabric of space. Before the guards could react, it was already embedded in the city wall. The leader of the guards quickly scanned the vicinity but found no trace of the assailant. Turning to the sword lodged in the wall, his eyes narrowed in surprise, for it bore a blood-red challenge letter. The leader hastily drew the sword, examined the letter, and dashed towards the lord's estate. The crowd entering the city, upon witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. What is happening? Someone dares to pin a sword to the gates of Tianhai City. Do they not fear the Hong family? I believe the guard leader retrieved a red letter from the sword and hurried to the lord's estate. Whatever the situation, with the Hong family in Tianhai City, a change in power seems improbable. The lord's estate. The guard leader rushed inside, handing the letter to the steward on duty. After glancing at it, the steward's face contorted with rage as he swiftly made his way to the main hall. The current head of the Hong family is not Hong Tu, who has retreated into seclusion for cultivation and only concerns himself with significant matters. Instead, it is his son, Hong Biao, who oversees affairs. At this moment, Hong Biao sat in the main hall, sipping tea and reviewing financial reports, pondering how to augment the family's wealth. A series of knocks disrupted his contemplation. "Come in." The steward, clad in his official robes, hurried in and swiftly presented the blood-red letter to Hong Biao, exclaiming, "Master, the demon sect of Haiwang City has sent us a challenge." "What?" Hong Biao felt as though he had misheard. "A challenge? Someone dares to issue a challenge to the Hong family?" He quickly seized the letter and, the more he read, the angrier he became, veins bulging in his forehead. With a resounding crash, Hong Biao slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. The steward's earlier mention of a challenge was a gross understatement. This was clearly a letter of humiliation, demanding the Hong family surrender within 3 days or face annihilation, a blatant disregard for their stature. "Go, summon the high-ranking members for an emergency meeting in the council hall," Hong Biao commanded, his face darkening as he glared at the steward. Half an hour later, in the Hong family's council hall, numerous high-ranking members sat within, with Hong Biao presiding over them, his expression grim. "Brother, why have you summoned us?" one asked. "Indeed, I still have to inspect the projects in the southern city later." Hong Biao waved his hand, unfolding the letter and tossing it to several individuals. "Behold, we have received a challenge from the demon sect." "What? A challenge?" The others exchanged incredulous glances. "This is outrageous. Has the demon sect lost its mind? Do they believe they are formidable because they have secured an old man named Mu? Compared to our ancestors, that Mu doesn't even merit being their shoe shiner. How could they not know this? This is not a challenge. It's an affront to our Hong family. If the demon sect dares not come, we must not let them off the hook." Voices of indignation echoed throughout the council hall. Fueled by the insufferable contents of the letter, as evening fell, Tianhai City remained bustling. Yet a whisper began to spread throughout the populace. "Have you heard? The demon sect from Haiwang City has declared war on us. Delivering a challenge this morning. No, I heard they demanded the Hong family surrender, or else face the slaughter of the entire city. Is that true? I heard the demon sect plans to force the entire leadership of the Hong family to commit suicide. Or they would kill everyone." Various rumors circulated, but the consensus was clear. War was imminent between Haiwang City and Tianhai City, with the demon sect threatening to annihilate the city. However, few believed the demon sect could succeed, as the Hong family had ruled Tianhai City for far too long, instilling a sense of invulnerability among the populace, who could not fathom anyone threatening their dominance, especially not a newly ascendant sect like the demon sect. Chapter 46. If you can withstand one strike from me, I shall spare your life. The 3 days passed swiftly. At the foot of Tianma Peak, 100,000 followers of the demon sect gathered, led by many high-ranking members, including Mu Lao and Bai He. Above them, a colossal demonic dragon chariot hovered. Clad in battle robes adorned with demonic flames, Zhou Qiong stood atop the chariot, while the throngs of sect members knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, "We pay homage to the Master. Rise. Today, our demon sect shall officially commence the first battle against the upper realm. Do you possess confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." The resounding cheers echoed throughout Tianma Peak. "Let us depart." A tremendous roar of the dragon reverberated as the demonic dragon chariot soared towards Tianhai City, with countless followers of the demon sect following suit. At this moment, the gates of Tianhai City were devoid of any life besides the vigilant guards, while a multitude of onlookers hid atop the city walls, observing the unfolding spectacle. Although uncertainty lingered regarding whether the demon sect would indeed attack Tianhai City, no one dared to take risks at the gates. Both Tianhai City and the demon sect were entities they could not afford to provoke. "They're coming. They're really coming," someone shouted, pointing into the distance. Indeed, a massive demonic dragon chariot approached, trailed by countless figures clad in black. Despite prior knowledge of their arrival, the Hong family found it hard to believe, struggling to comprehend the audacity of the demon sect to launch an assault on Tianhai City. Hong Biao stood atop the city wall, witnessing the approaching chariot, his lips curling in disbelief. The sight of the banner was utterly pretentious, boasting of celestial prowess and unparalleled might. It was unfathomable that an individual in the Zhenwu realm would dare to utter such grandiose claims. Suddenly, a figure clad in crimson robes soared beside the chariot, addressing Hong Biao with a booming voice. 3 days have passed. It seems your Hong family has chosen to resist. Upon hearing this, Hong Biao erupted in laughter. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Let your sect leader come and face me. I wish to see what audacity fuels your assault on the Hong family, impudent fool. How dare you insult the sect leader? Lien Shang unsheathed his sword, launching an immediate strike towards Hong Biao. Hong Biao smirked, clenching his fists and retaliating directly against the sword. With a thunderous crash that resonated like clashing metal, Hong Biao stood his ground, while Lien Shang was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters. Just as Hong Biao intended to capitalize on his advantage and eliminate Lien Shang, a cane suddenly appeared before him, striking him forcefully into the city. Once more on the city wall, blood trickling from his mouth, Hong Biao glared at the elder before him. Mu Lao, you have indeed become a lapdog for the demon sect. How disappointing it is that you, a Zhenwu master, would so casually submit to another. The old man Mu gazed silently at Hong Biao, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The cane in his hand emitted a radiant glow, striking directly at Hong Biao. Though Mu Lao had submitted to the demon sect, he was not a warrior of the eternal realm to be easily insulted. He was akin to a towering tree that, despite its previous lack of support, possessed a formidable spirit. Suddenly, a powerful fist aura surged from within the city lord's manor, hurtling towards Mu Lao. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Lao abandoned his confrontation with Hong Biao and used his cane to block the attack, swiftly retreating until he reached the side of the demon dragon's flying chariot, where he finally came to a halt. A man, as robust as a mountain, appeared above Tianhai City, casting a glance at Mu Lao beside the flying chariot and softly remarked, Old Mu, you have indeed made considerable progress over the years. The numerous members of the Hong family within the city, upon seeing the man, immediately knelt and exclaimed, We pay our respects to the ancestor. Well, you have not tarnished the aspirations of my Hong family. Hong Biao, you are commendable as well. Thank you for your praise, father. Hong Biao beamed with delight upon hearing the man's commendation. The man then turned his gaze towards the demon sect's flying chariot, sensing the overwhelming aura of blood and malevolence emanating from within. Upon seeing the couplet, he furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. I presume you are the leader of the demon sect. Are you not? I am Hong Tu, the head of the Hong family in Tianhai City. There was no response. The doors of the demon sect's flying chariot swung open, and a heavy figure emerged. Glancing up at Hong Tu with a cold voice, I have no interest in the names of the deceased. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare Tianhai City. Otherwise, I shall annihilate all living beings within. The crowd below was struck with terror by Zhou Qiong's words. Even Mu Lao, who had just engaged in a brief exchange, was taken aback. He could discern that Hong Tu's cultivation had reached at least the 5th layer of true martial realm. Yet Zhou Qiong was claiming he could finish Hong Tu with a single move. The discussions erupted within the city. What did that demon sect leader just say? He wants Hong Tu to take on a single attack? Does he not understand the might of Lord Hong Tu? My goodness, this demon sect leader is indeed as tyrannical as the rumors suggest, but this is excessively frightening. He has truly lost his mind. Believing that the ancestor cannot withstand even one of his strikes, at this moment, Hong Tu's expression turned icy with rage. He glared at Zhou Qiong, seething, since my cultivation ascended to the true martial realm. No one has dared to underestimate me so brazenly. Who does he think he is, the heavenly king? Very well, you need not wait for me to receive a blow. If you can withstand one of my punches, I shall also spare your life. Zhou Qiong remained silent, his pupils gleaming with a faint light, as a pitch-black long knife materialized in his hand. He raised it slowly, causing an overwhelming aura of blood to envelop the area for 100 miles. With a booming voice, Zhou Qiong commanded, Slash! Instantly, boundless malevolent energy and the stench of blood surged towards Hong Tu, the malevolence so dense that the shadow of a demonic deity seemed to emerge. Hong Tu sensed an ominous portent upon the knife's appearance, perceiving it as an unparalleled weapon, as if countless vengeful souls were wailing from it. It was unimaginable how many lives this blade had claimed. Though the long knife was not moving swiftly, Hong Tu felt as though he had been ensnared, unable to evade. Determination flickered across his face. Having reached the true martial realm, he was not one to cower in fear. With immense fists materializing, he charged toward the long knife, roaring, "Unrivaled iron fist, I am invincible." The clash produced an unimaginable shockwave that shattered even the protective array of Tianhai City, causing some of the weaker cultivators within to be killed instantly by the residual force. The elders of the demon sect hastily erected a protective barrier to shield their members. As the shockwave dissipated, the onlookers were startled to hear a soft sound akin to flowing water. Upon investigating, they were horrified to find a massive knife pit, 100 zhang wide and unfathomably deep, had appeared before Tianhai City. With a great river adjacent to the city, the water began to pour into the pit, as if constructing a grand moat for Tianhai City. Chapter 47. The annihilation of billions of souls, shocking the four corners as the crowd gazed skyward. They beheld Zhou Qiong slowly retracting his knife, not casting another glance at Hong Tu, and turning to enter the demon dragon's flying chariot. Meanwhile, Hong Tu knelt on one knee, watching Zhou Qiong vanish from sight, and with a bitter smile murmured, "What a fine blade!" With that, his body began to dissipate, reduced to ash by Zhou Qiong's strike. What? How could this be possible? The ancestor is dead. The ancestor was actually killed. How could he be so powerful? This is inconceivable. Even Mu Lao, standing beside the flying chariot, exhibited a look of dread, secretly relieved that he had submitted so quickly. Otherwise, he too would have been reduced to nothingness. A frigid voice emerged from within the chariot. "Annihilate the city?" "Understood." Lien Shang bowed in response, directing his voice towards Tianhai City. "The master has commanded. Annihilate the city." "Yes." The members of the demon sect surged towards Tianhai City, with even Mu Lao joining the fray. Hong Biao, gazing at the now shattered spirit of Hong Tu, tears welled in his eyes. He understood that the sky had fallen. With Hong Tu's death, it was evident that the Hong family could not withstand this calamity. Filled with hatred, he looked upon the approaching members of the demon sect and bellowed atop the city walls, "Where are the disciples of the Hong family?" "Here, here, here," the disciples of the Hong family shouted with teary eyes. "For over 8,000 years, my Hong family has defended Tianhai City. Now, as we face our moment of life and death, with demon sect members seeking to slay our kin and destroy our home, what should we do? Swear to defend Tianhai City unto death. Swear to defend Tianhai City unto death. Disciples of the Hong family, join me in resisting the demons. Kill, kill, kill." The Hong family, a clan with millennia of history, demonstrated an astonishing unity, charging fearlessly into battle against the members of the demon sect, determined to drag down their foes even in death. Yet, the nature of the adversaries was that they were ruthless fiends. And soon the two sides clashed in a fierce and tumultuous battle. However, this could not alter the fate of Tianhai City. The strength of the higher echelons determined the outcome of a battle. And Mu Lao, at the true martial realm, was an insurmountable force within the city. Even with Hong Biao unleashing secret techniques to tap into his potential, he could only delay Mu Lao for a brief moment. With Hong Biao's demise, the Hong family lost its backbone. A blood-red long knife soared above Tianhai City, casting a crimson glow that enveloped the entire city, saturating it with an overwhelming stench of blood. The members of the demon sect, bathed in the crimson light, experienced a surge in their combat power. The air was filled with haunting screams from within Tianhai City, roars of fury, pleas for mercy, and expressions of rage. Initially, the cries came from the Hong family, soon followed by other beings, be they alien, demonic, or human. The city resembled a scene from the apocalypse. Countless malevolent energies and vengeful souls surged forth from Tianhai City, drawn into the sky by the long knife, which grew increasingly crimson and radiant. Some members of the demon sect even exhibited power surpassing their original realm, while other beings were ensnared by the crimson light. Their strength plummeting, some even driven mad, attacking indiscriminately. The cacophony of slaughter persisted for 2 days, and the stench of blood thickened to a palpable presence. Yet, peculiarly, the city bore no blood, only countless corpses. A group of individuals clad in black emerged from within the city, each exuding an aura of blood and slaughter, akin to messengers risen from the depths of hell, capable of terrifying any ordinary person to death. They approached beneath the demon dragon's flying chariot. Kneeling on one knee, Lian Sheng, donned in a blood-red battle robe, knelt at the forefront and proclaimed, "I report to the Master, Tianhai City has been completely annihilated. No living soul remains. Excellent, prepare to return to the headquarters." A heavy voice emanated from the chariot. Understood. The demon dragon's flying chariot turned towards the heavenly demon peak, while the blood-red long knife swiftly departed, vanishing within the chariot, at that moment, in the nearby desolate mountain city. An elder of a human faction trembled as he read the message in his hands, overwhelmed by disbelief at the shocking news it contained. The demon sect has officially begun its assault on Tianhai City. The leader of the demon sect has slain the city lord, Hong Tu, with a single strike, and a massive moat has formed outside Tianhai City. The final piece of news was the hardest for him to accept. The entire Tianhai City has been annihilated by the demon sect. No matter the race or being, not a single soul has survived. Now, Tianhai City is a dead city, filled only with the corpses of billions, and even those who ventured to gather information were driven mad by the horrific sights within. The elder glanced at the attendant who delivered the message and sighed, "Go to Tianhong Tower and reserve a table. Invite the higher-ups of the other factions in the desolate mountain city. Tell them I wish to gather for a meeting." In truth, not only the desolate mountain city but all nearby factions that received the news were astounded. Had it not been for the fact that Tianhai City was indeed devoid of living souls, they might have thought it was a jest. In a fleeting moment, the high-ranking officials of the surrounding cities commenced an incessant discourse, revolving solely around one pressing matter: whether the demonic sect would launch an assault on the next city. The consensus reached through their deliberations was unequivocal. It was certain that an attack would ensue. Shortly after the demonic sect ascended from below, they had swiftly seized control of Black King City. And now, having slaughtered Tianhai City, their ambition was palpably insatiable. The atmosphere among the weaker cities grew increasingly tense, with numerous factions beginning to relocate to cities that were further from the demonic sect and decidedly stronger. Fearing another massacre, those factions that remained in situ were gripped by an incessant dread, perpetually anxious about a sudden onslaught from the demonic sect. The news spread rapidly, reaching even the most remote cities. It could be said that the massacre perpetrated by the demonic sect had irrevocably disrupted the precarious balance of the chaotic realm. Meanwhile, within the meeting hall atop a peak on the fringes of Yang City, several elderly men, each adorned with long swords at their waists, sat together sipping tea. They were members of the Sword Sect, who had recently relocated. With commendable strength, the Sword Sect had taken over half a year to establish its foothold in Yang City. Although they were not a formidable power, they were no longer subject to casual bullying. Elder Yanqing, with a rueful smile, remarked, "Indeed, it is as you say, nephew Shangguan. Had our Sword Sect moved to Tianhai City, we would surely have faced annihilation by now." "Indeed," echoed several other elders, their voices low. One wonders how the leader of the demonic sect cultivates his power. To have slain Hong Tu with a single strike is truly astonishing. Shangguan Yun, however, did not engage in their discourse, his countenance betraying deep concern. Despite their relocation to Yang City, situated several cities away from Tianhai City, and the fact that Yang City's strength far surpassed that of Tianhai City, he felt an ominous sense of danger lingering, as if it were poised to descend upon them at any moment. Chapter 48. 2 cities fall, surrendering voluntarily at the headquarters of the demonic sect. Within the Grand Hall of Tianma Peak, numerous high-ranking officials stood on either side. "Lian Sheng, what gains has our sect reaped this time?" In response, Lian Sheng, standing beside Zhou Qiong, bowed respectfully and reported, "This time, over 10,000 of our members achieved breakthroughs in their realms amidst the bloodshed. Those with exceptional talent even transcended several levels in succession. Excellent. What is the status of the situation in Huangshan City and Lishui City? A figure clad in a black robe and a silver mask knelt on one knee and replied, "The overall strength of Huangshan City and Lishui City pales in comparison to that of Tianhai City. The governance within is shared among several major factions, and there are no true martial experts present. Lianshang, by Haoyin, I grant you both a year to capture Huangshan City and Lishui City." Understood. The two responded in unison to AT that moment. Within a private room of Tianhong Tower in Huangshan City, the leaders of the 5 major factions were gathered. The woman with a serpentine tail gently swayed her head and urged, "Speak up, what shall we do now? Is there a possibility that the demonic sect might take a respite after seizing Tianhai City, allowing us time to seek allies in other cities?" A large, toad-like being with dark skin spoke softly, "There is no time left. I have received word that the demonic sect's forces are already en route to Huangshan City." The speaker was an elderly human who had organized this gathering. "What? Is that true?" The others gasped in astonishment. "What should we do? Should we not consider surrendering? I heard the demonic sect offers 3 days for surrender. Indeed, perhaps we should surrender voluntarily. At least it would save our lives." With a loud clap, an imposing figure resembling a giant slammed his hand on the table. "Surrender? If you wish to surrender, do so on your own. My giant clan shall never capitulate." He then turned to the elderly human, Bai Xiao, and added, "If you are here to discuss strategies against the demonic sect, I, Ming Tu, will listen. However, if your deliberations revolve around surrender, then I shall take my leave." Without heeding their protests, he strode out of the room. "How can Ming Tu be so tempestuous, leaving without regard for us?" "Ah, you are unaware. Hong Tu from Tianhai City once saved Ming Tu's life. Now that the demonic sect has slaughtered Tianhai City, how can you expect him to consider surrender? What a stubborn fool." The group continued their discussions deep into the night, leaving with smiles that belied the coldness and ruthlessness in their eyes. As night fell and the populace drifted into slumber, a cacophony of cries and slaughter suddenly reverberated throughout half of Huangshan City. Many smaller factions sprang to their feet, fearing an assault from the demonic sect. The bold dared to venture outside to ascertain the situation, while the timid succumbed to terror, crouching and weeping. Outside, at the giant clan's encampment, Meng Tu bellowed, "Why? Why must you slaughter my kin and attack my ancestral lands?" A nearby woman with a serpentine tail replied softly, "It is for the sake of survival. We cannot let your enmity with the demonic sect lead us all to our doom. Indeed, Meng Tu, for the peace of Huangshan City, you should consider taking your own life. Nay, do not even think of it. You claim to be the masters of Huangshan City, yet you are but a pack of cowards." No one responded, and the only answer was the fierce assault from the 4 factions. The sounds of battle in Huangshan City persisted throughout the night, and when dawn broke, the residents emerged to witness the transformation of the 5 factions into 4. The giant clan had been utterly annihilated by the combined forces of the other 4 factions, and the body of their leader, Ming Tu, was gruesomely displayed on the city wall. Notices were posted throughout the city, declaring that the 4 factions had resolved to submit to the demonic sect. The inhabitants of the city were elated, showing no signs of dissent. Rather, they wore expressions of joy. The voluntary surrender of the 4 factions brought them immense relief, for they feared the repercussions of rebellion, knowing that if the 4 factions resisted, the demonic sect would likely descend upon them once more in a bloody onslaught. Simultaneously, the 4 factions felt a sense of relief, realizing that had the populace truly desired rebellion, they could have been overthrown and offered as sacrifices to the demonic sect to save their own lives. It was well understood that they lacked any true martial experts to suppress the multitude of smaller factions, whose combined strength might well exceed that of the 4 factions. 100 miles outside Huangshan City, the members of the demonic sect, led by Lianshang, flew toward the city. "Hey, Chief, why do I see a giant hanging from the city wall?" inquired the Magic Tiger King, trailing behind Lianshang. Lianshang looked up at the city walls and indeed saw the massive corpse of a humanoid figure nailed to the wall. "Chief, among the 5 factions of Huangshan City was the giant clan. I suspect this is one of their kin. I wonder what led to their being so gruesomely displayed." remarked the Magic Mouse King, Chen Shu, quietly. At the city gate of Huangshan City, the leaders of the four factions stood at either end, watching as countless figures in black approached. A palpable aura of bloodlust surged forth, so intense that it clouded the minds of some. Facing the advancing black-clad figures felt akin to standing before harbingers of death, causing them to tremble in disbelief at the sheer number of lives that must have been taken to generate such overwhelming bloodlust. The members of the demonic sect halted at the city gate. Lien Sheng furrowed his brow as he regarded the four factions across from him and then glanced at the corpse on the wall, as if coming to a realization. Bai Xiao and the others looked toward Lien Sheng, recognizing him as the chief of the demonic sect, and promptly bowed in unison, saying, "The human clan of Huangshan City, by family, welcomes the chief of the demonic sect. The beautiful serpent clan of Huangshan City welcomes the chief of the demonic sect. The Ghost Toad clan of Huangshan City welcomes the chief of the demonic sect. The Scorpion clan of Huangshan City welcomes the chief of the demonic sect." Lien Sheng chuckled lightly, pleased that his suspicions had been confirmed. Bai Xiao glanced at Lien Sheng and continued, "We, the four factions, are willing to bring Huangshan City into submission to the demonic sect." The other three quickly nodded in agreement. Lien Sheng pointed at the corpse of Meng Tu on the wall and inquired, "What transpired here, Chief?" "This is Meng Tu, the leader of the giant clan in Huangshan City. He was obstinate and, due to his ties with the Hong family of Tianhai City, refused to submit to the demonic sect. Consequently, we executed him and displayed his body as a warning." "Splendid." Lien Sheng's smile widened. Clearly delighted, it appeared that the sect's policy of mass slaughter was indeed effective. Without lifting a finger, their adversaries had voluntarily come forth to submit. And even those who resisted had been dealt with. Unbeknownst to Lien Sheng, Bai Haoyan was experiencing even greater ease, as none of the factions there were inclined to resist, and they had simply announced their surrender. It can be said that the demon sect effortlessly seized two major cities. It is noteworthy that the territory of each of these cities is almost as vast as an entire continent below. In Chapter 49, the demon sect possesses four such cities, Huangshan City and Lishui City, both of which voluntarily surrendered, igniting a fervor among the surrounding cities. Fortunately, since the acquisition of these two cities, the demon sect has entered a period of tranquility and has not taken any further actions. At this moment, in the Kangwu continent of the lower realm, within the invincible city of the extreme north, many members of the demon sect stand upon the Ascension Square. Clad in a blue robe, Li Chongqing stands at the forefront, followed closely by two young men with hidden blades, Jin Yuqi and Dao Qi, who joined the demon sect 3 years ago. Both possess exceptional talents and, with the sect's full support, have reached the advanced stage of martial emperor in just 3 years. At this time, a group of individuals arrives at the edge of the square and bows respectfully to Li Chongqing. "Fu Zong, Fu Bai greets you, Master Chongsheng. From the great Qin dynasty, Qin Tongshan greets you, Master Chongsheng. From Huangsha Fortress, Dao." Li Chongqing nods slightly and speaks in a deep voice. "The sect master has decreed that 3 years hence, the ascension path shall open, allowing all factions to ascend. Those wishing to ascend should gather at the square." "Yes," replies Zixuan, a subordinate clad in a purple robe. "After we ascend, the path need not close again. And henceforth, ascension may occur annually." Indeed, at this moment, the ascension path has been opened. Li Chongqing gazes at the crowd and shouts, "Ascend." The multitude walks towards the stone tablet, gradually vanishing, and Li Chongqing also approaches the stone tablet, quietly gathering strength within, for although the sect master and others have ascended 3 years ago, the circumstances of the upper realm remain shrouded in mystery. Within the Ascension Square of Heiwang City, the stone tablets continue to operate normally, with a steady influx of ascendants. However, the overseers have now become a group of individuals clad in black robes. A robust man sits at the center of the square, meditating, surrounded by a sinister aura that deters all from gazing directly at him. At that moment, a black-robed figure approaches the burly man quickly and whispers, "Lord Huwei, the stone tablet of the ancestral land has illuminated." The man opens his eyes, swiftly rises, and strides towards the newly illuminated stone tablet. A group of individuals has emerged from the tablet just as he arrives, and a figure in green appears before him. The burly man immediately bows to the figure in green, who is none other than Li Changsheng, just having ascended. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, a voice reaches his ears. I am subordinate Xiongba. The tiger guard under the demon tiger king, I greet you, Master Changsheng. Li Changsheng observes the bowing Xiongba and feels a flicker of recognition. Indeed, he was one of the ascendants 3 years ago. He exhales softly, relaxing his guard. However, Xiongba's overwhelming aura makes him hesitant to meet his gaze, sensing that his cultivation may surpass his own. The other ascendants, witnessing Xiongba, are equally astonished. Such a formidable figure bowing to Li Changsheng suggests the demon sect has become quite powerful in the upper realm. Qin Yuqi and Dao Qi, standing behind Li Changsheng, gaze at Xiongba with curiosity. Intimidated by his imposing presence, Li Changsheng raises his head, surveying the square filled with hundreds of stone tablets, realizing this must be a shared ascension point for many continents. Upon seeing the ascendants being led away by the black-robed figures, he inquires of Xiongba about the situation. My lord, Xiongba explains, the city we currently occupy is Heiwang City, and this square serves as the Ascension Square. Ascendants from hundreds of continents will arrive here, and all ascendants must serve as slaves for 3 years, mining in the mountains, to earn their freedom. Mining? Then we, Qin Yuqi, standing behind Li Changsheng, exclaims in shock. Xiongba grins, you need not worry. The mountains they mine are for our demon sect, and they too shall serve as slaves for 3 years. The sect master has decreed that all ascendants from the Kangwu continent shall not be subjected to slavery. What? The crowd gasps in astonishment. Those not affiliated with the demon sect rejoice in their fortune, relieved that they hail from the Kangwu continent, sparing them from the burden of servitude. Yet, they cannot help but ponder how the demon sect, having ascended merely 3 years prior, has gained such substantial power. Surely, it must be a formidable force in Heiwang City. Before they can further speculate, Li Changsheng inquires, what is the current standing of our demon sect in the upper realm? Master Changsheng, Xiongba replies, let us speak as we walk. The main headquarters of the demon sect does not reside in Heiwang City. It is located at Tianma Peak, outside the city beneath our feet. Heiwang City spans over 10 million kilometers, comparable to a significant portion of the Kangwu continent. Currently, we possess 4 such cities. The others are left speechless, even the typically composed Li Changsheng slightly agape, struggling to digest this overwhelming information. The demon sect, having only ascended 3 years prior, now commands such vast dominion in the upper realm. Half an hour later, the group arrives at the foot of Tianma Peak, gazing up at its towering height with a sense of numbness. The demon sect has become so powerful that a mountain of this magnitude seems entirely reasonable. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoes down from the peak. Ha ha ha, Li Hall Master, you have finally arrived. Li Changsheng turns to the source of the voice and replies with a smile, I should have ascended with you all. Now I feel as though I know nothing. Enough of the complaints. The sect master is still resting. Allow me to show you around Tianma Peak. The speaker is none other than the demon tiger king, who then gestures for Xiongba to withdraw respectfully. The other ascended members of the demon sect are led away to rest, leaving only Qin Yuqi and Dao Qi standing behind Li Changsheng. The two regard the demon tiger king with curiosity. They do not know Xiongba, but they recognize the demon tiger king, whose statue adorns the Tianma Great Hall in the lower continent, a veritable high-ranking figure within the demon sect. The demon tiger king begins to guide Li Changsheng and the others on a tour of Tianma Peak. Upon reaching a flower garden, where vibrant flowers bloom, Li Changsheng furrows his brow, sensing a threat emanating from these blossoms, as if they possess the capability to harm him. Suddenly, a red rose transforms into a crimson figure, making a face at the demon tiger king before vanishing. The demon tiger king chuckles softly. These are flowers nurtured by the sect master, inhabited by flower spirits of considerable cultivation. In the subsequent chapter, the demon tiger king leads the trio to the rear mountain, stopping before a massive peach tree. He bows respectfully and announces, this is our newly ascended protector of the demon sect, Li Changsheng. He then gestures towards the peach tree, saying, this is our newly appointed protector, Mu Laozu. The tree slowly manifests an aged human visage, which regards Li Changsheng and states, I require further seclusion for my cultivation. I shall apologize to you later, Master Li. Please accept this peach as a gift." With that, 3 peaches soar towards Li Changsheng and his companions. The peach before Li Changsheng radiates an ethereal glow, while those before Qian Yuqi and Dao Qi exude spiritual energy. The Demon Tiger King remarks, "These are sacred fruits for cultivation. Consuming them will expedite your progress significantly," as they continue their exploration of Tianma Peak. A brilliant white light erupts from a distance, visible throughout the chaotic realm. Zhou Qiong awakens, gazing towards the source of the light, and lightly taps his seat. Instantly, a figure materializes before him. "Quickly investigate the situation." "Understood." The figure begins to fade away. Within the Grand Hall of Tianma Peak, a meeting is underway. The high-ranking members of the demon sect stand on either side, with the newly ascended Li Changsheng among them. Zhou Qiong sits at the head, solemnly inquiring, "What have you discovered regarding the white light?" One member kneels and reports, "Master, it has come to our attention that a half-saint's relic has been unearthed," prompting many factions to mobilize their forces towards the site. A half-saint. The high-ranking members of the demon sect express their astonishment. Over the past few years, they have begun to comprehend the levels of cultivation, the path of enlightenment, the ancient path of martial arts, and only beyond the great Luo realm does one ascend to the status of half-saint. Currently, there is not a single great Luo realm cultivator in the entire chaotic realm, making the sudden emergence of a half-saint relic utterly shocking. Ding! Task generation in progress. Explore the half-saint relic and become the greatest beneficiary. Completion rewards, 2 tiers of cultivation advancement, 500,000 villain points. And a mysterious gift pack. Failure incurs no penalties. Do you accept? Accepted. Lotus Life. Ning Wu, Demon Rat King, Demon Ox King, Demon Tiger King, Demon Dragon King, Demon Serpent King. Respond. Present. The group replies in unison. You shall accompany me. The others will remain behind to guard the demon sect. During my absence, Bai Haoyan will oversee the sect. Understood. Bai Haoyan bowed and responded. At this moment, the semi-holy relic had already attracted a multitude of beings, with every mountain peak occupied by a powerful faction. Beneath the peaks, a throng of smaller forces and loose cultivators, all hailing from nearby cities, gathered in hopes of reaping some benefits. Instantly, discussions erupted, with many expressing their astonishment that such a chaotic land could harbor a semi-holy relic. Indeed, if we could obtain something beneficial from within, we would strike it rich. Don't get your hopes up. Look at the powers dominating the surrounding peaks. Such relics are beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. Even a taste of the soup would be a stroke of luck. On one of the peaks, a pair of elegantly robed individuals whispered to each other, flanked by several formidable-looking guards and a cluster of elderly men eager to ingratiate themselves. I never expected that this remote place would possess a semi-holy relic. A cold voice emanated from the woman. The man scoffed, muttering, "What's so surprising about a semi-holy relic? I've seen living semi-holies before." "And you didn't bat an eye. What are you grumbling about?" the woman inquired. "Nothing, sister. It truly is astonishing. Old Hu, could you enlighten us about the forces nearby?" She directed her question to an elder behind her. Upon hearing this, the elder promptly bowed and approached the woman. "I have the honor of meeting Miss Li," he said, pointing to a peak across from them. "That is the territory of Yang City's foremost power. The Yang family, led by their strongest expert, Yang Liwu, a master of the 7th layer of true martial. The peak on the left, the southern peak, a young man, dressed in the attire of a wealthy scion, suddenly became intrigued and asked the elder, "Has the leader of the demon sect arrived? Ever since coming to this chaotic land, I've heard countless rumors about him, but I wonder what he truly looks like." The woman known as Miss Li also exhibited curiosity. Upon first hearing the legend of the demon sect leader, she had been taken aback. Although the world is indeed full of wonders, it was hard to believe that someone could carve out such a vast territory merely 3 years after ascending from the lower realms. "He hasn't been seen yet. He is likely still on his way," the elder replied, shaking his head at the young man. Suddenly, a dragon's roar pierced the air as a demonic dragon-drawn carriage soared from the distance. The powers on the peaks looked up, some with disdain, others with intrigue. The multitude of beings at the foot of the mountains also craned their necks to gaze at the flying carriage. Goodness, he certainly knows how to boast. How did he come up with such couplets? His audacity is astounding. Even my father wouldn't he dare speak so grandly. Young Master Li gaped at the couplets adorning the sides of the carriage. Even the usually composed Miss Li couldn't help but twitch her lips, while the various factions on the other peaks were equally stunned by the audacious proclamations. The leader of the demon sect must be out of his mind to make such bold claims. Truly, the higher one's cultivation, the more one understands the courage required to utter such words. Chapter 51. Do you seek death? Outside the carriage stood numerous high-ranking members of the demon sect. Among them Lien Shang in a crimson robe, who softly addressed the occupant within, Master. All the surrounding peaks have been claimed by the major factions. Silence reigned within the carriage, which then soared toward the nearest peak. Home to the ruler of Yuang City, the Bear clan of the demon race. Observers soon grasped the implications of the carriage's trajectory, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Upon seeing the carriage approach, the Bear clan members wore grim expressions. Fully aware that this was an encroachment on their territory, Elder Xiong Tianhai of the Bear clan rose to confront the approaching carriage, his voice steady yet authoritative. I am Xiong Tianhai, the Lord of Yuang City. You must be the leader of the demon sect. May I inquire about your intentions for visiting this peak? Chilling voice emanated from within the carriage. This peak belongs to my demon sect. You may either depart or face death. What? Xiong Tianhai's face contorted in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated such brazen arrogance from Zhou Qiong. Initially, he had intended to negotiate a peaceful transfer of the peak to the demon sect. After all, Zhou Qiong's combat prowess was legendary, having slain Hong Tu with a single stroke, and Xiong Tianhai knew he was no match for him. However, with Zhou Qiong's words echoing around them, the surrounding factions were listening. If they backed down now, how could they ever maintain their standing in this chaotic land? The onlookers were taken aback by the audacity of Zhou Qiong, and they wondered how the Bear clan would respond. Xiong Tianhai's expression shifted multiple times as he clenched his fists, staring intently at the carriage. Then I shall request your guidance, Master Zhou. Silence followed. Suddenly, the door of the carriage swung open, unleashing a surge of blade intent laced with a sanguine aura. Aimed directly at Xiong Tianhai. The echoing footsteps grew louder, each step amplifying the oppressive blade intent and bloodlust. Finally, Zhou Qiong, clad in demonic dragon battle attire, emerged from the carriage, fixing his cold gaze upon Xiong Tianhai. Are you seeking death? With a splatter, Xiong Tianhai coughed up blood, kneeling in midair, grievously wounded by the mere blade intent. He looked up at Zhou Qiong, his expression filled with terror. The fact that his adversary had not even drawn his weapon yet was unfathomable. If he did, Xiong Tianhai feared he might not even have the chance to flee. Xiong Tianhai dared not respond. He turned and called for his clansmen, hastily departing the peak in retreat. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he feared Zhou Qiong would strike him down outright. The surrounding factions observed in silence, their brows furrowing as they regarded Xiong Tianhai and his companions, who had fled without uttering a word. Their wariness of Zhou Qiong grew, as the earlier display of blade intent had been overwhelmingly domineering, enough to injure Xiong Tianhai and instill a sense of danger even from afar. On the peak occupied by the Li siblings, a guard clad in protective attire cautioned, "Young master, miss, if possible, avoid provoking the demon sect." The young master, displeased, retorted, "Who does he think he is? I am a dignified. Am I to be bullied in this remote place? Listen, Ada," he continued, "do you truly believe a mere demon sect could intimidate me?" Ada glanced at the young master, exasperated. "You may not be aware, but when the demon sect leader unleashed his blade intent just now, I felt a palpable danger. If conflict arises, I fear I may not be able to protect you and the young lady." "What?" The young master gasped in shock. While he had snuck out with his sister without bringing formidable guards, Ada was a peak true martial practitioner, nearly at the half-step de Luo realm in this remote area. Few could contend with him. Now, for Ada to suggest that he might not be able to protect them in a conflict raised grave concerns about the demon sect leader's power. Zhou Qiong's gaze shifted to the Li siblings, particularly focusing on Ada, who seemed to be the most formidable among them. Disregarding the others, Zhou Qiong re-entered the carriage, recognizing that the semi-holy secret realm had yet to be opened, rendering it unnecessary for him to linger outside. Inside the carriage, Zhou Qiong opened his attribute panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible. Position: leader of the demon sect. Cultivation: ancient sevenfold, a presence akin to the first layer of true martial skills. Demonic god technique: celestial life and death hand, divine demon eye, heaven-swallowing demonic art. Third layer, mount, demonic dragon carriage. Although Zhou Qiong's current cultivation was merely ancient sevenfold, with the formidable demonic blade in his possession, he harbored no fears of being threatened by anyone. Since absorbing the blood and souls of all beings in Tianhai City, he was uncertain just how powerful the demonic blade had become. Yet, he estimated that even an ordinary Deluo would likely fall before him. Moreover, since cultivating the demonic arts, not only had his combat prowess surged, but he also exuded an aura that rendered his true cultivation level undetectable. 3 days passed in a blur, during which more factions arrived, one of which foolishly attempted to seize the Li siblings' peak, only to be swiftly dispatched by Ada with a single strike. Seated within the demon sect's carriage, Zhou Qiong suddenly opened his eyes wide. He observed a swirling passageway forming above the semi-holy relic. Upon seeing this, the multitude of beings below yearned to rush into the vortex, but hesitated, wary of the powerful factions occupying the peaks. Emerging from the carriage, Zhou Qiong led the members of the demon sect toward the vortex, now teeming with beings from various factions. The Li siblings were among them. Li Gu, glancing at Zhou Qiong, whispered, "To encounter a figure such as Master Zhou in this place is truly a stroke of luck. I am Li Gu. May I befriend you?" Beside him, Li Jia eyed her brother in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly changed his approach. Shouldn't he have introduced himself and sought to recruit the powerful figure as his retainer? Instead, he was now seeking friendship. Zhou Qiong regarded Li Gu but said nothing. Fixing his gaze upon the vortex, "Since the passage has opened, I shall enter first." Upon concluding his words, he waved his hand and led the members of the demon sect into the passageway. Observing Zhou Qiong's early entry, the other factions swiftly followed suit into the tunnel. Li Gu gazed at Zhou Qiong, who had vanished into the passage, a frown of irritation etched upon his face. How could he disregard him so completely? Indeed, he was quite adept at putting on airs, even more so than Li Gu himself. Beside him, his sister from the Li family softly advised, "It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with such individuals. You are well aware of Father's temperament. Should he discover that you are befriending figures from the demon sect, he may very well take drastic measures against you." The author wishes to convey, this book is currently being promoted, and I hope everyone can generously provide 5-star reviews and follow for updates, for it is such encouragement that fuels the writer's motivation. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 52. Shadows possessing as the world spun around him. When Zhou Qiong finally reopened his eyes, he found himself utterly alone, realizing that the vortex passage must have transported each individual to a random location. Looking about, Zhou Qiong discerned that he was within a subterranean palace. Surrounded by a myriad of passageways, frowning slightly, he ventured into one of them. The half-saint secret realm is, in essence, the resting place and legacy of a deceased half-saint, typically harboring treasures and techniques utilized by the half-saint in life, and possibly even the manifestation of their legacy. Meanwhile, the Li siblings and Adi had just entered the passage when a jade pendant held by Li's sister emitted a radiant glow, forming a protective barrier that enveloped them until they fully stepped into the secret realm, at which point the light gradually faded. Li Gu cast a disdainful glance at the entrance of the passage, scoffing, as if a mere half-saint could divide us with such a trivial passage. What a delusion! He then turned to his sister, Li Wanner, and inquired, "Sister Wanner, what purpose do we serve in this wretched secret realm?" Upon entering, I felt an overwhelming discomfort. Li Wanner, however, chose not to respond, instead directing her attention to the surroundings, exploring further. At this moment, countless beings had already infiltrated the secret realm, where the spiritual energy was several times denser than that of the outside world. And due to years of neglect and lack of exploitation, spiritual herbs and celestial grasses flourished abundantly. Within the secret realm, an elderly man led 2 young disciples as they diligently explored, occasionally gathering bundles of spiritual herbs. Their faces alight with joy. One disciple remarked, "Master, this half-saint secret realm is indeed teeming with treasures. Once we emerge, we can exchange these herbs for resources, and I suspect you will be able to ascend to the ancient realm. At that point, our Tianjin sect will be regarded as a formidable power." "Indeed," the elder replied, "yet we may only gather these spiritual herbs here. The truly valuable items will remain beyond our reach." Another disciple lamented. The elder smiled gently at his disciples, saying, "We must learn to be content. Acquiring these spiritual herbs is already a great satisfaction for me." After their conversation, they resumed their collection of herbs. In an unseen corner, a shadow gradually materialized, swiftly infiltrating the body of the disciple who had spoken. Instantly, the secret realm was inundated with innumerable shadows, which appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. Stealthily attaching themselves to weaker beings, remaining undetected, as the exploration continued, the gathered groups were reaping bountiful rewards, for the treasures within the secret realm were indeed plentiful. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from one direction, prompting all factions to halt their searches and gravitate toward the light, for even a fool could deduce that the half-saint's legacy was about to reveal itself. The source of the light was a vast clearing, where tens of thousands of beings had gathered. However, the luminescent area was guarded by several of the most powerful factions, preventing others from encroaching. The heart of the light stood four factions: the Yang family from Yang City, the Tungsha clan from Feng City, the Li siblings, and the demon sect. At this moment, the demon sect appeared the weakest, for their leader, Zhou Qiong, was notably absent, leaving only the Lotus Sage of the ancient realm in charge. Nonetheless, due to the apprehension surrounding Zhou Qiong's formidable strength, the other three factions tacitly allowed the demon sect to remain within this central circle. However, should the legacy indeed manifest, any courtesy would likely be cast aside, and even Zhou Qiong's presence would not garner respect. The members of the demon sect convened, exchanging their gains, yet the demon bull king spoke only briefly, his tone somewhat brusque. The others remained oblivious. As the demon bull king was not known for his loquacity, only the Lotus Sage sensed an air of peculiarity, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiong had just emerged from the subterranean palace. His expression dark and brooding, he had been trapped within for a full 3 days, endlessly wandering with naught but some images to show for it. He had gained absolutely nothing since entering the secret realm. Upon exiting, he glanced toward the direction of the radiant light and soared toward it. Just as the members of the demon sect began to feel an increasing pressure, a shadow materialized beside the white light. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it to be their leader, Zhou Qiong. Instantly, the members of the demon sect bowed respectfully, calling out, "Leader." Li Gu turned to the suddenly appearing Zhou Qiong, curiosity piqued as he asked, "Leader Zhou, why have you only just arrived? The half-saint's legacy is about to be unveiled, and if you delay further, it may be snatched away by others." Zhou Qiong refrained from responding. He was at a loss for words. Should he admit that he had been trapped in a subterranean palace for 3 days upon entering the secret realm? Such an admission would surely undermine the dignity of the demon sect's leader. Suddenly, Zhou Qiong's brow furrowed, his gaze fixating on the demon bull king. A silver-black lightning flashed from his forehead, and with a decisive strike, he unleashed his palm. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Had the leader of the demon sect lost his mind to suddenly attack his own subordinate? Even the members of the demon sect looked on in bewilderment, save for the Lotus Sage, who appeared to have sensed something amiss. The colossal palm struck the demon bull king, yet contrary to expectations. He did not fly backward or succumb to death. Instead, he remained motionless as a shadow was forcibly expelled from within him. The shadow let out a series of cackles, then darted toward a nearby minotaur. Once the minotaur was possessed, it seized its axe and mercilessly struck down its companion, who met his end with an expression of utter disbelief. In an instant, the clearing erupted into a cacophony of screams, as numerous beings, seemingly under some form of control, began to attack their fellow companions. Chaos ensued, with cries of battle ringing throughout the area. Though it felt like an eternity, the turmoil that erupted from Zhou Qiong's strike transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, More than a third of the beings had perished, leaving all in disbelief that comrades they had known for so long would turn on them so violently. As realization dawned that their companions were likely possessed, the crowd began to retaliate, yet despair washed over them as even if they vanquished one foe, the shadow would merely transfer to another individual, continuing its rampage. Fortunately, it seemed that the shadow's controlling abilities were somewhat limited, for no ancient realm warriors had yet been possessed. However, as time passed, it appeared the shadows were growing stronger, and soon, even the mightiest of the ancient realm would fall victim. The major factions could no longer remain passive. Initially, they believed the threat was negligible, merely the actions of some vile entities. Yet, witnessing the unfolding chaos, it became evident that if this continued, the shadows could soon possess true martial realm warriors, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 53. I hope you can withstand a strike from me, unscathed Li Gu, observing the ever-emerging shadows and the beings they controlled, quietly inquired of Li Wanner, Sister Wanner. What exactly are these shadows? How could such entities exist within the half-saint's secret realm? I cannot say for certain, but they appear to be some form of malevolent spirit. It seems this half-saint was no righteous figure. As the strength of the shadows continued to grow, few factions were left capable of maintaining stability. The Li siblings produced a talisman, creating a vast protective shield around their group while also aiding several others. The Yang family unveiled a stone emanating intense heat, deterring the malevolent spirits from approaching. Other factions also brought forth treasures to shield those nearby for the members of the demon sect. They were enveloped by the radiance emitted from Zhou Qiong's forehead, rendering the malevolent entities incapable of approaching. Amidst the ongoing chaos, the spirits rampaged uncontrollably, and the entire secret realm began to transform. The sky darkened, bones began to emerge from the ground, and a chilling, damp stench of decay permeated the air. Even the previously radiant area had succumbed to darkness, exuding waves of deathly energy from within the light. A colossal shadow surged forth. Caw, 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 I am alive once more. Just you wait, old man. The shadow wore a crown, donned royal garments, and possessed a square visage, holding a book in its hand. Zhou Qiong recognized this figure. A manifestation of the legendary king of hell from myth. Upon its emergence, the surrounding shadows rapidly flocked to merge with it, enhancing its already formidable presence. The shadow surveyed its surroundings and spoke in a sinister tone. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my realm of the underworld. I am the master here, King Guangyo. Your arrival is a blessing, and I owe you my gratitude. The survivors among you shall become my first batch of subordinates. Be grateful, caw-caw. As the ominous presence of the Guangyo king emerged, numerous factions had already sensed the impending doom and were discreetly utilizing teleportation talismans. However, to their utter despair, all the teleportation talismans failed to activate. Witnessing the Guangyo king, who had evidently restored his cultivation to the great Luo level and was continuously growing stronger, an overwhelming fear engulfed their hearts. The Guangyo king, he truly is the Guangyo king. He has not perished, exclaimed Ada, standing beside the Li siblings. Do you know him? Li Wanner inquired, casting a glance at Adamis. I once stumbled upon records of him. The Guangyo king was originally a rogue cultivator, but it is said he obtained some profound inheritance and mastered a hellish cultivation technique. In pursuit of power, he transformed an entire city into a ghost realm, only to be slain by the imperial tutor of that dynasty with a single strike from afar. I cannot believe that after several millennia, he has returned to life. Ada recounted. Ha ha ha, that old curmudgeon. Humph, I merely borrowed his hand for a resurrection, now that I have comprehended the technique. Once I regain my full strength, I shall obliterate his entire dynasty. The Guangyo king cackled, a sinister expression adorning his face. Shadows continued to seep into his being, while dark energy surged from the depths of the secret realm. Feeding his power, this is bad. He is stalling for time. We cannot allow him to recover further. If this continues, we shall all perish, Li Wanner shouted. Everyone, let us unite our efforts and break through this secret realm. The others seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and, understanding that they could not afford to linger, launched an assault against the Guangyo king. Each individual knew this was a matter of life and death. producing their most formidable techniques. The entire secret realm reverberated as if shaken by their combined force, and a cacophony of thunderous roars filled the air. Poof, poof. The sound of blood spattering echoed continuously as those who had just attacked the Guangyo King were sent sprawling back by a single palm strike, collapsing to the ground while expelling blood, with the weaker ones succumbing on the spot. Gazing upon the unscathed Guangyo King above, a profound sense of despair settled in their hearts. They were unable to fight back or escape. It seemed they were truly destined to die here. Thus far, only a fraction of the beings within the secret realm remained. Even Adea was struck back, coughing up blood as he returned to the side of the Li siblings. It's futile, miss. The Guangyo King has already restored his cultivation to above the 7th layer of the Great Luo. We must resort to the talismans, Adea urged Li Waner. Upon hearing this, a golden talisman materialized in Li Waner's hand. Her teeth clenched tightly. She understood that shattering this talisman would summon aid for them. At that moment, even if the Guangyo King reached half-saint level, they would be safe. Yet, after that, she would no longer be free to roam but would have to fulfill that wretched marriage alliance. Turning to glance at Li Gu, she seemed to make a resolute decision. If it were solely her, she would rather perish here than utilize the talisman, but she could not allow Li Gu to die alongside her. Just as despair loomed over everyone, and Li Waner contemplated using the talisman, the Guangyo King unexpectedly turned his gaze toward Zhou Qiong, grinning wickedly. Very well, you did not strike against me just now. What is your name? You shall henceforth be my most esteemed general. Only then did the others recall that during their combined assault on the Guangyo King, Zhou Qiong had remained still, not lifting a finger. Li Gu turned to look at Zhou Qiong, inwardly cursing, realizing that Zhou Qiong was merely a coward, lacking even the courage to fight, despite his earlier admiration for him. Zhou Qiong, fixing his gaze on the Guangyo King, coldly declared, I am Zhou Qiong, the leader of the demon sect. You wish to recruit me as your subordinate? Indeed. You shall accompany me to conquer the world. It shall be your utmost honor. But those who dared to attack me shall all perish. The Guangyo King sneered, glancing at the others with a malevolent expression. Li Waner, clutching the talisman, tightened her grip, as if ready to shatter it at any moment. Very well. If you can withstand a single strike from me and remain unscathed, I might consider your proposal, Zhou Qiong said disdainfully, eyeing the Guangyo King. His words astonished everyone present. Did he just challenge the Guangyo King to withstand a single blow? Was Zhou Qiong accustomed to such arrogance? Or had he been struck dumb by fear? Did he not realize that the Guangyo King had restored his cultivation to a high level of the Great Luo? Was he not courting death? Li Gu stared at Zhou Qiong, his mouth agape. He had witnessed countless talents in his life, many of whom were arrogant and domineering, yet none were as audacious as Zhou Qiong. This was beyond arrogance. It bordered on a complete misjudgment of the situation. Had he refrained from attacking earlier just to make this grand declaration now? Li Gu pondered, a realization dawning upon him. The Guangyo King, enraged, let out a chilling laugh. Glaring at Zhou Qiong, Dio, you know what you just said. It seems you are courting death, Guangyo King. I hope you can withstand a single strike from me, Zhou Qiong retorted defiantly. Gratitude to Biazwo Duoqiang Jiaonong. Shenluo Tianzheng, Yuxing, Wuming Wei Luide Tsuaging Fuhi Pahan, Jinsi de Pahan Yai Wehidianzong, as well as all the readers for their support. Space is limited, and there may be omissions. I hope for your understanding. Once again, my heartfelt thanks. Author's note. After work, I immediately began to write. Thank you all for your support. Please don't forget to leave positive reviews and urge updates. Chapter 54, Mysterious Gift Pack. Zhou Qiong ceased to waste words. Silver-black lightning radiated from his brow as the divine demon blade gradually materialized in his grasp. To be honest, since the last time the divine demon blade absorbed the blood and souls of countless beings, Zhou Qiong was unsure of its current power. However, this did not deter him from wielding it. Slowly, he approached the Guangyo King, each step augmenting the malevolent aura surrounding him and intensifying the momentum of the divine demon blade. Gradually, the entire secret realm seemed to be influenced by the bloodthirsty energy emanating from Zhou Qiong and the blade, with the dark sky beginning to transform into a crimson hue. Initially, The Guangyo king did not pay much heed to Zhou Qiong, but upon the emergence of the divine demon blade, he furrowed his brow deeply, sensing a threat to his life emanating from it. Facing the Guangyo king, Zhou Qiong raised the divine demon blade, slashing toward him. Instantly, the bloodthirsty energy in the air surged tenfold, a skyward crimson blade of energy cleaving toward the Guangyo king. As the blade approached, a flicker of fear sparked within the Guangyo king, as if he could not evade this strike, leaving him with no choice but to brace for impact. Yuming Fujian? The Guangyo king bellowed, unleashing a torrent of black light from his body as he launched a flurry of counterattacks against the descending blade. Boom! The sound of their clash was magnified tenfold compared to the earlier assaults, causing the entire secret realm to tremble violently. Countless peaks crumbled, and the plains began to sink as if the secret realm were experiencing an apocalypse. Before anyone could react, a beam of light pierced through the chaos before them. The onlookers looked up in astonishment to see a massive rift torn in the sky of the secret realm, allowing the external sunlight to pour in. Everyone turned their gazes toward the two figures engaged in combat above, where Zhou Qiong slowly sheathed his blade, fixing his cold gaze upon the Guangyo king. To withstand a single strike from me and remain unscathed, you have earned the right to be proud. The Guangyo king looked up at Zhou Qiong, his eyes filled with shock. The crowd noticed that his form appeared to be split in two, as if he were struggling to merge back together, but a foul bloodthirst seemed to be preventing him from doing so. In an instant, a streak of black light shot toward the outside world. It was the Guangyo king, who, without uttering another word, fled in desperation. Although he did not believe that Zhou Qiong could unleash another strike of the divine demon blade, he dared not gamble with his life after painstakingly surviving for millennia. Zhou Qiong waved his hand, leading the members of the demon sect toward the outside world. The previous strike had been too devastating, shattering the secret realm, which was now on the verge of explosion. It was prudent to exit swiftly. Outside, many surviving beings rushed forth, having suffered tremendous losses during the treasure hunt within the secret realm. Those who emerged were barely a tenth of the original number. The survivors bowed in gratitude towards Zhou Qiong, expressing their thanks. From the Yang family of Yang City, thank you, sect leader Zhou, for your rescue. From the Sun family of Guan City, thank you, sect leader Zhou, for your rescue. From the Tangsha clan, thank you, sect leader Zhou. From Feihu Mountain, the Jianan brothers. Zhou Qiong nodded slightly, his voice grave as he remarked, I hope you will not obstruct my path in the future. For should you do so, my blade shall turn against you. The crowd, taken aback, thought to themselves, is he serious? We were expressing our gratitude, and now he threatens us? Ignoring their thoughts, Zhou Qiong led the members of the demon sect toward the flying chariot. Sect leader Zhou, wait! A voice suddenly called from behind the members of the demon sect. Li Gu, adorned in splendid robes, appeared before Zhou Qiong. Sect leader Zhou, thank you for your life-saving grace. Here is my personal jade pendant. If you ever visit my Dewu dynasty, please come to the Wu Wang mansion, and I shall welcome you warmly. Zhou Qiong accepted the jade pendant without uttering a word, ushering his followers into the flying chariot, which then vanished amidst the peaks. Li Gu called out to the retreating chariot, do not forget. Not long after Zhou Qiong departed, Li Waner and her brother, accompanied by their companions, prepared to continue their exploration of the next location. Suddenly, an aged figure materialized before several individuals, standing there as if the entire universe revolved around him. The earlier presence of the Guangyo king would likely have terrified him. This person had already attained the realm he had long yearned for. Li Waner gazed at the newcomer, her expression marred by bitterness and a tinge of despair. The elder regarded Li Waner and Li Gu, bowing slightly as he spoke softly. Old servant pays his respects to the princess and the young prince. Within the flying chariot, Zhou Qiong sat regally upon the dragon throne, exhaling deeply. The previous strike had drained him significantly. The aura of the divine demon blade had also dimmed. Although he had absorbed some of Guangyo King's blood, its potency had diminished considerably, likely only sufficient to contend with an average Deluo realm opponent. System, have I completed this task? Zhou Qiong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He recalled the system stating he would be the greatest beneficiary. Yet aside from driving away Guangyo King, he had gained little else. Ding, the system is assessing. Due to the host's less than accurate completion, Rewards are being reduced, reduction complete. The host receives a mysterious gift package. Zhou Qiong fell silent. This meant he had only gained 2 levels in cultivation, and his villain points were gone. Yet at least he had received a mysterious package. He wondered what lay within, upon opening the package. 2 items emerged, a tower-like structure and an egg. Yes, an egg. Zhou Qiong examined the tower's description, which stated, Demonic Path Tower, containing various demonic techniques from different worlds. Each successful challenge of a level grants a random demonic technique. Zhou Qiong nodded inwardly. This demonic path tower would be immensely beneficial for the current demonic sect. The foundational cultivation techniques were adequate, yet the higher-tier techniques, aside from those of Lianxing and the 4 main elders, were not particularly advanced. Zhou Qiong had long desired to exchange for better techniques, but his villain points had always been insufficient. While Zhou Qiong contemplated the demonic path tower, a melodious voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see that the egg had cracked, revealing a black head peeking out. Slowly, the entire body emerged from the egg, devouring the shell in the process. Zhou Qiong gazed at the creature. Disbelief etched across his face. After consuming the shell, its form expanded dramatically, nearly overwhelming the chariot, before swiftly shrinking to half Zhou Qiong's size. Its body was entirely black, with a pointed head, long slim body, and limbs on the ground, while a tail swayed energetically behind it, barking twice at Zhou Qiong. The author has something to say. Everyone can take a guess at what emerged from the egg. Wong Wong, the black creature barked at Zhou Qiong. He stood there, bewildered. Was this not a dog? How could it hatch from an egg? Was this a pet or a mount? The mental image of him riding a dog into battle sent shivers down his spine. Zhou Qiong glanced at the black dog, then back at himself, and asked the system in exasperation, Do you know Wuxia? No, then how about Yangjian? After a while, Zhou Qiong finally accepted the reality that a dog had emerged from the egg and opened its profile. Demonic dog, a divine beast from an unknown world. Indeed, the profile contained only that single line, with nothing more. However, given its classification as a divine beast, it was undoubtedly a formidable companion. What shall I call you? Black Emperor? No, that might infringe on rights. How about Howling Celestial Dog? No, that sounds a bit off. Then let's call you Dabai. Bark twice, Zhou Qiong commanded, and the dog rolled its eyes before reluctantly barking twice. As it had no choice but to obey its master. The flying chariot gradually arrived at the headquarters of the demonic sect. Zhou Qiong stepped out, standing atop the Tianma Peak, accompanied by the black dog and holding a small black tower, which he gently tossed towards the back mountain of the sect. The tower grew larger as it soared through the air, landing next to Old Mu, who was startled by the sudden appearance of the colossal structure. A voice echoed in Old Mu's ear. This is the sacred artifact of our demonic sect. Guard it well, understood, sect master, came the reply. In the main hall of Tianma Peak, a morning assembly took place as usual, with all the high-ranking members standing on either side. Zhou Qiong sat above, with Lianxing to his right, but today, an additional presence, a black dog, lay at Zhou Qiong's left. Zhou Qiong pointed at the black dog and solemnly declared, This is my newly acquired pet, Dabai. The members of the demonic sect, Lianxing, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. To name a black dog Dabai was utterly incongruous, as it bore no white markings whatsoever. The sect master's naming skills were indeed remarkable. How is the development of our sect? A cold voice interrupted their musings. Reporting to the sect master, our sect is rapidly developing and absorbing disciples. Currently, we have 53 at the ancient realm and over 30,000 at the Tongxian realm, Lianxing replied respectfully. Our sect's strength remains insufficient. From today onward, we shall fully supply resources and recruit disciples extensively. I hope that in 10 years, the only voice in this chaotic land will be that of our demonic sect. Yes. The numerous high-ranking members echoed in unison. Time flew by. Near the giant tower at the back mountain of the demonic sect, a group of individuals gathered, conversing. The blade enthusiast has been inside for half an hour. He hasn't emerged yet. He must have passed the 9th level, I believe so. The blade enthusiast has indeed been favored by Lord Changsheng. In just a few years, he has not only reached the 9th level of Tongxian, but is now capable of conquering the 9th level of the demonic path tower. Indeed, among our younger generation in the demonic sect, He can be considered a prominent figure. His future is boundless. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tower, carrying a long blade, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to ward off approach. None other than the blade enthusiast. A figure clad in a brocade robe suddenly appeared beside him, draping an arm over his shoulder, and gently inquired, "How did it go? Which level did you reach this time?" The blade enthusiast grinned awkwardly, replying stiffly, "The 10th level, and I obtained a peculiar technique. I knew it. You have good fortune. Go back and cultivate. I must also challenge the tower. I can't let you surpass me with that." The robed figure approached the tower, addressing the elder lounging in a rocking chair at the entrance. "Old Mu, I'm going to challenge the tower." The elder opened his eyes slightly, glancing at him. "Yuchi, go ahead." Watching Qin Yuchi enter the giant tower, the onlookers resumed their conversation. This fellow should also be able to pass the 9th level. Indeed, the blade enthusiast and he are both Lord Chongqing's right-hand men. Their strengths are comparable. If the blade enthusiast can do it, he certainly can too. Such scenes unfolded daily at the demonic path tower. Ever since it became known that conquering the tower could yield techniques, countless individuals flocked to challenge its levels. Eventually, due to the overwhelming number of challengers, a limit was set. Each person could only attempt the tower once per year. 8 years had passed since the incident in the half-saint's secret realm. Over these years, the demonic sect had continuously recruited disciples. And with the influx of ascendants from the lower realms each year, the number of disciples had reached over 1 million and continued to grow. During these 8 years, the demonic sect refrained from attacking other factions. Yet it was widely acknowledged that a war could erupt at any moment. Despite the looming threat, no one dared to strike first against the demonic sect. After all, Zhou Qiong's combat prowess had become legendary among the surviving beings post the secret realm battle. And as time passed, the tales grew ever more fantastical. Some even claimed that Zhou Qiong had broken through to the half-saint realm. While few believed this, if one were to ask who the strongest was in the chaotic land, the answer would undoubtedly be the demonic sect's master, Zhou Qiong. After 8 years of seclusion, Zhou Qiong slowly opened his eyes. At his level of cultivation, an 8-year retreat was quite ordinary, yet he had no desire to squander time in seclusion, as it was not cost-effective for him. Therefore, he set a timer with the system to wake him after 8 years. During this time, he meticulously organized all his techniques and cultivation methods, yielding significant gains. Zhou Qiong opened his attribute panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible. Position: Master of the Demonic Sect Cultivation. True Martial First Layer Martial Arts. Demonic Divine Art, Celestial Life and Death Hand. Divine Demon Eye, 3rd Layer of the Sky-Devouring Demonic Art Mount. Demonic Dragon Flying Chariot Pet. Divine Beasta by other aspects remained unchanged, except that his cultivation level had risen to the true martial 1st layer, and a pet section had been added. Speaking of Dabai, during these years of seclusion, Dabai had been wandering outside. With no one knowing its whereabouts, it would occasionally return to check on Zhou Qiong, then vanish once more. Initially, the members of the demonic sect feared it might get lost and sought ways to keep it confined. However, after a certain incident where Dabai inexplicably stole Old Mu's peaches, and Old Mu attempted to discipline it, he ended up being chased around Tianma Mountain by Dabai instead. Were it not for Lian Shang's timely intervention and wise counsel, it is likely that Mu Lao would have lost at least a couple of pounds. At this moment, everyone began to comprehend that the pets collected by the cult leader were indeed extraordinary. It was not merely a matter of losing them. It seemed they were individuals that no one dared to provoke outside. Xiaobai shamelessly beseeches for praise and urges for updates. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Celestial Witch Clan. Mu Lao's tribulation in the chaotic lands. Within an inn of a city, patrons were engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their drinks. Have you heard? The demon cult has recently begun to summon disciples. What is going on? Why are they gathering disciples? Could it be? Indeed. It seems that war is about to erupt in these chaotic lands once more. I wonder if it will affect this city. I believe we should head to Yang City, as it is the farthest from the demon cult. The sudden summoning of disciples by the demon cult sent ripples of unrest throughout the chaotic lands. Cities closer to the demon cult were gripped by fear, with some contemplating surrendering outright, while others resolved to resist fiercely until the end. Previously, although the chaotic lands were fragmented, large-scale wars were rare. The fall of a single city was considered a significant event. However, ever since the arrival of the demon cult, the chaotic lands had once again erupted into turmoil in the stronghold of the Celestial Witch clan. A group of officials was deliberating strategies within the Grand Hall. Brother, what should we do? Why has the demon cult chosen this moment to go to war? If only they waited a little longer. We could have handed over the city without resistance, but now, indeed, brother, we cannot allow the demon cult to seize the stronghold under any circumstances. Otherwise, the secret. Yes, yes. The hall was filled with anxious voices. The leader of the Celestial Witch clan, seated at the head of the table, solemnly waved his hand for silence. Send someone to observe the movements of the demon cult. If we can complete our plans before their arrival, we shall willingly cede the city to them. Once we grasp that artifact, the chaotic lands will no longer be subject to the whims of the demon cult. Understood. In Yuwang City, the nearest city to the stronghold, a gathering of individuals occupied the hall of the city lord's mansion. At the head of the table sat a man clad in a red robe, whose cultivation was merely at the ancient realm, yet he was surrounded by numerous esteemed figures, including some of true martial realm. This man was none other than Lian Shang, the grand overseer of the demon cult that a year ago, the demon cult commenced its quest for supremacy in the chaotic lands, conquering more than 20 cities. Had it not been for a shortage of manpower, they might have taken even more. Currently, the demon cult employed a strategy of simultaneously besieging cities and training their disciples in both cultivation and combat. For their upper echelons still lacked sufficient fighting prowess. Aside from Zhou Qiong, Mu Lao, and a few who had submitted, there was not a single true martial expert among them, with Lian Shang being the strongest at merely the 8th level of the ancient realm. Grand Overseer, I, the Yuwang, shall officially submit Yuwang City to the demon cult. I hope you can speak favorably of me to the leader. The Yuwang, dressed in a white python robe, eagerly addressed the man in red. I have already conveyed the news of Yuwang City to the leader. You shall be granted the position of Outer Sect Guardian. Thank you, leader. Thank you, Grand Overseer. The Yuwang felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The position of Outer Sect Guardian was a newly established role, granted to any true martial leader who surrendered to the demon cult. While those at the ancient realm could attain managerial positions, though he had anticipated such a position, hearing Lian Shang's confirmation alleviated his concerns. Observing the Yuwang's elation, Lian Shang felt an even greater admiration for Zhou Qiong. The primary reason for their rapid conquests over the past year was Zhou Qiong's formidable reputation. Many cities, upon hearing of the demon cult's approach, did not dare to resist and surrendered without a fight. The few that resisted were easily overcome through internal and external collusion. Thus, despite conquering over 20 cities in the past 6 months, the total number of lives taken did not surpass that of a single city massacre. Yuwang, what do you know about the Celestial Witch clan of the Stronghold? Lian Shang inquired softly, for his true purpose in this journey was indeed the Celestial Witch clan, as mandated by the leader. This clan is shrouded in mystery, with numerous legends surrounding them. Their members rarely venture out. Even during the recent upheaval in the semi-holy secret realm, they did not participate. The Yuwang pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Grand Overseer, the stronghold is indeed quite enigmatic. Over 3,000 years ago, they suddenly appeared in the chaotic lands, seizing control of the then stronghold, and expelled all living beings from within. For 3 millennia, their kin have scarcely ventured outside. Moreover, they bear a striking resemblance to humans. Were it not for their self-identification as the Celestial Witch clan, others might mistake them for the human race. Do you know of any experts within their ranks? Lian Shang inquired, his brow furrowed. I cannot say for certain. However, I know that 3,000 years ago, they dispatched a single individual who subdued the stronghold's lord. There must be at least one true martial expert among them. The Yuwang replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Lian Shang waved his hand, summoning a shadowy attendant before him. Relay this information to the leader, and summon Mu Lao and a few outer sect guardians to come here. The attendant nodded and vanished from the grand hall. Lian Shang was filled with trepidation regarding the mysterious Celestial Witch clan. His instincts told him that they were far from ordinary. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of Tianma Peak, a colossal peach tree emanated a terrifying aura, with countless strands of spiritual energy surging into its form, causing its presence to grow increasingly formidable, bathing it in an ethereal glow. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and an abundance of lightning began to brew. Zhou Qiong, seated in the grand hall, raised his gaze to the heavens, murmuring about the impending tribulation. His eyes fell upon the peach tree on the back mountain. Revealing a complex expression, it appeared that this peach tree was of a rare variety, for it had attracted a thunder tribulation merely from breaking through its physical limitations. It is worth noting that thunder tribulations typically manifest when a true martial cultivator seeks to ascend to the Great Luo. Yet Mu Lao was currently only at the first level of true martial. Upon noticing the unfolding situation, the members of the demon cult hastened towards the back mountain. The dark clouds in the sky grew increasingly turbulent, and the lightning struck with greater urgency, culminating in a massive bolt that descended upon the peach tree, followed by two even larger strikes without pause. When the members of the demon cult arrived at the site of the lightning strike, they discovered that the previously towering peach tree had been reduced to mere roots, now charred and resembling coal. Could it be that Mu Lao has perished? What nonsense, with Mu Lao's formidable cultivation. How could he possibly die? Yet, that lightning tribulation was truly terrifying, and Mu Lao now appears to be nothing more than charcoal, as the members of the demon cult engaged in heated discussions. A new branch suddenly sprouted from the charcoal, swiftly budding and growing in less than a few breaths. The new branch transformed into a towering peach tree, exceeding its former size by more than double. Its aura continuously strengthened, and a fragrant peach scent gradually wafted throughout Timao Mountain as the massive tree bore fruit once more. Gratitude is extended to Meng Chu Xing, SCP-000 Chiyu for the urging symbols, Jiang and Gu Fong for the climbing invitation, and to all other patrons for their generous contributions. 1,000 thanks. The author has a message. Thank you all for your support of Xiaobai. Chapter 57. Invulnerable to all laws, investigating information. The peach tree gently swayed, sending numerous peaches flying towards the members of the demon cult. These peaches gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into the human form of Mu Lao. Esteemed guests, these peaches are a gift for you all, and I sincerely appreciate your concern. Mu Lao beamed with delight, for the constraints that had long troubled him had finally dissipated. Woof, woof, a voice echoed in Mu Lao's ears. Startling him, he looked down to see a black dog standing before him. The sight of the black dog, baring its teeth at him, filled Mu Lao with trepidation, as the fear it had instilled in him was profound. Previously, when this creature had stolen his peaches, he had intended to teach it a lesson, only to discover that it was impervious to both physical and magical attacks, and it had bitten off a couple of pounds of his flesh without any apparent reason for him to recover quickly. Leaving him in excruciating pain, he could not fathom how the leader had acquired such a creature, nor why it had been given the absurd name of Dabai. With no other option, Mu Lao tossed another peach towards Dabai. The dog did not attempt to catch it, but instead crushed it underfoot, provoking Mu Lao's ire. Dabai barked twice in response, baring its sharp teeth, instilling fear in Mu Lao and the other members of the demon cult. With a darkened expression, Mu Lao ultimately produced a luminous peach, distinctly different from the ones he had distributed earlier, and tossed it to Dabai. The dog promptly devoured the peach and then gazed at Mu Lao. At that moment, a figure clad in a demonic dragon robe materialized before the crowd. Upon seeing this newcomer, Dabai immediately retracted its teeth and began wagging its tail vigorously. Upon the appearance of this figure, the members of the demon cult promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the leader." Meanwhile, their expressions shifted as they observed Dabai, realizing it was a dog that thrived on the weak and feared the strong. "Mu Guardian, you have made a breakthrough." Zhou Qiong gazed at old Mu and spoke in a deep voice. "I am grateful for the elixir provided by the sect leader. It has enabled my breakthrough." Old Mu, bowing with palpable excitement, responded, "Now, Lian Sheng requires your assistance. Go forth." After Zhou Qiong finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared with DBAI.ASU command. Within the heavenly demon hall, Zhou Qiong and Dabai exchanged intense glances, each staring at the other. Eventually, Dabai could no longer withstand Zhou Qiong's gaze, lowered his head, and whimpered softly. Observing Dabai, Zhou Qiong fell into deep contemplation. Upon his emergence from seclusion, the Heavenly Department had reported certain matters concerning Dabai, notably that he was impervious to both physical and magical attacks. Zhou Qiong extended his hand and struck Dabai with a slap. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Lowering his gaze, he saw Dabai looking back at him with an expression of innocence, seemingly perplexed as to why Zhou Qiong had struck him, while his glossy black fur radiated brilliance, completely unscathed. Zhou Qiong mused silently. Realizing he had underestimated Dabai as a primal divine beast of the world, he must possess unique attributes, he truly invulnerable to all forms of attack. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, a shadow darted swiftly past. Unnoticed by the patrolling guards, including those of the ancient realm, who were entirely oblivious. The shadow halted outside a room, peered inside, and then vanished quickly. Inside, a man lying down opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings with his consciousness. Finding nothing amiss, he furrowed his brow slightly, having just sensed someone spying on him. The shadow continued to flit around the city lord's mansion before gradually disappearing from sight, as soon as the shadow vanished. The door to a room in the mansion swung open, and 5 or 6 figures emerged, each radiating an aura surpassing the true martial realm. Had the shadow witnessed this, it would have been utterly astonished. For he had just surveyed the room and found no one present. Chief, he truly did not discover us. However, this young man is quite formidable. Even Lao Wu and the others failed to sense him. Indeed, despite only possessing the cultivation of the ancient realm, he managed to elude Lao Wu's consciousness. The demon sect indeed possesses some skill. Why did the chief not seize him earlier? There is no need. Let him uncover some false information. This way, once he come with overwhelming force. As long as the demon sect leader does not arrive, we can delay for a while longer. The individuals emerging from the room conversed in hushed tones. In Yuwang City, within a council chamber, numerous high-ranking members of the demon sect deliberated on how to take down the city of Sealing. In my opinion, we should simply launch a direct assault. Are we afraid that he cannot withstand it? The demon Tiger King, seated at the table, slammed his hand down and proclaimed loudly, "Enough, take a seat. This is not the Kangwu continent. Our demon sect is not yet invincible. We have not fully ascertained the strength of the city of Sealing. Recklessly attacking would not be wise." The demon rat king, Chen Shu, interjected softly, waving his fan. "Then what do you propose? Can we simply sit idly by?" The leader stated we must capture the chaotic lands within 10 years, and there is just over a year left. Coughing lightly to command attention, Lien Shang observed the lively discussions of the demon sect members and stated, "Someone has already been sent to the city of Sealing to gather intelligence. Please be patient for a moment longer." Half an hour later, as impatience mounted among the crowd, a shadow appeared before them. Adorned with a golden mask, it was DE of the Earth Department. The outer gate protectors, who had remained silent, were astonished upon seeing him, realizing that he had entered unnoticed, despite their true martial realm cultivations. DE clasped his hands in greeting to Lien Shang and reported, "There are 5 true martial realm individuals within the city lord's mansion, and over 400 of the ancient realm." After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he added, "The atmosphere in that mansion felt quite eerie, as though there were forces I could not probe. Chief, exercise caution." With that, DE vanished from the council chamber. What? The members of the demon sect were left in shock, not due to the strength of the city of Sealing. After all, its mysterious nature had led them to expect the presence of 5 true martial realm warriors, but rather because DE had directly infiltrated the city lord's mansion, returning unscathed from beneath the noses of numerous true martial realm guardians. Just how formidable must DE's capabilities be, particularly his stealth? The outer gate protectors were equally astonished, since joining the demon sect. They had heard of the 4 secret divisions, thought to be mere guards and information gatherers, but now realized they were far more powerful than they had imagined. Even Lien Shang was taken aback. He had initially expected DE to merely assess the situation within the city, but was astounded that he had managed to uncover the specific strength of the city of Sealing. Chapter 58. The Celestial Witch Clan. The High Priestess. Upon hearing DE's revelations, the assembly resumed their discussions on how to confront the city of Sealing. Elder Mu, Outer Gate Protector Corps, Demon Rat King, Demon Tiger King and Lord Wan. Lien Sheng spoke solemnly. Present. The group responded in unison. Tomorrow, we set forth for the city of Sealing to ascertain its true nature. As you command. At this moment, the city of Sealing had also received word of the demon sect's impending assault. Elder brother, the demon sect is attacking. Shall we not capture them all at once? No, the leader of the demon sect has yet to make a move. We have reached a critical juncture in our plans. We should delay as long as possible. Lao Wu, take your men to manage the situation, but remember not to pressure them too hard. Merely instill a sense of pressure. Understood, a burly man replied. Outside the gates of the city of Sealing, two factions stood opposed. One comprised of the demon sect, and the other, the celestial witch clan. I am Wu Shan, honored to meet the chief. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our city of Sealing? The stout figure of Lao Wu, clad in robust attire, addressed Lien Sheng. Lien Sheng regarded Wu Shan, noting how the latter bore a striking resemblance to the human race, save for being taller and more robust. They were otherwise identical, and this was indeed Wu Shan's true form, not an illusion. Wu Shan, you must be aware of the demon sect's intentions. If you surrender the city, we shall grant you the position of protector. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthless nature. Lien Sheng's voice was cold and unyielding. The celestial witch clan, am willing to surrender. Wu Shan's declaration abruptly disrupted Lien Sheng's rhythm. Shouldn't you have outright refused and fought back with all your might? Why this sudden willingness to capitulate? Before Lien Sheng could fully process this statement, Wu Shan continued, however, the celestial witch clan has 3 conditions. What conditions? Lien Sheng's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Wu Shan. Sensing that matters were far from straightforward. First, we require 5 positions of protector. As you know, we possess 5 members of the true martial realm. Second, our disciples within the demon sect should be treated as equals to your regular disciples. Third, the city of Sealing must remain under the jurisdiction of the celestial witch clan. Wu Shan stated earnestly, as if the fulfillment of these conditions would guarantee their immediate allegiance. Lien Sheng regarded Wu Shan, his eyes betraying contemplation. The first 2 demands were hardly conditions at all. Only the third could be considered a genuine stipulation. Moreover, as soon as Wu Shan articulated the third requirement, he glanced up at Lien Sheng with an earnestness that did not escape Lien Sheng's notice. The celestial witch clan's insistence on retaining control of the city of Sealing suggested that it concealed a significant secret, one of great importance to them. Very well, the demon sect agrees to your terms. Now hasten to open the gates and allow us entry, Lien Sheng remarked with a chilling smile directed at Wu Shan. Upon hearing this, Wu Shan's expression shifted, his fists clenched as he looked at Lien Sheng. It appears the demon sect is unwilling to accept our conditions. Let us see what your prowess entails. Without further ado, Lien Sheng waved his hand, signaling the demon sect members to charge forward. This time, 6 outer gate protectors accompanied by Elder Mu, totaling 7 true martial realm experts, faced off against the 5 true martial realm warriors of the celestial witch clan. Elder Mu refrained from direct confrontation, instead standing guard beside Lien Sheng, as the demon sect held a clear advantage. However, the situation unfolded contrary to their expectations, as Wu Shan immediately engaged 2 outer gate protectors, exhibiting considerable prowess, his unique cultivation manifesting as a radiant earth-toned glow that emanated from his being. His formidable aura seemingly inexhaustible. In other skirmishes, the demon sect gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, as the celestial witch clan fought with relentless vigor, forcing the demon sect members into a state of constant defense. Observing the unfolding battle, Elder Mu leaned toward Lien Sheng and whispered, Chief, I too shall lend my assistance. Go ahead. Lien Sheng spoke in a deep voice, gazing at the several formidable masters of the true martial realm from the Tianwu clan opposite him. His brow furrowed in concern. He sensed that the adversaries seemed to be holding back their full power, particularly Wu Shan, who, although managing to restrain 2 mighty true martial experts, appeared to be deliberately avoiding lethal strikes, exhibiting no intent to kill whatsoever. While others might not perceive this, even the 2 true martial experts engaged in combat with Wu Shan remained oblivious, believing it merely a stalemate. Little did they know, had their opponents not been so lenient, they could very well have met their demise. Only Lien Sheng, due to his cultivation of the sunflower demon tome, possessed eyes imbued with divine insight, allowing him to discern the restraint exhibited by the Tianwu clan. Retreat! A thunderous shout shattered Lian Shang's train of thought. It turned out that upon witnessing Mu Lao's intervention, Wu Shan had ceased all resistance, compelling the Tianwu clan to withdraw back into the sealed city. He remained behind to cover their retreat, enduring 2 fierce strikes from Mu Lao before also retreating into the city. As the Tianwu clan entered the sealed city, a colossal protective barrier emerged within the walls. Impervious to the relentless assaults and curses hurled by the demon sect, even when several true martial masters combined their might to attack, they could not budge it, ultimately having no choice but to withdraw. Upon returning to the city lord's council hall, Wu Shan burst through the doors, exclaiming, "Elder brother, that demon sect is nothing to be feared. Had you not instructed me to hold back, I could have annihilated them today." However, as he entered the hall, he realized that no one acknowledged his words. Instead, they bore expressions of grave concern. Lifting his gaze, he was startled to see that the person seated at the head of the table was not his elder brother, but an elderly man whose pallid complexion was marred by blood at the corners of his mouth, with a pool of fresh blood staining the floor. Clearly, he had just coughed up blood. Wu Shan stared incredulously at the elder, shouting, "High priest, how could you have ventured out? Who has injured you? Just watch, Wu Shan will not let him go unpunished." Beside him, Wu Li, the elder brother Wu Shan had referred to, cleared his throat, saying, "Enough with the theatrics. No one has harmed the high priest. He merely performed a divination regarding a certain individual." "What individual?" Wu Shan inquired curiously, pondering how formidable a person must be to cause the high priest to cough up blood during a divination. The high priest had just divined the demon sect's leader, Zhou Qiong. What? Wu Li's words immediately stunned Wu Shan. He recalled that when the high priest had previously divined a half-saint level expert, he had merely appeared slightly pale. Now, having divined the leader of the demon sect, Zhou Qiong, he had actually spat blood. How powerful could this demon sect leader be? "High priest, what did you discern?" Wu Li asked softly, as Wu Shan had entered just after the high priest completed his divination. Leaving the high priest no time to disclose his findings, the high priest coughed twice before replying, "I could discern nothing," as if the subject were shrouded in some obscurity. "Just as I began to glimpse the truth, I was met with a backlash that severely injured me. Had I not acted swiftly to withdraw, I might have lost my life." "What?" The high priest's words silenced all members of the Tianwu clan. They had assumed that causing the high priest to cough blood meant Zhou Qiong was an extraordinary figure, yet now, the high priest claimed to have discerned nothing. "High priest, why could you not uncover anything? Is Zhou Qiong truly that formidable?" Wu Li asked with a serious expression. "It is likely not due to his strength. There are 3 potential reasons for this occurrence. First, the adversary is indeed powerful. Second, a great being is concealing the heavenly secrets for him. And third, he is the son of destiny. He likely falls into the third category, for there are very few who possess the power to obscure heavenly secrets." "What is the son of destiny?" The elite members of the Tianwu clan gazed at the high priest in confusion. The son of destiny is one favored by the heavens. Such individuals not only cultivate at an alarming rate, but their luck is also terrifyingly good, akin to stumbling upon treasures in the mountains and retrieving celestial stones in the waters. Opposing such beings leads to disastrous outcomes, the high priest said enviously. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianwu clan felt a chill of despair wash over them. Did this not imply that they stood no chance against the demon sect? Should they simply surrender without a fight? Zhou Qiong remained oblivious to the high priest's view of him as the son of destiny. Otherwise, he would likely be laughing uncontrollably. With the system in place, even the high priest, no matter how formidable, could not foresee Zhou Qiong's fate. Seemingly anticipating their thoughts, the high priest remarked, "In this vast world, among countless beings, there are indeed many sons of destiny. Only those who grow to maturity can be deemed true sons of destiny. While many perish along the way, there is no need to be so despondent. Does the Tianwu clan appear so easily bullied?" Wu Li suddenly raised his hand to create a barrier within the room, then looked solemnly at the high priest. Even during their discussion about the sons of destiny, Wu Li had not displayed such gravity. "High priest, how is the plan progressing? When will the blood pool be completed?" Shortly. It should be ready within this month, the high priest replied with equal seriousness. The other elite members of the Tianwu clan revealed expressions of excitement, for they had awaited this moment for 3,000 years. Once the plan was fulfilled, they would undergo a complete transformation. At that time, not only would the sealed city be beneath their notice, but even the chaotic lands would hold no fear for them. In the Yuwang city, the members of the demon sect sat in the grand hall with gloomy expressions, struggling to accept their recent failure in breaching the sealed city. Since their arrival in the upper realm, the demon sect had enjoyed a string of victories. This sudden setback left them feeling quite unsettled. Damn it, Chief Overseer, why not summon all the outer sect guardians from the main hall? I refuse to believe that 7 true martial experts cannot break through that sealed city. And surely with 17, we can? The Demon Tiger King slammed the table in frustration. Upon his declaration, the entire grand hall erupted into chaos, with some advocating for a complete siege of the sealed city, others suggesting seeking aid from the main hall, and even some calling for the leader to intervene directly. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, as this defeat had left the members of the demon sect deeply unsettled. With a loud crash, the assembly fell silent as Lien Sheng smashed a nearby table with his palm. Everyone, settle down. The members of the demon sect, sensing Lien Sheng's icy demeanor, immediately ceased their bickering and sat quietly. It seems you have all grown rather arrogant of late. The rapid development of our demon sect has been largely due to the reputation of our leader. Do you truly believe you are exceptional? Instead of diligently cultivating, you indulge in reckless arrogance. Do you possess the merit to be so proud? Lien Sheng chastised the numerous high-ranking members of the demon sect, suddenly feeling that this setback was not entirely a misfortune. At least it might serve to awaken these leaders to their own shortcomings. In recent years, the demon sect had evolved rapidly, granting many upper echelons access to substantial resources. While some had utilized these resources to diligently cultivate, others had begun to slacken, believing their status would afford them respect. Yet, in this world, strength remains paramount. You are all aware of the leader's ambitions. This chaotic land cannot contain the demon sect's progress. In the future, we will claim even greater territories and attract more powerful allies. Why then? Do you truly believe you can maintain your positions? The high-ranking members of the demon sect instantly felt deflated. Especially the Demon Tiger King, who, due to his status and the leader's favor, had access to a wealth of resources. Yet what was his current cultivation? Merely at the 4th level of the ancient realm. Not to mention other high-ranking members, even some rising talents were quickly catching up to him. The only reason he could hold his own against the true martial experts was due to his position. This was not a reflection of poor aptitude, but rather an inflated mindset that had led to complacency. After hearing the chief overseer's admonitions today, he suddenly felt enlightened. Other members of the demon sect had also exhibited similar attitudes in varying degrees. Upon hearing the chief overseer's words, they all rose to their feet, bowing to Lien Sheng in unison, declaring, "Rest assured, Chief Overseer, we shall strive to cultivate diligently and uphold the demon sect's illustrious reputation." Lien Sheng nodded, his expression softening considerably. Turning to the shadow guard beside him, he said in a low voice, "Report the intelligence from here to the leader, and inform him that there are significant secrets hidden within that sealed city." In the main hall of the demon sect's headquarters, Tianma Peak, Zhou Qiong sat in the demon dragon throne, eyes closed in meditation, while a black dog lounged nearby, yawning incessantly. Suddenly, the black dog opened its eyes, fixating on a particular direction, then closed them again. Resuming its yawning, a shadow materialized from the spot where the black dog had been gazing. Kneeling on one knee, subordinate Xian Si pays respects to the leader. The chief overseer has relayed news that the sealed city conceals great secrets. Their attempt to breach it has failed. You may leave. A cold voice echoed through the hall, and upon hearing it, Xian Si slowly withdrew. Zhou Qiong opened his eyes, softly murmuring, "It appears that the secrets of the sealed city are rather significant." As he accessed the system panel, a task was prominently displayed. Ding. Task: investigate the secrets within the sealed city. Reward for success: a mysterious cultivation technique. No penalties for failure. The status of the task has been marked as accepted. This is a mission that Zhou Qiong has undertaken 6 months ago. which he did not pay much attention to at the time, as he no longer lacked techniques. The reward held little allure for him. To his surprise, the task turned red just now, and the rewards section suddenly displayed an additional 1 million villain points. It seems the system holds this secret of the sealed city in high regard. Meanwhile, at the city gate, several high-ranking members of the demon sect were incessantly cursing, among whom the demon Tiger King was the most vociferous. Yet the Tianwu clan inside showed no signs of emerging. The news of the demon sect's continuous failure to breach the Tianwu clan had spread throughout the chaotic lands. The area surrounding the sealed city was teeming with onlookers, all whispering among themselves. They've been attacking the sealed city for a month now, yet it remains unconquered. Perhaps the demon sect isn't as fearsome as rumored. Hush! Keep your voice down. Can't you see the Tianwu clan is hiding inside and refusing to come out? They merely relying on that protective barrier. Indeed, I heard that the demon sect has sent over some powerful experts. It seems the sealed city cannot hold out much longer. Moreover, the sect leader has yet to make a move. On the side of the demon sect, the demon Tiger King finally grew weary of cursing and returned to Lian Shang, hoarsely remarking, "This Tianwu clan must be akin to turtles. No matter how I berate them, they remain unresponsive." Lian Shang did not engage in conversation, his brow furrowing deeper. The demon sect had been assaulting the sealed city every 2 days, and while the Tianwu clan had previously emerged to challenge them, they had not shown themselves in recent days, regardless of the insults hurled at them. When will the main hall's personnel arrive? Lian Shang inquired of the shadow guard beside him. Great Chief, the outer gate protectors dispatched by the main hall will arrive today. After roughly half an hour, 7 or 8 figures flew in from the distance, each exuding a formidable aura, evidently masters of the true martial realm. They landed before the members of the demon sect and bowed to Lian Shang, saying, "We have received the command of the sect leader and are here to await orders." The surrounding crowd immediately began to murmur, "Isn't that one Li Kong, the lord of Hiku City? He has actually submitted to the demon sect. And that one is the ghost hand Shura, a notorious villain unafraid of heaven or earth. Who would have thought he would also join the demon sect?" In the chaotic lands, every master of the true martial realm has their own legend. It can be said that anyone who reaches this level is far from ordinary, with experiences that are often quite legendary. The newcomers, hearing the discussions around them, felt no embarrassment. Rather, they were filled with pride. Initially, they had only joined the demon sect out of necessity, but upon witnessing the demon Dao Tower and reaping its benefits, they found techniques that had once seemed unattainable, now abundant as cabbages. They had gained substantial advantages within the demon sect. Even if someone were to chase them away with a whip now, none would leave. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Lian Shang directed his gaze towards the sealed city. Although he was unaware of the secrets it harbored, he understood that waiting any longer was not an option. Everyone, attack the sealed city together and break its protective barrier. Understood. The members of the demon sect replied in unison. In an instant, countless terrifying assaults surged towards the sealed city like falling snowflakes. With the addition of the demon sect's protectors, the number of true martial realm experts attacking had now reached 15. The once steady protective barrier began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Inside the sealed city, the many masters of the Tianwu clan had mysteriously vanished from the Lord's manor. 5,000 meters beneath the manor, in a vast cavern, a massive formation was in operation, the air thick with the scent of blood. At the center of the formation lay a vast blood pool. Above it hovered a dark beast, slowly dripping blood into the pool, which churned incessantly, as if refining impurities. Surrounding the blood pool stood numerous masters of the Tianwu clan. "High Priest, is it not nearly finished?" The anxious Wu Li asked, standing beside the High Priest. The other Tianwu clan masters exhibited expressions of urgency, their gazes fixated on the blood pool, as if ready to leap in at any moment. "No, there are still some impurities present, but it will be done shortly, likely today." Just as the High Priest finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to tremble, the entire cavern shaking violently. "This is bad. The protective barrier is about to break. We must not let the demon sect discover what is happening here." Wu Li's face was filled with fury and anxiety as he hurriedly summoned the others to rush out of the cavern and return to the Lord's manor. Just as Wu Li and the others resurfaced, the earthen-colored protective barrier above the sealed city shattered with a resounding boom. The entire sealed city began to tremble, immense cracks appearing in the ground. And numerous buildings within collapsed as if it were the apocalypse. Wu Li's expression darkened. They were so close, just one more day, and yet the demon sect chose today to strike, at this moment. Lian Shang led the high-ranking members of the demon sect into the sealed city, with the onlookers following closely behind. Upon entering the sealed city, Lian Shang's eyes narrowed. Before him stood a group of Tianwu clan members, each exuding an aura that rivaled those of the true martial realm, numbering as many as 9. And the leader was no longer the previous Wu Shan, but a person of even larger stature. The distant onlookers bore expressions of astonishment. Did I see that correctly? The Tianwu clan has 9 masters of the true martial realm. The strength of the Tianwu clan must rival that of Yang City. They have hidden themselves so deeply over the years. The demon sect is in for trouble now. The leader of the Tianwu clan is clearly no ordinary true martial expert. The members of the demon sect were equally taken aback upon seeing the Tianwu clan masters. Astonished that the clan had concealed so much strength, Lian Shang fixed his cold gaze upon Wu Li, stating, "It seems the secrets of your sealed city are quite significant. You must be the chief of the Tianwu clan." Wu Li regarded Lian Shang with a dark expression, knowing that the opponent had uncovered the existence of the sealed city's secret. Today, they could not allow them to leave as for any future retaliation from the sect leader. He was unperturbed. As long as they survived today, their plan would succeed. At that point, without the demon sect seeking trouble, he would take his clan directly to annihilate them and slay Zhou Qiong, who claimed to be the strongest in the chaotic lands. Wu Li waved his hand, and a multitude of Tianwu clan members surged forth, each of them possessing strength surpassing the ancient realm. "Now that you have arrived, you shall not leave here alive. Thank you to ENNN for the inspiration capsule, and to Vijangli, Xiaozhio, 33905116, 33157237 for the mountain climbing invitations, as well as to other readers for their generous support. The author has something to say. Thank you all for supporting Xiaobai. Much appreciated." Chapter 61. The secrets of the Tianwu clan. The number of Tianwu clan members surrounding the demon sect's ancient realm experts was approximately double that of the demon sect. However, the members of the demon sect were not ordinary folk. They had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a group of individuals who had no regard for their lives, coupled with the recent continuous battles. Their bloodthirst had reached its zenith. At this moment, they were unafraid, regardless of facing double or even 10 times their number. Without further ado, both sides engaged in combat. The strongest of the demon sect, Mu Lao, confronted Wu Li directly, while other high-ranking members faced off against the Tianwu clan's elite. Since breaking through his physical limitations, Mu Lao's cultivation had surged to the true martial 5th realm, and his combat prowess had dramatically increased, rendering even typical true martial 7th realm opponents no match for him. However, Wu Li was a true martial 8th realm expert, with a depth of power that was formidable. As soon as they clashed, Mu Lao found himself at a disadvantage. An unusual scene unfolded on the battlefield. The members of the demon sect, fighting with reckless abandon, managed to suppress the Tianwu clan. However, the faces of the demon sect members were anything but relaxed. For until now, not a single Tianwu clan member had fallen. Their defensive capabilities were astonishingly robust, and no matter how the demon sect attacked, they could not inflict substantial harm. Instead, the demon sect members had already suffered numerous casualties. If this continued, the chances of victory for the demon sect appeared bleak. Yet this only ignited the killing intent among the members of the demon sect. Who were they, if not the strongest disciples of the demon sect in the chaotic lands? How could they possibly lose to a mere Tianwu clan? Meanwhile, while the battle raged fiercely above, a dark figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cavern below. Observing the blood pool and the high priest fervently praying beside it, the figure frowned. The high priest, kneeling by the blood pool in prayer, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around, revealing a figure clad in a demonic dragon robe. Engulfed in an inferno of demonic flames, with a silver-black lightning bolt etched on his forehead. Beside him stood a black dog, baring its teeth menacingly. The high priest's eyes were filled with shock. He had not noticed how this man and dog had appeared. "Who are you, and how did you enter here?" the high priest questioned, his expression one of trepidation. The figure regarded the high priest coldly and replied, "I am Zhou Qiong, the sect leader of the demon sect. It seems this blood pool is the secret your Tianwu clan has guarded for 3,000 years. What? You are Zhou Qiong?" The high priest gazed at Zhou Qiong, his face a mask of shock. He had never anticipated Zhou Qiong's arrival. The Tianwu clan had deliberately shown weakness to the demon sect, fearful of drawing Zhou Qiong in. Otherwise, how could the members of the demon sect outside have awaited rescue? Yet, unexpectedly, he had come. The high priest fell silent, swiftly forming hand seals, and in an instant, a massive, earthen yellow bell enveloped Zhou Qiong, radiating brilliant light, far surpassing the protective barrier that had once encased the city. The high priest did not believe this bell could contain Zhou Qiong for long, but he only needed to restrain him for an hour. The blood pool was on the verge of completion, and once he had secured it, he could swiftly depart. After the Tianwu clan absorbed the energy from the blood pool, this insignificant demon sect could be extinguished with a mere flick of their hands. Before the high priest could continue to indulge in visions of a glorious future, he suddenly spotted a black dog standing opposite him, the very same that had appeared alongside Zhou Qiong. If he recalled correctly, the bell had trapped both him and Zhou Qiong together. How had this dog managed to escape while Zhou Qiong remained ensnared? Before the high priest could process this, the black dog began to gnaw at the bell as if it were a mere biscuit, quickly creating a hole. The bell shattered, and Zhou Qiong emerged slowly, extending a colossal hand to grasp the high priest. The high priest, though possessing the cultivation of true martial realm, was utterly incapable of resisting Zhou Qiong. "Speak of the blood pool's secret, and I shall grant you a swift end." Zhou Qiong's gaze was cold as he regarded the high priest. "Humph, Zhou Qiong, you shall never know," the high priest shouted defiantly before suddenly expiring. Zhou Qiong frowned at the high priest, who had taken his own life. It was indeed a display of fortitude, but did he truly believe that his death would pose a challenge to Zhou Qiong? Had this been Zhou Qiong of the past, he might have been at a loss. However, ever since he had mastered the demonic arts, he wielded a myriad of arcane techniques. Return to the source. Memories restored. Zhou Qiong waved a hand at the high priest's corpse, and a swirl of black mist enveloped it as Zhou Qiong slowly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Zhou Qiong gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he gazed at the blood pool with curiosity. Moments ago, he had witnessed all of the high priest's memories. The Tianwu clan was a branch of a vast lineage. Having been expelled due to a grave error, after a long journey, they had finally arrived in this chaotic land. Just as they contemplated further migration, the high priest had discovered the unusual nature of the sealed city. Through divination and bloodline sensing, he surmised that this place had once been the site of a great shaman's downfall, with their blood seeping into the earth. It was essential to note that this was a great shaman. At that time, their entire clan had possessed but one. If they could acquire the blood of this shaman, it would enhance and elevate their bloodline, allowing this branch to experience a meteoric rise in strength, making it conceivable to reclaim their ancestral heritage. Thus, they had seized control of the sealed city, expelling all inhabitants and establishing a vast blood-collecting formation underground to gather the great shaman's blood. However, due to the excessive impurities in the blood and its dispersion, they could only continue to gather and refine it. After 3,000 years, the blood had finally been purified, yet just as they stood on the brink of success, Zhou Qiong had appeared, seizing their opportunity. Gazing at the blood pool before him, Zhou Qiong's lips curled into a smile. This journey had proven worthwhile. This blood pool was not only useful to the Tianwu clan but could also benefit other races. With this blood pool, the demon sect's strength would surge to a terrifying degree. Chapter 62. Why must you attack the Tianwu clan? As for the high priest's sudden self-termination, it was indeed not a simple matter. The final step of the blood pool had yet to be completed. The blood in its current state would not only fail to enhance strength, but could also lead to violent energy surges, causing one's body to explode. Yet, the high priest could never have anticipated that Zhou Qiong possessed the secret art of memory retrieval, rendering his death a farce. Employing the memories, Zhou Qiong swiftly formed hand seals, directing energy towards the blood pool, which began to thicken and stabilize. Mission accomplished. Zhou Qiong stepped into the blood pool, eager to partake in this treasure. As for the battle unfolding outside, he was well aware. The members of the demon sect had grown increasingly arrogant, providing an excellent opportunity for the Tianwu clan to hone their skills. Only those who survived could follow him in conquering the world. As for the fallen, throughout history, countless bones have been sacrificed for the rise of a single general. Zhou Qiong slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy within the blood, while Daba, his canine companion, leaped into the blood pool, both man and dog diligently cultivating. An hour later, Zhou Qiong's aura began to rise steadily, ascending through the ranks of true martial realm until it reached the 7th layer before gradually halting. He opened his eyes, surprise flickering within. The efficacy of the blood pool exceeded his expectations, elevating his already substantial foundation by 5 minor levels. Others might even break through an entire major realm. Moreover, this blood possessed the remarkable ability to enhance physical strength. At present, he was likely impervious to harm, even from the most rudimentary weaponry. Opening his attribute panel, character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou invincible, position, leader of the demon sect cultivation, true martial realm, 7th layer martial arts, demonic divine techniques, celestial life and death hand, divine demon eye, 3rd layer of the devouring heaven technique mount, demonic dragon chariot pet, demonic dog. Daba. Zhou Qiong emerged from the blood pool. Glancing at Daba, who was still within, Daba opened his eyes and slowly exited. Not going to soak a bit longer? The effects are rather impressive. Zhou Qiong chuckled at Daba. Daba shook his head slowly, indicating that after such an extended time, his fur had only darkened slightly, and he could not discern any increase in strength. It was evident that Daba's cultivation was not inferior to that of the true martial realm. Yet he remained unable to take form or even speak. Last time, Zhou Qiong had specifically communicated with him, and after a series of gestures, they had concluded that Daba's cultivation was still insufficient. He needed to reach the great Tao before he could articulate speech. Zhou Qiong waved his hand, dismissing the blood pool, and exited the cave. Outside, the cacophony of battle echoed throughout the sealed city. The bloodthirsty aura thickening to a terrifying degree, causing onlookers from afar to tremble in fear, hesitant to approach. The demon sect was extraordinarily fierce, despite their numbers being less than half that of the Tianwu clan. They had yet to falter. Indeed, were they all madmen? Were they not afraid of death? Why were they so recklessly engaged in battle? From now on, I shall certainly avoid encounters with the demon sect. They are far too intimidating. At this moment, the sealed city was strewn with corpses, both demon sect members and Tianwu clan warriors alike. The demon sect had suffered a third of their numbers. Yet the remaining 2/3 were even more formidable, each appearing as if they had clawed their way up from the depths of hell. The Tianwu clan, while possessing remarkable defenses, lacked combat experience, resulting in the loss of a third of their kin under the demon sect's reckless onslaught. Both sides were now locked in a war of attrition, seemingly competing to see who could endure until the end. Amidst the ongoing chaos, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a black dog. The members of the demon sect looked up, their faces lighting up with joy, bowing in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Conversely, the Tianwu clan regarded the newcomer with palpable concern. Wu Li, gazing at Zhou Qiong in the heavens, felt a heavy dread settle in his heart. He had not discerned how the opponent had appeared, indicating that Zhou Qiong's cultivation was far beyond his own. Wu Li exchanged a glance with Wu Shan nearby, silently conveying, "Go check on the high priest. If all is well, we shall withdraw at once. Let them have the sealed city for now. We will reclaim it later." Wu Shan turned and swiftly darted toward the city lord's mansion, but before he could enter, he heard Wu Li's voice, filled with grief and rage, bellowing from behind. Wu Shan turned to see Zhou Qiong in the sky, waving a hand, causing an elderly head to plummet from above, its eyes wide open in death's final gaze. Instantly, the entire Tianwu clan erupted in a chorus of anguish. "No. How could the high priest be dead? It cannot be. The high priest would never perish." Wu Shan seethed. "Zhou Qiong, I vow to tear you to shreds." Wu Shan knelt upon the ground, cradling the head of the high priest, his voice resonating with fury as he bellowed. Tears of molten anguish streaming down his face. The entire Tianwu clan, all its members, succumbed to profound grief, for none were unaware of the high priest's monumental significance to their people. Initially, their branch had been cast out by the tribe. Yet the high priest, who held considerable standing within the clan, chose to accompany them into exile. He had no need to do so. His remarkable talents would have spared him from such a fate. Yet, he willingly embraced their shared plight, leading them on a relentless quest for refuge, using his divination skills to navigate perilous situations. Indeed, for millennia, the high priest had become the spiritual cornerstone of the Tianwu clan. As long as he remained, hope flourished among them, his importance surpassing even that of the blood pool. Now, however, he lay dead, slain by Zhou Qiong of the demon sect, who likely seized the blood pool, an objective they had strategized for thousands of years. Wu Shan raised his gaze to Zhou Qiong, his voice filled with indignation. Why? My Tianwu clan has always sought peace, our kin seldom venturing beyond our city. Why does your demon sect wage war upon us? Zhou Qiong regarded Wu Shan with a mocking smile. If you seek justification, I shall provide one. You are simply too weak, yet you dare obstruct my path. Thus, you deserve to perish. The members of the Tianwu clan erupted in outrage, exclaiming their disbelief at Zhou Qiong's tyranny, questioning why mere obstruction warranted death, as if strength alone could justify such cruelty. Wooly raised his eyes to Zhou Qiong, his gaze bloodshot as he roared. Zhou Qiong, you shall pay for your words. The great witch war god awakened within him, and Wooly's form swelled rapidly, ultimately reaching a height of 5 zhong, his aura surging to the 10th layer of true martial. Brother, I come to aid you. We must avenge the high priest, Wu Shan cried, rushing toward Wooly and merging into his form. Wooly's body expanded once more. Brother, I am here. Let us avenge our high priest. The clan members surged toward Wooly, merging into his being, causing him to grow even larger. Though it seemed an eternity, the integration of the Tianwu clan into Wooly's form transpired in but a fleeting moment, leaving others stunned and unresponsive. Chapter 63. The violent Zhou Qiong. As the onlookers regained their senses, the entirety of the Tianwu clan had fused into Wooly, whose stature now towered several hundred zhong, his cultivation having ascended to the 7th layer of Daluo. Wooly's eyes blazed with crimson fury as he stared at Zhou Qiong, filled with hatred. He understood that from the moment the high priest perished, the Tianwu clan was doomed. Now, he wielded the great witch war god, embodying the essence of all his kin. This formidable power was a clan secret, usable only by those who reached the semi-holy realm, for otherwise, it bore dire repercussions. All those merged within would perish upon disintegration. Every clan member was aware of this risk, yet for the sake of avenging the high priest, they embraced their fate without hesitation. Zhou Qiong, did you not proclaim that strength dictates reason? I shall demonstrate to you who is truly powerful. Wooly thundered, unleashing a punch toward Zhou Qiong. As his fist surged forth, the ambient spiritual energy was compressed, emitting sharp, explosive sounds, tearing the very fabric of space, creating a terrifying spectacle. Had Zhou Qiong not entered the blood pool, he might have hesitated to confront such a force, but now, he was ready to test the limits of his own strength. Zhou Qiong retaliated with a punch of his own, causing no disturbance yet seemingly anchoring the surrounding realm in place. Both combatants relied solely on their physical prowess, and upon the collision of their fists, a cataclysmic shockwave emanated outward, causing edifices to collapse. The members of the demon sect hastily retreated beyond the city limits, while spectators withdrew several dozen miles before halting. As the reverberations subsided, the two figures emerged. Zhou Qiong remained poised in the sky, calm and collected, while the colossal Wooly staggered back several miles, his right arm trembling, clearly injured. Impossible. How can your physical strength be so formidable? Wooly gasped, incredulous, for the Tianwu clan was naturally endowed with superior physicality compared to other races. Now, merged with all his kin, his physical prowess should have been unparalleled. Then, a realization struck Wooly, and he bellowed, "You absorbed the blood of the great witch. It must be." The very essence of their clan, now augmenting Zhou Qiong, was an unbearable truth for him to accept. Die? he screamed, invoking the thunderous witch fist in his wrath. Zhou Qiong unleashed another powerful punch, and a silver-black lightning bolt erupted from his brow, forming a ring that expanded rapidly before he hurled it at Wooly. A resounding explosion ensued as Wooly was again forced back several miles. Before he could retaliate, he found himself ensnared by a black ring, struggling in vain against Zhou Qiong's god and demon ring. This artifact had previously entrapped a mysterious fallen angel in the lower realm and had since been seldom used by Zhou Qiong. Following the upgrade of the god and demon eye, its capabilities had enhanced. Now it not only ensnared but also suppressed. Truthfully, since Zhou Qiong's arrival in this world, he had swiftly dispatched adversaries, nearly forgetting the essence of true combat. Observing Wooly trapped before him, a flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he rapidly assaulted Wooly, sending him soaring into the sky with a resounding thud. Before Wooly could descend, Zhou Qiong appeared above him, delivering a powerful kick. Wooly was sent hurtling through the air like a mere ball, blood spewing as he was mercilessly battered. The onlooking members of the demon sect gazed in bewilderment at Zhou Qiong, now seemingly intoxicated by the thrill of battle. What has come over the master? Why does he appear to revel in this? Who knows? I never anticipated our leader possessed such a violent streak. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to provoke him? The spectators marveled at the spectacle unfolding above them, astonished that both combatants were not merely exchanging blows, but that one appeared overwhelmingly dominant. The master is extraordinarily powerful. Wooly, now clearly at the pinnacle of Daluo, seems utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Indeed, did he not boast of his swordsmanship? Why then does he wield a ring? The moment Wooly was ensnared, he lost all ability to resist. Truly terrifying, remarkable. He has yet to even draw his sword. Among the crowd, some expressed awe, while others hastily retrieved communication devices to report to their factions. As Zhou Qiong's display of power left everyone astounded, Wooly plummeted from the sky. Zhou Qiong softly declared, "It is over." He unleashed a punch, far more potent than those prior. Wooly, descending through the air, beheld the incoming fist with despair. He felt he had betrayed all his kin, failing to vanquish Zhou Qiong, only to be subjected to a merciless slaughter instead. "I will not accept this," he roared. With a thunderous crash, this time the sound was not one of mere collision. Zhou Qiong's fist obliterated Wooly's form, scattering his remains like confetti, a veritable rain of dismembered flesh. Zhou Qiong gradually exited the city, accompanied by Dabai, who noticeably kept his distance, still shaken by the recent display of Zhou Qiong's ferocity. What could have been resolved in a single strike had escalated into a relentless barrage. Wooly's misfortune was profound, for his potential had scarcely been realized before the god and demon ring ensnared him, leading to his relentless demise, a truly exasperating fate. The members of the demon sect hastily approached Zhou Qiong, bowing in respect. "Well done. You have not disappointed me. You possess true spirit. This is the spirit expected of my disciples." Zhou Qiong spoke solemnly. "Thank you for your praise, master. Now, let us return to the main headquarters." Zhou Qiong commanded, soaring into the sky. In the distance, a dragon-drawn carriage approached swiftly. Zhou Qiong and Dabai boarded the vehicle, and the dragon roared, propelling them into the horizon. Seated within the carriage, Zhou Qiong wore a smile, for the complete annihilation of Wooly not only alleviated his frustrations from his arrival in this world, but also clarified his current prowess. Without relying on the god and demon blade, his combat strength had already ascended to the 8th or 9th layer of Daluo, making him the unequivocal master of the chaotic land. Once he unified the realm, his power would surge once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of probing the sealed city. Reward: a mysterious technique, currently being distributed. Zhou Qiong paid little heed, for he lacked any need for additional techniques. His quest for the blood pool had already satisfied him, and he was indifferent to the nature of the received technique. With a flick, a tome materialized in Zhou Qiong's hands. Upon glancing at the title, his eyes narrowed in intrigue, for the name of the technique was a singular character. Gratitude is extended to Xiaolong Lonely God user 106588865 for the urgency symbol, and Tuf Yi user 119148661 for the climbing invitation. I also thank other esteemed individuals for their gifts. The author wishes to express, thank you all for your support of Xiaobai. Remember to leave a positive review and follow for updates. If everyone has the leisure, they might take a moment to view the newly released 30-second video. My gratitude in advance. Chapter 64. The Potent Efficacy of the Sacred Blood Hall. The name inscribed upon the technique was Yin. Zhou Qiong opened the introduction, which merely contained 4 sentences. One word establishes the heavens and the earth. One word commands the myriad laws. My word is the decree of heaven. My word is the truth. Goodness, isn't this merely an upgraded version of the golden words technique? Zhou Qiong mused silently, recognizing that this technique was exceedingly practical for him. Indeed, it was the ultimate artifact for showcasing one's prowess. In the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon Peak, all high-ranking officials stood in attendance, with Zhou Qiong seated prominently. 3 days had elapsed since the annihilation of the Tianwu clan. You have not disappointed this seat. Merit must be rewarded. Lian Shang, Bai Haoyin, and Mu Protector. Where are you? Present. The 3 stood forth immediately. Your efforts have proven fruitful. I hereby grant each of you 10 energy mines and 1 day of training within the Sacred Blood Hall. Thank you, Master. The 2 bowed in gratitude. Though they were unaware of what the Sacred Blood Hall entailed, they were certain that, since the Master deemed it a reward, it must be immensely beneficial. Do the rest. Each shall receive 1 energy mine. Thank you, Master. The high-ranking members of the demon sect bowed in unison. After half an hour, the assembly dispersed, and Lian Shang and the others gathered together, making their way to the location of the Sacred Blood Hall. It had been constructed 2 days prior, situated beside the Tower of Demonic Ways at the back of the Demon Sect's mountain. I wonder what treasures the Sacred Blood Hall holds. Mu Lao murmured softly. It must be something highly beneficial for cultivation. Otherwise, the Master would not have designated it as a reward for us. Bai Haoyin replied. It was well known that Zhou Qiong had always been generous to the high ranks of the demon sect. Previously, both the Wan Mosi and the Grand Wan Mosi had been opened directly to all high-ranking members. This time, however, the reward was exclusively for the 3 of them, indicating that it was something extraordinary. When the trio arrived at the back mountain, they discovered that the Sacred Blood Hall was surrounded by high-ranking members and disciples of the demon sect, all curious about this newly manifested hall. It was known that even the Tower of Demonic Ways was accessible to all. Yet the Sacred Blood Hall was clearly not. Even if the high ranks did not achieve merit, they could not enter, thus igniting everyone's curiosity about what lay inside. Without hesitation, the 3 approached. At the entrance of the Sacred Blood Hall stood 2 dark-clad guards, who bowed upon seeing them and slowly opened the grand doors. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive blood pool that appeared quite ordinary yet exuded a profound weightiness. As they stepped into the blood pool, torrents of frenzied energy surged into their bodies. The 3, overwhelmed by astonishment, hurriedly began to circulate their techniques in a desperate attempt to absorb the energy. A full day passed, and the members of the demon sect outside continued to wait, frequently glancing toward the entrance, their curiosity about what transpired inside unabated. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open, and a figure clad in red robes shot forth, hovering in midair, emanating an imposing aura as their cultivation rapidly ascended. Ancient 9 layers, ancient 10 layers, there was no pause as they shattered the barrier of the true martial realm, halting only at the 6th layer of true martial. Good heavens, that's astonishing, exclaimed the Demon Tiger King, slapping his forehead in disbelief. The surrounding members of the demon sect looked on in astonishment at Lian Shang. If their eyes did not deceive them, the individual had ascended 8 realms in a single day. Overcoming barriers from ancient realm to true martial realm. It was well known that countless beings in the chaotic lands had spent their entire lives in pursuit of the true martial realm, only to perish with regret. If breaking through to the true martial realm were so simple, it would not hold such high prestige. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, a figure in white robes, Bai Haoyin, also soared forth, his aura climbing until it stabilized at the 9th layer of true martial. Yu Lao followed suit, emerging slowly as well, his cultivation evidently having broken through to the 10th layer of true martial. Surpassing 5 levels, the external gatekeepers of the outer sect stood agape. This was utterly shocking. Merely a day prior, the The trio comprised 2 in the ancient realm and 1 in the mid-level of true martial. And now, 3 experts above the 6th layer of true martial stood before them. If the Tower of Demonic Ways had compelled them to willingly remain within the demon sect, the emergence of the Sacred Blood Hall solidified their loyalty. Countless true martial beings had labored for millennia to ascend even a single minor realm, and now the demon sect possessed a hall capable of directly enhancing their true martial cultivation. In mere moments, several layers of true martial cultivation could be gained. Should the ancient realm and true martial beings laboring in obscurity learn of this, they would surely vie desperately to join the demon sect. The members of the demon sect gazed at the trio with envy, then turned their longing eyes toward the Sacred Blood Hall, yearning to enter and cultivate for a day. Ahem. Lien Sheng cleared his throat and spoke gravely. You all must be aware of the efficacy of the Sacred Blood Hall. Henceforth, our demon sect shall swiftly conquer the entire chaotic land. As long as you can achieve merit, the Master will reward you with access to cultivate there. Of course, it depends on the magnitude of your accomplishments. Thank you, Grand Steward, for your guidance. We shall undoubtedly serve the demon sect with unwavering dedication, even to the point of sacrificing our lives for the Master. The members of the demon sect exclaimed, excitement written all over their faces. They were eager to set out immediately. It was preferable for the cities to resist rather than surrender, so they could accrue even more merit for the demon sect. At this moment, Zhou Qiong was unaware that due to the Sacred Blood Hall, a storm of blood and chaos would soon arise. He was currently engrossed in diligently cultivating the Yen technique, which had now become a fundamental practice for him. Chapter 65. The Cataclysm of 99 Destruction. Following the emergence of the Sacred Blood Hall, the demon sect was invigorated as if infused with new life, zealously assaulting the surrounding cities. Many cities that had initially contemplated a show of strength to secure favorable positions found themselves besieged by the demon sect. Any city that refused to open its gates for surrender was met with a direct assault. Once a city was captured, the ruling powers within were utterly annihilated. In an instant, the entire chaotic land became a maelstrom of turmoil. Aside from a few determined to resist to the end, many surrendered without waiting for the demon sect to arrive, rushing out to greet them with smiles and flattery, leaving the demon sect no opportunity to turn hostile. Meanwhile, those cities that dared to resist were treated as treasures, inciting fierce disputes among the ranks over their capture. Outside Lihua City, the largest family, the Zhang clan, stood resolutely upon the city walls, observing the encroaching forces of the demon sect with solemn expressions. They were indeed apprehensive of the demon sect, yet Lihua City had been their family's stronghold for 8,000 years. They could not simply relinquish it, even to the demon sect. However, they were puzzled as to why the demon sect had not launched an attack despite surrounding them for so long. Within the ranks of the demon sect, arguments erupted. I say, Demon Tiger King, Lihua City is clearly within my Xuanwu Hall's sphere of influence. What business do you have here? The head of the Xuanwu Hall, Wan Li, glared at the Demon Tiger King with a sullen expression, aware that the latter was vying for credit. As time passed, the cities in the chaotic land dwindled, and those still resisting became even fewer. Having finally encountered a target, how could he allow it to be taken by another? Wan Hall Master, you have already entered the sacred blood pool once. The Master mentioned that the effects diminish upon a second entry. Would it be acceptable if I claimed this city for myself? The Demon Tiger King grinned broadly at Wan Li, understanding that a good attitude was essential when asking for favors. Demon Tiger King? Did you not also enter it? Why then do you contend for this city? Wan Li replied coldly, that's because the Demon Monkey King's luck was just too unfortunate. All the cities he attacked surrendered without resistance. Thus he lacks sufficient merit, the Demon Tiger King stated earnestly. How about this? Consider it as me owing you a favor. Hearing this, Wan Li furrowed his brows in contemplation. Just then, a large group appeared in the distance. Led by the Demon Rat King, Chen Shu, followed closely by the other 10 Demon Kings. Chen Shu stood before Wan Li and said somberly, let this matter be considered as a favor owed to you by all 12 Demon Kings. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Wan Li nodded. A favor from all 12 Demon Kings in exchange for a city of little importance to him was quite advantageous, since the demon sect had grown larger. Even though they were all loyal to Zhou Qiong, cliques inevitably formed. Currently, within the demon sect, Grand Steward Lian Shang and Grand Protector Bai Haoyan were somewhat independent, while the Four Hall Masters formed one faction, and the 12 Demon Kings another, with the Inner Gate Protectors and Outer Gate Protectors each forming their own groups. They were all subtly competing against one another, unwilling to yield, a dynamic that Zhou Qiong found amusing. After all, competition breeds motivation, and the demon sect did not require a stagnant atmosphere. The Demon Monkey King cast a grateful glance at the other Demon Kings, excitedly leading his subordinates toward Lihua City. Should he capture this resistant city, he would gain entry to the Sacred Blood Hall and enhance his cultivation, living up to his reputation as one of the 12 Demon Kings. Chun Shu glanced at the Demon Tiger King and said, "You go and support the monkey. After all, he is still at the ancient realm." "All right, big brother, I'm on it." The Demon Tiger King responded with a roar and soared towards the City of Fire, exuding an aura that clearly indicated he had reached the 5th level of true martial prowess. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Peak, within the Grand Hall, Zhou Qiong sat regally in his chair, as the system notifications chimed incessantly. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing 20 of your dominance over the Chaos Realm. Reward: 1 level increase in cultivation, current cultivation, True Martial, 8th level. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing 30 of your dominance over the Chaos Realm. Reward: 1 level increase in cultivation, current cultivation, True Martial, 9th level. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing 40 of your dominance over the Chaos Realm. Reward: 1 level increase in cultivation, current cultivation, True Martial, 10th level. Ding, congratulations, host, ascended to the 1st level of the Great Luo Realm. Friendly reminder: the heavenly tribulation is imminent. Instantly, a thick mass of dark clouds began to gather rapidly above the demon sect, far larger than the clouds that had formed during Elder Mu's tribulation, with even hints of purple lightning flickering within. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles from the headquarters of the demon sect, an elderly man was flying slowly alongside a young man. The youth turned to his master and inquired, "Where are we headed?" That group from the demon sect was exceedingly brutal. They mercilessly slaughtered their opponents even after surrender. The elder replied with a somber tone, "We are in search of the leader of the demon sect. I never anticipated that after merely 50 years away from this chaotic land, such a peculiar sect would arise. Indeed, the last time I accompanied you, this chaotic realm was still fragmented in less than 50 years. It seems most have fallen under the sway of the demon sect," the young man exclaimed. "Master, what shall we do now? My original intention was to unify this chaotic realm, but it appears the demon sect has already accomplished that task, inadvertently aiding my cause. If I can capture the leader of the demon sect, then this sect shall serve as a mere garment for us." The elder chuckled with a hint of mockery. Hearing this, the young man smiled but quickly expressed his concern. "Master, I have heard that the leader of the demon sect possesses unfathomable strength. Is it not perilous for us to approach?" The elder, casting a glance at the young man, retorted with indignation, "I am a master at the 10th level of the Great Luo Realm, just a step away from the Semi-Saint Realm. How could a mere leader of the demon sect possibly compare?" As their conversation continued, the elder suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing towards the direction of Heavenly Demon Peak, where dark clouds loomed ominously, blocking out the sun. Even from their distance, the dread of the impending tribulation was palpable. "Master, is someone undergoing tribulation there? Is it the Semi-Saint tribulation? It looks terrifying." The youth exclaimed in astonishment. "No, that is the Great Luo tribulation, the most formidable 9-9 extermination god tribulation. Only those of extraordinary talent can face it. This leader of the demon sect is truly remarkable." The elder observed the distant tribulation clouds, secretly astonished. It was known that even princes from imperial dynasties rarely survived such tribulations. "Alas, the opponent has encountered me. Even if he survives the tribulation, he will be gravely injured, allowing me to reap the benefits." The elder's thoughts grew increasingly jubilant, imagining having vanquished Zhou Qiong, subdued the demon sect, and claimed dominion over the chaotic realm. The thrill of potentially defeating such a prodigy as Zhou Qiong excited him immensely, prompting a mischievous chuckle to escape his lips. The young man, watching his master, wondered why he appeared so lecherous. Suspecting he might have lost his sanity. Unbeknownst to the elder, had he known his disciple's thoughts, he might have struck him down in anger. He waved his hand, urging his disciple to hasten towards heavenly demon peak. Chapter 66. No more tribulation, you may leave at that moment. The followers of the demon sect were filled with dread as they gazed upon the ominous tribulation clouds overhead. The oppressive aura emanating from them was truly terrifying. As if the entire heavenly demon peak would be obliterated upon the strike of a lightning bolt. In a corner, outside, heavenly demon peak, stood a man clad in brocade robes. Drawn in by the sight of the tribulation clouds, he murmured softly, I never expected such a demonic talent to exist in this humble chaotic realm. 50 miles away, an elder and a youth stood. Completely unaware of the robed man beside them, both intently focused on the ominous clouds above. Even the elder regarded the scene with curiosity, for he had only heard of such tribulation clouds before. This was his first time witnessing them in person. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the air above heavenly demon peak, clad in dragon armor, wreathed in demonic flames, slowly raising his head to regard the clouds above. Upon seeing this individual, the followers of the demon sect fell into a calm reverence, having come to believe that their leader was invincible. Even amidst such terrifying tribulation clouds, they were confident he would emerge unscathed. As the clouds seemed to gather their strength, a massive bolt of lightning struck towards Zhou Qiong, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Zhou Qiong extended a hand, forming a vast black vortex that swallowed the entire lightning bolt, gradually dissipating it into nothingness. The youth observing from below gasped in disbelief, Master, where did that lightning go? Was it devoured? What kind of technique allows one to consume lightning? The elder remained silent, equally bewildered by the existence of a technique capable of absorbing lightning. The man in brocade robes frowned at the vanishing vortex, recognizing the peculiarity of this technique that could absorb lightning and convert it to enhance oneself. The clouds above seemed enraged, launching another bolt of lightning, significantly more powerful than the last, followed immediately by a third. Zhou Qiong showed no hesitation. A silver-black lightning bolt erupted from his brow, illuminating the space as the divine demon ring appeared in his hand, swiftly hurling towards the two bolts of lightning. With a resounding crash, the second bolt was obliterated by the divine demon ring, which then charged towards the third bolt but was repelled, though the third bolt's power was diminished considerably as a result. Zhou Qiong extended his hand once more, forming another black vortex that consumed the lightning. Remarkably, not only did these three bolts of lightning fail to harm Zhou Qiong, but they were instead absorbed by him, replenishing his strength. The young man beside him stared in awe, remembering how his master had struggled to survive the Great Luo tribulation, which consisted of merely 3 weaker bolts, yet had nearly perished in the process. In contrast, Zhou Qiong stood unharmed against 3 significantly more powerful bolts. The man in brocade robes regarded Zhou Qiong with an increasingly furrowed brow. It was expected that Zhou Qiong could withstand the 3 layers of lightning given his potential. But what surprised him was the peculiar lightning emanating from Zhou Qiong's brow, which contained an enigmatic essence that even he could not discern. As everyone awaited the 4th bolt of lightning, Zhou Qiong casually rotated his neck and gazed at the tribulation clouds. With a solemn voice, he declared, "This is quite uninteresting. The power is lacking, and no need for further tribulation. You may leave." The followers of the demon sect stood in bewilderment, confused by their leader's words. What did he mean by not undergoing the tribulation? Could lightning simply be dismissed at will? The elder and the youth exchanged incredulous glances, pondering if Zhou Qiong had been struck senseless by the lightning. Did he truly believe he could command the lightning as if it were a mere plaything? As the onlookers struggled to comprehend the situation, the dark clouds began to retract, the lightning within dispersing. Showing no signs of striking down again, the crowd remained bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of Zhou Qiong's command. Zhou Qiong frowned once more, commanding, "Leave quickly, do not dawdle." The dark clouds, seemingly frightened, swiftly retreated into the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Subsequently, Zhou Qiong's aura surged dramatically, ascending from the 1st to the 5th layer of the Great Luo realm. indicating that 9/10 of the chaotic realm now lay under the control of the demon sect. The elder, witnessing the retreat of the tribulation clouds, immediately shattered a large teleportation talisman, knowing it was a life-saving measure. He could not help but be astonished at Zhou Qiong's ability to intimidate the dark clouds with a mere utterance. What in the world is happening? To command the tribulation so effortlessly? Why not ascend to the heavens instead of causing a ruckus in this trivial chaotic realm? This is courting disaster. If I were to challenge the demon sect, wouldn't he simply annihilate me? Meanwhile, the brocade-clad man remained, his expression filled with shock. What had he just witnessed? Was it the golden-mouth jade words technique? But that was a technique reserved for emperors alone. And he clearly was not one. The presence of such a bizarre technique, which could command the tribulation despite not following the emperor's path, bewildered him further. As he pondered, the brocade-clad man suddenly looked up at Zhou Qiong, who returned his gaze. The man's heart raced with astonishment. Zhou Qiong had noticed him. Typically, even semi-saints would find it challenging to detect his presence. Gradually rising, the man flew towards Zhou Qiong, softly stating, "I never expected such a prodigy to be hidden within this small chaotic realm." Zhou Qiong regarded the man solemnly and replied, "I too did not anticipate encountering a powerhouse such as yourself in this chaotic land." The man laughed heartily. "I am not of this chaotic realm. I am merely passing through. You are indeed formidable and have earned yourself a place." "What quota?" Zhou Qiong furrowed his brow and remarked, sensing an underlying meaning in the man's words. The man did not respond, instead retrieving a black token from his bosom and tossing it to Zhou Qiong. "This is a quota belonging to the demonic path. It is now yours. You shall come to understand its significance in due time." With that, the man vanished before Zhou Qiong's eyes. Zhou Qiong's gaze fell upon the token, which bore the character for demon on one side, while the reverse depicted an indistinct, shadowy figure, its features obscured. "I extend my gratitude to Black Horse Club for the inspiration capsule, to Elder of the Ages, a June Gue 33333241, for the urging talisman, and to A Knight 226465150 for the invitation to ascend the mountain. I also wish to thank all the other generous patrons. I hope the esteemed readers will support this humble author by perusing the advertisements. The author has something to say. The update is here. I have been working overtime lately, and it has been quite taxing." Chapter 67. Unity of the Chaotic Lands. At this moment, the members of the demonic sect gazed up at Zhou Qiong in the sky, their faces alight with fervor and reverence. Tio frightened away the heavenly tribulation with but a single word. "What an extraordinary being!" they exclaimed, bowing deeply in unison. "Congratulations to the sect leader on your enhanced cultivation. You are unrivaled in the world." The tale of Zhou Qiong's ability to scare off the heavenly tribulation swiftly spread throughout the entire chaotic realm. The cities that had previously intended to resist now surrendered completely, realizing that if even the heavenly tribulation feared him, what hope did they have against him? Currently, apart from Yang City and a few surrounding towns, the entirety of the chaotic realm had fallen under the dominion of the demonic sect. Meanwhile, in Yang City, an elderly man sat in the grand residence, sipping tea with a troubled expression. Below him sat 6 or 7 distinguished individuals, each wearing a look of urgency. "City Lord Yang, you must decide. How shall we address the demonic sect? Should we submit or resist?" One burly man implored anxiously. He was the lord of a city surrounding Yang City. The 6 or 7 individuals seated below were all city lords from the vicinity of Yang City, who had always looked to Yang Liwu, the lord of Yang City, for guidance. Now, witnessing the rapid expansion of the demonic sect's power, they could no longer remain passive and had come to seek counsel. Yang Liwu, however, bore a troubled expression. He had not anticipated the demonic sect's swift conquest. Shouldn't it have been a gradual process? Where had all these people come from to assert control? He had originally planned to relocate his entire family from this city to the main family of the Great Wu dynasty in 10 or 8 years. Indeed, the Yang family's lineage in Yang City was merely a branch of the true Yang family. For years, they had strived to return to the main family, and finally, last year, their branch produced a prodigious child. According to tradition, they would be able to officially rejoin the family in 3 years. However, the demonic sect had not afforded him that opportunity. Young Liwu surveyed the anxious faces of those below him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you believe we should do?" The burly man responded once more, "I think we should submit. The demonic sect's unification of the chaotic realm is an unstoppable tide. Moreover, the sect leader once rescued us in the half-saint secret realm. It would be ungrateful to oppose him. Besides, the demonic sect offers favorable treatment to those who surrender." As the man spoke, his voice grew softer. He was acutely aware of the shamefulness of his words. The notions of gratitude and favorable treatment were mere excuses, driven by his own fear of death. Strangely, no one interrupted him, nor did anyone rebut his claims. They all hung their heads, seemingly in tacit agreement. Yang Liwu recognized that these individuals had long harbored thoughts of surrender but had only come to him for validation. He feared that if he advocated resistance, they would likely turn against him to prove their loyalty to the demonic sect. With a heavy sigh, Yang Liwu conceded, "If that is the case, then we shall surrender in the next few days. Yang City will formally submit a letter of surrender to the demonic sect. You all shall accompany me." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces brightened with delight, and after a brief discussion, they departed with smiles. However, as soon as they exited the hall, expressions of disappointment crept onto their faces. Once the others had left, Yang Liwu's countenance darkened ominously that a figure resembling him emerged from behind. "Elder brother, are we truly surrendering to the demonic sect?" The newcomer inquired, bewildered. "Of course not. Immediately gather all our clansmen in secret. Tonight we shall leave Yang City and head for the Great Wu Dynasty." Yang Liwu replied sternly. "Then why did you deceive them just now?" the newcomer asked, perplexed. "Humph! Did you truly believe they sought my opinion? They only wished to claim credit for themselves. Had I spoken of resisting, they would have attacked Yang City before nightfall, presenting my head to the demonic sect." Yang Liwu scoffed coldly. The newcomer broke into a cold sweat and hastily departed to gather their kin. The following day, the sudden and mysterious disappearance of the Yang family, the largest clan in Yang City, drew considerable attention. Some speculated that they had fled in fear of the demonic sect, while others claimed that the sect leader had descended upon the Yang family that night and slaughtered everyone. Rumors abounded, each more fantastical than the last. Subsequently, the cities surrounding Yang City declared their submission, aligning themselves with the demonic sect. In just 10 years, the demonic sect achieved the unification of the chaotic realm, and Zhou Qiong ascended to the status of king over the land. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task of unifying the chaotic realm. Rewards are being dispensed. Instantly, Zhou Qiong's aura intensified further. He opened his attributes panel. Character: Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible. Position: Sect leader of the demonic sect. Cultivation level: 6th layer of the Great Luo martial arts. Demonic divine technique: Celestial life and death hand, divine demon eye. 3rd layer of the devouring heaven demonic art, demon speech mount, demonic dragon carriage pet. Demonic hound. By Zhou Qiong tapped his seat, and Tian Yi, wearing a mask, slowly appeared, kneeling on one knee in the grand hall. "What have you discovered?" Zhou Qiong inquired in a low voice. Reporting to the sect leader, the chaotic realm is bordered by the Great Wu Dynasty and the Qingqiu Kingdom, governed by the Fox tribe among the human race and the demon race, respectively. It is said that both the Emperor of Wu and the ruler of Qingqiu have achieved the pinnacle of half-saint cultivation, Tian Yi reported. Zhou Qiong frowned. Beyond the Great Luo realm lay the half-saint, which was divided into 10 layers. Each breakthrough was akin to a significant realm, meaning that an ordinary half-saint of the 2nd layer could rival 10 half-saints of the 1st layer. Moreover, every 3 layers represented a watershed moment. Thus, a half-saint of the 4th layer could overpower 100 half-saints of the 3rd layer, equivalent to a half-saint of the 4th layer being able to annihilate a half-saint of the 3rd layer. As for the pinnacle of half-saint, such individuals were on the verge of attaining sainthood. Even though he could challenge opponents of higher ranks, he could not leap across so many tiers. He wondered if absorbing the blood of all the resisting beings from the chaotic realm with the divine demon blade would yield any effect against such figures. By the way, the Martial King's estate you instructed me to keep an eye on indeed belongs to the Great Wu Dynasty. This estate is the residence of the Emperor's younger brother, whose cultivation level is said to have reached the 9th layer of half-saint, just 1 step shy of the pinnacle. Moreover, Li Gu is the heir of the Martial King's estate, Tian Yi added slowly. Good. Notify the high-ranking officials. Tomorrow, all shall convene at the Heavenly Demon Hall for a morning meeting. Zhou Qiong commanded. Understood. Chapter 68. The Power of the Great Wu Dynasty at the Morning Assembly on Tian Demon Peak. Numerous high-ranking members of the demonic sect, including some newly inducted protectors, stood on either side. Zhou Qiong sat regally upon his seat, the red-robed Lian Shang still standing at his right, while Debai lay at his feet, emanating a continuous aura of demonic flames, resembling a seated demon god. Over the span of 10 years, my demonic sect has unified this chaotic realm, and I am pleased. However, I am not satisfied, Zhou Qiong declared in a cold tone. The crowd below exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their leader's dissatisfaction. After all, it had only taken them 10 years to unify the chaotic realm, which comprised 220 cities, each comparable in size to an entire continent. Had their cultivation levels not been steadily increasing over the years, traversing these cities in 10 years would have been a formidable challenge, let alone conquering them. Tianbu, please report on the external powers. Zhou Qiong commanded. Yes, sect leader, Tian Yi, donning a diamond mask, stepped forward to address the gathered demonic sect leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, the chaotic realm shares borders with two major powers, the Great Wu Dynasty and the Qingqiu Kingdom. The Great Wu Dynasty boasts a total of 1,350 cities, each governed by a city lord possessing at least Great Luo cultivation, with some even reaching the pinnacle of Great Luo. This figure does not account for the strength of various clans and sects within the dynasty, nor does it include the royal family's martial prowess. Upon hearing this, the members of the demonic sect fell silent, stunned. Aside from a few protectors who were already aware of these details, the rest wore expressions of shock. Though they had claimed 220 cities, their strength was vastly inferior. The Great Wu Dynasty alone had over 1,000 Great Luo city lords, while their demonic sect had but one, Zhou Qiong himself. The strongest among them was merely the Grand Commander, at the 8th layer of true martial. The martial Tiger King slapped his forehead, appearing somewhat dazed as he inquired. How powerful is the royal family's strength? Tian Yi responded nonchalantly. Without counting the Great Luo realm, there are dozens in the half-saint realm within the royal family. Including some worshippers, the number likely exceeds 100. With the Emperor of Wu himself being a figure at the pinnacle of half-saint, the crowd listened. A profound tranquility enveloped their hearts. The pride born from the chaos of unification swiftly faded into silence, only to be reignited by a fierce determination. What did the might of the Great Wu Dynasty matter? When their demonic sect first ascended, even the most formidable leader was merely at the ancient realm, with few reaching the profound realm. Yet, in just over a decade, the leader had ascended to the heights of the Great Luo, showcasing unfathomable battle prowess, while the rest had also achieved the pinnacle of true martial. Given another decade, if not a century or a millennium, under the omnipotent leader's guidance, their sect's power would undoubtedly surge once more, eventually surpassing the Great Wu Dynasty. Enlightened by this realization, the crowd gazed at Zhou Qiong with fierce resolve. Even if Zhou Qiong were to command an immediate assault on the Great Wu Dynasty, they would not oppose it. Zhou Qiong smiled. Good. As long as there is fighting spirit, fear not the strength of others. Our demonic sect is continuously growing stronger. I am eager to see where the pinnacle of this upper realm truly lies. Are you willing to accompany me on this journey? Lian Sheng vowed to follow the leader to the peak, and the Demon Tiger King echoed the sentiment, pledging to stand by the leader's side as they ascended to greatness. The high-ranking members of the sect, even the recently allied outer sect guardians, were swept away by Zhou Qiong's charisma. With such a leader, it would be nearly impossible for the demonic sect not to flourish rapidly. Very well, our sect currently faces a shortage of talent. In half a month, we shall host a martial arts tournament. Everyone in the chaotic lands is welcome to participate. The first 10,000 will earn the right to join our sect, the top 100 will be bestowed positions as stewards, and the top 3 will receive a day of training in the Sacred Blood Hall, Zhou Qiong declared solemnly. Understood. After the assembly, the members of the demonic sect departed the Grand Hall, leaving only Lian Sheng still by Zhou Qiong's side. Do you feel confident in your breakthrough? Zhou Qiong inquired softly. Lian Sheng bowed slightly, explaining that he still had some Shura blood from the last absorption in the cavern that had yet to be fully digested. After the last entry into the sacred blood hall, it had been ignited, and he believed that after another month of seclusion, he could achieve a breakthrough. Very well, if you require it, you may enter the sacred blood hall for another day of training. Thank you, leader. At this moment, the entire chaotic land was abuzz with the news released by the demonic sect. They were to hold a tournament, and the first 10,000 participants would gain entry into the sect, instantly becoming elite disciples. The top 100 would secure steward positions, while the top 3 would be rewarded with a day in the sacred blood hall, a prospect beyond their wildest dreams. In a grand estate, a young man was diligently practicing his sword techniques, exuding an aura of fierce energy. Beside him stood a striking young woman, who gently urged, "Brother, stop practicing for now. Don't wear yourself out. Take a break." Upon hearing her voice, the young man ceased his movements, dispelled his fierce aura, and smiled at her. "How could I tire? I have just broken through to the ancient realm. Are you truly going to participate in the demonic sect's tournament? Is it not dangerous? Rest assured, no one can harm me. This time, I will secure a spot as an elite disciple, and then let us see who dares to bully us." In a vast mansion within a city, an assembly of elders, each exuding a formidable presence, convened. At the center stood a middle-aged man, the youngest in appearance yet radiating the strongest aura, possibly on the verge of breaking into the true martial realm. The leading elder spoke solemnly. "It is decided. With Zhong-Er participating in the demonic sect's tournament, he must secure a steward position. Regardless of which city he is assigned to, our family will relocate there. This matter is crucial for our family's future. It all rests upon you, Zhong-Er. Do not worry, father. I will not disappoint your expectations." Such scenes played out repeatedly across the chaotic lands, with even some hidden families and individuals emerging. Some vying for steward positions, others drawn by the allure of the mysterious sacred blood hall in Black King City. A massive square was constructed specifically for the tournament, situated closest to the Tianma Peak. In the days leading up to the tournament, Black King City buzzed with activity, nearly bursting at the seams with visitors, and the prices of accommodations soared. Few came to compete in the tournament due to the demonic sect's requirement that participants must exceed the 9th level of the profound realm, eliminating a substantial number of contenders. However, this did not deter the throngs eager to witness the spectacle. Such a grand tournament was a rarity, likely not to be seen again for millennia, and more people flocked to Black King City, filling every inn to capacity. Yet, this was of little concern to the cultivators, many of whom were content to sleep on the ground or even sit cross-legged at the roadside, unwilling to miss this grand event. Chapter 69, Tournament of Champions. A million gathered within an inn in Black King City. A crowd of patrons filled the space, engaged in animated discussions. "Have you heard? The infamous Wanma show by Wu Dao has arrived. He is a ruthless figure. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, he annihilated a prominent family, leaving not a single survivor. And the Shura-finger Wan Kuei is here too. I heard he recently broke through to the true martial realm. Who would have thought he would participate in the tournament?" Names of increasingly notable figures emerged from the crowd, each having once been a prominent character in the chaotic lands, now drawn out by the prospect of the tournament. "Do you wish to know why such masters have come?" A man resembling an innkeeper approached and whispered. "Why? Speak quickly." The crowd's interest was piqued, and they clamored for answers. With a slight smile, the innkeeper replied, "Our establishment has recently acquired a new spirit wine. Would you care to sample it? Though, I must warn you, it comes at a premium. Quit stalling. Here's a high-quality energy stone. Will this suffice for your wine? Now, spill the information." A burly man impatiently tossed an energy stone towards the innkeeper. Unfazed, the innkeeper pocketed the stone and said softly, "You are all aware that the top 3 rewards not only include steward positions, but also an opportunity to train in the sacred blood hall. Correct? Of course. The demonic sect issued a notification about that." The man retorted, visibly irritated. "Do you know what the sacred blood hall is? It is the sacred training ground of the demonic sect. You must know the current high-ranking members of the sect. They have all trained there. Just look at those who are now formidable masters in the true martial realm. It is said that just one day in the sacred blood hall can lead to breakthroughs of 5 or 6 levels, even shattering barriers between the ancient and true martial realms." "What? Is that true?" the burly man asked, astonished. It should be I once saw the demon tiger king from a distance. He was merely at the 7th level of the ancient realm. Yet days later, he had already reached the 4th level of true martial. I initially thought he had been hiding his strength. A young man chimed in. The burly man beamed with excitement. He had only intended to observe the event, but was now captivated by the allure of the sacred blood hall. He resolved to join the demonic sect and aimed to secure a top 3 position. As time passed, the day of the tournament approached. A throng of people surged towards the arena, where members of the demonic sect were already maintaining order. 5 chairs adorned the stage, with 1 centrally located and 2 on each side, while below, no fewer than 500 arenas awaited competitors. The participants had gathered around the arena, numbering well over 1 million. Engaging in fervent discussions. The demonic sect is indeed impressive. Even their order-maintaining disciples are above the 9th level of the profound realm, with many at the ancient realm. Indeed, those at the ancient realm could establish their own factions outside. Yet here they are merely maintaining order. Look, there are 5 chairs above. I wonder if our esteemed leader will grace us with his presence. What are you dreaming about? It would be a blessing if the Grand Overseer Lien Sheng attends. The chatter continued to rise as the tournament drew nearer. Across the square, in a 5-story tavern, windows opened wide, providing a clear view of the arena without the need to crowd the square. This prime location had attracted much interest, ultimately being purchased by a mysterious figure for 10,000 high-quality energy stones, much to the delight of the innkeeper, who was nearly beside himself. After all, the entire tavern was not worth that much energy. At the window of the private room stood 2 young women, one clad in green, with delicate features, and the other round-faced and charming, accompanied by several guards. "Miss, what is there to see in this remote place? There isn't even a great luau among them," the round-faced girl remarked softly. "Regardless, it's better than being bored. Watching the tournament should be enjoyable enough." The woman addressed as Miss spoke in a hushed tone. At that moment, a figure swiftly emerged above the square, exuding an overwhelming aura, and rapidly ascended to the 2nd seat on the left of the arena. It was none other than the Demon Monkey King. With his arrival, 3 more powerful presences surged forth, and 3 figures promptly took their places on the remaining seats of the arena. The members of the demon sect below bowed deeply, calling out in unison, "We pay our respects to White Protector, Wood Protector, Lord Wan, and the Demon Monkey King." The competitors below also hurriedly acknowledged the 4, whispering amongst themselves, "Indeed, the demon sect is formidable. I sense that this White Protector has at least reached the 8th layer of true martial." One remarked, "Yes, even the weakest, the Demon Monkey King, possesses the strength of the 6th layer of true martial." It's important to note that there are as many as 12 individuals of his caliber within the demon sect. A round-faced girl from the tavern scoffed, "These 4 are merely at the true martial realm, yet they carry themselves as if they were semi-saints." The leading girl replied softly, however, with their level of cultivation in such a chaotic land, they do hold a position of dominance. Yet the disdain at the corner of her mouth betrayed her own contempt. At this moment, only the central seat of the 5 on the arena remained vacant. Suddenly, a figure clad in a red robe appeared in the middle seat, unleashing an imposing aura that bore down upon all present. The atmosphere surged like a flood, unstoppable and overwhelming, a suffocating bloodthirst enveloping everyone. The million participants in the square found themselves subdued by the sheer might of this individual, too intimidated to raise their heads. Is this the leader of the demon sect? A being of great luo cultivation. Swift and imposing, truly a person of significance, murmured the girl in green attire from a private room. Before she could continue, the members of the demon sect below bowed and proclaimed loudly, "We pay our respects to the Grand Overseer." Even those seated, including the White Protector and others, rose to bow before slowly retaking their seats. Upon hearing this, the girl in green realized her mistake and smiled awkwardly, muttering, "Not bad, not bad." Yet, she couldn't help but feel intrigued by the leader of the demon sect. For someone capable of commanding such respect from Lianxing must surely be extraordinary. Thank you to 259888937 for the urging talisman and 607392442B914403644 for the invitation to climb the mountain. I also express my gratitude to the other esteemed figures for their support. Chapter 70. The leader's edict, miss. Since the demon sect dares to bear this name, could it possibly be? The round-faced girl inquired curiously. Impossible. Such figures are beyond the reach of this small chaotic realm. It is merely ignorance, the girl in green scoffed. Miss, I noticed that the arenas are newly constructed and of average material. Do you think they might collapse during the competition? The girl in green frowned upon hearing this, pondering what the demon sect was up to. Why not invest more time in constructing better arenas? If they were concerned about costs, they could have built fewer, as there was no need for such shoddy craftsmanship. If they were to collapse, it would indeed be a great embarrassment. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of people in the square gazed fervently at Lianqing. Convinced that the power he had just exhibited was that of the great Luo realm. It had been millennia since anyone in the chaotic realm, apart from Zhou Qiong, had achieved such a breakthrough. The tales of the demon sect had already spread far and wide. They had only recently ascended from the lower realms a decade ago. At that time, even Lianqing was merely at the profound realm, and now he was at the great Luo realm. Surely, once they joined the demon sect, their own powers would soar. On the arena, Lianqing, adorned in red robes, stood and produced a piece of parchment, declaring aloud, "This is the leader's edict. The martial arts competition here will span 3 days, and the arenas shall be indestructible and impervious to damage." With that, he gently tossed the parchment into the air. It swiftly radiated light, and an indescribable essence enveloped all the arenas, before the parchment gradually shrank back into Lianqing's hand. The multitude of competitors in the square wore puzzled expressions, wondering what Lianqing had just done by tossing a piece of writing and declaring that the arenas would remain undamaged. Without further explanation, Lianqing struck one of the arenas with a palm, producing a thunderous sound, yet the arena remained intact. Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even the disciples of the demon sect were taken aback. Fully aware of the subpar quality of the arenas they had constructed, it was a miracle that they could withstand a fight at the ancient realm level. Yet now, due to the leader's words, even the great Luo realm could not damage them. Silently, they mused that the leader had indeed grown formidable and omnipotent, their admiration for Zhou Qiong intensifying. The participants, having recovered from their shock, now held the legendary leader in even greater reverence. Meanwhile, in the private room, the girl in green had not closed her mouth since Lianqing had tossed the parchment. The more she learned, the more she realized just how remarkable that parchment was. One single edict had the power to alter the very laws of a place. Though limited to 3 days, it was still astonishing. Perhaps even her father's decree could not wield such profound effects. Curiosity piqued, the girl gazed towards the direction of Tianma Peak, clapping her hands slowly as she said, "Let us go meet that demon sect figure, Zhou Qiong. I wish to see just how formidable he truly is." As they were about to exit the private room, a gentle tremor resounded from the arms of a nearby guard. The guard immediately bowed to the girl in green, stating, "Miss, the sovereign has summoned you. We must return to the kingdom without delay." The girl in green frowned slightly, nodded, and vanished with her escort into the tavern. On the arena square, Lianqing proclaimed in a deep voice, "The martial arts competition of the demon sect is officially underway. Life and death are inconsequential." Those below nodded in agreement, as various external protectors of the sect appeared at the edges of the arena to serve as judges. Having witnessed the miraculous event earlier, all the competitors became fervent. To secure a place in the demon sect, they would not concede defeat until the final moment. In an instant, the arena was rife with chaos, countless injuries and fatalities occurring, with some competitors withdrawing in fear, while others grew even more frenzied. This was precisely what the demon sect desired. They were not a righteous sect that adhered to moderation. They sought the ruthless. The more merciless, the better. Outside, the martial arts competition continued unabated. While Zhou Qiong had already departed from Tianma Peak. At the entrance of the Great Wu Dynasty's imperial city, Zhou Qiong gazed up at the enormous golden dragon soaring through the sky. A contemplative smile gracing his lips. Behind him, the demon tiger king chuckled, "Leader, this Great Wu Dynasty is impressive. Even the guards at the city gate are of the ancient realm. Indeed, thus we must proceed with caution. Let us first pay a visit to our old friend. Within the imperial city, a grand mansion loomed beside the palace, occupying a vast expanse of land. It appeared nearly as large as the palace itself. At the entrance of the mansion stood 2 rows of guards, each radiating martial intent, confirming that each was a master of the true martial realm. The mere presence of true martial guards at the door indicated the mansion's immense power. Above the entrance, 3 bold characters read Wu Wang Fu, their imposing script intimidating to behold. At that moment, 2 figures approached, one clad in a demon-dragon battle robe, the other a bald man in black robes. The leader of the guards scrutinized the 2, furrowing his brow. They were clearly not individuals of righteous character. It was known that within the Great Wu dynasty, both the royal family and the martial families adhered to the path of righteousness. The royal family itself followed a path of honor, making it rare for figures of the demonic path to appear openly in the imperial city. The guard leader stepped forward, addressing the 2 with a stern inquiry. Do demonic figures dare to approach Wu Wang Fu? Are you seeking death? How dare you speak to our leader in such a manner? You are courting death, the demon tiger king bellowed, holding steadfast in his belief that no one should disrespect the leader, regardless of their strength. Upon hearing this, the guard leader's fury ignited. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him so. Ever since he became the chief guard of Wu Wang Fu, everyone had greeted him with smiles. Even the semi-saint from the Situ family had treated him with respect. His hand reached for his sword, but before he could draw it, the man in the demon-dragon robe cast a glance at him. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his body, and the surrounding space shifted instantaneously. It was as if he had stepped into a colossal battlefield, where an ancient demon god was engaged in a fierce battle with humans. The ground was strewn with corpses and remnants, and blood flowed like a great river, with countless malevolent energies surging towards him, making it nearly impossible to evade their grasp. Outside, the other guards observed their leader with curiosity, wondering why he had come to inquire about something only to suddenly stand motionless. Why are his legs beginning to tremble? Is that water trickling from his trousers? It cannot be. Gratitude abounds for everyone's support. Tomato has launched a gift event for the King S Championship. Those who make the rankings can enhance the book's visibility and recommendations. Readers are encouraged to support Xiaobai as per their own circumstances, and it seems they can also earn titles. Without further ado, heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed readers for their support. Xiaobai shall strive to update diligently. The author has something to convey. Here is the 3rd update. Tonight, there is a company dinner, and I shall endeavor to leave early to ensure updates. Many thanks for the support from all the esteemed readers. Chapter 71. The Great Martial Emperor City, the Zhou residence. The crowd quickly noticed something amiss with the guard captain and hurriedly surrounded Zhou Qiong and his companion. The guard captain suddenly collapsed to the ground, his gaze gradually clearing, filled with dread as he looked towards Zhou Qiong. The recent vision had left him with a profound psychological scar. Unbeknownst to him, his foundational path had just been shattered by Zhou Qiong, and no matter how he trained henceforth, he would never break through to the great Luo level, and the risk of succumbing to madness during cultivation was ever present. Zhou, why have you come? A robust man emerged from the martial king's estate, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing Zhou Qiong. It was none other than Ada, who had once trailed behind Li Gu and Li Wanner. I came to see young Master Li, but I no longer wish to, Zhou Qiong replied coldly, turning away with the demon tiger king. The guards, overwhelmed by Zhou Qiong's imposing aura, dared not obstruct him, regardless of Ada's futile calls from behind. Seeing the situation, Ada hurriedly dashed into the martial king's estate. Within a vast courtyard of the estate, Li Wanner, adorned in elegant attire, sat with a furrowed brow. Utterly unfazed by Li Ji's antics across from her, she turned to Li Gu and softly inquired, Li Gu, how have your inquiries fared? Sister, that Zhao Wuji truly cannot change his ways. He has recently been indulging in idleness instead of diligently cultivating. Just the other day, he even went to. Li Ji's voice dwindled as he spoke. Where did he go? Li Wanner questioned, her anger evident, for she had an inkling of the answer but found it hard to believe. To the Tinglang Pavilion, Li Gu sighed. Although the name sounded pleasant, it was merely an elegant moniker for a brothel. How dare he? Is he not aware that his wedding is mere months away? Li Wanner exclaimed, her expression one of exasperation and disappointment. The Zhao Wuji they spoke of was the sole son of the northern king of the great martial dynasty, often epitomized as the classic tale of a hero's son turned wastrel. The northern king had fought alongside the martial emperor and the martial king to establish their dominion, and the trio was once hailed as the three heroes of the Great Wu. After the dynasty's founding, he was granted the title of Northern King, boasting a cultivation level that reached the 9th layer of semi-saint, making him one of the strongest individuals in the Great Wu. Rivaling even the martial king himself, the Northern King had 3 sons, but the first 2 perished before reaching adulthood, leaving only the youngest, Zhao Wuji, to survive. Yet he lacked any martial talent and had only barely managed to cultivate to the ancient realm thanks to the Northern King's resources. Moreover, he was infatuated with carnal pleasures, indulging in debauchery, and was bound by an even more vexing engagement to the daughter of the martial king, Li Wan'er, known as the most beautiful woman in the Great Wu. She had been promised to Zhao Wuji since childhood, a fact that had left her distressed. From the moment she learned of this engagement, she had resisted fervently, but to no avail. Gradually, she recognized that her parents would never consent to her breaking off the engagement, leading her to flee, yet she was inevitably captured and returned. Now resigned to her fate, she had heard that Zhao Wuji had suddenly changed his ways a year prior, no longer indulging in vice, but instead devoting himself to arduous training. While many doubted his potential for significant achievement, Li Wan'er found solace in this development. Yet, as the wedding date loomed, she was dismayed to discover that he had reverted to his former ways. Did he not realize the gravity of his actions? Was he so indifferent to her feelings? Outside, Ade gently knocked on the door and whispered a few words to Li Gu, who then turned and left the courtyard with him. Once outside, Li Gu asked in a hushed tone, "What is the status of the matter I tasked you with? Why have I received no updates?" Ade's expression faltered slightly as he replied, "Young master, I sought out the malevolent figures, all of whom possess the cultivation of the great Luo. However, after 3 days, I have yet to receive any word from them. They likely failed in their endeavors. But rest assured, the Northern King's estate won't trace this back to us. Useless. You cannot even handle a mere ancient realm cultivator. What use are you to me?" Li Gu snapped, his face darkened. Then, as if struck by a thought, he commanded, "Go and investigate where Zhou Qiong is staying." Ade promptly complied and hurried away. At that moment, Zhou Qiong stood before the entrance of a courtyard within the city, where the inscription Zhou Residence adorned the entrance. As the gate swung open, a man clad in a black robe and mask emerged, bowing respectfully. Subordinate D. San pays his respects to the master. Zhou Qiong strode into the courtyard. He had come to the great martial dynasty well prepared, having dispatched 4 divisions 6 months prior to establish a presence, with this courtyard being one of the acquisitions. Even opening an inn to gather intelligence. Upon entering the main hall of the courtyard, Zhou Qiong took his seat and inquired solemnly, "What is the situation within the imperial city?" Reporting to the master. The dynamics within the imperial city are quite intricate. Firstly, the most powerful faction is the Li family of the royal lineage, currently divided into 2 branches, one aligned with the emperor and the other with the martial king's estate. Additionally, there are the Northern King, the Great Wu Academy, the Jixia Academy, and other factions, all boasting experts above the 9th layer of semi-saint, alongside several smaller powers. Zhou Qiong furrowed his brow, realizing that it would require considerable effort to seize control of the great martial dynasty. Currently, we are establishing various branches of the demon sect in the great martial dynasty as per the master's instructions. Our leaders have also assassinated several city lords, inciting some unrest. However, it appears another faction is also stirring the waters, engaging in assassinations of city lords. Our leaders are investigating but have only determined that this faction seems to be called the Blood Lotus sect. Is there any other crucial news? Zhou Qiong asked, his tone grave. Master, there is one more matter. 3 days ago, our leader of the Xian division inadvertently uncovered an assassination attempt targeting the Northern King's son, Zhao Wuji. However, the so-called wastrel Zhao Wuji unexpectedly unleashed his cultivation at the Great Luo level. Turning the tables and slaying the assassins, he proceeded to report various aspects of Zhao Wuji's background. Zhou Qiong waved his hand, signaling D. San to withdraw. As he sat there, Zhou Qiong mused, the son of the king, born a wastrel, indulging in vice, The fiancé wishes to break the engagement, then suddenly erupts after a year of silence. This is yet another archetype of a protagonist. Indeed, in this vast world, those who embody the protagonist's template are plentiful. Yet they often obstruct their own paths. System: has the lottery section been upgraded? Host: the upgrade has been completed, and you now possess a premium lottery template. Chapter 72. The emergence of the demon guards. Invited to the Sky Tower system. Initiate the premium lottery draws. Ding. Initiating premium lottery exchange. 2 premium draws have been exchanged. Commencing lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the demon guard package. Before Zhou Qiong could fully comprehend the situation, 11 figures clad in dark armor suddenly appeared before him, kneeling in unison. We have come to pay our respects to the master. Zhou Qiong opened the description and found the following. Demon guards. They are the personal guard of the host. Bound to the host. Should the host perish, they too shall meet the same fate. Their initial cultivation level is at the 1st layer of semi-saint, with the leader at the 5th layer of semi-saint. Zhou Qiong regarded the leader of the demon guards and inquired solemnly, "Do you possess names?" "We have none, and humbly request the master to bestow names upon us." "Very well, from today onwards, you shall be known as Imo Wu Dao. And the others shall be named sequentially from Imo E to Imo Shi. Thank you, master, for bestowing names upon us." The 11 stood and exclaimed in unison. Zhou Qiong felt a sense of relief. He had been concerned about the lack of high-level combat power within the demon sect, yet here were 11 formidable guards. While they might not be able to conquer the great martial dynasty outright, they certainly bolstered Zhou Qiong's confidence significantly. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the elixir package. Rewards are being dispatched. Suddenly, 3 elixirs appeared before Zhou Qiong, each labeled respectively as Tongtian Dan, Wuhuan Dan, and Shixin Dan. The Tongtian Dan was intended to enhance one's cultivation, capable of raising Zhou Qiong's level by 1 or 2 tiers at most, while the Wuhuan Dan was designed to augment spiritual power. This assortment of elixirs held little allure for Zhou Qiong. He would much prefer to summon another squad of magic guards. Of course, this was merely a fanciful notion, as luck could not be expected to remain in his favor indefinitely. After all, he was not the protagonist. However, what caught Zhou Qiong's attention was the Shixin Dan, a potion of control that, once consumed, would render the individual utterly subservient to him, even to the extent of self-harm without hesitation, provided that the individual's cultivation did not exceed the 3rd tier of the half-saint level. The advantage of this elixir was that its effects would remain undetected by others. Zhou Qiong solemnly pocketed the Shixin Dan, recognizing its potential significance for his future endeavors. Just as he secured the elixir, a shadow dashed into the room. "Boss, boss! Look what I've brought back for you," exclaimed Dabai, who quickly appeared in the hall, a fruit clutched in its mouth, which it placed into Zhou Qiong's hand while wagging its tail. "This is a rare celestial fruit that can enhance physical strength. Hurry and eat it." Zhou Qiong stared at the fruit emanating a ghastly aura. Feeling utterly speechless, he recognized it as the Tian Shigua, known to indeed augment physical prowess, yet it only grew on the corpses of the strong. "Whose ancestral grave did you dig up this time?" Zhou Qiong scoffed. "It's easy. There were no living souls inside, so no one would chase after me for taking it." "What's the hassle?" replied Dabai, grinning widely. "It possessed an innate ability to break through formations, impervious to both physical and magical assaults, making it an adept grave robber." Zhou Qiong had long lost count of how many graves Dabai had excavated over the years. He tossed the fruit back to Dabai, unable to bring himself to consume it, not out of a fear of fruits growing on corpses, but because, if he recalled correctly, Dabai had regurgitated it, and it felt slimy to the touch. "Don't ask. Just know it's due." Regardless, Zhou Qiong found it impossible to stomach. "Next time you bring something for me, put it in a box instead of your mouth, understand?" Zhou Qiong kicked Dabai in frustration. Dabai rolled its eyes in exasperation and lay at Zhou Qiong's feet, choosing not to respond. Why discourage a dog's enthusiasm? It's just a bit of drool. Wipe it off. What's the fuss? A knock echoed from outside, and the magic Tiger King entered, looking around in astonishment at the numerous magic guards in the room. Perplexed as to when so many had gathered in the hall, he then bowed to Zhou Qiong, saying, "Leader, the Prince of Martial Kings has sent an invitation. requesting your presence at the Sky Tower for a feast. Claiming it is to welcome you, understood. Inform him that I shall attend, Zhou Qiong replied in a deep voice. He then gestured towards the 11 magic guards, stating, these individuals are my newly recruited guard team. The Magic Tiger King nodded, acknowledging Zhou Qiong's extraordinary capabilities. It was no surprise that he had acquired 11 formidable guards. He would not be astonished if the martial emperor himself declared allegiance to the magic sect the very next day. The Sky Tower was the largest tavern in the entire imperial city, where a single meal could cost as much as a common person's annual cultivation expenses. Only high-ranking individuals from the great martial empire dined within its walls. At that moment, the door to the Sky Tower's premier private room swung open. It was known that securing a meal in this room required not only energy stones, but also a considerable status. Many guests below curiously gazed at the room, inquiring with the steward as to who was dining there. The steward, however, dared not divulge too much, offering only vague responses. About half an hour later, a man adorned in a dragon-embroidered robe entered, causing the crowd to collectively gasp in realization. It was the Prince of Martial Kings. Given his status, it was entirely normal for him to occupy this room for a year without anyone daring to question it. The guests rose in unison to greet the prince, who casually acknowledged them with a nod. Once the prince entered the private room, the guests began to whisper among themselves, speculating about whom the prince had invited. Given that the room had been reserved for the highest-ranking guests, what does this mean? Can't you see the prince has arrived, yet the guest has yet to show? It must be an extraordinary figure. They murmured. Given the prince's status, who could possibly be more powerful than him? Was it perhaps a royal prince? However, the prince would not need to wait if he had invited one. The discussions grew increasingly animated as time passed and the guest did not appear, leaving the attendees more curious about the identity of the individual who could make the prince wait without incurring his wrath. Many guests even finished their meals, lingering on to catch a glimpse of this mysterious figure. After another half hour, two dark figures accompanied by a black dog entered. The forefront was a man clad in a demonic dragon battle robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of dark energy, akin to a peerless demon god. Following closely was a man in armor, dressed as a guard. The trio, led by the steward, slowly made their way into the private room, and as the door closed, an audible gasp swept through the gathering. Those dining within were not ordinary individuals. They possessed extensive experience. The man in the demonic dragon robe was inscrutable, shrouded in an aura that hindered their ability to gauge his cultivation. However, the armored figure trailing behind was unmistakably a half-saint, and certainly above the fourth tier. While the great martial empire boasted hundreds of half-saints, the majority were merely at the first tier, with those above the fourth tier numbering fewer than 100. The distribution of half-saints across the empire was sparse, with a greater concentration found in the imperial city. Even within the city, a first-tier half-saint was a top-tier figure, often an ancestral elder or the head of a sect. Those above the fourth tier were beings capable of suppressing all, deserving of titles such as Marquis should they join the royal family. Yet, what they witnessed was astounding. A man of such formidable prowess, dressed as a guard, standing behind another. What kind of strength or influence must the one he served possess? Could he hail from a power greater than the great martial empire? Outside the private room, all the guests were left agape, some hastily departing to relay the news to their families, while others remained in the tavern, eager to observe the unfolding spectacle of the Prince of Martial Kings hosting a meal for a mysterious powerhouse from the dark arts. This was indeed a significant event. Inside the private room, Li Gu gazed at the two figures and the dog, his mouth agape. With his discerning eye, he could ascertain the cultivation of a Mo Wu Dao, yet Zhou Qiong's level eluded him. After all, he was the Prince of Martial Kings. He quickly regained his composure and approached Zhou Qiong, exclaiming, "It is truly a great honor to have you here, Leader Zhou. I am forever indebted to you for your life-saving assistance last time. My sister often inquires about you, expressing a desire to find a chance to repay your kindness." With that, he hurriedly invited Zhou Qiong and his companion to sit, urging the steward to serve the dishes promptly. Zhou Qiong took a seat, while Mo Wu Dao stood behind him, maintaining a vigilant silence. Clearly trained as a professional guard, Li Gu felt a surge of anxiety. He had initially presumed the relationship was one of friends, or at least of equal standing. However, the current situation indicated that Mo Wudao was evidently just a guard, one who had undergone professional training. Yet, that was a half-saint. Who could train a half-saint to serve as a guard? Could it be that this individual was not an ordinary person? Perhaps the tales of him ascending from the lower realms were mere fabrications. Zhou Qiong might actually belong to an ancient family or a major holy site, currently out in the world for training. The more Li Gu thought about it, the more convinced he became. He showered Zhou Qiong with enthusiasm. Yet Zhou Qiong remained aloof, offering only terse replies. Li Gu frequently mentioned his sister, hinting at her desire to repay Zhou Qiong's kindness and lamenting her misfortune in being betrothed to the incapable Zhao Wujie. Zhou Qiong discerned Li Gu's intentions. He was attempting to incite conflict between Zhou Qiong and Zhao Wujie, hoping to provoke Zhou Qiong into action. It seemed that Li Gu was quite protective of his sister, likely orchestrating the assassination attempt against Zhao Wujie previously. However, he was destined to fail. Against a protagonist like Zhao Wujie, ordinary individuals would merely serve as stepping stones, unable to inflict damage and only serving to bolster Zhao Wujie's development. It has been quite a while since I last saw your sister. Perhaps we should go out together one day, Zhou Qiong teased. Eyeing Li Gu with a smirk, Li Gu looked utterly bewildered, wondering how their conversation had turned to his sister. You can't be serious about my sister, can you? She would never be interested in you. Otherwise, my father would surely have me killed. Before Li Gu could formulate a suitable rejection, a boisterous voice rang out from outside. I don't care who's inside. I demand this room. Get the people inside to leave now. Li Ji's expression darkened instantaneously as he gazed at Zhou Qiong. His tone somber as he said, I apologize, Sect Master Zhou. I must step out to address a matter. I shall return shortly. With that, Li Gu exited the private room. Zhou Qiong, however, furrowed his brows. Although Li Ji's demeanor was grim, he discerned a hint of concealed amusement. It was evident that the arrival of his counterpart did not evoke anger but rather elation. Then, as if struck by a thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Under the bewildered gaze of Dabai, he extended 3 fingers and softly uttered, 3, 2, 1. Bang. Just as Zhou Qiong reached one, the door of the private room shattered, and a figure tumbled to Zhou Qiong's side. It was none other than Li Gu. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Several individuals entered from outside, led by a man clad in a python robe, his face brimming with arrogance. A few guards followed him, one of whom stared at his hand in utter confusion. The man in the python robe laughed heartily. Big brother, your recent cultivation seems lacking. My guard dispatched you with but a single move. He then turned to Zhou Qiong, pointing at him and proclaiming, You must be the guest invited by Li Gu. I am Zhao Wujie, the heir of the Northern King. Here, take this and relocate your dining arrangements. This place is under my reservation. He tossed a piece of energy stone at Zhou Qiong, his expression exuding arrogance, as if to say that his offering was an act of kindness deserving of gratitude. Outside, guests began to murmur, Indeed, the heir of the Northern King is as arrogant as the legends suggest. He dares to strike the heir of the martial king. True, but that individual from the demonic path is in for a rough time. If he departs quietly, he may fare well, but if he dares to resist, it could spell disaster. Not necessarily. Do you forget that he has a half-saint protector? And what of it? Can he rival the Northern King? That man is infamous for his protective nature. Over the years, who has dared to provoke Zhao Wujie? Zhou Qiong, however, found amusement in the situation. He was indeed correct in his assumption that Li Gu had employed such a foolish tactic to invite him to dinner. Subsequently drawing Zhao Wujie into the fray, he knew Zhao Wujie's temperament would surely offend him, and his own nature would not allow for leniency. Dispatching Zhao Wujie might be the most favorable outcome. Li Gu raised his head to look at Zhou Qiong, his greatest fear being that Zhou Qiong might suddenly waver, rendering his plans futile and his earlier beating in vain. Zhou Qiong did not disappoint him. He turned to Zhao Wujie, his voice low and commanding, Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Mo Wudao, cripple his arm. As Zhou Qiong's words fell, Mo Wudao surged forth, arriving at Zhao Wujie's side and forcefully wrenching his left arm from its socket. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Zhao Wujie as he clutched the stump, his face contorted with agony. yet beneath the surface, a strange calmness lurked in his eyes, as if he felt no pain at all. The onlookers were struck with terror, gazing at Zhou Qiong in disbelief. Was he mad? How could he dare to cripple Zhao Wuji's arm? Did he not fear the retribution of the Northern King? Indeed, those from the demonic path are lunatics, acting without regard for consequences, only focused on the immediate. From now on, one should keep a wide berth from such individuals. Suddenly, a formidable voice rang out from the sky. Bold! Who dares to harm the heir of the Northern King? An elderly figure swiftly appeared beside Zhao Wuji, glaring angrily at Zhou Qiong and his companion. Zhou Qiong sighed and said languidly, as expected, "Once the young are struck, the old will appear. Mo Wudao. Go and eliminate him." Chapter 74. Kneel properly. Mo Wudao charged at the elder, and the two ascended into the sky to engage in battle. A throng of spectators gathered below, their eyes riveted to the aerial conflict. Isn't that the steward of the Northern King? Why is he fighting? Indeed, he is a formidable half-saint of the 5th tier. Who would dare to provoke him? Who is his opponent that seems to hold their own? You're unaware. Zhao Wuji encountered a conflict and was directly disarmed. The steward has come forth, yet it seems his opponent is equally powerful. I doubt the steward can subdue this individual. The crowd nodded in agreement, particularly upon hearing of Zhao Wuji's disarmament, a smirk surfacing on their faces. His past misdeeds had rendered him highly unpopular. And at last, a fierce individual had risen to teach him a lesson. It was a case of divine justice. Yet, the looming threat of the Northern King's retribution was undeniable, and it seemed likely that this individual would not see the dawn. As the onlookers grew in number, even half-saint-level figures began to appear, for confrontations between 5th-tier half-saints were a rarity. Eye in the skies, Mo Wudao manifested a blood-red spear, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust enveloping the elder, who wielded a long knife in futile resistance. Dragon of the demonic spear, Mo Wudao roared, thrusting the spear towards the elder, as if an ancient dragon were roaring forth. The surrounding space became constricted, leaving the elder with no option but to endure the oncoming assault. With a thunderous crash, the elder was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he suffered a grievous injury, one that would take centuries to heal. The crowd below gasped, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the might of Mo Wudao. It was common knowledge that this steward was no ordinary man. He had once followed the Northern King into battles, earning accolades that led the emperor to offer him the title of blood-clad marquis, which he declined in favor of serving as the steward of the Northern King's estate. The elder, shocked, gazed at Mo Wudao, a seasoned warrior who had faced countless foes, rarely finding himself bested. How could someone of the same realm so swiftly incapacitate him? What kind of protector had this heir provoked? He had never heard of such formidable demonic figures within the great martial dynasty. Could he be from the Blood Lotus sect? To have even defeated the old steward, this individual was terrifying. When did our great martial dynasty harbor such demonic beings? We have prohibited the cultivation of demonic paths. As Zhao Wuji witnessed the steward's defeat, he shattered a jade pendant in desperation. Zhou Qiong made no effort to stop him. It was unnecessary, for the moment Zhao Wuji broke the pendant, aid had already arrived. Before Zhou Qiong, a vast space materialized, a colossal mountain bearing down upon him, an unfathomable pressure threatening to crush not only him but the very fabric of reality itself. Zhou Qiong scoffed, an overwhelming, bloodthirsty intent emanating from him, cleaving towards the mountain. The mountain shattered under his might, and as reality returned, a voice echoed in Zhou Qiong's ears, "You are formidable." Zhou Qiong smirked, replying, "You are mediocre." Their exchange of wills transpired in an instant. Aside from a few half-saint-level experts who sensed the shift, the rest remained oblivious to the fact that the Northern King had already made an appearance and even clashed with Zhou Qiong, resulting in an indecisive outcome. The steward in the sky seemed to have heard something, nodding slightly before descending beside Zhao Wuji, intent on escorting him away. "I never said you could leave. Do you think it would be that easy?" Zhou Qiong stated coldly. The steward glared at Zhou Qiong, his expression a mixture of fury and resignation. "What do you want? Kneel." Zhou Qiong's voice was icy, and before the steward could react, Zhao Wuji suddenly dropped to his knees before Zhou Qiong with a thud. At that moment, the calmness in Zhao Wuji's eyes vanished, replaced by shock and rage. Despite the steward's earlier defeat, he remained unfazed. But now he found himself utterly helpless, unable to rise even with the use of forbidden techniques that should not exist within this empire. Zhou Qiong stood slowly, casting a cold gaze upon Zhao Wuji as he commanded, "Kneel properly. Do not rise until nightfall." With that, he departed with Imo Wudao and Dabai, the crowd parting to create a path for them. Zhao Wuji, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "No matter who you are, you shall pay dearly for this." Once Zhou Qiong and his companions vanished, the onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves, "What just transpired? How did Zhao Wuji kneel at a mere word? Could it be the golden word technique? That is a divine art exclusive to the royal family, and even they can only wield it on their own territory. Moreover, why hasn't the Northern King intervened? This has tarnished the honor of the Northern King's estate." Hidden experts observing from the shadows regarded Zhou Qiong with astonishment, for they alone knew that the Northern King had already arrived and even exchanged blows with Zhou Qiong. Although the outcome remained unclear, it was evident that Zhou Qiong had not been defeated. Otherwise, he would not have dared to command Zhao Wuji to kneel. Meanwhile, the steward was frantic, yet despite employing every possible means, he could not lift Zhao Wuji from his prostrate position, as if he were affixed in place. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy figure appeared before Zhao Wuji, sighing before departing moments later. Zhao Wuji remained kneeling in the private room until dusk before finally rising to leave. The events of that day swiftly spread throughout the imperial city, with countless versions emerging, while ordinary citizens reveled in the spectacle, quietly cursing Zhao Wuji for his misfortune. The reactions from the various factions, however, were markedly different. Each major power speculated about Zhou Qiong's identity, sending forth countless spies, all cautioning their own disciples to avoid provoking Zhou Qiong at all costs. Otherwise, no one would be able to save them. Did they not see how the heir of the Wang family knelt for an entire afternoon? Even the intervention of the King of the North proved futile. Within the imperial palace, a figure sat upon the dragon throne. Adorned in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, radiating an aura of gold that made it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon him. Beside him, a shadowy figure gradually materialized. "Your Majesty, an incident occurred at the Sky Tower today." The shadow recounted everything that transpired at the Sky Tower. Zhao Tie truly confronted him, yet he was powerless against the other party. A heavy voice emanated from the dragon throne. "Indeed, the King of the North did engage that individual once, but then withdrew." Young Master Zhao knelt at the Sky Tower for an entire afternoon. "Investigate the Blood Lotus sect thoroughly to ascertain any connection with Zhao Tie." "Understood," replied the shadow, who then slowly faded into the darkness. Once the shadow vanished, a cold voice echoed throughout the grand hall. "Zhao Tie, oh Zhao Tie, do not disappoint me. Embrace the union? How splendid! The demonic sect, could it truly be a disciple of that individual?" Chapter 75. The Annihilation Mission. At this moment, within the study of the King of the North's residence, two individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. They were none other than the father and son of the King of the North. "Father, why did you not take action today to subdue that individual? The time is not yet ripe, and I lack absolute certainty in my success." Zhao Wujing's expression darkened as he questioned, "Is his cultivation truly that formidable? I cannot be certain, but he wields a blade whose might is enough to pose a threat to me. Even if I were to subdue him, I would incur injuries, and given the current circumstances, I cannot afford to be wounded. Endure for now. In due time, I shall ensure you deal with him." "Very well, I understand. Father, I shall return to rest for now." Zhao Tie frowned as he watched Zhao Wujing depart. Could it be that he was truly biding his time? Ever since a year ago, his son's sudden change in temperament had alarmed him. He even feared that his son had been possessed. After numerous examinations confirmed that he had not been seized, Zhao Tie finally breathed a sigh of relief, aware that this was his last son, and he did not wish to sever his lineage. However, over the past year, not only had his son's character shifted dramatically, but he had also been clandestinely engaging with other factions, keeping it hidden from him. Although he was uncertain of the nature of these factions, he doubted they belonged to the righteous path. Despite not being overly rigid, He remained loyal to the emperor and his country, unwilling to see his son commit any egregious acts, as Zhao Tie pondered. The steward slowly appeared by his side. My lord, we have uncovered the identity of that individual. He is Zhou Qiong, emerging from the chaotic lands, where he established the demonic sect, now having unified that realm. His cultivation remains unknown, and it was the heir of the martial king who specifically lured Wu Jing there, likely intending to use Zhou Qiong to eliminate young Master Wu Jing. Zhao Tie's expression grew grave. While he did not care about the unification of the chaotic lands, merely a remote region, it was audacious for one to name it a demonic sect. Could this individual truly have connections to that esteemed figure? It seemed unlikely, for the disparity was too vast. However, with such cultivation and protectors, he was certainly no ordinary person, likely a disciple hailing from an ancient family or sacred land. At present, however, the most pressing concern was the stance of the current emperor. He hoped that the martial king's actions were not sanctioned by the royal family. Should they truly wish to harm his only son, he would not hesitate to become disloyal to the throne. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing, having returned to his chamber, wore a terrifyingly dark expression. Ever since he regained his memories a year ago, he had never felt such humiliation as he did today, being compelled to kneel by another. It was utterly intolerable. He vowed to rend Zhou Qiong into 1,000 pieces. A blood-red figure materialized before Zhao Wujing, his cultivation astonishingly reaching the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. The newcomer knelt on one knee, solemnly stating, "My lord, I have confirmed that the individual hails from the chaotic lands, where he has established a demonic sect and serves as its leader." A demonic sect indeed. How audacious. Let us not dwell on that for now. How is the formation progressing? When will it be ready for use? Zhao Wujing's tone was somber. Due to the emergence of this new faction, our plans have been somewhat disrupted, but we will undoubtedly complete them within 3 months. Please rest assured, my lord. Zhao Wujing nodded grimly. The royal family may be investigating you lately. Exercise utmost caution and do not expose yourselves. We shall discuss everything once the plan is complete. Thank you for your concern. My lord, and I shall be vigilant. After speaking, the figure in blood red slowly vanished. Humph, Zhou Qiong. Regardless of whether you are a disciple of a sacred land or a scion of a noble family, once I complete my plans, your doom is sealed, Zhao Wujing growled, his youthful voice betraying an air of ancient sorrow. He was not truly Zhao Wujing but a soul that had taken possession of his body. As for why the king of the north had not detected this, it was because the possession occurred before Zhao Wujing's birth, leaving the original soul entirely unchanged, thus eluding detection. Unfortunately, a minor error had occurred, leading to his memory restoration only last year, in just 1 day's time. The entire Great Wu Empire seemed to ripple with unrest, as this dynasty, which had endured for over 1,000,000 years, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. At the Zhou residence, numerous spies were stationed outside. The events surrounding Zhou Qiong had firmly established the Zhou family's position. Many believed that Zhou Qiong's cultivation was undoubtedly on par with that of the king of the north and the martial king, marking him as an unparalleled master at the peak of the half-saint realm. Had Zhou Qiong not offended the king of the north and been associated with the demonic sect, the doors of the Zhou residence would likely have been trampled by visitors. At this moment, Zhou Qiong pondered over the attributes displayed on the system panel before him. When Zhao Wujing had first appeared in the tavern, the system had abruptly begun its upgrade, which had only just completed. Now, a blood-red mission was pinned at the top of the system's interface, indicating that due to the host's encounter with the second child of destiny, a hidden extermination mission had been initiated. For each child of destiny eliminated, the host would receive a random mysterious gift pack and could extract destiny energy to bestow upon others. Zhou Qiong took some time to grasp the implications, realizing that destiny energy must pertain to the fortuitous fate of these protagonists. With each one he dispatched, he could acquire a portion of this fate to give to others. Whom would he bestow it upon? Certainly his subordinates. The mere thought of having hundreds or even thousands of individuals with protagonist-level luck following him ignited a surge of excitement within Zhou Qiong. How formidable he would become. He wondered if there were truly so many protagonists in this upper realm to eliminate. After the tavern incident, the imperial city fell silent for 2 days, only to swiftly regain its liveliness as the centennial martial exchange between the Jixia Academy and the Great Wu Academy approached. During this time, young talents from both institutions and other prominent families and sects would take the stage. Those who achieved notable rankings in the competition would undoubtedly gain fame and fortune, potentially even being directly invited to serve as sons-in-law for marquis or duke families. In essence, anyone who could stand out in the competition would find themselves on the path to success, making it a shortcut to greatness. Knock, knock, knock. The Demon Tiger King rapped upon the door and called out, "Master, the Great Wu Academy has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at the martial competition." Understood. An invitation to the martial competition was an opportunity not to be missed. Generally, such exchanges would feature individuals of protagonist caliber stepping onto the stage, though it remained uncertain whether Zhao Wujing would participate. What type of protagonist template did he possess? Had he acquired an ancient legacy? Or was he a strong individual who had undergone possession? Or perhaps he was akin to Zhao Li with a wise elder behind him? Gratitude to Prisoner If for the inspiration capsule, and thanks to B299022615. You are no longer here, professional contrarian, and 429211120 for the urging symbols and climbing invitations. Additionally, my gratitude extends to other generous patrons. Author's note. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 76. The half-saint demonic dragon pulls the cart. Zhou Qiong did not dwell on the matter further. Regardless of the protagonist's halo, he must die.as time passed. The day of the martial exchange finally arrived, taking place at the Great Wu Academy. The massive arena of the Great Wu Academy was thronged with spectators. Around the periphery, elegantly robed individuals gathered, observing the proceedings. They were members of various marquis and duke families, eager to identify and seize any promising young talents, for exceptionally gifted individuals were a rarity. As the martial competition start time approached, murmurs filled the air. Have you heard? Young Marquis Zheng has also come to participate. He is a prodigy who has reached the Great Luo realm in less than a century. Indeed, young Master Sun from Jixia Academy and young Master Bai have also arrived, along with several disciples of the Great Wu Academy's headmaster, who have emerged from seclusion. There are even descendants from families that have remained hidden. Yes, this time there are far more experts than a century ago. Our Great Wu Empire is indeed growing stronger. It is a true contest of dragons and tigers. We can only relish the excitement. Sai, do you think Zhao Wujing, as a disciple of the headmaster, will also participate? Him? Just days ago, he offended a significant figure and had an arm rendered useless. Who would dare to show up now? Even if he were uninjured, attending the competition would only invite further humiliation. What? You truly remain oblivious to this matter. Have you not ventured outside lately? The incessant murmurings of those around me grow louder. As I occasionally glance upwards towards the elevated seats reserved for esteemed individuals, such as the Vice Lord of the Grand Martial Academy, the Deputy Master of the Jixia Academy, and the foremost figures of the Great Martial Dynasty. Naturally, these dignitaries will not make their appearance today. The martial competition spans a week, and it is only during the finals that they will grace us with their presence. Suddenly, a boisterous voice erupts from the rear, demanding that everyone make way, for this noble heir has come to compete. A throng of guards forcefully parts the crowd, and Zhao Wuji, adorned in a dragon robe, strides forth, leaping onto one of the arenas. He bellows, "This noble heir shall now defend the stage. Who dares to challenge me?" According to the rules of the martial arena, in the initial days, each participant merely needs to secure 10 victories to emerge triumphant. Before the crowd can fully comprehend the situation, a guard steps onto the stage to challenge him, only to concede defeat immediately. This process repeats with 10 guards, all concluding within a mere minute. Zhao Wuji cackles, proclaiming, "This young master has advanced today. I shall take my leave." With a dismissive wave, he departs alongside his entourage, leaving the onlookers seething with indignation as they watch him retreat. Zhao Wuji's shamelessness knows no bounds. Can he truly employ such tactics? Does he possess no sense of shame? Yet, given his character, such behavior is hardly surprising. One can't help but wonder why that prominent figure did not eliminate him outright on that day. A multitude of voices erupts in curses directed at Zhao Wuji, while his expression darkens as he walks away. He had no intention of participating in the competition. However, he was taken aback to discover that the reward for first place is a gathering source stone. Precisely what he currently requires. After years of silence, it is high time for him to make a resurgence. Otherwise, others might continue to perceive him as a mere wasteful heir. And what of that Li Wanner? His infatuation with her is profound. The preliminary rounds of the martial contest have spanned 6 days, yielding 500 victors, each poised to establish their renown and reap both wealth and beauty. Yet, one notable exception stands out, Zhao Wuji, whose advancement incites both ire and helplessness among the spectators. Today marks the day of the finals, with several viewing seats arranged above the arena for the eminent guests of honor. Presently, 2 or 3 individuals occupy those seats. Behold, there is the Eastern Marquis, a master of the 7th tier of semi-sacred cultivation. Indeed, his aura is remarkable. Next to him sits the first Vice Lord of the Grand Martial Academy, boasting an impressive 8th tier of semi-sacred prowess. Can you guess who occupies the other seats? Who else but the heads of various families and sects? The number of distinguished guests continues to swell. As potential champions make their appearances, including the audacious Zhao Wuji, who now sits leisurely in a chair, surrounded by guards who have cleared the area. At this moment, the Li siblings arrive, taking their place in the audience. Li Wanner casts a dark glare at the relaxed Zhao Wuji, utterly perplexed by the thickness of his skin. As the competition approaches, the chairs above the arena are nearly filled, with only one remaining unoccupied. Prompting murmurs of curiosity among the crowd, "Why, Lord, to whom is this chair reserved?" One elder seated nearby inquires. "I am unaware, Tang's sect master," comes the reply from another. The rest of the spectators slowly shake their heads in agreement. Except for the Vice Lord of the Grand Martial Academy, who seems to possess some inkling of knowledge. Yet he is interrupted as a colossal demonic dragon carriage suddenly descends from the distance. This flying carriage is no ordinary sight. Due to Zhou Qiong's fortuitous luck in the lottery, it has been upgraded. Not only has the carriage's sturdiness significantly increased, but the demonic dragon pulling it has also reached the 1st tier of semi-sacred cultivation. And now 3 dragons are harnessed to draw the carriage. Who is this? To employ semi-sacred dragons for a carriage is truly astounding. Witnessing this spectacle, the Li siblings reveal their astonishment. They recognize the carriage and its occupants. However, they recall that the last time they saw it, only one dragon was present, and it was merely at the true martial level. How could it possibly have transformed into a semi-sacred being? Unless there is another, but that particular dragon clearly has a black dog standing atop its head, which Li Gu recognizes as Zhou Qiong's companion. As the carriage halts above the arena, the door swings open, and 10 guards clad in black armor emerge. Standing on either side, a figure clad in the robes of the demonic sect slowly materializes before the gathered crowd. He exudes an air of domination, resembling a demonic deity, as he ascends to the seats accompanied by 11 guards. The onlookers regard him with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. While they may not recognize him, they are all aware of the recent rumors circulating in the imperial city. This individual is said to be a figure whose strength rivals that of the Northern King. Only the deputy master of the Jixia Academy regards him with disdain, for their academy practices Confucianism and harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the demonic path. Yet, due to Zhou Qiong's formidable power and enigmatic identity, they refrain from making any aggressive moves. Sect Master Zhou, your grandeur is truly remarkable. To have semi-sacred beings as guards, even the dragons pulling your carriage are of semi-sacred caliber, which is genuinely admirable, remarks Tang's sect master in a solemn tone. Zhou Qiong does not respond, merely snorting in acknowledgement. The other individuals seated in the vicinity fall silent, having transitioned from mere speculation to firm conviction that he must belong to an ancient family or a sacred place. Otherwise, who would be willing to employ semi-sacred beings as mere guards? It is likely that the demonic sect is merely a plaything for him. These semi-sacred beings are undoubtedly his true foundation. Chapter 77. The Ascendance of Zhao Wuji. System malfunction. The crowd below is rendered speechless. Am I dreaming? Those 10 guards appear to be of semi-sacred caliber, murmurs a young scion from a minor family. A sharp clap interrupts his contemplation, and he glares at the individual who struck him. What is the meaning of this? The other person, looking at his own hand, replies, It seems to be true. My hand is slightly numb. You have quite the audacity. Is it my fault that your hand is numb? My face is thick, and I take pleasure in it. Am I eating your family's rice? This is nothing short of bullying. The others were expressions of astonishment. 10 semi-sacred guards are not something even royal families can readily produce. It's not that they can't, but rather that they would never squander such talent on mere guards, at the very least. They would be given the title of general. Who is this person? I know. This individual is the renowned figure of the demonic path who just arrived in the imperial city, allegedly named Zhou, and his cultivation strength is said to rival that of the northern king. Goodness, he is indeed a significant figure. I wager he surpasses the northern king, for the latter does not command such formidable guards. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Zhou Qiong upon his arrival, though he quickly conceals it, fully aware that he cannot possibly contend with Zhou Qiong at present. Even employing hidden tactics would be futile. He can only bide his time. At this moment, Zhou Qiong is also observing him. Since the system's upgrade, it is his first encounter with Zhao Wg. In Zhou Qiong's eyes. A golden light radiates from above Zhao Wuji's head. Soaring towards the heavens, the system interface displays Destiny. 153. The aura of destiny is not static. Rather, it fluctuates with time and experiences, though typically, its shifts are not drastic. Furthermore, those blessed with destiny are under the protection of the heavenly path, making them exceedingly difficult to slay. They tend to transform misfortune into fortune and encounter even greater opportunities. Of course, it is not impossible to kill them, but only if there is a significant disparity in strength. However, regardless of who accomplishes the deed, it will impact their own fortune, deepening their misfortune. System, are you jesting with me? If I kill him, my misfortune will deepen? Then what should I do? Host, you can expend the opponent's destiny aura by causing him to experience constant misfortune. Seizing his opportunities, as long as his destiny aura falls below 100, killing him will not provoke the backlash of the heavenly path, nor will it amplify your misfortune. System, are you malfunctioning? Your statements contradict each other. His destiny aura is already below 100. What else can I deprive him of? If he possesses it, killing him will still invite backlash. Whatever I do will be to no avail. Zhou Qiong coldly muses within. Ding! System malfunction detected. Repairing in progress. Ding, dong. Zhou Qiong curses under his breath, wondering if the system is on the brink of collapse, which would indeed be amusing. Meanwhile, the martial competition has commenced, as one of the judges calls out. On Arena 120, Zhao Wuji faces Zhang Tianyi. The crowd buzzes with chatter. Zhao Wuji is in for a rough time. Zhang Tianyi is the direct disciple of the Vice Lord of the Grand Martial Academy and will not show him any mercy. I wonder how he plans to win. Indeed, it is high time he faces elimination. Having such a wasteful heir among us is nothing short of a disgrace to the great martial dynasty. On Arena 120, Zhang Tianyi regards Zhao Wuji with a cold smile. Your Highness, I suggest you concede gracefully. It would be unfortunate if I were to inadvertently injure you. Zhao Wuji remains silent, drawing forth a long sword and slicing through the air. Zhang Tianyi's expression darkens. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a resounding crash, a figure was violently hurled from the arena, landing heavily on the ground outside, blood spilling from their mouth. It was none other than Zhang Tianyi. What? How could this be? Zhao Wuji had triumphed over Zhang Tianyi with a single strike. This was utterly inconceivable. It must be that Zhao Wuji had resorted to some underhanded trick. Brother Zhang is undoubtedly the finest disciple of our academy. Although not the strongest, he could never be defeated by this useless wretch in a single blow. The crowd erupted in cries of disbelief, with some accusing Zhao Wuji of cheating, yet the referee, taken aback, insisted that he had witnessed everything clearly. Zhao Wuji had certainly not cheated. Zhao Wuji is the victor, the referee announced in astonishment. Those seated above, esteemed figures of authority, turned their gazes toward Zhao Wuji. Having been startled by his sudden display of prowess at the great Luo realm, it seemed that the king of the north was indeed a master of strategy, allowing his son to remain hidden for so long. Enduring years of being labeled a waste without protest, perhaps out of fear that the royal family might harm his last remaining son. But why had he allowed Zhao Wuji to reveal his strength now? The crowd appeared to come to a realization, their eyes widening in shock. It was common knowledge that the royal family had always been wary of the military prestige of the King of the North. For years, the king had maintained a low profile, only ever refraining from intervening in matters concerning Zhao Wuji, even allowing his son to masquerade as a fool, all in a show of weakness toward the royal family. Now, with this sudden revelation, there could be only one explanation. The King of the North was no longer afraid of the royal family. He must have broken through to become a peak figure at the half-saint level. Meanwhile, the King of the North was in his residence, sneezing several times, oblivious to the fact that some had already imagined him as having reached the pinnacle of the half-saint level, with others even concocting tales of his impending rebellion. Zhou Qiong, however, remained composed, for he possessed the archetype of a protagonist. It was hardly surprising that Zhao Wuji could dispatch an opponent of the same realm in a single blow. Even if he were to defeat several opponents of higher tiers, it would be entirely normal. What protagonist does not fight beyond their level? To do otherwise would be to lose the very essence of the protagonist's aura. Sister, how has Zhao Wuji become so formidable? Li Gu exclaimed, his mouth agape in the audience. Amongst those present, he appeared to be the most astonished. Ever since he learned of his sister's engagement to Zhao Wuji, he had sought to trouble him at every turn. Keeping a close watch on all matters related to Zhao Wg.it, could be said that his understanding of Zhao Wuji surpassed even that of the King of the North, yet today, his worldview was shattered. How could Zhao Wuji, who was clearly at the ancient realm, suddenly transform into someone at the great Luo level, and with such formidable combat prowess? Could it be that the assassin he had previously dispatched had actually been killed by Zhao Wuji himself? The thought made Li Ji's head spin. Meanwhile, Li Wanner's eyes were filled with contemplation. She surmised that Zhao Wuji must have been exceptionally gifted from a young age, yet hidden his abilities due to the tragic deaths of his two brothers. Living a life of indulgence to deceive others and lower their guard. Was he afraid of the royal family? Then why reveal himself now? It must be for my sake. She recalled how Zhao Wuji had always greeted her with a silly grin. She had previously thought him frivolous, but now it seemed evident that he held deep affection for her. His willingness to reveal his true abilities was undoubtedly to prove that he was not a waste. That he was worthy of marrying her and providing her with a happy life, rather than being branded as the husband of a useless man. It was said that the luck of the protagonist was extraordinary, and the imagination of women was remarkable. Originally filled with animosity toward Zhao Wuji, Li Wanner's gaze now held a hint of tenderness. Ding! System repair complete. Gratitude to Mr. Xi and he for the mountain climbing invitation. Thanks to all the esteemed readers for their generous support. Author's note. Thank you for your support. I am sincerely grateful. Chapter 78. Playing the fool to devour the tiger. Minor paths. Ding. The system has generated a talisman. The sky-concealing talisman, which can temporarily obscure the heavenly Tao. Within this time frame, one may kill those of heavenly fate without detection or punishment. As the host has discovered a loophole, a level 1 sky-concealing talisman is granted, capable of obscuring those with a fate score of 500 or below. Zhou Qiong nodded inwardly, realizing that the system had indeed fixed the flaw. The sky-concealing talisman was quite useful, though it was curious that they were categorized by levels. Zhou Qiong opened the marketplace and searched for talismans. The first result was the sky-concealing talisman, which read, Level 1 sky-concealing talisman, capable of obscuring those with a fate score of 500 or below. Priced at 1 million villain points. Level 2 sky-concealing talisman, capable of obscuring those with a fate score of 1,000 or below. Priced at 2 million villain points. Zhou Qiong was stunned by the exorbitant prices of these two items. They were simply too expensive. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him one. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford even a single one. Ding! Mission generated. Investigate Zhao Wuji's secret. Completion rewards. 1 tier increase in cultivation. A set of holy level demon god battle robes, and 50,000 villain points. No penalties for failure. Do you accept? Accept. The competition proceeded through 2 more rounds, and undeniably, Zhao Wuji swiftly dispatched his opponents once more. The crowd had begun to accept this reality, with some even starting to sing his praises. I said it all along. How could the King of the North's son be a waste? Indeed, He must have been feigning weakness all along. Thank goodness we never offended him. Who would have thought he hid his true strength so deeply? Meanwhile, in the audience, Li Wanner's gaze became increasingly tender. Only Zhou Qiong frowned in deep thought. He noticed that Zhao Wuji's fate points had increased, rising from 153 to 158. It appeared that fate points grew with a character's explosive display of strength. Heh, I must not let this opportunity slip by. Zhao Wuji's current score is rather low. When it reaches 400, that will be his end, of course. It's not that Zhou Qiong wishes to kill him now. Rather, his own cultivation was not as formidable as others believed. Opening his attribute panel, character, Zhou Qiong, Zhou Invincible, position, leader of the Demon Sect cultivation. Great Luo 8th layer martial arts, Demon God Sutra, Celestial Life and Death Hand, Divine Demon Eye. Swallowing Heaven Demon Skill, 3rd layer, Demon Speech Weapon, Divine Demon Ring, Divine Demon Sword Mount, Demon Dragon Flying Chariot Pet. Demon Dogda by others viewed him as a peak half-saint figure. But that was merely due to the imposing aura of the Divine Demon Sword. However, the sword could only unleash a single strike before reverting to normal, with his cultivation at the Great Luo 8th layer. He was not yet a match for the likes of the King of the North and others. However, with the Divine Demon Sword, as long as he spared Zhao Wuji's life, no one would dare challenge him. He could only feign humility and gradually develop his strength. At this moment, the competition had entered the finals, and Zhao Wuji found himself unable to dispatch his opponent in a single blow. His adversary was Bai Xiu of the Jixia Academy, whose cultivation had reached the terrifying Great Luo 5th layer, an extraordinary talent who had risen within the great martial dynasty over the past century. Possessing unparalleled Confucian abilities, Zhao Wuji, I care not what you have hidden in the past. It matters not to me. I only hope you will withdraw from your engagement with Wan'er. Consider it a favor owed to me. Bai Xiu, if you would, Bai Xiu earnestly requested, having harbored feelings for Li Wan'er since childhood. He had finally become a disciple of the Jixia Academy's master through his own efforts, but before he could confess to Li Wan'er, the news of the marriage alliance between the Martial King's manor and the King of the North's manor reached him. He now hoped for Zhao Wuji to call off the engagement, thus allowing him the chance to be with Li Wan'er. Bai Xiu, do you truly believe you can defeat me? And as for Wan'er, she is my wife, Zhao Wuji. You are unworthy, Zhao Wuji replied fiercely, each word laden with conviction. Though his cultivation was only at the Great Luo 1st layer, with his tactics, he was not without the means to contend with Bai Xiu. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's domineering words, Li Wan'er felt an inexplicable lack of disgust. Instead, a flicker of joy emerged in her heart. Bai Xiu's face turned pale with rage as he snapped open a folding fan and uttered, "The wind chills to the bone. All things wither away." A burst of brilliant white light erupted. Radiating with righteous energy, a frigid aura surged forth, immobilizing Zhao Wuji. Yet before Bai Xiu could revel in his triumph, Zhao Wuji broke free, brandishing his long sword and lunging forward. Zhou Qiong observed the clash between the two, particularly Bai Xiu, furrowing his brows. The Confucian techniques were indeed remarkable, exhibiting a subtle advantage over the demonic arts. It was clear that such techniques could not be allowed to persist. From miles away, not a soul in sight. A single sword light chills the 19 prefectures. With a mighty shout, Bai Xiu unleashed a colossal sword chi toward Zhao Wuji. The pinnacle of his abilities, he could not believe that Zhao Wuji at the Great Luo 1st layer could withstand this. The vice master seated above was about to intervene, fearing that if Bai Xiu succeeded in slaying Zhao Wuji, the King of the North would surely retaliate against the Jixia Academy. However, the Eastern Marquis shook his head and softly said, "Do not rush." Zhao Wuji remained calm, discarding his long sword, and with both fists clenched, boundless spiritual energy surged toward them as he struck the long sword with a thunderous roar, sealed the heavens. With a deafening boom, the entire arena trembled, fissures appearing upon its surface, as spectators staggered backward to evade the shockwave. Fortunately, the arena was inscribed with formations. Otherwise, such an attack could have obliterated the entire competition grounds. As the shockwaves dissipated, two figures emerged. Bai Xiu lay prostrate on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and his body convulsing, while Zhao Wuji stood tall, unharmed, his aura intensifying by the moment. An endless surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, and with a resounding crack, he broke through to the great Luo's second layer. In Zhou Qiong's eyes, Zhao Wuji's fate points surged once more, soaring to 200 before finally stabilizing. Is this for real? To break through right after the fight, does Zhao Wuji truly possess unparalleled genius? Indeed, even the former king of the north did not achieve such feats. Could it be that the Zhao family is poised to produce another king of the north? It is not so simple. Reaching the semi-holy realm makes breakthroughs significantly more challenging. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, he can already be regarded as an extraordinary figure. The esteemed Dongfang Ho laughed heartily, declaring that Zhao Wuji is indeed a talent. And the king of the north has a worthy son. He was once a member of the military and shared a close bond with the king of the north, witnessing Zhao Wuji's brilliance. How could he not feel elated? Truly, he has shown remarkable restraint, marking him as a noteworthy individual. What do you think, Master Zhou? The vice principal of the Jixia Academy turned to Zhou Qiong and inquired. Feigning ignorance, little Dao heir is destined to amount to nothing. Just a useless wretch, Zhou Qiong retorted coldly, his voice resonating loudly enough for all those present in the martial arena to hear. Including Zhao Wuji, Chapter 79. A life and death battle, do you dare? Zhao Wuji turned, his gaze seething with fury as he glared at Zhou Qiong, gritting his teeth in frustration. He could no longer tolerate Zhou Qiong's attitude. Such veiled insults, laced with condescension, were far more infuriating than outright slander. Zhou Qiong, observing the ire directed at him by Zhao Wuji, sneered and asked, "What, are you not convinced?